I'm ready.
All right. 3, 2. Give it a second here.
4.
All right. Should be good.
5.
Alrighty. How's everyone doing out there? We are coming in live to you from the great city of Toronto in Canada.
Technically Mississauga.
Technically Mississauga, actually.
But people know Toronto. We'll say that.
Yeah, for all the people from far afield, we are in Toronto. For all the people from the
Who are
GTA,
local,
Mississauga.
Mississauga.
And actually, I'd like to take a moment, just do a bit of a land acknowledgement for the Mississaugas. We're part of the treaty, or we're on the treaty and traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, the Huron-Wendat, and Wyandot nations. So coming to you from modern-day Canada, and we're excited to kick off a tournament of Flesh and Blood.
Yep, third-year nationals in Canada.
That's
I think
right.
the US might have gotten one before us, so we're on third.
Yeah, that's right. And you know what? Like the first year we did it was also in Toronto/Mississauga.
It was, but no coverage. I think
no stream coverage.
We've been upping production very quickly between the years.
Yeah, just improving the quality every single year. This time we've got our
we're peaking here. I think
yeah,
this is the best
great
we're gonna
friend,
get.
Ethan Van Sant of Savage Feats.
Hello,
in
right
the
over here.
production
Ethan,
booth.
Here, reach out, Rob. We're this close. Look, you see that Levia?
That's
right
right.
here.
That's right.
Yep. So, I mean, production has gone way up this year. We're very happy to be here amidst it because it feels great to be casting when everything just looks so beautiful.
And coming to you from, brought to you by Red Riot Games this year, one of the longest running Flesh and Blood game stores in Canada. For those of you that haven't been around quite as long, Red Riot used to run a lot of those online armories in the era of COVID. So, you know, they've got a bit of a reputation. They're a bit of the...
they had their footing in for a very long time because they really believed in the game. I think they were one of the first 3, I would say, maybe in Canada to have the game. They hosted like international tournaments too during like Skirmish 1, I think, when we got those cold foil adult heroes. So if you remember that era, that was a beautiful time.
Yeah, and I guess I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Rob over here, also one of the grandfathers maybe of the game at this point in Canada. You know, just getting his hand on that sweet, sweet New Zealand cardboard crack.
Yeah, they're from New Zealand, from Australia, from the States. I was going around getting stuff.
And now it's really kicked off. So, I'm really glad to be back in the booth for this year. And so I guess just for the audience members to know where we're at in the tournament prep, the judges have just seated everybody for... I think they're actual round 1 pairings, but
we were told there might have been a repair, but I think because we got to pick our feature table already, they're likely not going to repair these. So I think we're good to go. Everyone's seated, just chatting it up, and I think the head judge is going to give the announcement soon. I actually haven't heard if he did or not. I don't know if you heard anything.
I don't know. We've got these sweet headphones this year. I
Noise
feel like
canceling.
I'm on
I can't hear anything but our beautiful voices.
Yeah, I'm like on an ESPN broadcast. You know, it's Sports Center coming to you.
Yep, absolutely. We're actually seated really well because we're behind Levia here.
Yeah, well, I think
that was Ethan's choice.
No, I think they put this here for Ethan.
Yeah, exactly.
There's
posters surrounding the entire room. Look, they put redeemed on the far side.
Levia redeemed is actually in front of us. We should have swapped those posters.
Exactly. Let's just pick up and move. We've got time, right?
Yeah, we got time.
Probably
5 minutes.
Take like 2 days to set up.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a very nice venue. We're in the Hilton Hotel, so we've got a really nice, nice lighting, very spacious. Not too warm.
Not too warm. That's good. Always good. I think there's a stamp convention going on in another conference room. It's pretty funny. So if you win big, buy stamps.
Last year there was a coin and card collection convention going on in Toronto. Oh, that's year 1.
That was
year 1 in Toronto. Yeah. They had I think BGS was there. Like they had like grading companies seating around too. So like in Canada, you never get exposure to that because you have to send cards abroad usually to get graded. But they were here in person, which is my forte. I was very happy with that.
Oh, and we've just got some judge announcements. So
they're talking now.
Quiet.
You know what's kind of funny about the judge announcement is all the background chatter died. You hear that? It was like picking up like crazy, and now that the judge is talking, it's pitch quiet. That's crazy.
Yeah,
quiet. No buys in the first round. There's no no-shows is what the judge is telling us right now.
Got the address from Red Riot Games.
Yeah, that was just a tournament organizer, Steve, giving the opening address.
No buys around round one, so very good. Fred's giving the head judge announcement.
My name is Tariq. I will be your head judge for this event. So we have 112 players today. And allow me to congratulate each and every one of you on qualifying.
Camera switch. That was good.
So throughout the weekend, during the main events, side events, we have an awesome team of judges assisting you this weekend, starting with Grant Bartel from Winnipeg.
Doing an intro of the judge team here.
We also have Gerald Knight from Hamilton. Jibril Jiboji from Montreal.
Jibril getting a massive cheer from the Montreal crowd.
Tyler's been around for a long time.
So this event will be played across 2 days. We'll have 12 rounds total. Today we're going to be playing 3 rounds of Classic Constructed. Then we will have a called First Edition Monarch Draft, followed by 3 rounds of Limited. Then a second Monarch First Edition Draft, followed by then again 3 rounds of Limited. I will remind you, this event is at Professional REL, which means deck checks will be conducted throughout the whole event.
So we're getting a rundown of the format for today. So starting off with 3 Classic Constructed games. We'll have 9 rounds today, so 3 CCs, and then we're going into 2 draft pods or sections for 3 games each. So 9 games total. Tomorrow we'll come back for 3 more CC games, and then on to top 8.
Yeah, and Fred's just clarifying as well. This event will be judged at professional rules enforcement level.
As it should be.
So please track your life with pen and paper.
Please track your life totals with pen and paper.
Pen and paper, no phones.
Yeah, that's right. And at the feature matches,
no watches either.
We'll have a digital life counter for the audience, but the players will also be tracking with the
with pads and paper they're going to give. Yeah.
Did you guys know something interesting about tracking life, by the way? Is that in the rulebook, it is given as an example that when you take damage, you are allowed to write what the source was.
You are allowed to.
You are allowed to. So if you
interesting
for limited, I find this incredibly important. Just because it's a legal thing you can do. So if you get hit by a red short and sharp, whatever, that's a bad example because that's attack reaction. But let's say it's like a
attack anything crippling crush.
Yeah, crippling. Like you write that down, and then you can
track how many ever played.
Relatively track what was played, what you can judge.
You can only write the card name.
Yeah, just the card name.
You can't say what else is like a reaction or anything like that.
Just the card name, and you're not supposed to go back and dig through it, but just for mental notes. It's for helpful judging actually,
because they can keep track.
Because that way you can track. I took it and actually came up at my Nats run. We were tracking where the damage came from. Oh, I took 3 from Medax. This was actually where the damage came from. There's a discrepancy, whatever.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Program in North America, so anything happening in your LGSs, all the logistics, just played a huge part in that.
Oh, and we're introducing the LSS representative at the event.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah.
Go over, have a chat. Thank you.
Okay, address has been
completed. All right. Thanks, everyone, for hanging in there.
Yep.
And I think that is going to be the round kicked off in a minute here.
Yep. I think people are just kind of walking around.
Right, and so now everyone's got to go to their actual
Okay. I think we were just
areas,
seating for the address,
exactly.
and now they'll still get seated. Okay, so we've got a bit more time to kill. Okay, sounds good.
Yeah,
so I think we'll cut to break then, unless you want to...
I don't know. I was gonna say thanks everyone for tuning in. We will be running several polls throughout the day in the chat. We'll be doing trying to keep up with what people are saying, but then also bringing you some hard-hitting flesh and blood analysis,
content, interviews.
Whoa! Let's not spill the tea quite yet.
Keep the bar
there
low.
may or may not be content as well. But yeah, looking forward to the whole day, and we'll catch up with you in a little bit.
Absolutely. See you soon.
welcome back to the booth. You might have got a sneak preview of our 2 players getting situated at the feature table. Rob, how do you feel?
Feel good. Was it Lexi versus Dromai?
Oh yeah, that's right. That's.
I feel good for the actual like players too, because we got Yuki on board to go round 1. So we've got a star-studded player for sure. It'll be an interesting round 1. I mean, how can you go wrong with Lexi versus Dromai, right?
That's right. Yeah, and I think that maybe we'll head over there right now and see where they're doing on prep.
Absolutely.
All right, getting our sideboard decisions going on. Oh, and it looks like we've just got to show off these fancy new graphics that Ethan's put in here.
Yeah.
So both of these heroes are showing up in this high tier up on the pyramid. And, obviously Lexi, inarguably the best deck in the format right now. And then Dromai.
Yeah, when you look at her wins across the board right now, this national season, she is kind of scooping them up.
That's right. And so we've got these playstyles listed here for anyone tuning in who's just still getting familiar with Flesh and Blood or trying to learn a bit more about different heroes, maybe pick up a skill or two. And just listing some of the power plays for each deck. 3 of a kind, Rain Razors, and Codex of Frailty blowouts on the Lexi side. And on the Dromai side, it says Tumultai Waiting Room, which is hilarious to me.
Yeah, some very good targets on Lexi's side to blow up, especially that New Horizon, limiting those 6-card turns.
That's right. And, I think that this matchup is a pretty important one for Lexi players because the very good players will be able to get this matchup to close or favored on the Lexi side. But if you're not able to do that, then the Dromais will just, feast on under-prepared or under-teched Lexi decks.
Especially the Ashwings.
Yeah, that's right.
So hard to deal with. You got to keep those in check as you go, or else you're going to be eating 3-4 damage every turn. Very hard to come back with. So, you got to keep those in check. Big dragons are kind of easy to kill. Use an arrow, no problem. But those little.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with the endless arrows. It's not always the worst to be able to clear dragons, but you can't really afford to shoot arrows at the Ashwing, so that kind of adds up over time.
Absolutely. Yeah, I hear that it's better to take care of them early when there isn't that much else on the board, rather than later when you got to deal with your Chromais, your anything else, your Kylorias.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, sorry, we didn't quite give these 2 players the full credit that they deserve, I think. Just to make clear, Yuki currently the highest rated class construct player in the country. And then Aaron Chance, no slouch. He is currently 5th in ELO for Canada at 1793.
Yeah.
And so, both these players competing at a high level. And Aaron representing Harry Tarantula today with his t-shirt.
That's right. Yeah, Yuki got this Park of Genius hoodie.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, very good friend of the channel.
And so it looks like now they're shuffling up, are going to be presenting their decks shortly. And we'll be kicking off the game.
Absolutely.
Oh, and Yuki's got the Lexi sleeves, but Aaron does not have the Dromai sleeves. So,
it looks like Lexi sleeves also.
Yeah, that's
we got double Lexi sleeves. Yeah, there are Dromai sleeves. I think I have some.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is a mark against Aaron. That's why he's not, first in rated ELO.
Right.
He's taking that disadvantage
only
at the outset.
Yeah, that's right. You gotta have the sleeves to match your deck. I mean, come on.
It's about a mental advantage.
It's a mental advantage, yeah. That's right. Or it's a mental tactic to say, I've got your sleeves, I'm not afraid of you.
Yeah, exactly. All right, and
I'm wrong. Okay, he was shuffling her deck. Never mind, he doesn't have Lexi sleeves.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any surprises on the equipment here. The player's fist bump. So on the Lexi side, we've got, as expected, the New Horizon, Tunic, Snapdragon Scalers, and Hornet Sting. So choosing not to use Trench here to counteract Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Yep.
And then on the Dromai side, we've got Crown of Providence, Furnace, the Seeker's Myths tech, which has been very popular, and Snapdragon Scalers. So Scalers potentially able to get quite a bit of value, even in the slower Dragon builds, but maybe indicating a little bit more of an aggressive version of the deck from Aaron.
Yeah, and with not many poppers on Lexi's side, I can't even think of a single one, to be honest, unless you're on CNC, but you don't really need the footsteps if they're not going to pop your dragons.
Yeah,
or your actions, I should say.
Yeah, oh, and we've got a pitch here of Codex. Not a lot of Codex targets this early, so it's worth just setting up double arsenal.
Yeah, see you later.
And loading this Heat Seeker.
Yeah, Heat Seeker very good for getting an extra card in Arsenal, especially turn 1.
Right, and I think what we're seeing here is the passing of priority to activate the Seekers. So Aaron's going to go ahead and resolve that. Opt 1 and generate 1 Ash.
Mm-hmm. And very good tool for getting Ash early.
And the interesting thing here is it actually affords Yuki the opportunity to shoot this arrow with Aaron having 3 cards in hand, but I don't think that.
Yeah, usually you don't. Heat Seeker is one of those rare cases where you might be able to, assuming they don't block you. But assuming that Aaron's going to hold something to block this arrow, you don't really want to be firing it off for nothing.
Well, she had a hand that might be okay for doing that if she had been able to pitch a blue. I thought I saw a lightning press go into that face down spot in the arsenal.
Okay, I didn't get a glimpse, but that would have been a very good turn to play the arrow out then and maybe buff it, because you're going to guarantee a hit.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And here we're just taking the 3 damage from the sweeping blow, Aaron generating the Ash, and then he's just using that remaining resource from pitching a blue to play a Miraging Metamorph.
Yeah, Miraging is a little too much damage to ignore, but as a Lexi player, you don't really care about the 0 for 3s or 1 for 3s. You take those and come back bigger. But the Miraging is one of those rare cases where it's really good for its value, really good damage for value, so you gotta think twice about it.
Yeah, and I'm not 100% sure, as you were mentioning earlier, how many poppers are in Yuki's deck. I think that deck likes to float between 2 and 4 poppers. So they might play the CNCs, as you mentioned. They might play the battering bolts. They might play the down and dirties.
Yeah.
But I think from tournament to tournament, it's quite variable, actually. There's not a set optimal number, particularly because I think that you do want a different popper count against a big Dragons deck versus an Empress or more aggro-oriented version.
It's hard to know exactly what's going to be played. So, there was Lightning Press. Okay.
Yeah, so we're showing the Lightning Press. So this Heat Seeker is going to be coming in with Go again for 5. And Aaron's got to decide if he's going to fully block this and hold up a defense reaction or something along those lines, which I think I see a Fate Foreseen in his hand. And just outplay this Lightning Press, or, if he's just going to let a different arrow through at some point.
Absolutely. Lightning Press being a very scary card because you're almost always going to get it to hit, unless, of course, they got a D-React in hand, right? So, at least it's not dominated. So you can, you can still block with 1 card and play your D-React afterwards, after the Lightning Press comes out.
Yeah, and I didn't catch what the card in the arsenal was either. I mean, that could be another D-React, so
yeah.
We'll see if this turns into a favorable exchange for Yuki.
No blocks.
Absolutely.
Oh, all right. I think we
no
said
blocks.
no blocks here, so okay. Yeah, so I guess that's the other way to look at it as well. If you think that they're going to be able to force that damage through anyhow, then no sense in trying to overblock something and leave yourself open to a larger play later in the turn. And here it looks like this 3 of a kind is going to be coming out. Yeah,
so very kind of innocuous, right? You come in with an arrow, it's like, okay, I'll probably expect 1 more arrow. But then you come with a 3 of a kind, and it's like, okay, maybe I should have been blocking.
Well, so there's going to be 2 more Voltaire activations available to Yuki here as well. So if any of those are a Boltyn shot, she can even load a 4th arrow, which is a pretty big, potentially, to push some damage through. I mean, that being said, Aaron hasn't used any of his cards yet, so
it's true. And with the threat of Lightning Press, it's not just a card that can come in for 3. It's like you have to worry about it being activated at any time of the game, right? So, Yuki can bluff these arrows like crazy. Play some mind games. It's probably going to be coming in for a Boltyn shot, I assume, because you can give it natural go again with the +1. But here we're going to see a very strong arrow. Shot. Yeah, one of the best in the deck. Very annoying to deal with, especially as Dromai, because I don't run that many blues. But it can give Dromai some ash if she has to pitch for it. But playing 5 damage, Lightning Press will go up to 8, which is kind of awkward to block if you want to block with 1 card plus a D-React. It's only for 7. But you really want to cover it. So we're seeing armor come out now. We're seeing the miraging.
That here's a block for 5.
Yeah, so we're seeing, basically telling Lexi, or telling Yuki, if you want to get over this, gotta play your lightning press, and I got the reacts ready for it. But not going too quickly, keeping the lightning press. We're coming with a drill shot next.
Then now the fun opportunity here is this drill shot could get pumped to 8 by the lightning press, and if it puts a -1 counter on the furnace, it just gets destroyed when this thing closes.
Yeah, scary stuff.
I did hear from the chat that there is a D-React as the Arsenal card, so Aaron can actually claim block this with two D-Reacts here.
Yeah, but the thing is...
Oh, but he's choosing not to do that.
Yeah, the awkward thing is that because it's for 5 attack, a single D-React, is going to be like, well, Yuki doesn't have to use the lightning press if he uses a single D-React,
right? That's right.
So it's like you got to put both of them up front and keep the lightning press in Arsenal, which kind of sucks.
Yeah. Oh, and now we're getting a Codex off of that Heat Seeker that hit at the very beginning of the turn.
Okay.
So pretty good outcome, I would say.
A little early, but you have a Heat Seeker in Grave, so bring that back. Why not?
Yeah, that's right.
But and there's also a very nice affecting shot red in there, so I think that's a good target as well.
Yeah, and Yuki keeping on top of those Tunic triggers.
Yeah, we gotta mention that. Yeah. Never forget the Tunic trigger.
I'm seeing a couple more drill shots here that
we are seeing the popper.
Oh, and a popper.
Yeah, so that's very nice. You feel very comfortable having a popper in hand. Because Aaron only had 2 D-Reacts left, I don't think he's going to do much on his turn, so pass it back to the Yuki, I believe.
And then on the other side here,
you
see a Snatch. That's one of those cards that's great to play with the Snapdragon Scalers, so
absolutely.
Potentially good enough reason, even if that's all you're playing, to have Snapdragon Scalers. I'm not sure. This looks like it is a red.
That's a red, yeah. Oh, pitched. I believe so. Red Falcon Wing.
Yeah, red.
I don't think you ever run the blues, as far as I know. But
you know what? I also thought that, but apparently some players were running blues at the US Nets.
I mean, it's a 3-block, and it's a...
Yeah. It might have been the boy wonder Brody Spurlock himself, actually.
Okay.
So, I think the idea of having more go again naturally counteracts Warmonger's diplomacy quite well when you have attack stuck in your arsenal.
Yep.
That being said, it is a it is a 0 for 1.
Yep.
I guess it's
some poke damage. I guess it's annoying to deal with.
1 for 2 damage if you're paying to Voltaire +1.
Yeah, increases your arrow counts. You're less likely to whiff. 0 for 3, or 0 pitch 3.
Oh, and now we're seeing the players mark down the life totals and a -1 counter going on that Crown of Providence.
Yeah.
And
we're
now
that damage that hurts quite a bit.
Nice. Now there's a CNC coming out for Yuki, playing with a red and the Tunic. And this is one of the huge upsides of playing Tunic over the Trench, is because getting a resource here basically makes this turn functional in a way that if you had Tunic, if you didn't have Tunic, you wouldn't be able to.
And I will say that Trench, it's a nice tech against Warmongers, but I think it's a lot better in Azalea. Because she can get bricked really hard because Lexi has access to Voltaire.
Yeah.
But although Lexi does have to use her ability to put the flip a card face up, right? So there is that. But Azalea can get kind of stuck a little harder than Lexi does.
And Aaron just using the Crown, cycling that card out of there. Playing 4-card hand still, I believe.
Yeah, so Aaron did not block, I believe, that turn. So he kept everything. The Snatch does not have go again. Well, it might be a good time for snaps.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit telegraphed, but Yuki's just got to decide, do you want to give Aaron a card early in the turn or later, or do you want to be blocking this turn,
Exactly. I see 2 lightning cards. Is that 2 lightning press? I couldn't tell. But if it is, then it's going to be a very hard time for her to block this.
Yeah, it'll be tough, too, because we know about the follow-up card in Aaron's hand.
Yeah, we've got insider knowledge here. Yeah, I don't know if you expect the CNC. Might be tough. The fact that Aaron did not block, though, means that he's got something cooking in there.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, and Yuki declaring no blocks.
Yeah, I mean, that's smart. I think you force him to use the snaps, I think, here. Especially if you have 2 lightning presses in hand, you really have to be careful for CNC. I think I do... Yeah, 2 presses. That's going to hurt. Luckily for Yuki, if CNC does land, she only has 1 card in Arsenal. I say luckily, but, it could have been worse.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But Codex is a pretty strong card to lose, so you don't really want to see it go. But at least it's not like 2 strong arrows.
Yeah, and depending on if the Kyloria comes out before the CNC. Oh, and we're seeing a Necria as well.
Okay.
I think that's what Aaron's
Necria,
debating about right now, whether he wants to play out the Necria.
Bring the Chane. Make a Kyloria.
All right. Now we're seeing the Necria pitch to play the Kyloria.
Yep, that makes sense.
Neutral on Ash.
Okay, coming for 4. So this is going to be another point where Yuki has to decide, do I give him a card or do I block this fully?
And so if she's thinking about giving a card and
it could be
armor piece or 2 cards, she could also block with an arrow and then use this lightning press on it to pump it up to 6
That's
power
a good point. Lightning press being a pseudo popper because you can use it not only on attacking cards but defending cards too.
Yeah. However, I think that Searing Shot in the hand might have been a blue, which means that lightning press only pumps it to 5.
Searing Shot coming up to 2. You're right. Yeah, so that is not a popper. Ooh, yeah.
I don't know. I'm not
2 lightning presses for that one. Not sure if it's worth.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I saw that card quite correctly. I mean, there's a smear of blue on the art as is, so.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it might be a.
No, that's a Heat Seeker.
That's the Heat Seeker. I'm sorry.
So I think that's why she had to do that.
Yeah, so very smart. If Aaron had chosen to go CNC instead, you could probably have a clean block with 2-3 blocks, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So it wouldn't have mattered too much. This is probably the smart play.
Yeah, and then here Aaron's probably going to just choose the card he wants to get rid of, to the Flamescale Furnace, and the card to Arsenal.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Popping a dragon, of course, does not give it go again anymore. So you have to be careful when you attack with them.
So getting rid of a Passing Barrage because he values the other 2 cards higher than he does 1 Ash.
And it's less likely to come up in this matchup, I guess.
Yeah, and here I think Yuki's just thinking about whether she should be pitching away one or the other of these cards.
Yeah.
Because she's going to have to discard one if she tries to use this Codex.
Sure.
Exactly.
Okay, and so now she's pitched. Yeah,
okay.
The red does nothing with the Voltaire activation, and then pitches the blue, floats 2 resources, chooses Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, because you can choose not to load an arrow with Voltaire.
Chooses Command and Conquer off that Codex of Frailty. Yeah.
Yeah, very smart. You're going to get the Ponder anyway, so you're okay with using everything you've got. Draw a card, arsenal it. No problem there. But yeah, you can choose to Voltaire and not actually load anything. So I think the card says you may. So a very good way to cycle some pitch if you have to.
Yeah, getting these 2 cards out of Aaron. One of the CNCs, probably the one that we saw earlier. So, oh, and a non-blocking card left in Aaron's hand. That was probably part of the rationale there.
That makes sense. Yeah, Sigil. Yeah, it's funny to see Yuki actually play these CNCs and not use them for poppers.
On the top of the deck,
revealed
by Ravenous
So this
Rabble.
is not public info, so Yuki knows what's coming. That's probably the most frightening card in the deck, as we saw from the plays, the big plays.
Tonal Tide.
Oh, and yeah, now we've got the soundboard tech going on.
Yeah, we got.
You know what? I don't think we heard the Frailty one earlier.
Oh, can we get that playback?
Why do you gotta call me out like that, dude? I'm juggling like 20 things. I've got the social media post going on. Fine, for you.
Frailty.
There we go. It's actually for Aaron. He has to receive that Frailty token.
Yeah, exactly. Only we hear that on stream, so players don't hear this.
Here, check this one out. This is Rain Razors. Let's see if it comes across.
Ooh, nice. I like that one a lot.
That was for Rain Razors. Yeah.
Production quality really going through the roof here.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, right? And now an Endless Arrow being played. And you know what? We were talking earlier about clearing dragons with Endless Arrows. Aaron hasn't put a dragon into play except that Kyloria that was popped.
Exactly. I think as Lexi, you're feeling pretty good about that. There have been no red rakes. I don't know if you could have played. Well, yeah, he had enough Ash. You could have played red rakes. Especially, well, now you know that Tumultide is coming up. So I don't know if keeping Endless might have been strong. But I think the hand only had a Winter's Bite. Winter's Bite, Endless, and something else. So this is probably the smart move.
Oh, yeah, now the Deria coming out.
Yeah, so we're opting a card. Did he put it on the bottom?
Yeah, put it on the bottom. He might be digging for a blue to play out that Tumultai and intending to not...
2 Endlesses.
Yeah, another Endless.
So Yuki's got to put on pressure here to prevent Tumultai from coming out. Endless Arrows being one of those cards that you do want to block because you prevent the recurring effect of them. So this is going to be like a decision point where Aaron has to decide, do I want to give her another arrow, or do I want to block this out and play Tumultai another day, right?
Yeah, that's right. And there's 2 Voltaire activations, so there's not going to be another arrow after this.
That's right. Yeah. With the exclusion of the bracers that Lexi lost. She can't really
exactly.
just tackle it and put it back in the arsenal, which is probably a good thing because it was pretty OP.
Yeah, and honestly, Lexi hasn't really lost her stride. Still performing well in tournaments without that piece of equipment. So
yeah,
I think
funnily enough, it wasn't enough.
Seemed to be a good move on LSS's part. I guess those Azalea players just being sad though.
You lose out a very nice combo piece, right? It's one of those things where you can recur 4 arrows at that point. Now it's only 3, so too bad. But with snaps, you can probably still do something nasty.
Okay, and now Aaron's going to use a piece of equipment, last block on the furnace. I reckon he thinks that he's had enough ash. Maybe he'll pitch one of these cards.
You did good, friend. You did good. Yeah, temper being one of those
way out.
Where you gotta say goodbye to the effect now.
Oh, and now he's now we're getting the Winter's Bite played out.
Yeah, so having 3 cards left in hand, not so bad. If Yuki could have gotten it to a point where he had only 1 card, the Tomotai, planning to play Arsenal it, and then she plays Winter's Bite, that would have been so funny.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, you gotta say goodbye to Tomotai now.
And so now we'll see what Aaron decides to pitch here.
Yeah, so
can't play Tomotai on 2 cards ever.
Absolutely not. Oh, we're here feeling the chilly breeze
frost.
of the Winter's Bite. Biting my soul. Okay, so pitching the sigil.
Yeah, now let's get that last piece of equipment out of here. Aaron Chan's completely in the nude.
In the nude, in the wintry, frosty Winter's Bite.
Has a good play to come back here. This is a dust up. A little bit under the radar, kind of these Ashwings that you create off this, but that 1 Ashwing value can be really, really relevant over a longer game.
Absolutely.
And Aaron just trying to drag this out. He's still at 29 life, right?
Probably one of the better 1-card plays you can have, actually. So, very well played.
Yeah, and you keep thinking about whether she wants to use the Hornet Sting here.
Yeah, I mean, the Ashwings, Alexa player knows that the Ashwings are going to probably stay around. You don't really want to spend like a 4-attack, 3-attack arrow on it. I think Aaron would be very happy if they soak up damage.
Yeah, and you know what? She's valuing the proactive ability to...
red infecting, I think, on the top.
Block the dust up, rather than the ability later to use the Hornet Sting to potentially deal 1 damage to an Ashwing. But now she's dealing 1 damage to Aaron, so it's not like she's getting 0 value off of that effect.
Exactly, it hit. So, we'll take that. Shooting up to 3 now.
And now pitching another red arrow. Is that a red deep shot? No, it's a blue. It's a blue.
Blue, okay. Yes. It kind of looked red to me, but yeah, definitely blue.
Yeah. Okay. So, she's playing through her hands a little bit, keeping the pressure on to prevent Aaron from being able to do too much.
That's what you got to do.
Frailty.
Oh,
there's the
nice.
frailty.
There's the frailty. And again, picking CNC, really good spot here. Actually, you know that the card in the arsenal is the Tomotai.
Yeah, you got to get it out of there. Yeah, and blocking with 2 cards from hand. Well, I guess 3 at this point. I guess the efforts arrow did hit, I believe. Right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So okay, so still 2 cards left in hand. It's there is potential that Aaron, could block with 2 cards and keep enough to pitch for Tomotai here.
Right. Yeah. Oh, and you know what I see? Ember Maw Senpai, which is I think only played in blue in that deck. So this could spell trouble for Yuki.
That is a good card. Yeah. So we are seeing the double block here, of course. Now it's up for debate whether he has enough to pitch for Tomotai. I think I see 2 reds. Oh no, it was a blue. Yeah,
yeah.
So he would have needed 2 blues there, basically, because I don't think that deck's playing very many yellows.
I don't think there's any that I know of. But on CNC is a very good play. It makes Yuki's next turn worse, right? So she probably can't put enough pressure to actually get the Tomotai to stay dormant for 1 more turn.
Yeah,
so we'll see if Aaron can get enough pitch for it.
Yeah, unfortunately that drill shot doesn't do very much when your opponent doesn't have any armor.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing left. Crown of Providence has been used up as well. So, you just take those. 4 damage, bring it on. Okay,
Already. Double premeditate.
So double ponder. Yeah, double ponder is it's good, but it's not the end of the world if she gets 2.
Nice, 10 damage. I mean, you know what? 10 damage is 10 damage at least, right?
Yeah.
I imagine Aaron will block some amount of this, especially if he doesn't have the right combination of resources to be able to pay for this Tomotai.
And the silver lining is Yuki can't reload if this hits.
Yeah, that's right. If that's a one-cost arrow in the arsenal, she could use the tunic counter to play it.
Yeah.
But she may also elect to just turn it face up and pass the turn, have set up 6-card hand the following turn.
Exactly.
And again, all depending on what Aaron chooses to block here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think there's a time call.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so we'll see what happens here. Like Frank said, this is 10 damage, so you don't really want to scoff at that. But if it means getting a Tumulti out and breaking that very nice golden New Horizon, it might be worth it.
And players just clarifying something over at the table with judges. I see that a few of the players in the tournament are gathering around.
Walking around the table, yeah.
Everyone's curious and wants to know.
Some commotion over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. I mean, 10 damage is not nothing. Double Ponder too, I mean. I think Premeditate's the only buff that, well, besides Lightning Press, that Lexi's run nowadays.
Yeah, well, and the Rain Razors. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, how could I forget Rain Razors? Had the sound effect too. Of course I can't neglect that beautiful buff.
I'm still a big Icequake advocate.
You're an aficionado of the Icequakes.
Yeah, but I don't necessarily know that they belong in every deck, Like, there's pros and cons to playing it.
Yeah, I think it's up for debate, but definitely a strong card. It depends if you want to run more of the fuse lists, right?
Yeah, and I guess that's another interesting angle is, Yuki's stayed very true to this plan of playing largely fuseless lists, playing as many efficient cards as possible, and very...
just abusing that Voltaire.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay, and so that was an arrow. Oh, looks like it was a blue infecting shot. So she's just going to use the tunic counter to play that out, start ticking the tunic up again, and not risk getting another arrow stuck next to her blue arrow.
That's a good point. Yeah, because at least you have stabs, so you could get it out. We're seeing a Kyloria block on that, because that is a 5 damage arrow.
Yeah, and you know what? I think that was a blue and a Rain Razors, so...
Okay.
Probably the Rain Razors is the one that ended up...
Yeah, not the worst card to have in Arsenal, because you can play it also before your arrows, right? You just play it out, just say, like, okay, I have Rain Razor, everything's going to buff anyway.
Yeah, or she could flip it and just handbag it for a couple turns.
Yeah,
now we're getting another dragon here. So there's a Yendurai.
Yendurai, tanky dragon. Oh, and an Azvalai.
And an Azvalai.
Okay, so looking to be a pretty red-heavy hand, unless that last card's a blue. Actually, there's nothing left.
Yeah, there's nothing left in the hand.
I'm sorry, yeah, so that was all. Yeah, so couldn't actually pitch for Tumulti. I think it costs 5, right? So that's an expensive boy.
Expecting Yuki's going to take the full 6 damage here. 2 from Azvalai, plus 1 Arcane, and then 3 from Yendurai.
Being at this much of a life lead and not seeing any disruption from these dragons, I think Lexi is happy to take this and just come back stronger.
And she's got to really still keep up the pressure, because if she spends too much time blocking or clearing dragons, that Tumulti in the arsenal is waiting to come out.
Yeah, I know. It's a constant threat that makes Yuki have to play aggressively. Not that you wouldn't as Lexi anyway, right? It's kind of just up her alley, but at the same time, if you give them an edge, they'll come back and take a mile, I think. So it's very scary, especially if you pop New Horizon, you lose everything in Arsenal.
Yeah,
so if you have 2 cards in there, her turn's pretty much, by the wayside. Yeah, so we'll see what happens here, but...
And Yuki's gone through a decent amount of her deck. I think she plays slightly more than 60 cards in this matchup.
Okay.
And that was an endless arrow I saw in the arsenal, not a Rain Razors.
Not a Rain Razor. It kind of looks
coming out,
it's the same, right?
At the front.
Got a view of the sky, arrows falling down.
Yeah. And it's clearing the Azvalai, the easy 1-tap.
Yeah, very nice. Get it back, of course. Had to use snaps, of course, because it wasn't played with Voltaire's ability. But, it's totally fine.
Dragon down.
Dragon down, yes. We'll save that for Tumulti if it ever comes up.
And now we've got the yellow Boltyn shot coming in for 4. Threatening another reload, but also keeping in mind that there is still another Voltaire activation on top of this as well. So that Endless could come out. There could be a card put into the arsenal, Lexi activation, and then Voltaire activated. So we could see another 2 arrows after this if Aaron decides to let this hit.
Exactly. We can also see the quiver trigger, if that ever happens.
Yeah. Oh, and now we're getting a sync below to cover that up.
No reload. So interestingly enough, not choosing to kill the Yendurai. Yendurai will take 2 hits to go down. I believe has an armor of 3.
Yeah.
So, we do see a Rain in hand. With a second Boltyn shot. Very interesting. Okay, so Rain Razor does come out.
Go over. There we go.
Pew pew. Okay, so very nice. That makes sense because you always want to see that card with Boltyn shots because of the synergy they have together.
Yeah.
With the extra reload, you get the extra, go again from the Boltyn built-in ability. So it's very strong, and I think seeing 2 Boltyn shots with Rain Razor, like it's a natural play.
Yeah, and I think Yuki's thinking about which arrow she wants to load and which one she wants to use Voltaire on subsequently. So she might decide to play this Boltyn shot out.
It's a one-shot on Indra, I believe. You can probably just kill it for 6. Yeah,
oh, there we go. Okay, so she does that, is able to load. Okay, so it was the same whichever way she did it.
Right. I think the first time just kind of testing Aaron, see what he has in hand. I want to block this out. It didn't matter, though. She got over this thing.
Yeah, and then now 2 Chromais coming out to block, I think. It was, or 2 dragons, anyhow.
Yeah, at least 1 Dromai. Now, Aaron having 1 card in hand, of course, there's going to be no Tumultai coming out. So yeah, a little sad, but we are seeing a pretty strong card in the deck. Pretty much a guaranteed hit. I think there's like only a handful of blues in the deck anyway. Yeah,
so a Ravenous Rabble. See, every time he's been able to play out one of these Ravenous Rabbles, or you've not even been able to, but just like had a Ravenous Rabble, he hasn't had the dragons on board yet to follow up with.
Yeah.
So it's a bit unfortunate, like he wants to be enabling go again with these red go again attacks.
Yeah, that's why you run the sigils, like the 0-cost reds. Very good at doing that.
Alrighty, and now we're seeing a drill shot pitch to play a Falcon Wing. So this is going to be 4 with go again.
Should be 4, yeah. Build and go again. Yeah, very nice. I think looking at the life totals, I think Dromai being at 12 is kind of scary because I think you're never going to play that Tumultai. I think you're just stuck on it for the rest of the game.
See, I would generally tend to agree with you, but on that last turn, Yuki did use all of her card resources, so she doesn't have an arsenal.
This could be the time, you're right.
And there's the possibility that if this turn doesn't quite threaten enough,
lethal,
then Aaron can make that judgment call and say, you know what, maybe I'll take the damage. But I don't know. You've got to have the blues. You've got to.
You gotta have a blue at least, and Lexi can probably play okay without New Horizon, right? As long as she's not losing too many cards in Arsenal, you can still come back. And if Dromai ends up at 1 or 2 health, a Lightning Press seals the deal.
Right. Oh, and now we've got a Heat Seeker. And so, okay, and here's the thing is like, well, if you let this Heat Seeker hit, you go to 2, but you can potentially play out this
you can, that's right.
Tumultai, then you blow up New Horizon, and it doesn't matter what
Heat Seeker gets, right?
Yeah, what Heat Seeker gets. That being said, you instantly die if there's a Rain Razors or a Lightning Press here.
I think Lightnings have been played. I think all 3 might have been played already. 2 offensively and 1 defensively. So there might not be a chance of that. But Rain Razor, of course, is going to be a major threat at 2 life.
Right, okay, fatigue shot goes in.
Yeah, that comes out. So Aaron opting to kind of half block that, take 3, give the arrow. I think he might be planning to play with Tumultai here. I see
a red, though.
There is a blue, I think, in hand. So I think he has just enough to pitch for it. There's Miraging CNC, and that might have been a Cinepai.
Yeah, and
there
we go.
There it is. Okay, so if you finally
2 reds
got it out,
blue.
If you lose at this point, it's fine. You got your dragon out.
Yeah,
you got the quest has been completed here. Yeah, so we'll see. Hopefully it hits. That's the sad part. If it doesn't hit, it'll be all for nothing. Okay, but, it's
good. Cover and a snatch. There we go.
Tumultai has his own audio clip. Very nice. Yeah, so I think Yuki expected that. It's like, all right, that's fine.
And the popper is
and the popper,
at least that trades cleanly.
Dragon down.
Dragon down. He was here for such a short period of time. Rip Tumultai. But very well played by Aaron, I think. This is probably what he needed to come back. Because Lexi's not going to be able to pose much of a threat with a CNC gone. Both cards in Arsenal, I think she had 2.
She actually chose not to Arsenal.
Expecting that's very smart. Yeah.
Well, it might have been because, as well, if she had only arrows and no snaps.
No snaps, that's a good point. Yeah, you see Boltyn here. So she had all her arrows, I believe. You're probably right on that.
I mean, this is actually a fairly threatening turn. Like, this Infecting Shot can't hit if it comes in over the top. It just gets you dangerously low.
Yeah, but I think that was a perfect window for Aaron to play the Tumultai.
Right.
I think no lethal, nothing threatening really on hit. Besides as we saw, the arrow that she played that let's put card in Arsenal, right? It didn't really matter because the Tumult has ability.
Ooh, and the snatch is actually quite relevant as well. Oh, you know what? Oh, okay. All right. I think we were gonna hit one of our bingo cards here. Yuki's gonna take this.
Do viewers have the bingo sheet?
I don't know if the viewers have the bingo sheet. I was told of the bingo sheet. I saw a picture of it at one point. I'm not keeping track of the bingo sheet, but I know that this exact play was on the bingo sheet, which is, yes, let me play Rain Razors, use Tunic, and play 3 of a kind. There we go.
Oh, yeah. Of course you got to play Rain Razors before you play the 3 of a kind.
That's right. And
classic.
+5 on this first arrow here, which I do see at least 1 arrow, 2 arrows.
Pew pew.
Yeah, there's 2 arrows in hand. That's good. That's good enough. Good enough.
Yeah, that's all you need because you only have 2 charges of Voltaire. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we're pitching an arrow.
That's a blue, I believe.
Yeah, that's potentially good, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The quiver might come out here too. If you have enough go again, the quiver could be fantastic.
Yes, that's right.
And we're seeing a very nice built-in go again. I think it's going to be 3 + 1 plus... Yeah, okay, there it is. They did the math for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, 9 damage. So we're looking at something very threatening here because this is going to be 9 to 4 cards in hand, right? So unless there's a D-React in Arsenal, this could potentially be lethal.
Yuki just getting her Ponder ready.
Okay, taking the 3 here. Yeah, the Ponder isn't like the worst case scenario. You have an extra card, it's okay. But Aaron needs something to kind of claw back with.
I don't know. Did we do the math correctly here?
Well, okay, so it would have been +1 from Voltaire, going to 4. 2 more from the Rain Razor to 6.
Oh, yeah, and she missed on this.
That's unfortunate.
Quiver activation.
Yeah, missing that is very sad. Yeah, because only had 1 arrow to fire with the Rain Razor, so very underutilized, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was two Arctic incarcerations.
Yeah, 2 Arctic. Okay, wow, yeah. Very effective with the Dromai, though, because of all the reds she runs.
Yeah, unfortunately she couldn't finish the combat chain there with it, right? Because of the 3 of a kind effect. Yeah.
Oh, with 3 of a kind, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay, and now Aaron's going to play out this Aswell line, not playing out the other card before attacking with it looks like.
Yeah, oh, because it's a dust up.
oh, okay, he is playing it out.
Very strong, yeah.
So this is going to be scary.
But, I mean, 2 damage is not, or 2 life.
Okay, no, Yuki's just indicated that she took the damage. There we go. That's why we sped ahead a little bit there.
Yeah, I think that's a smart play. You can't really take time to block these cards right now. Because you only have 1 card in Arsenal for the rest of the game. You really have to be inching out those 1 to 2 damage overflows as much as you can. So go for 4 damage arrows as much as you can. So getting the Ashwing, of course. No go again, so can't attack with it.
Yeah, and so now this Winter's Bite that we saw revealed off the top with the...
Yeah, give him the Frostbite.
Quiver. This might be very relevant if there's a D-React or another sand cover or something to that effect.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah,
all right,
very much
that Ash back up.
Might be, yeah. All right. So 2 Voltaire triggers. We'll see what Lexi can do. There's a 3 of a kind.
I see a 3 of a kind.
Yeah, this is exactly what she needs. Oh, wait. The Rain. The combo has been drawn. So this is some scary stuff right here.
Sometimes the universe wants you to win, and sometimes it doesn't.
In this case, yeah, it's goodbye New Horizon. I'm okay with that because I got 3 of a kind and Rain together for the 2nd time, I think.
Oh, I see what this play is here. She's thinking about playing an arrow and attacking first before...
Yeah, to kind of lower the guard. Okay, yeah.
Oh, actually, this
makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, this does make a lot of sense.
Just be lethal.
Yeah.
With Rain Razor. You don't want to lose that element of surprise if you play it before the 3 of a kind.
Yeah, so obviously Aaron's going to block the 3 on it because if he doesn't, he dies.
Might just be it.
And then now this D-React potentially. Oh, yeah. Nope, that's just the lethal.
Oh,
nice.
Wow. That was a very kind of heads-on play there. So congratulations to Yuki for winning that round. Very well played. I would have played the 3 of a kind. Tense. Like, as the noob that I am, I would have been like, here's my 3 of a kind Rain Razor, right? You got to play them together.
Yeah.
But knowing that the element of surprise would have been probably more valuable than the 3 cards you would draw from that. So
yeah, just forcing the opponent to have any D-React or a sand cover there, and or I guess the sigil as well, but.
That's because you are forcing them to use a D-React on like a 2 attack overflow. So you're making them underutilize their block to come back with like more 4 attack arrows and just clean out the game. So that was
some tight play at the end of that game from both players. Coming really, really down to the wire. Only 4 life left on Yuki when she dealt the killing blow.
I was kind of all in on the Lexi camp at first when I saw that the life totals were kind of like, really good. There was no dragons for Dromai, right? But that one Tumultai really brought it back for a little while, I think. I was kind of, at a certain point, I was like, it might be like a little better now for Dromai now that New Horizon's gone.
I think that the life totals were quite low, and unfortunately the impact of Tumultai wasn't high enough because it got popped right away.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate. But it was worth it because it came out and we saw a big Dragon Boy come out. But very well played by both players. Both very high ranked in Canada. 1 to 5.
Yeah. That's that Elo diff, the Elo diff. Yeah. So sorry, Aaron. A big fan of his, but what can you do when you go up against Yuki?
Yeah. I mean, you probably sat there round 1 looking at Yuki like, oh, why me?
Yeah.
Why me? It's round 1. Can you stay for the finals? Like, I'll play you in the finals, right?
Yeah. Anyways, well, we're going to try not to be too biased when we're commentating or choosing who our players were, but that just was a little bit too juicy for a random one matchup.
Exactly. We knew we'd see them later on, anyway. So it's kind of like, but round 1, you got to put some spice up, and then we'll be more. We'll look around to find someone else for next round for sure.
What we could do is we could just have people throw in the chat if
who they want to see,
like what heroes they want to see. If we get the show reel on in the break in a minute here, we'll show what the hero representation is for the event, and then people can just. Maybe we might not have that. We might not have that.
Heroes they're playing. We just see the names. So we don't actually know.
Yeah. Sorry. We're not quite there yet. That might be around 2 or 3 kind of thing.
But it's a bit of work, unfortunately. But if you guys want to see a player up here.
Yeah, exactly. Just let me know who you're interested to see. We'll talk to Mansant about it, and we'll get somebody out here.
Absolutely. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, and with that, we'll come back in a couple of minutes here when the next round begins.
You know how much I love you all? Even the Canadians. I even love you Canadians. I went and asked for the meta breakdown, and the judge said, well, you could do it manually for us. I'm like, wait, that's not my job. But whatever, we're going to work on it. So I have over 100 deck lists, and they said you cannot sort them, you cannot change the order, and I have to keep a couple of them rotated for deck check reasons. So this is going to be pretty finicky to get done, but I'm going to do it. In the meantime, sorry, it's just a break screen. I'm just distracted. I'm doing other things, so it's just going to be break screen for a bit. right, or do you want a live breakdown? You want a live breakdown? I'm taking my own notes, but hey, there's nothing else to do. If there's nothing else to do, might as well. By the way, this is the really bad camera. This is just the one on the laptop, so that's why I look worse. I'm giving all the casters like the good looks. But hey, there's nothing else going on, There's nothing else going on. So you put on your own music, and we'll just go through this together. I've got my own little tally working. Own little tally. Ask me any questions you want in the chat. Distract me so that we definitely don't get this done. That'd be nice. We're seeing so far, I am 7 sheets deep, and they are all different heroes. I also found a deck list on cardstock. So that's a first. This is the thickest deck list I've ever seen. And it was a Lexi player. Of course it was a Lexi player. What's up, Frank? You can join me. I'm doing a live. Yeah, grab the headset. Yeah. I'm doing a live meta breakdown. All right, here, keep a tally with me, chat. We've got 1 Azuri, 1 Icelander, 1 Dash, 1 Katsu. Oh, shoot. I already messed up. There's 2 Dash. I put them in different columns. All right, 2 Dash, 1 Lexi. Actually, here, do you want to be in charge of the pen?
Yeah, I'll be in charge of the pen. You do
I'll tell you the deck
counting.
list. This is going to be much faster. Here we go. Icelander.
Okay.
Lexi.
Okay.
Briar. I think you need a new line for that one. Oh, no, jump in. What's up?
Do you think you can sign that card now?
I can sign a card.
Nice.
Hey, live card
yeah,
signing.
live
Let's
card
hang out.
signing. Everyone come down to the event right now. Ethan will sign all of your cards
Anything
and
you
merch.
want.
My friend was so disappointed when he couldn't come to Nats because he had to go away for something. I was like,
Oh, no. All right, I got you. Do you have a Sharpie? Do you
We
have
got
a
one
Sharpie?
right here.
Or no, we do have one. Live card signing. All right. Let me see.
Nice. Oh, and it's Levia.
It's a cold foil
it's a
Levia,
cold foil
too.
Levia.
It's a cold foil Levia. Oh. Does he have a preference? Does he want it on the art or the text? Does he want it on the art or the text? Any preference?
probably the text.
The text? Okay, so the black shows up better.
He wants it for the art and the signature because he's got a rainbow foil. He's gonna
Nice.
Okay, here we go. Live signing, people. Live signing.
Do you need a stiff?
This is. I'm pressing it down. This
Okay.
should be stiff enough. I'm defacing LSS's cold foils live.
Yeah, that's no longer legal
Look at that.
tender.
Look at that. That was pretty nice though.
Hey, that's a good signature.
It's because it's my last name. I just add the M.
Right.
All right, let that dry for a second. Let that dry.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you so much. I have. Let me grab you something real quick.
This guy, man of the people. Everywhere he goes, community building. Just being an all-star. Nice. Again, that's all Canadians that are around Toronto. Come by.
All right, where were we? What was the last one you tallied?
The Briar. I tallied a Briar.
Okay, I think that was still this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yep.
Oh, yeah, I see. Gotcha.
Kano? Oh, we got a Kano!
Oh, maybe we should get them on coverage.
Kano. Before they lose out, right? Katsu?
Yep.
Phi? There we go. People actually asked for Phi in the chat. I wouldn't mind.
Okay.
The thing about putting on a Phi is the games are pretty fast,
Yeah. Well, then they just have to listen to me talk for, half an hour.
Well, we've got our half an hour segment's going to come up at some point, Frank. I'm looking forward to it.
I am also looking forward to it. I'm also wondering, I see Flake in the chat here. Does that mean Flake is not here at the event?
No, he's at least like a 25-minute drive away.
Matt, you got to come hang out with us. We'll get food later.
Oh, yeah. Dinner plans need to happen. Bravo. I think that's a new line. Dash again. A lot of Dash. Dash highest represented so far in our tiny sample size.
We do have a lot of boomers in Canada.
Bravo.
Yeah, no shade
Lexi.
to Dash players, but they are all boomers.
Icelander. Soon the Chads are going to gravitate towards Tech Lovasan.
Right.
Or Rek Lovasan, as people are
Rek
already
Lovasan.
calling him.
Nice.
Lexi again.
Okay.
Dromai.
Oh, we haven't even had a Dromai.
Oh, no Dromais yet.
List yet.
Another Dromai. That's 2 in a row. Lexi. Dromai. All right, we're like a quarter of the way through, people. Get used to it. Reinar! Let's go. Let's take a look at his list real quick. Anything spicy? Oh, he's running the cheeky down and dirty. I do enjoy down and dirty in Reinar, not going to lie. I ran it in my 35, my Pro Tour list.
This
where I placed
blue right here. Are we allowed to share this?
Oh, actually, no. The spicy tech I can't say. That's fair. We didn't say his name.
Yeah.
Lexi. Katsu.
Nice.
Wait, do the cross the tally, right? If it's 5.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I will do that.
Count?
Yeah. I'll do that
on the next one. On the next one.
Yeah.
Dromai, this is amazing handwriting. Oh my god, this guy wins.
Oh, nice. That's
that is,
Michel from Montreal.
You can tell he's French.
Yeah, I was gonna say French people. They know how to write.
Yeah, the back of his hand's been smacked or something. He definitely course corrected growing up. This is amazing. All right, Katsu again. Here, actually, this is. Look at that handwriting. There's something about it. It's like, well, no, because it's not actually that clean, but it's very consistent. Like, look at the invoke. Like the eyes are crooked, the end's at a weird angle, but like they're the same. Something about it. It's like I really like it. Okay, did you get the Katsu?
I got the Katsu.
All right. A Reinar again. Much less spicy list. Much less spicy. Katsu. Dromai. Lexi.
All right, we do our cross here.
Briar.
Oh, sorry, I just got to do this.
What's that?
Oh, yeah.
Just like that. Did you get the Briar?
No, I didn't get the Briar.
All right. Azuri. I would like to see an Azuri.
I would also like to see an Azuri.
Icelander.
Okay.
There you go. Dorinthia.
Oh.
Not Dromai Iron Song, Dorinthia Iron Song. What I was up to at 3 a.m., you can totally tell. Icelander again. I was making all those graphics like late at night with Flake. Phi, another very nice handwriting.
Yeah.
Written in red, as the Phi should be.
Get yourself a producer who talks about your handwriting the way Ethan does.
Well, my handwriting is horrible, like just god awful, and I don't even type well. Like I'm not supposed to communicate. I think. Like.
Right.
Lexi. Dromai. Lexi. Dorinthia. All right, and we're probably gonna have to pause there because we just got pairing. So
yeah, we just got pairing. So coverage will be back.
Yeah, let's take a break and get the coverage going. I'm gonna pause in this stack, and we'll be right back.
All right. We are back in the booth. I mean, I say we. I'm back. Eric's here now joining me after his little break. So
little break, yeah.
We are jumping into the next round. It is sadly to say, a Lexi mirror. We are very sorry for that. We just went by names in the sheet and who we recognize. We don't know what they're playing.
Not yet.
So not yet. We'll get better at this. But right now we got hopefully a good match. It's Lexi's, right? So we can jump into the game. I think they're getting ready.
They are getting ready. This is the Lexi mirror. This is table 1. We do apologize. We will have the heroes out, of course, for the remainder of the games. We'll pick slightly more.
We're gonna get some more spicy picks. Yeah.
We do have some spicy heroes. I saw
Levia in here.
There was Levia. I saw Arachne, Katsu, Reinar. So we will.
Was Arachne?
Yeah, there was an Arachne. Yeah. So this
That's
is the
actually
Lexi
rare.
mirror.
I've seen like a lot of nationals not even have a single Arachne.
It is true. I did see one. The Lexi mirror, pretty interesting. We have Michael Jaskier on the left here and Alex Vermette on the right. So we do have, of course, the Lexi mirror.
You've got the same profile on the other side, of course. Lexi, top of the food chain right now.
Yeah,
very aggressive, disruptive deck.
Should call her the highest tier.
I would say she's a tier on her own, probably.
She is the tier X.
The tier X
of the format.
Yeah, exactly.
So just very quickly, I know we just saw, of course, Yuki on Lexi. So it is going to be pretty similar in deck scope here, but it's interesting. The Lexi mirror, there are some pieces that people do prefer in the mirror, like something perch grapplers I've seen sometimes in the mirror, or versus snaps.
That makes sense.
I don't know if people are like running Trench over Tunic. I really haven't seen that.
I was wondering that too, because it's more of a pick in Azalea, right? It's a little harder to get around Warmongers in Azalea as it is in Lexi, but the card makes sense. I don't even know if Lexi would run Warmongers into the mirror.
No, I don't think so. It's really we have the game starting right up here. It looks like Michael is going first. I'm guessing he lost the roll. We didn't actually see the roll specifically. I'm guessing he lost the roll. Lexi is gonna like going second. We do see the same equipment on both sides, so no perch, no nothing. Michael gonna elect to just load and pass, set up a 6-card hand. I think it's pretty interesting. If Alex decides to load, he might decide to like take a little bit of damage.
Yeah, exactly. We are seeing a downgrade in the New Horizon. Yuki, of course, playing a gold foil.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yuki does do Yuki
the
things
flashy,
here.
her winnings, of course. So, we're seeing a load.
Looks like an infecting shot red on Alex's side. So he's saying throw it at me here. So Michael's just he's getting rewarded here. Michael just passing, which is quite nice. I mean, the alternative is Michael essentially will fire maybe 2 arrows and only have 1 arsenal. So he's valuing that double arsenal over the kind of possibly get some damage across.
Like 3-4 damage maybe.
Yeah, probably. Depending. It's usually around 36. Usually 36, 37. So you're right. Usually like 1 arrow goes through, but we do see Alex getting rewarded with that red infecting shot. He's going to load the Voltaire here.
Yeah, especially if a Blood Rot, gets through, right?
Yes.
2 damage.
So Falcon Wing here coming out for go again. Falcon Wing definitely you want to see already in the arsenal. So something like on your 6-card hand, you want to see Falcon Wing and like a Rain Razor, and then you like play 3 of a kind and you Rain Falcon and you just off to the races,
Exactly. And Falcon Wing can get you out of those like weird bricky turns where you have 2 arrows in arsenal and you gotta use snaps to get one of them out. So, it's one of those cards that you don't mind arsenaling. Like you're never gonna brick with it.
Yeah, 100%. We do have the YouTube chat here. Hello, Jazz gonna get OTK turn 0 by Crouching Tiger. Luckily for Jaskier here.
Not yet.
No Crouching Tiger.
Unless
Funnily enough.
Some illegal business going on.
Yeah, that deck's gonna get better with the new set. The new Talarians.
The new Blitz cards coming out.
Yeah. I know, riveting detail here. So we do see Heat Seeker coming out from Alex, double block. Heat Seeker definitely not one that you want to let hit. Facilitates very easy 6-card hands. And then the affecting shot. Looks like it was a double pitch, so it looks like Codex Withering was pitched. It will be the Blood Rot. He's taking the Blood Rot here, so he's going to be going down to 31 with Blood Rot.
Blood Rot. Yeah. Lexi mirrors, I mean, like, it's really going to be a race to the finish here. You block out the very on-hit. Like, you're going to block the Endless probably, but generally speaking, damage is damage in a Lexi mirror.
Yeah, he's probably going to very, very easily going to snaps this Endless. The Hornet Sting is going to proc off the Searing Shot, going to do 1 damage.
Yeah.
I think it is... I'm kind of expecting possibly like some kind of 3 of a kind Rain Razors play, or just
as you said that.
I digress here. Yeah. Well, it just seems more likely.
A little telegraphed.
Yeah, well, you get a Lexi flip and probably try to fire another triple arrow hand if you can swing it. You do see a drill shot being flipped up. It is one of those cards, drill shot, that kind of disincentivizes running perch grapplers because a lot of the times it does end up being
just kind of take
a bit of a liability
off, and you're not going to get anything from it.
Yeah, for sure. So we do see what Michael drew. Looks like a Winter's Bite, Boltyn shot, and Remorseless.
Absolutely. Yeah, so get that nice blue, I guess. But there is enough pitch.
Yeah, there's enough pitch regardless. So he'll be able to fire everything. Remorseless is an interesting card. I know some Lexis, including myself, don't necessarily like to find the
value in it.
It's just like it can do 7, usually, like off of two arrows off the Lexi in the mirror specifically, right? Like it's gonna do 2 points of damage. So it's essentially just another 1 for 7, very similar to Infecting Shot that way. But Infecting Shot is unconditional, right? If it hits, you gain the Blood Rot. You have to pay, otherwise the Blood Rot's gonna hit.
Exactly.
Remorseless. It is possible to just fire one big chonky arrow. Press.
Yep.
Do something like that.
Or just kind of load and not do anything, right? Just pass your turn.
That is true. So we do see the Remorseless being started. Alex going to reach for some dice here. Oh, he's got. Just putting the mic on. I think we got Ethan letting everyone know that we need to hear exactly what.
That's right. We got we got a nice player mic going on for us here as casters.
Yeah, we need to hear this conversation. Arrow take, arrow take, arrow take, arrow take. Next,
no, it's gonna be trash talk.
Rain, you dead.
That's how it goes. Yeah.
Well,
little curse words thrown back and forth.
Yeah, a little bit. It's like, oh, that's a nice 3 of a kind. I raise you a Rain Razor 3 of a kind here. So Remorseless table flip. Alex good to go down to 35. Yep. Remember, Alex did go second, so he is the one that kind of started the aggression. Winter's Bite.
From hand.
Come on, Michael.
Michael's like,
oops, I'm sorry. Thought he was playing Icelander, maybe. Not totally sure. So he's gonna take that one back.
Easy mistake.
Yeah, we're gonna we're gonna see what he's thinking about here. So
I think he might have thought about playing it in his mind, so it kind of messed up the play a little bit because he wanted to kind of get some damage off of that and play it, and then coming with something else like the drill shot or something.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the only way you can really play it is like Boltyn shot reload if you had like no arsenal, but
that's true. You could reload.
You could reload it.
Smart, yeah.
You could reload flip, given the Frostbite play the Winter's Bite. That's like
oh my goodness, that's spicy.
Okay, so he doesn't have go again off this drill shot.
No, I think that was flipped from last turn, right?
He's just gonna pay the Blood Rot for it.
Okay,
he's Winter's Bite to pay for it.
That makes sense. Yeah. Okay, so at least Remorseless is online. I don't think Alex has anything left besides the 1 card, right? So it's going to be a pass. Yeah, so Remorseless, like you said, the damage didn't come through because just didn't do anything. The Infecting Shot would have been a lot better in this case to deal 2 damage unconditionally.
Yeah, no, that's totally correct here. And I do agree, Pascal, the Lexi Mirror is very complicated. Draw better, but also 3 of kind Rain Razor first. I mean, you just gotta put it to your opponent and go second.
Not all skill based here. Oh, we do see a Rain, and I think he has a Premeditate Rain. So it was a Remorseless. I'm sorry, not Premeditate.
Premeditate would be pretty good here, but another Remorseless probably get a hit with the Rain. I imagine. I'm not sure if it was a 3rd arrow. Probably gonna use the Rain if it was a 3rd arrow because he's.
Yep, that's true because you have Boltyn in Arsenal too, so that'll get a free go again from the buff.
Yeah, interesting. He didn't start with the. I guess it doesn't really matter unless you have like a specific three of a kind hand that you really need to like start with Boltyn to get that extra arrow.
Right, exactly. Yeah, because I think the hand size wasn't that big anyway.
No, he's only got 1
arrow
card.
Maybe, so it's like not worth kind of playing around that extra reload if you don't really need it.
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. So he's gonna Rain Razor this, go up to 7. Alex taking it.
Just taking both Remorselesses, not being a super big threat. Okay, we're seeing the drill. It was a drill shot.
It was a drill shot, so
definitely worth the Rain Razor here.
Definitely worth the Rain Razor because he's going to get 7 value off hitting the Tunic or New. Well, if he wants to hit the New Horizon, he can, but Tunic is probably what he's going to block with first.
Exactly.
So I imagine he's going to put it on Tunic. That totally makes sense. So Drill Shot going to do 6, effectively 7. And he's going to be firing off that Boltyn shot for
6 more damage. I believe it is red.
It is a red Boltyn shot for 6. So pretty good turn. I mean, Rain Razors off 3 arrows is definitely above rate.
Yeah, right? that's what you want.
Yeah, usually you're looking for kind of, I guess on rate would probably be a 0 for 4, just like a regular.
Yeah, just kind of like a regular arrow 0 for 4, right?
Exactly. So the fact that he was able to get a 3, pretty good. Alex down to 16. He must have kept. I don't know. It must
the
be
mother load. Reading Remorseless. I think people don't know if Remorseless is just mostly for cards or for like just action effects, right? So Remorseless only triggers on cards, so Lexi will not cost a life here.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you keep like a big hand into Remorseless, you really gotta like do the math. Then you see, rain is fine.
Rain is instant. You are fine. It's just the arrows, really.
It is really. Or I guess
premeditate.
Yeah.
Winter's Bite would be another one.
True. So we do have. So Remorseless, you will take the damage.
Yep.
We do have 6 coming in for the Falcon Wing.
6. Did Lexi load that?
Yeah, with the Voltaire there. So that's the first trigger.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how good Alex's hand is to take that amount of damage.
Right.
He did have the rain, I guess. So possible he has, because he has Tunic, he can fire another.
Yeah. Maybe he has a press in hand. He can't really block with it very well. If at all. Yeah. So Searing not bad. Searing's extra damage, I guess. So coming in for I think 6 more on that.
Coming for 6 or 7. Yeah, 6 or well, it's just plus 1 for whatever it takes. So you guys could play a card if you really wanted to, because Michael has no arsenal, so probably not unless his hand happens to be really good. Probably not. Particularly threatening. Alex probably best case scenario has another 1-cost arrow, so he's gonna use his Tunic to fire like maybe a. I don't know, it could be like a +1 infecting shot, so that would come in for 8, I believe.
Although I think he loaded twice already.
Oh, he loaded twice already.
You
are correct.
So it's not even Boltyn shot, so it's like, this is going to be it's very telegraphed. It's like, you know for sure that this is all you're going to face. And interestingly, did not give +1 on the Searing shot.
He gave go again, so it could just be a Codex.
A Codex is a very good point. He might get Codex in there.
Could also be
I'm willing to bet that's it.
Could be pitching to Quiver. I don't.
That's not very.
He could pitch the blue to Quiver, and then pretty much if he hits, he can fire whatever he wants.
Actually, whatever he wants. You're right, because he does have 1 pitch floating, so that is a play too. Especially with the Rain Razor, you're going to guarantee some value on that. But it's a bit of a gamble, right? So you don't really want to take that much damage for a gamble to play with Quiver. I think Codex made a lot more sense because you can guarantee that infecting shot red, coming in for 7 or 9 damage potentially.
Frailty.
Frailty.
That is definitely things are getting pretty frail up in here. He's going to get the infecting shot. It is like the maximum damage here that you can go for with the blood run, so it does make sense.
Remorseless doing some work though. 3 extra damage on that. So in this case, better than infecting shot. So we can see some value out of it right here.
That totally makes sense. I mean,
yeah, it depends.
Blood rot.
We're getting all the tokens here. We got Ponder, we got Frailty, Blood Rot.
Yeah, just missing Inertia.
3 damage. Like
yeah, Remorseless on 3 damage. So there is merit, I think, in this specific scenario because Lexi did not, or Alex, sorry, did not block at all. So yeah, I guess, the other thing too is if Alex does play a 3 of a kind and draws into a few extra blues that he doesn't need, he can easily pay for the Blood Rot, right? So
yeah,
I think really you have to look at the specific context of how it's played.
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. But you've given, so Michael, he only has 1 card. He did, partial blocks here, so he's going to be able to. You could do 2 things. You can set up a 6-card hand, or you could just fire whatever's in your. Yeah, he's going to end up firing.
Here's the 3rd one. We haven't seen one from Alex yet, have we? Not that I can remember.
Not.
It might not even be in the list.
It might not be in the list, as I mentioned before. It's not kind of a must-have in the list. So this is coming in for 4 because of the frailty. It's tricky because Alex is only at 12, so he really does have to pick a spot. So if he keeps taking this much damage from Remorseless, it's just gonna.
Yeah, it'll definitely add up here, I think.
Yep.
So yeah, we'd have to be careful about that. But the frailty being so good into Lexi, because if you fire 2 or 3 arrows, you're losing out on 2 or 3 damage. So it's a very good card into the mirror for sure. In any scenario, I guess you always run it, but it's especially good into Lexi.
Yeah.
Or into maybe fire or just Kodachis in general.
That's true. We do promise the chat there will be no more Lexi mirrors unless we have to do it in a top 8.
We have to in top 8.
We have to do it in top 8.
We likely will see it, unfortunately. Well, I won't say unfortunately. It's still a fun match to watch, but it's pretty one note. Okay. So we're seeing a pitch for Voltaire. Let's see what comes out of it. Alex was able to keep quite a hand, despite being on such a low life total.
He's 3 of a kind.
Yeah, that's right. That's what that card does. It lets you block a bit and then come back with a big 4-card hand.
Yeah, which is kind of that allows you to block, really.
Yeah,
it's a bit of a shame the drill shot hitting the Tunic, because he probably really wanted to block with a card in Tunic if he could have.
Yeah, that's a good point, because Tunic now being on. Well, I think he paid with it with a Tunic, right? With Tunic charge.
He did pay with the Tunic charge. That is true.
That makes it quite value. But if you're going to be drawing blues anyway, probably didn't really need it.
Yeah, we have full block on this Boltyn shot, so definitely Boltyn shot one of the ways that Alex is able to get it like just
pump out 3 arrows.
Much wider,
turn.
yeah, much wider hand. Like because you can quiver, and if you hit, you get a triple arrow with no arsenal.
Yeah, there's some risk involved there, and it costs the whole blue to do that.
True.
But Boltyn Shot is really the premier arrow you want to see with 3 of a kind because it does, like you said, allow you to reload more cards, more arrows, more buffs with Rain Razor if you have it. So it's like all around, just kind of it ticks all the boxes.
Yeah, so +1, I believe, on the Endless Arrow coming in for 5.
Yeah.
Alex does have snaps, though. I mean,
this would be the time, I guess. Oh, although no second Voltaire, I think. He used both.
He used both because there was the Boltyn and the Endless, because there was after the 3 of a kind. He's only 3 of a kind, so these are just the arrows. It could be a... Quiver would be intensely risky here because he's going to be pitching assumingly it would be a blue, and then he would have to hit a 0 cost.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the deck distribution, there's probably a good amount of ones. Like at least all the infectings are 1.
Sure.
Searing Shot is 1. Oh, sorry, Heat Seeker. I'm sorry, is 1. So you got a few ones. Remorseless if it's there, exactly. Yeah. So it's a risky play for sure, and you don't want to waste the quiver, like that. I guess you don't actually waste the quiver because you don't get anything. Oh well, if it's a 1 cost, actually you do. So you do waste it. Yeah.
That's totally true.
It's a risky play.
So Michael's thinking about the block here. I mean, he can give him 2 cards and be on 1. It is. The life totals are definitely getting smaller. I mean,
yeah.
As far as the different go, Michael was up by quite a bit.
It's anyone's game, I think, at this point.
I think this is kind of when you get into the weeds when the Lexi mirror gets interesting. You're playing out a lot of these small hands, trying to like out 3 of a kind your opponent if you can draw 1, and really trying to get the upper hand on your arsenal slot. Things like Ponder and Premeditate, things like Heat Seeker firing.
It becomes a lot more about those incremental advantages once you get lower and lower in health total.
Yeah, for sure. So we do see Searing Shot coming out of Michael, just probably going to arsenal that last card in hand.
Yeah.
Alex still having the snaps is quite good because just being able
to... a whole
to,
other arrow, typically.
Yeah, because you can do like off a Tunic eventually, because he still has Tunic. What he could do is eventually do the play where you just have like a 0 cost arrow in arsenal, right? Use your Tunic, load with Voltaire, give go again, and then 0 cost,
yep.
right?
3 arrows.
Arrow. Yeah, 2 arrow. Look, he can block with 3 cards and have the arrow left and 1 in arsenal.
Right.
So he's able to like come in for like 8+ damage depending on what those 0 costs are. So I really like snaps, especially in the late game.
Yeah.
I see a Frailty Trap coming in.
Okay, we have not seen that one yet. So
no, it's a little bit unfortunate.
It's an interesting tech into Lexi because Frailty, of course, like we said, being very potent into the arrows.
Very potent. Not great here because it was no go again on a small hand. It's probably just when he draws Frailty, he draws Frailty. That's the thing.
Just gotta play it, yeah.
The thing I found with like the anti-Lexi tech is if you get it too late, it becomes a bit of a hindrance because you could draw it off 3 of a kind. You could just have it in a spot where you need to like really force aggression.
Yep.
But
in the moments that you do draw it at the right time,
it is good. Yes.
It can be very, very good. That can block 5 for 0 if you could potentially.
5 could be a 0 for 6 off like a 3 arrow hand.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
We do see Endless Arrow coming out from Alex with go again. Alex with 2 cards left, so probably another.
Yeah, I mean he has enough pitch, which is great. Could be one more arrow with Arsenal.
Arsenal or Quiver? I'm kind of still waiting to see who bites first here.
It's a good point. It's kind of a game of chicken. Like who wants to use it first? Unfortunately, no opt in the deck, so you can't really be sure ever. But we did see the 3 of a kind.
We do see 3 of a kind. Now, is this the time to use it? Do you think?
Interesting point. Being at 9 and having Lexi be at full grip on Michael's side, I think now is the time to push. You might not even get a chance to play it.
He's thinking about it. Looks like he's just gonna load instead.
The sad thing though is you already used 1 Voltaire trigger before playing the 3 of a kind. So if you play it out and only draw, if you draw more than 1 arrow, you can't actually play them all. So that's one of the downsides to playing it this late. Luckily, though, we are seeing a block on this arrow, so I think Alex will have the space to play it out next turn. He can double block and then play it out with like a 4-card hand, right?
Oh, nope, he snaps. Oh. So it could be Quiver, it could be 3 of a kind.
I'm gonna guess 3 of a kind.
Or he's not snap. Oh, did he pass the window? They might have passed. He might have either changed his mind or just passed the attack reaction window. Just say, you do have to play it into your attack reaction window. So it could have been that scenario. Oh.
Although we were still in the blocking phase, I felt. So I don't know.
Yeah, we don't.
Ooh.
Don't know exactly what. We do see on Michael's side using one of those key cards here, 3 of a kind.
And the patented block 2, play 3 of a kind.
Since the dawn of time.
Yeah, very strong. Okay, we are seeing a Endless Arrow. I think it was give and go again. Oh, actually, no, that's wrong.
No, it has to be give and go.
It has to be. Did he Voltaire that? I guess we don't really see the Voltaire.
He's just skipping. He's just skipping D. He could just like verbally say it. That's fine.
He must have verbally said it. Yeah, because of course, without snaps, this is going to be an awful play.
So he does have one floating. It's going to be Heat Seeker into another Endless.
Yeah, I mean, pretty strong. No Rain Razors. I think Michael's played at least one. I can't remember if he played 2 or not, but there is at least one in the deck.
He did get the 0 for 6 off that one Rain Razors, Michael.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
It's interesting. This is like one of the best 3-arrow sequence you can get this late in the game because you're just threatening Arsenal and or the thing is with the Heat Seeker, you generally without snaps, you're not always gonna want that 6-card hand depending on what it is.
It's true. Yeah, because Arsenal 2 arrows will like pretty much leave you dead in the water.
Yeah, so he's gonna Heat Seeker here.
Okay.
Another 3 of a kind. He's
very
definitely
nice
gonna Arsenal that. Okay, then that might be the high roll that Michael needed there to get that 3 of a kind.
Yeah, because if it was double arrow, I think you don't even Arsenal at that point.
No. I don't think so. Not without snaps. I mean, Alex can, but...
So Alex does have his own, right?
Oh,
so we're just seeing the
yep.
battle of the 3 of a kinds here.
We
the 6 of a kinds, the 9 of a kinds.
I like Michael's little head shake to the left here. He's like, yep, he's got one too.
He's got one, yeah. And this is going to happen a lot in Lexi Mirrors.
So what's he got? So he's got an infecting shot there. I'm just looking at Alex. That's an infecting shot. It looks like an endless arrow.
It's endless in there, and then one other red.
It looks like it could be a sleep dart. Not entirely sure here.
Yeah, we'll see it probably soon enough. Either it's going to be pitched or... Oh, he's going to be playing it. Okay, so it is a Boltyn. Okay, very nice. A yellow Boltyn. Giving it +1, of course.
That is the arrow you need off 3 of a kind. Like, that is the one with the reload that you're going to need.
Yeah. Exactly. And not drawing into Rain Razor. Good, because you can't play it anyway.
Yeah, he is. I mean, Alex needs a little bit more pitch, no, with the 1-cost arrow and the endless.
It's infecting an endless, right?
Infecting an endless to be able to
Tunic
fire.
is not up, unfortunately. That would have been massive if Tunic was up. So we're only going to see, I guess, just the endless, right?
Yeah.
And you just fire it off and Arsenal the give it +1, go for 5.
Yep. So I mean, Alex still has snaps. He could. I don't think he's threatening snaps really, but
yeah, I likely would. I mean, it's true, but then what do you do after that, right? I guess.
It's a blue infecting. It is a blue.
Oh, he's gonna quiver.
And he's gonna miss.
That's probably it. I think if you miss that, it's gonna be very tough. Although he didn't have lethal anyway with that extra arrow. Assuming it was like a blue or a red drill shot or something, right? Like, don't have lethal.
It would have to be red infecting shot, and Michael would be like, you'd be threatening lethal if he took the blood rod, but like he could still get away from it. Kind of
it's true. Yeah, exactly.
Remorseless would have been pretty good too, though. Remorseless would have been very, very good.
Yeah, especially if Michael keeps his hand, right? It's like you're going to take 2-3 damage from that.
The thing is, he still has 3 of a kind, so he just blocks with 2 cards and just plays 3 of a kind, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, would you see premeditate starting?
Falcon Wing. So he was never in danger because he had a Falcon Wing there, so I think he was okay regardless. But it's just gravy to get that 3 of a kind.
This looks a little on the dire side here, so Alex going to go down to 1.
Go to 1 here. Yeah, no. Of course, no surprise reactions because of 3 of a kind. So you're pretty safe.
Oh no, he was at 3, so I guess he's at 2 right now, and now Heat Seeker.
Okay.
Yeah. 5.
We see the New Horizon, of course, come out here. You gotta, and then Endless Arrow. I believe that's gonna be for game. Oh, no block on the Rain Razor. Lethal has been presented. Well, congrats to Michael Jasker here. Very well played. I mean, well played, but also had the opportune 3 of a kinds when they needed. But of course, skill. Of course, it's a skill matchup when you're playing Lexi Mirror. So big congrats.
You know what? People can joke all they want, but the more you play this and you get into the depths of the deck and knowing what to block, when to block, and how to be able to actually close out the game and where your windows are.
Absolutely.
Very important. Especially we're being handed some nutrients here, so
some hydration. I will take some.
Yeah, pretty interesting game. We're probably going to bring over Michael, I guess.
We can do a short interview.
Yeah, we'll do a bit of short interview.
Talk to him about his thought process in the mirror. I mean, because you're going to see it a lot. You have to have a battle plan into the mirror going into this meta because everyone's playing Lexi at this point.
No, I definitely agree. We do have an interesting field. We definitely won't have another Lexi Mirror round 3. I can guarantee you that.
We will do our best. I know we're not going to have a Lexi Mirror. Don't worry. Yeah. We will make sure we don't get one.
What do you think about kind of the state of like the big heroes here? What we've seen so far out of the meta. We do see a lot of Lexis. I see a lot of Dromais running around.
Yep.
A lot of Bravos running around.
We saw Dromai and Lexi round 1. We saw Dromai did not get the Ash Wings on time.
Yep.
I think it was very difficult for the Dromai to even do anything. Not the Rain Razor, I guess Rain Razor, but the Lightning Presses presented a huge threat because you can use it offensively and defensively. So Lexi having kind of a really good tool to kind of build your own popper into these dragons. So I think that the Lexi matchup into Dromai is quite good. It's also skill, it's a skill matchup, but if Dromai does not get her Ash Wings early, Dromai has the poppers at the right time. You have the CNCs, of course, that can also deal a lot of damage to dragons. So it's, it's kind of dire. And we also saw Tumultai come out. You probably didn't see the game, but
I saw part of it.
I saw part of it. It was pretty fun. So Tumultai was sitting in Arsenal for a long time. And Lexi kept putting the pressure on, turn after turn. And then Tumultai couldn't come out. They just couldn't get enough pitch for it.
Yeah.
So, but we saw it come out eventually, and then it got popped immediately by CNC. But it did take out the New Horizon in its, in its path. It just kind of took it and died. So it was worth playing.
That's how you win the matchup. You just take New Horizon, and that's about it.
That's the thing. So
yeah.
Perfect.
So we're gonna get a bit of a meta breakdown. So we've compiled all the data. So let's see.
A lot of work has
been
done.
Let's see what the Canadian meta is looking like.
Good right now.
All right, hey everyone. So unfortunately, we don't have the live breakdown happening anymore. Frank was the homie and went ahead and just did it behind the scenes. So I need to build the graphic, which will take like another 5 minutes. But if you want to hear it verbally right now, we'll just run through the list. And there's probably a couple miscounts in here, but 4 Azuri, 11 Icelander, 5 Dash, 10 Katsu, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 29 Lexi, 4 Briar, 4 Kano, 7 Phi, 11 Bravo, 15 Dromai, 2 Rhinar, 4 Dory, a Vincent, 2 Viserai, an Azalea, and Arachne. I don't see a single Levia on here.
Oh no.
Yeah, you guys mentioned there was a Levia, right?
We thought but maybe we were just wrong. I don't know.
Oh, or you're just straight wrong.
Copium.
Definitely Rhinar.
Yeah, Rhinar.
Rhinar.
Do Rhinar.
Okay. Copium.
Damn, that's sad. All right, I gotta make the.
Time to leave.
I gotta make the graphic, and we'll have that on screen in like, I don't know, 3 minutes. We'll be right back.
Sounds good. Oh, that's pretty funny.
Hello, everybody. We are back. We don't have. The game was a little on the quick side. We have a little bit of the meta breakdown here. That Ethan.
Yeah, we compiled a list.
Well, I think Frank found it all, and Ethan put it together, and we just sat here.
Give him the moral support.
We give him the moral support, so we can see very top-heavy. Exactly, kind of the 3 heroes: 29 Lexi, 15 Dromai, 11 Bravo, 11 Icelander, Katsu rounding out the kind of top line for the double-digit heroes. Any surprises with the top line there, you think?
No surprises. I am surprised to see Briar at 4, though. I figured people would kind of play her a bit more before she dies.
Yeah,
but,
I thought the fatigue Briar, not fatigue Briar, the chonky Briar.
Chonky
the one that Charles Dunn won with in the U.S. I thought that one might
more of the earthy one, right?
Yeah, it might be the 4. Like it might be that deck. I'm not totally sure.
That could be it. I mean, not a bad deck at all, though. I mean, winning U.S. Nats, right? So
yeah, we did see. We just see obviously 2 of the Lexis here, but second line here, 7-5, 5 Dash, 4 Azuri, 4 Kano, 4 Briar. What about that one?
Yeah, I'm pretty okay with this, I think. I'm surprised to see Fi so high up. I guess it's because of the Icelander, maybe. But yeah, I mean, Fi's kind of on the rise here. Katsu, of course, I think being the better of the 2 ninjas currently. I would say so. I don't know if that's a fact, but just judging by the Katsus that I've seen and, from my experience and watching games, he seems to be, a little bit better, but because of the combo lines.
For sure.
But I'm not surprised at all to see Dash in the lower side, I think. Briar, I'm a bit surprised, like I said. But Kano kind of on the... he's always the wild horse in every match.
He's not at the bottom. He's definitely not at the bottom. I think the interesting thing is like Fi does have some pretty nice matchups into things like Dromai. Like I think Fi's are definitely trying to hunt down some Dromais here.
That's a good point.
I can imagine Fi being pretty decent into decks like Dash, decks like Azuri possibly. It's also very, very hard to like fatigue Dash. You can't really if you're bringing Briar like a more
realistically
style,
you can't do that.
Yeah, I think his Bravo matchup's probably okay. It really depends on what kind of 5 builds people are bringing now, but
it's true.
We did see. I think the most surprising thing for me, one Azalea.
I'm surprised too. I think Azalea has really fallen off in popularity.
I did actually see that Azalea when I was there in round 1, and Azalea was doing very well. That Azalea was just got a Lexi player, got into a Lexi matchup, and it was rough for the Lexi player. So I know that Azalea is
if you draw your red in the ledgers early, right, you are gonna just be ahead all game.
No, for sure. I think the Azalea matchup specifically into Lexi is very good. I think your Bravo matchup is a little bit wanting.
Yeah.
I think your Katsu matchup is quite good. I think your Icelander matchup is quite good. So this Azalea, if you could... Dromai is a little bit interesting. I think it really depends on if it's a more redline kind of Dromai or if it's like a big
more
dragon Dromai.
And the thing is, Warmongers really hurts Azalea. I think she's the most affected hero because of Warmongers.
Other than maybe Runeblade.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I'm sorry, Runeblades. But she's going to feel the wrath of that card. And I think if an opponent can play it at really good times, I think she just loses the game.
I totally agree. You could definitely have a non-attack in a brick, but there are ways that can get around it playing more go-again attacks like Rabbles, E-Strikes.
That's true. Yeah, you can easily E-Strike for 7.
Yep. Arsenaling an arrow and you have snaps. You can get it out. It's possible. You can snaps that arrow.
Yeah.
And kind of load fire that way.
She can get it. With some finagling, she can get around it.
Yeah.
It's just so annoying to deal with, though.
That is true. That is kind of one of maybe Katsu's good ways of getting back into the matchup, playing that Warmonger to kind of bring back a really big surging line with a little bit of tempo on that side. We do see 4 Dories, 2 Reinars, 2 Viserai. Vince said an Arachne. I know Arachne started the day at 1-0.
I mean, did he?
Yeah, Arachne did start at 1-0.
Arachne's going to win. I'm going to call it right now.
Wow. You know what? Never say never. I mean, Arachne did win game 1.
Yeah, I mean, we see the typical zeros at the Riptide and the Prism. Poor guys.
The Levia? You surprised zero Levia?
I am surprised.
Zero Boltyn?
I thought there was one. So, yeah, I mean, no Levia. I mean, we're on the wrong stream here, I think.
We are on the wrong sponsor here.
And that's right.
I think another big one for Azuris. I thought there would be more Azuris hunting down these Lexis. Because 29 Lexis, I think if you're bringing Azuri, I think it's quite good. I mean, the
field is ripe for the picking, I think.
I understand maybe your Dromai matchup isn't where you want it to be, but running enough poppers. I have seen Azuris beat Dromai. It's not an impossible matchup.
Yeah, I mean you've got at least 6 poppers in there, probably a few more that I'm missing.
Oh, definitely more.
Probably 9 here.
Because you're running a Death Touch Shakedown.
Death Touch is one that I forgot about.
etc. So I think some of them are running Amnesia. It's definitely enough on the popper side. I think your Bravo matchup probably is a little rough.
That one's the hard one, I think.
Yeah, your Bravo matchup. I don't think, depending on how many blues you run, run Icelander could be quite tricky. Like the more aggressive builds are running a lot more reds. Running I think the one that came, I believe in semis at the call in Las Vegas, there was Missouri that came in semis was running things like Nimble Strike, Nimbleism, a lot of reds, Go Again. Yeah, there was that one Nimble Strike.
Buff those stealth
three Nimbleisms, and it was doing quite good. It was like running through the Lexi, like really running through the Lexis.
Okay,
so
yeah.
It is. This could be one of those lists.
And we've seen the Azuris do well in Nationals too. I mean, they've taken a few wins already. So Azuri's no deck to like slouch or scoff at, I should say. But when you're looking at the top line, it's like, do you decide to play Missouri, or do you want to go more into a deck that's proven to be, really good across the board, right?
Sure.
If you're making that decision as a player, you see the comparison. You're like, I can play a deck that has some pretty horrible matchups, but just wins against Lexi. Or I can play a deck that's pretty well-rounded, like Icelander, who can just do well across the board. Katsu, Dromai too. So it's kind of like, want to up your chances of winning, I guess you kind of lean into those.
Yeah.
And we're seeing it pretty heavily here in Canadian Nationals.
Yeah, definitely Lexi being the one where you do have the best spread. Like, it's just very hard to argue that Lexi just doesn't have the best spread.
Yeah.
I think as there was an interview on with Flake, James White kind of just waiting for Lexi to go away.
Yeah, I know.
Not really. Kind of understanding that, maybe Tails was a little overtuned for their liking.
I mean, we've seen it. Boltyn, Briar, they're all just really strong power.
Remember that weapon that thou shall not be named.
Bandblade?
Bandblade? It was Bandblade. So Tails a set, put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, if that card was legal, I think we would have seen a lot more Runeblade.
Yeah, I mean, especially in the Oldhim meta, it's just very different. Like Oldhim.
Oh, that's right. You can just kind of keep stacking
Dawnblade.
that thing.
Try fatiguing Dawnblade, right?
Yeah, it's very, very rough. Yeah. Speaking of Dawnblade, for Dory's, Dory has a tough time into this. I mean, Dromais are pretty miserable, I think.
Yeah.
You're too fair.
I think I think Dromai is interesting. Like against a Dromai who knows what they're doing, I think it's very tough.
Right.
We did see that matchup, I believe, at US Nats. I think that was streamed specifically in Swiss 12.
Was that the Axe one?
No, that was Dawnblade,
okay.
and it was kind of just like, I think it was Fano Black, just kind of like just waiting, just not giving him space to like get double counters a lot, not just like putting random dragons and leaving them. Like I think there's a strategy. You
can get around it pretty well if you know what you're doing.
I think an experienced Dromai player is quite happy with that kind of matchup. I think,
yeah,
Bravo's pretty 50-50. I think you can run at Icelander and be okay. Like
that is a good point.
I've seen Dory's just run and just like overtake with the amount of damage and the pumps, and you're just hitting. Icelander starts at 36, doesn't necessarily always have a good blocking hand. It's possible. You definitely do have more. You can have more reactions in that matchup, but specifically, like you'd have to have them offer prize. They have to be from Arsenal, so you're arsenaling D-reacts. And,
right.
It could backfire, but I think it's really a matter of what matchup are you preying on? And like I know it's not Lexi. I know Dory doesn't just
exactly. If you make a pick that's as kind of fringe right now as Dory, you have to have like a really good, or at least I would say 60-70 matchup into Lexi, because you're gonna see them everywhere. And also, if you're playing Lexi, you got to be prepared for the mirror, because you're going to see them everywhere also. And
you are.
At that point, it's a skill matchup. Do you have the reps in Lexi, or do you want to play something that preys on Lexi? So that's kind of what we saw way back in the Monarch days when Chane was kind of running rampant. You either played Chane, or you played a deck that could fatigue Chane or counter Chane.
Be or eat.
Yeah, that's right. You eat them or you be eaten. So that's how it worked. And I think, looking at this spread, it's probably going to be a similar thing where you want to play a deck that's good into Lexi, but can also be
good enough.
Good enough into Lexi. Enough. Yeah, good enough, and then okay into other heroes here across the meta. I'm looking at the Rune Blades. I mean, they have really fallen off. Vincent's probably not even a contender.
Is Briar even a Rune Blade anymore? Because the most. I mean, that's a lie. We have seen some good regular lists in top 8, I believe. I think UK Nats was won by a Briar off not a chonky Briar. UK Nats was won by Alex.
Typical.
I think he was on regular
aggro, typical red line.
Yep. It was against a Dromai in the final, so he was pretty happy about that. I think he was just like, this is what I came with Briar for.
It worked out. And
it did work out. So Briar is definitely. She will obviously LL after this. I think September, a couple days, she's gonna officially be gone. So
I didn't think I would say this, but I think we need a new Rune Blade.
We need a new. I mean, people were just waiting for Rosetta to be gone, right? For the longest time.
That's a very good point. Yeah, everyone's gonna feel the sting of that, the sting of the Rosetta being gone.
So
I think.
Is Viserai just going back to Nebula Blade?
I guess so. Yeah, I can't think of an alternative. I mean, the other ones are pretty awful.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. Reaping Blade.
Yeah, you go to the scythe. Oh no, sorry, it's not Shadow. Never mind.
No, yeah.
There's no Shadow.
You have literally Nebula Blade, and maybe there's another regular rune.
Hey, it's his weapon. He's gotta take it back.
It is his weapon. You can build the deck around the weapon. You can like run more combos that are smaller. I guess play like a more mid-rangey Viserai, and you're not going for like Royal with cash in, and you're trying to just like go bananas off like a 5-card, because like, Rosetta's just so efficient that you could just go for these big plays and just 1-for-4 them at the end with Rosetta.
Rosetta was like literally like 30% of any Rune Blade's power, I think. Removing that, we needed a good weapon again.
Yep.
I mean, Rosetta was busted, so I don't want to like say we need something as good as Rosetta, but
it was a busted token weapon.
Yeah, token weapon. Exactly. Not even a Majestic. Oh my goodness.
No, Voltaire Majestic, Winter Whale Majestic.
They all went by the wayside, and then here's Rosetta.
I mean, Duskblade Majestic, I guess. There's your Tails Majestic.
That would have been the one, but we saw Rosetta just being like, oh, well, this is good.
What do you think about Icelander? I think Icelander's interesting in that, you know, there's 11. This is the 4th most played deck here in Nats. I think that definitely mixed messaging on the Icelander. A lot of them are bringing kind of different strats, especially to deal with Lexi, where...
Yeah, I think that's the key.
Yeah, I think at the very highest level, I think an extremely good Icelander player and an extremely good Lexi player is probably still Lexi favored. However, when there's 29 Lexis, I think you're not counting on all 29 of them being the very best in the world.
No,
right?
Absolutely not. I mean, they're all good players because they got qualified for Nats, right? So I think everyone to some degree knows what they're doing into the matchup. They've all had to prepare for it because we, being on the 3rd week of Nationals now, we have seen the precedent that Icelander has a matchup with the Lexi.
Sure.
Compared to before when Icelander wasn't even really a candidate anymore, right? So we've seen, of course, the resurgence of Icelander. You have to be prepared for it on your radar.
Yeah.
I think it's fine into Lexi if you know what you're doing. It is, of course, fine into Dromai, I think. So give them a Frostbite. It's going to be kind of hard to...
I think there's definitely Dromai builds that are a little bit better into it. Like specifically, I don't think you want to play Redline that much.
You want to go Big Dragon. And that's what actually brought back the Big Dragons, I think, right? And they're, rightfully so. They're still very good.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree. I think it's also like generating a little bit of hate. Like Shock Charmer's coming out.
Oh yeah,
definitely people thinking about like running Trench AB2, like running Trench Null Rune Gloves, running Trench Shock Charmers, running Tunic Null Rune, and kind of like how you want to do it, because Kano is also a thing that you could just randomly get nuked by.
I was going to say, like, at least Icelander is now taking Kano down with her, right? Because more Icelander you see, the lower you see the Kanos, because everyone's going to run AB 2 or 3 at that point.
I think Charmers really really sucks for Kano. Like, but the fact that people are just like running that as like a mainstay into Icelander now, I'm sure Kano mains are not.
Spell Void 2 is so strong because you only have one card to block. If you can block the Wildfire, their turn's done. Like they can get maybe like a good 10-15 damage if they're kind of lucky.
Yeah. But
it's still, you rely on that 4-6 damage or 4-5 damage on the Wildfire to really propel your buffs for the rest of the turn. So if you can block that, you're fine.
Especially if you're just running at them. Like if you get kind of average luck on Lexi and you're able to like 3-card arrow, like 3-arrow.
Looking at like probably 12-14 damage a turn, probably more than that. If you have the 1-cost arrows, but still, like, I mean, Kano with 30 health, that was actually his problem. Like, I remember back in the day we used to play, like, Blitz with, like, Kano, and Kano was a master at Blitz. Yeah. But the one deck he always suffered against was Dash, because Dash can just boost in your face.
It's true.
You don't care. You just kind of go at his face.
I've been there before, on both sides.
Yeah, exactly. I've been on the Dash side. I never played Kano.
Yeah, it's rough. It's a rough matchup. But I
it's
think
rough, and that's his biggest weakness. If someone comes at you constantly, it's very hard to come back.
That was literally Australian Nats. I believe that was Kano. That was literally Kano into Dash.
There we go.
It was...
This is a different story, I will say.
Yeah.
Because you have more health, and Dash doesn't boost that much in CC. I think your main game plan is still going to be item setup. But you do have the package where you could switch between more items and less items. You would go probably more into the maximum velocity style build, right, into Kano. But it's still, you have more life total. You have more chance to get the combo.
Yep. No, you definitely have to run. But I think, again, as like you have the Visiatronic, you have the easy AB3 with the Achilles and the Visiatronic. So it's really tough for Kano to find that window because Mech is aggressive and has a bunch of blues.
Yeah,
and you have cards like Tekla-Core where like you can pitch and then on your turn you have blues. Although that is, I guess, start of action phase. So I guess you can respond. I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Kano is not.
Still hard.
Yeah, like if you don't have it, you don't have it. It's tough to like get that
the main
full
thing
life
is
total.
Icelander's in there, Kano's out.
Yeah, for sure.
I haven't seen any Kanos personally. I don't know if they've won their matches or not, but
I do not know either. It would be interesting to get a Kano maybe maybe day 2 if we get like a Kano still in it.
Yeah, we can probably see like the last 3 rounds of CC of day well for day 2. We'll see if there's any Kanos around. Yeah, then we'll get the really good Kanos, and we'll see. I mean, if you're playing Kano, you're probably really good at Kano anyway.
Yeah, like the diehards, the ones who are bringing Kano this kind of event are not.
Decks. They just want to come here, have fun, and kind of catch people off guard, get some really cool combos off. You know, it's a fun deck. It's really fun.
I totally agree. I think my dark horse has to be Azalea here. I think that
right.
Because the thing I was watching that Azalea because it was right next to me, so I was watching the Azalea game.
You got a peek over.
Yeah. So I had a peek over, and it looked like what I thought it would look like. It was Azalea.
Spicy, or is it just kind of the player knew what they were doing?
No, just
cards at the right time.
Very very good Lexi player too. I'm not going to name that Lexi player, but it was someone I know, very very good Lexi player.
Okay.
Or just player in general, and
got taken down by the Azalea.
Yeah, round 1, and so. Again, I think your top, other than maybe Bravo, I think those top 5 heroes there in your meta that's what you want to see.
I mean, the Azalea is a deck that preys on Lexi. Well, it's kind of like a coin flip, I guess. You got to have your red ledgers.
Katsu, Lexi, yeah.
Exactly. So they prey on those kind of decks, but they are weaker into other decks to the meta right now. So I think it's harder for Lexi or for Azalea to get a foothold in the top of the echelon, unless they keep seeing Lexis and win those coin flips.
Yep.
See Katsus. You know, it can be frustrating. I think, for a deck that doesn't do well into a lot of heroes.
Sure. No, I totally agree. What's your dark horse? So mine's Azalea. I
was gonna say Levia. No, I'm not.
You were gonna say Levia?
Wait.
Levia.
Real quick. We have, speaking of dark horses, pick your dark horse for who makes the best breakfast pancakes in the poll right now. For whatever reason, the chat was having a discussion, so we went ahead and made it a poll. Who makes the best breakfast pancakes? Reinar, Katsu, Dory, or Bravo?
Reinar, Katsu, Dory, or Welcome to Wraith.
Welcome to Wraith.
I mean, I was gonna say like Dory is probably not the kind of like housewifey person you would think of. Just probably like the badass like working mom. So I don't think she probably cooks that much. I mean, Reinar, Savage Land pancakes. You want some eyeballs in your pancakes?
Okay, I'm gonna say Bravo, and there's two reasons.
I would have agreed with that.
First, I can picture him in like a chef hat, just making good pancakes. He's got the hammer. He can get them just at the right size, get all the batter done
perfectly.
Flatten it perfectly.
All right.
I think he's got that like kind of that French kind of essence to him.
He does seem that way. He's like Gaston, you know.
He's like Gaston, isn't he?
I would have pegged him as the house husband. The guy who
him as a house husband?
Who has the apron on, the kiss the chef, you know.
Okay,
apron.
So I'm going Bravo. Are you going Reinar? Are you picking Reinar?
No, I'm going Bravo.
What's wrong with Katsu? I mean, he's got some knives. He could probably do some fancy designs.
I would peg him more for like a really good chef.
You know what?
Necessarily a pancake guy.
You know who Katsu is? Katsu's the guy behind like. You know Cat's Delicatessen in like New York. You know
I've heard of it. Yeah, very famous.
You know the guys like chopping the meat perfectly.
Yeah.
That's Katsu.
That's exactly what I thought of. He's the
there.
Guy.
Yeah, Katsu is there cutting the meat.
You can't cut pancakes. So who cuts? You know, you don't eat your swords.
Well, you can cut the fruit that goes on the pancakes. See, now we're just ranting about fruit.
You don't judge a pancake by the fruit. You judge it by the substance. The actual floury pastry.
I don't know if that answers chat's question.
Bravo.
I think
we answered it. Bravo.
I think Spark of Genius is going with Bravo here.
Yeah. Dash wasn't an option, so we couldn't actually pick Dash.
We can't pick Dash. Dash doesn't exist here. So.
Yeah, I would have picked Dash.
You would have picked. Well, I think we have to pick Dash.
Right. Yeah. No bias, but
no bias whatsoever. There's no reason why we would bias Dash.
Bravo.
I mean, maybe Tech Levassin, a new hero.
He probably has like 10 servants cooking pancakes.
No, but he probably has the gadgets that just makes the best.
He makes his own pancakes.
No, he just has a gadget. Dude. He's just like a robot.
Well,
he's got like a robot made or something.
Kitchen setup where you have all the gadgets, kind of like making this big, like almost like one of those like like marble tracks where you have this kind of crazy thing with arms coming down.
Yeah.
The flour goes in the pot, something shakes.
You got like the ball going through the thing.
You got a ball going through the spiral and like syrup coming down.
Chat's getting us way too excited about pancakes, and now we can't even. Now we're both hungry. So
you want to know? Here's my pick.
Go for it.
It's not within the 4, but if you think about the entirety of our selection of heroes in Wraith, right? I'm going to say Vincent for a couple reasons.
Okay.
Think about it. She's wildly obsessive. So if you get her on like a breakfast cooking kick or something, you know she's going to just master it. Right?
You work for
you got to work for a little bit.
I think you got to be passionate.
Yep.
There's that. Plus, her arms are insanely long.
That's true.
Think about the whisking power there, right? That's a wide whisk.
Oh, wow.
Wide whisk. Make it all the way around the bowl. All the way around the bowl.
Got a good circumference.
And she loves rune chants. Rune chants are circular. Man, you give her like some food coloring or something, she's gonna paint you the most beautiful pancake art you've ever seen. Forget like Mickey Mouse ears. It's going to be a rune chant pancake. I could totally see it. I could see it.
I agree with that.
I feel like she would make like ube pancakes. You know ube? You know what ube is? Like the purple.
Ube. It's like
I think it's Filipino or Southeast Asian. They have like ube flavored ice cream.
Right?
No, well, the powdered taro the color looks about the
It's
same.
very similar. Okay.
Get some ube pancakes. I don't know if anybody in chat likes
it's like
ube.
a starchy
but
vegetable or something like that, right?
yeah, it's very, very good. They're like ube flavored everything. It's very big. But I think she would make very good ube flavored pancakes.
Anything purple.
Anything. It's purple. Or it might be like a pinkish purple. I honestly haven't had it in so long. But that's. I want to say, Ethan, what's your dark horse? You can see the CC meta. What's your dark horse? You can't say Levia.
No, I literally, it's not even that I'm like not allowed. It's not possible. I'm looking at a fat zero here. I was wildly let down by this country.
I would have
played
Canada. I would have played it if I was playing in nationals. I'll tell you that.
I did have Levia built, so I couldn't bring it to nationals.
I could have brought you my
that one. No, I'm gonna play your deck for one round and then just be like, hey, I'm Levia, I'm on the meta.
Wouldn't that have been perfect though? You play your one round of CC, just absolutely smack like Isaac Root or something with Levia, and then retire. Oh, sorry.
100% win rate.
100% win rate.
You would have gone all the way, but you got to come cast.
Okay, so in my defense, I was gonna bring Vincent, but there's already a Vincent on the list.
You wouldn't have been the only Vincent. Yeah, that's not worth it.
It's not too bad. I really wanted to try Prism. Prism is just. No matter, someone's got to break the deck for me. I just can't. Like I played Prism before, like the old Prism, obviously. And I think other people are just struggling to put in like enough time on a reasonable list that doesn't just like not auto lose to Lexi, but like
it's very difficult.
That's a really hard matchup. I think there is an aggressive Herald-based Prism list that can snowball off a lot of non-blocks.
Right.
And if Lexi doesn't like demolish you or doesn't high roll, you could do okay.
But then that's not enough to want to play a deck of nationals, right?
Well,
like
you're going to get the cold foil here. I don't have it on me. It's in my bag here. But you're going to get the cold foil Prism, slam it down, and you win. That's how it works, right?
Yeah. It's got to be PCG graded 10.
PCG graded 10?
You can get BGS too.
You can if they send the card back with the right label, the right card, the right slab.
There's a lot of things
I don't
right.
hate BGS. I've just seen all kinds of weird stuff come back from BGS. I mean, you've recently. Maybe we'll go into that later. You've recently got a card.
I didn't bring it though.
Yeah, you didn't bring it with you, but Rob's luck with BGS is kind of insane, actually, huh?
I have a good track record.
You have probably one of the best track records of anybody anywhere.
It all started with the BGS 10 shard.
Yeah, the BGS 10 shard is why we call you Shard Lord.
That's a good point.
But yeah, good.
A little lucky.
Yeah, a little bit lucky here. So I'm sure. So wait, we didn't hear Ethan's answer.
Yeah. Go for it.
You know what I'm doing? A question here?
I'm just like staring at the clock.
Oh, okay.
How much time do we have anyway?
I'm watching it tick down. It looks like we got about like a minute left.
Okay. Okay, so we're close.
We're close to round 3, which is going to be our last CC round of the day. So Frank is on the floor trying to guarantee find us a like.
We're gonna have some good matchup. Yeah.
Something guaranteed spicy for this last round.
Yeah.
So I'm anxious for that. As far as making my dark horse pick, it's interesting because we're about to be slammed with 6 rounds of draft back-to-back. So you look at the CC hero, but that is literally only half of the amount of rounds that are going to get you across the finish line to top 8.
So everyone's perfect at draft. We'll go with that.
Okay. Assuming that like draft didn't matter, we're just like looking at the CC rounds.
Exactly.
I feel really, really good about there's probably an Azuri that just finds the right bracket.
Yep.
I mean, there's so many Rangers out there, right?
Yep. And
there are Azuris now that because they don't have to tech for the Oldhim matchup, it is possible to fully commit your sideboard into Dromai to make it playable if the Dromai doesn't play it perfectly.
Yeah.
So things have to line up, but if you figure that's how the Azuri deck, or even the Arachne deck in theory, has been built to like make the Ranger matchup good and then like try to make the Illusionist matchup salvageable, I could see it.
No, I believe that makes sense. 100%. We just got our pairings for round 3, I believe, so we'll cut to a short break here.
We're going to cut now then. We'll come back with round 3 very shortly.
Hello, everyone, and we are back. 2023 Canadian National Championships, Round 3, Classic Constructor. We have a 5 versus Bravo. My name's Eric, joined by Mr. Frank, a.k.a. Lazy Dog. I never spelled this with an E. Lazy Dog with an E, right?
It's an E sometimes on Twitter, but mostly it's a Y.
Okay.
But also it's usually something else on Discord to
that is also
really
true.
trip people up.
Yeah, you're everywhere on this game. You're just everywhere. Yeah, but it's pretty great here. So Frank tried his damnedest to make sure we're not saying a third Lexi matchup for the only
exactly. Well, we had this Katsu lined up, and unfortunately for the Katsu fans, no Katsu this round. But we do have the superior, more talented ninja in the mix. So we've got Fi, and the other player, I believe, is on Bravo. So we'll be having a little bit of something different.
Yeah,
just diving over to our splash screen.
That doesn't look like Bravo, but you know what? We don't talk about Starvo here.
No, you want me to rant about this for a second, Eric? I have messaged LSS and literally gotten responses for them apologizing and saying they're on it, that they're going to make an official Parallax Bravo for like a year.
That's good. We got to stay on them.
They have not. If you go to the splash page for Bravo, it is a static image of Showtime. That's it. There's no animation for Bravo.
Seems like a bit of a travesty. Here's a Welcome to Wraith hero.
Yeah. They're scared of animating as rippling pecs. That's what it is.
It's people question things when you see rippling pecs. So we do have Michael Metello on Bravo, and we have Jordan Jalbert. I don't want to.
I think it's French.
It could be from Montreal. I don't want to butcher his name here on Fi. And this is a matchup that it's core Ninja versus Guardian.
Oh, absolutely. Ninja just trying to keep the consistency up and chip away, but then the Guardian being able to block and defend very well and swing those really big turns with disruption.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think Bravo's definite win con other than just like kind of high rolling their crippling and spinals would dominate. Like, Bravo can do that. Bravo does do that, especially with Starstruck now.
Yeah, exactly. You got a few more targets.
Yeah, Starstruck very good to Fi. Like, Fi does not have attack actions that go above the Starstruck.
No. Like, I don't think E-Strike even really works, right?
No, well, you can, because, I think it really depends on if it's dominated and you, it's base 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it depends on how much damage gets through, because Fi does have armor. So you might be able to like throw some armor and then E-Strike for 7 or something like that. It really depends if it's dominated or not. Yeah. But I think, what's Fi's win con here?
I think Fi's win con is not wasting too many cards on the way to those Art of War turns and sneaking in that leak damage. It'll be interesting to see here, actually, whether it's Kodachi versus Emberblade, because maybe Kodachi's a little bit better at chipping, but has not... Well, I don't know. I don't want to say it doesn't have the same ceiling, because it does have some pretty nutty turns as well.
Yeah. No, that's totally true. I think the Kodachi fight definitely did come rise to, like, Dromai.
Yeah.
Like, that was the big reason, just because to go wider, hit Ashwings, hit Dragons, it's just the same things that Katsu can do, essentially. To get a little bit more favorable into that matchup. But I think Bravo getting Starstruck, kind of one of the reasons we're showing him at the higher tier here, because he is on the top rung there. He is doing well. There are a fair number of Bravos. Bravo is doing relatively well
across all these national tournaments.
Yep. Yeah, very good Dromai matchup. Decent Lexi matchup. I don't think it's losing per se. I think it really depends on the players and like how quote unquote teched they are for the matchup. I think on the Bravo side, I'd be interested to see whether he's going to be running Titan's Fist versus Nothos, because you can't really fatigue Fi. So I think the 2 armor in that respect doesn't do a lot. But are there other on hits you're really worried about as Bravo from Fi?
I think mostly it's just maybe having more pieces of armor lets you be less careful about what you throw it in front of. Maybe you can be a bit more greedy with your Crater Fist and whatnot. But here we're seeing it is a Nothos, so there's not the extra.
It is a Nothos. Yeah, it is a Nothos. We do see Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. No Mask Momentum. To be fair, I don't think you're ever getting Mask Momentum through into a Bravo in this particular matchup without the what's the arm piece for Katsu?
Breaking Scales.
Breaking Scales. Without the Breaking Scales and the inevitability and the attack reactions, which I don't think Fi's running too many attack reactions in this particular. You're not really running Ancestral and stuff like that, I don't think. So less ways to really get over to draw that card. But Bravo just kind of standard equipment here, running the sad kind of Iron Rot legs from the dawn of time.
Exactly.
But we did see the in the new the new set there, not set, the Tolarian set. We did see a new Guardian boot, so it's going to be specific.
Oh, hold on a second. Is this an Empower?
This is in Boltyn, I think this is an Boltyn. It looks like a blue and Boltyn, yeah.
There we go.
We have the card on the screen there. I haven't seen this card for a while. I think this card got kind of replaced, just like better versions. I think Imposing Visage was kind of in that slot.
Right.
So he might just be running instead of that. It's not bad. I mean, you get the +3.
Yeah.
Which, it's not. You're not gonna get the draw. Not turn 1, anyways, right?
Oh, and it had to pitch a red there, notably. So no Seismic to go along with that Crippling Crush we see in the arsenal, but +4 is +4. Is it +4 or is +3? Sorry.
+3. Yeah. It is interesting. It might have been like another red threat in the arsenal. Could have been like a CNC red threat, blue and Boltyn.
Mm-hmm.
We do see Mounting Anger coming in for 4, so probably one of the best openers Fi can hope for, right? Because it does give you that +1, so it's effective 1 for 5 if you let it hit.
Yeah,
so you really don't want to be letting this hit. I see Warmonger's Diplomacy being hit. Being pitched. It's definitely one of those cards where it has been added to counter to so many decks because it's so easy to play in Ninja.
Yeah, exactly. And so Bravo let it hit, and now this Ronin Renegade is going to be for 4 instead of 3.
Yeah, it looks like Michael's taking it. I have a sneaky suspicion that it is a red threat in his arsenal. I'm not a psychic. It's just looking like a big crush in the arsenal,
Yeah, that's right. And now Jordan over here is going to be able to Ember Blade and chip in with the Phoenix Flame. But how relevant is? Oh, okay. All right. I eat my words.
What is relevance when you have Command and Conquer?
Yeah, that's right. You're leaving a bit of value on the table in terms of damage, but this is a very relevant on-hit effect.
Oh, yeah, because it very good play by Jordan. I mean, he's taken 4. Something's in the arsenal that he doesn't want to,
Yeah, that's right.
And you're blocking 6 here.
Okay, and you know what? Eating 3 pieces of armor off the bat is like...
That is fantastic.
Pretty good from the Fi side. You're just starting to... maybe, I don't want to say win, but, just starting to get an advantage in that war of attrition.
Oh, I think you're starting to win. I'll call that. That's a massive. Like I don't know. It could be like a pummeled crush threat, I guess.
I think it's a Crippling Crush. So
if it's crippling, so it could be like Emboldened Crippling Crush because that's going to give it +3.
Yeah, it'd be very, very hard to block.
He has a Terror Sunder, and it looks like he might have 2 Terror Sunders in hand. Is he playing one of those Terror Sunders? No, he's not. He's just going to.
He's pitching all of them. Right.
Did he say dominate?
I think he said.
No, he has 2 floating. Looks like he has 2 floating. No, I'm not totally sure because this is coming in for 14 right now off the Embolden. So with 2 floating, 1 card in hand, I mean, you gotta, if you're Fi, probably just give him your hand.
Yeah, I think I would be inclined to give the whole hand here because you've got your win, you got your 8 damage in the previous turn, and no need to force the issue here, right?
It's not even 8 damage. It's like 8+6 here because he's got all his armor, so he's taken 6.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Here, so
yeah.
He's swung for 14. I mean, I just give him the hand. If he does have 2 floating, because. Yeah, we gotta get the Bravo on the thing so we can see.
Yeah, that's right.
He's not doing the pitch. He's not doing the Bravo, so I'm not really sure which one it is.
Oh, you know what?
Damn it, we know it's 14. I mean, we appreciate it, but
for the viewers
at home, it is 14 because of the Embolden.
Yeah, we got to make sure 11 + 3 equals 12 + 2.
Yeah, I think for sure if he does have 2 floating, you give him the hand. If it is dominated, it's just dominated. I think you just give him a card. You're going to take 2 and maybe Arsenal, depending on when the last card is left. I don't think you give him armor here. Do you give him armor here?
I don't think so. I mean, actually, one thought earlier, what we were talking about, the mask choice, because Mask of Momentum really doesn't hit very often, but it does block after it's been activated or used a few times, compared to the Pouncing Links. Once you cash that in for the offensive value, you can no longer block with it.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. I do think, like, when you're on Ember Blade, Mask of Momentum just becomes way worse. I mean, it's really hard getting to that. Yeah, really hard to get to that triple hit.
I see some manipulation of something. Yeah, is that life totals? Are we looking at life totals here?
We can confirm something is happening.
Yeah.
It looks like Ethan's going to go over and make sure we know exactly what's happening.
Yeah, it's a heads-up play from our executive producer over here.
Yeah, he really does know how to do this kind of thing. It's almost like he does this often.
I should get him to, like, stream a birthday party or something.
You have a wedding coming up or something? Maybe we gotta get. I want to see.
Oh, I see that. Yeah. That was, we were trying to figure out the life counter. Very good.
Oh, the life counter. Okay, so he's taken it to the face. So
okay, yeah. So like, you take 14 damage, I take 14 damage. It's only fair.
Yeah. This must have been dominated. I don't see.
Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't really want to make that play unless you didn't really have the option to.
I agree. So he did take a Flame Call Awakening Soul Bead Strike, I believe.
Yeah.
So not like terrible. It looks like
I think that's a Salt the Wound.
Salt the Wound and Reinforce the Line, that looks like. Possibly. Yeah, it is a Reinforce the Line Salt the Wound. So, I mean, Reinforce doesn't really do anything unless you block.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't have to. +4 is a blocking attack action there. So, gonna save that for the Arsenal. Still pretty good. Like, on a dominated attack, he is able to, like, play it out of Arsenal and be able to block the next kind of big crush effect with, like, you know, Shuko Reinforce. That's 7. He can add 2 if he wants to. He doesn't have to, but it does get around Pummel. Right.
Also gets around CNC, which
gets around
you know, could be a play that we see coming up here. Oh, okay, no, it's going to be a disable.
It is going to be a blue debilitate, I believe. Disable would be better because that would actually target his Arsenal.
Oh,
unfortunately, debilitate just going to be the -2 on his power. I mean, still not bad.
Yeah.
It would be worse for Michael on like Kadachi. Like, it's very, very bad into Kadachi's.
Yeah.
Because it's like taking 1 essentially. It's not that great. But it's essentially a blue 4/4/8 on the hit because it's doing 2 value essentially on the back end. But I don't really think that's what Jordan's really thinking about right now.
I wonder how much Jordan's considering as well. Like, there was no there was no seismic counter here coming out, so this is going to be a Pummel follow-up.
Yeah.
Pumping that up to 10. And so I guess, okay, no dominate, so we were able to play this sync below, and and the reinforced line. They will commit all 3 cards to defensive pieces here and take 0 damage on that.
Yep, 11 on 10, I believe, so no Pummel, no debilitate. Quite nice to do that. It still has a 2-card hand. It looks like just a snatch and 1 more card. I guess probably your best case scenario is E-Strike. Okay, so you have Ronin to snatch. That's the same thing. As E-Strike for 7, you just get to Ronin snatch, but you get to draw a card.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, I think that if Michael's trying to take some of this chip damage and then be forced to block the snatch follow-up, you know, he's not going to be too happy, I think, about giving up one of the last 3 remaining armor that he has.
Yeah, I think, like, you really got to be... Your hand's got to be kind of bad on Bravo's side to really want to block this Ronin with 1 card left.
Yeah.
It's... You've got 3 pieces of armor left, like 3 points of armor left. You really do have to wait for those on-hits. It's really just CNC and snatch. It's a little bit unfortunate the Crown of Providence had to be used so early, because if there's another CNC coming through and you are arsenaling like a threat to be able to get more aggressive, it's going to be a little unfortunate. We do see the block on Thunderquake. Might not have a very good hand. Did you see Rouse?
I think there's a Rouse, maybe a Spinal.
Yeah, so probably going to see another Rouse Spinal. So he probably wants to... Oh, CNC. Okay, so he could block with the Spinal and a piece of armor and just swing back with the CNC. But he's...
Oh, there's no Arsenal right
There's
now,
no
right?
Arsenal, but if he can let the snatch hit and not give him the armor, that's also a possibility, I guess, if he wants to do that. So preventing
3 damage.
Yeah, preventing 3 damage is still good. I imagine his play, like, he really wanted to CNC and Spinal and Arsenal. Like, I imagine that's probably what he wanted to do before this. So he's going to block the 4. Probably a Nothos and Arsenal the Spinal Crush, I imagine. He could also create a Seismic Surge token.
Yeah, that seems like an expensive Seismic Surge. Great. Oh, okay, so we're just going to see the Anathos for 4 here.
Yeah, Yield, Hammer for 4. Not the Titan's Fist, but does the same thing in this particular scenario.
Yeah. And Jordan just running it down.
Yeah.
No hesitation on the blocks there.
I feel like 5 should just be, like, very, very used to hammers for 4, whether it be Winter's Wail, Titan's Fist, Nothos. Doesn't matter. Hammer for 4 into 5 since 5 existed. I think.
Yeah, that's right. He's thinking, oh, this could have been a lot worse. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's really whatever he has left in the deck here. Starting with a Brand of Cinder Claw, going to make the next attack Draconic. Another 4-card hand. Looks like another Reinforced line, so maybe not as aggressive, but Jordan can arsenal it, come in with a pretty nice hand. That Ember Blade is doing a lot of work, right? So,
yeah, it's doing its job with the chip damage, with Michael choosing to keep cards to make plays instead of blocking any of this out. So.
Yeah, I think Michael's very cognizant that, like, fatiguing is just not the strat, because like, you can't fatigue. You just can't. Phoenix Flames and Ember Blade with a blue. It's just not... Oh, sorry, 2 blues. You just blue flame and then blue searing. Like, it's not really going to be the way you win the game. So Michael is going to trade armor for aggression, and that's going to probably be his game plan going forward. But we do see pouncing links being
there we go,
being pounced upon. Looks like.
Yeah, and we've got the first attack with 2 or less power. So so the next one's going to be a Salt the Moon at the end of the chain link. It looks like.
This looks like a Salt Boon. He's probably not playing it yet. He's probably just announcing that's what it's going to be because he's got 2 cards left in hand.
Yeah.
I imagine the other one's probably another go again and then he salts. So then it would be how many attacks? If he lets it hit, probably +4.
I mean, that's pretty
beefy.
Yeah, pretty impactful turn here. Good spot to use the pouncing links. I think you want to get 5+ value on it, and in this case, it's definitely getting that.
Yeah, I imagine Michael wants to keep at least 2 cards to Spinal, so he's probably gonna keep 2 blues, try to Seismic Spinal. I think there's probably a little bit too much armor because you have Shuko and Furnace on the 5 side, so dominating the Spinal doesn't really do anything because you can just use a piece of armor. Sorry, use 2 pieces of armor and a 3 block or a 2 block, and then block 6 or 7. So, like, keeping the card to dominate wouldn't do anything. We do see Blaze Headlong.
Ooh, and that's a great spot to see that card as well. It's just a clean extender, 4 damage.
Very, very good. Not extended art, though.
Not the extended art.
How do you feel about that? Does it do less damage because it's not the extended art? I'm not sure.
It does less emotional damage.
It does less emotional damage.
Opponent. Yeah. I like how there's all these extended arts within Uprising of, you've got the Blaze Headlong, Flame Call Awakening, got the very exclusive. I think it was a TCG player exclusive Breaking Points. And I was excited when that started to see play in the meta because it's such a pretty card.
It is.
Yeah, and Michael not blocking at all here.
No, it's
we're taking it.
Just the 7 that we kind of mentioned before. That is. Because he has the Shuko on that, right? Because of the flame, that's why it's 7. Yeah, I think that makes sense. It's 2+4. Sorry, 2+5. Reinforce the line in Arsenal. So Michael keeping not just 2 blues. He might have a pummel. It's possible he has a pummel. I'd be a little bit concerned if I was the 5 player. The pummel is okay.
Oh, it's a alrighty.
So this is nice because what you want to do, you take the damage, you send the crippling, and you have the Spinal. So you don't just do that thing with Bravo where you like take damage to send 1 threat and then draw 4 blues.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
And we know that this reinforced the lines in the Arsenal, but the fact that it's there means that a 1-card snatch, which I saw in Jordan's hand, isn't that effective of a play.
Sure.
So you might be looking at blocking with a few cards here.
Yeah. No. So this is dominated. So armor is coming out because you have a 3 block. Yep. Lava Vein Loyalty. You're gonna add 2, and then you're gonna add 4, I believe. So you're gonna be 3, 7, 9 on the 11. There's the reinforce. Reinforce is such a great sideboard tech for these like Azalea.
Yeah, Azalea,
Bravo, Azuri. Just very, very clean. Like, it doesn't really require that many slots. You have the space. So
he's got a lot of defensive cards. There was a Sink Below as well there earlier, wasn't there?
I think he's probably running like 6 defensive cards for this deck. He's probably on 3 Sinks, 3 Reinforces.
Maybe no Artivores. We haven't seen one yet.
Maybe he's just unlucky. It's possible. Maybe if I'm playing the deck, I'll see Artivore, right? So we do see Ronin Renegade.
Still gets to have a turn here. So, Michael's got to continue paying that blood price if he wants to play out the Spinal Crash.
Yeah, he does need at least 2 blues. He wasn't able to create any kind of Seismic Surge, so it's still going to cost him 5. Emberblade just chipping away. Just the value of this Emberblade in this matchup really quite strong. And
that's a blue snatch right there that we saw.
It is a blue snatch. I think it's interesting because like the parallels between this and the Katsu matchup is Katsu just doesn't have this armor available to him. Like he might have, he definitely doesn't have Furnace. He's running 2.
No Furnace. Sure. And 1 breaking scales.
And 1 on the breaking scales. But Fi doesn't have to, like, you usually run Flick Flack, sure, but Flick Flack and Sink both block 4, right? CNC still targets it. It's an Arsenal.
Yeah, when's the last time Flick Flack gave a combo card +2 defense against Bravo, right?
It'd be great, like a Zealous Hammer, and be like, I'm blocking for 5 on your hammer with a card. So we do see damage being taken. Okay, so it's interesting. He might be like, Michael might be thinking like, this is my Hail Mary play. Like this is, I have to make a stand here. I'm dwindling on life. I only have 2 pieces of armor left. It's either now or never. I think it has to be either on a very the
lava burst.
Ooh. Oh, that gets Shuko'd.
Yeah, that's the 6.
Oh no. That's brutal. That is 6 because of the Shuko. Yeah. So
Jordan with very clean play here.
Can you imagine if he has like an Oasis? No, there's no way Bravo has Oasis here, but that would be super bad because Shuko just
yeah, exactly, eats the whole damage prevention.
Yeah. Michael doesn't want to go to 1. I can't imagine why. You get to throw a card, maybe 2. So if he has a red threat, I can see him keeping two blues in the red, and then pitch, Seismic Spinal, put the red threat set up for later. Now the counter is that you strike for 7.
I mean, that's the brutal part. I was thinking about that the previous turn when he sent that Crippling Crush. Like, Crippling Crippling Crush is a bit more straightforward from the Bravo side. I think it's like you send it and you know that it's going to demand cards.
Yeah.
Versus your opponent has a number of plays that get favorable trades into Spinal, right? Like E-Strike, a Snatch if they don't have an arsenal. Even just being able to throw more cards at it effectively compared to the Crippling Crush, right?
Yeah. No, I definitely agree. I think it's a matter of like the life lead at 15 is pretty steep.
Yeah, for sure. And I bet he's missing that 6 armor he gave up earlier in the game here. Having a buffer to be able to take another big swing turn, that would be quite relevant, I think, at this point.
Yeah, he took the big swing, but Reinforce is a hell of a card. You know?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't know. This is what I say about all the WTR heroes. It's awkward when your entire hero gets countered by a timely D-React. It's like it happens for Katsu, it happens for Bravo, it happens for Dorinthia, arguably happens for Rhinar, but I think, Rhinar probably loses to more things. But
yep. No, I definitely agree. So we did see that 2-card block.
Yeah, the Buckle. That's a fun card to see in the deck. Unfortunately, not playing against Lexi here.
Not playing against Lexi. We are going to see Seismic Pitch, Spinal for 9. I'm going to force... Yeah, it really depends on Jordan's hand. He really doesn't need to care. So he has Rising Resentment.
Yes, he got a couple of go-again cards. I think that's a Snatch and a Flame Call Awakening. So he would have liked to play this hand out, I think, but it's not the end of the world.
It's really not. At 15 life, you can block with 2 cards.
Yeah, exactly. Just slowly inch your way up.
Yeah, play an attack action, take a card in Arsenal. It's not the end of the world. It is, however, the end of the world if you have no life. Right. So that's probably how Michael is kind of feeling, hoping to draw that threat off the top. Because now he's in the position where he doesn't have threat into threat, and that density is really needed to close out games. Because really, when you have the lead, you close out the game with dominate.
Yeah,
take a little bit of damage, you dominate something, and that's it. But it looks like Jordan is
blocking 2 on the 9.
No reaction, just get to take 7. That life lead just really being a little bit heavy that holds the crown here, just waving it around.
So this tells me he's planning on using 2 cards on his turn. I wonder if the card we couldn't quite see at the back was an E-Strike.
It's possible it was an E-Strike, then you Arsenal Flame Call, which is pretty decent, because then you can go extra wide, especially when Michael's at very low life total. Going wide and chipping with 1 and 2 is really what you want to do.
There's a Phoenix Flame. There you go. Okay, that also makes sense. That's not the worst sequence here.
Yeah. It's awkward because I know he probably really wanted to play that Phoenix Flame. You really want that in your grave to be able to use other effects that are able to, Rise from the Ashes and such to be able to get it from your grave.
On the other hand, he can now find that Phoenix Flame with the Flame Call
Awakening. Is true. So Michael just only had to give up a card. I mean, best case scenario, that's a Spinal. He's sending back. He could also Terra Sunder. Now, Terra Sunder, he still has armor up. Jordan still has armor up, so 2, 3. He can't fully block it, though. So you would need a Sync or something to fully block a Terra Sunder. Unless he's got... We know he doesn't have a D-React in Arsenal, right? We know that's a Flame Call, so he really would have to have drawn the 3rd Reinforce or a Sync or something like that to be able to fully block Terra Sunder.
Yeah. CNC
that
would also be
quite
nice.
Good. Yeah. CNC would be... Yeah, so it looks like a Choke Slam and Macho Grande, so... Kind of what I was mentioning, when you throw the thread and you draw the blues.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you do?
I mean, we're seeing an activation of the Crater Fist. Not that common of a play, but in this case, it's going to give Choke Slam +2.
Because it's a red Choke Slam. I mean, what are you going to do with that extra blue? You're not going to Arsenal it.
Yeah, that's right. Nice. This is what we like to see. It's a 2-card 8, but actually it's a 3-card 10.
Yeah, I mean... I think 1 armor or 2 damage. I think at this point he's at 13. Chokeslam can do a lot because your Phoenix Flames aren't gaining 1. Your Lava Burst isn't gaining 1. There's a lot of cards where it can hit and do a lot of work. Your Salt the Wound gains nothing if you want to end on Salt the Wound. So
you turns off any E-Strike plays as well. Well, maybe not all of them.
Well, yeah, it doesn't. I mean, you could just E-Strike. I guess go again, right? I mean, not all of the plays. Just the most efficient 2-card hand. But this isn't dominated. It looks like it's going to be probably 1, maybe at tops, is going to block 7. He's probably just blocking exactly 7, I imagine, to get around the Crush.
Yeah.
Because he does have, there's the Warmonger.
Warmonger is card of the tournament. I think we've seen it twice now from Jordan. Obviously,
we've seen it pitched, blocked.
Yeah.
So it's the blocking card, block pitch card of the tournament. It's the blue of the tournament so far.
Mm-hmm. And I guess this isn't the matchup that you're including it for, but at least it blocks 3 for a blue,
sure.
which actually Fi is in I wouldn't say short supply, but just doesn't have too many of.
Yeah, most of his blues other than Lava Vein are going to be 2-block, right? So having that blue 3-block is quite nice. I mean, Katsu definitely loves it because you can just discard it to Katsu.
Yeah.
So that's like an extra bonus, but I think in this particular case, especially when you are going to be blocking and sometimes play those smaller hands, as we kind of mentioned, like the 2-card 7s.
Yeah, and this is actually a really nice sequence to go from the Spreading Flames into the Flame Call Awakening.
This is very good. Because you're going to be able to get that Phoenix Flame. You didn't take Choke Slam damage, so Phoenix Flame is going to be able to gain the power.
And they're going to gain 2. They're just going to come in for... Well, I guess the first one's going to be 2.
You're going to be spreading, yeah.
Yeah, and then the next one's going to be 3.
It's quite... Yeah, it's quite interesting. I think Michael has 1 piece of armor, and he has no arsenal. What's Bravo's play here? How does Bravo get back in the game, Frank?
I think he's got to... Honestly, I think he's got to get kind of lucky.
He's got to high roll the living.
He's got to block enough of this turn to not die, obviously.
Yeah.
And then, whether you think that the card in your hand right now, you say, I think I saw a Terra Sunder.
Yeah.
Whether you think that's worth gambling on or what you draw off the top. But realistically, you're never getting to play those cards unless the Fi stumbles.
Yeah.
And maybe if you keep a blue, and it doesn't have to be the Terra Sunder, but another one, like sending 4 with Anathos is nice too, because that puts your opponent to 6.
Yeah.
But your opponent has the choice when they see how bad or good their hand is. Like, they can also just block that if, nothing too crazy is happening.
Yeah.
Because if you're keeping a card to... and here we're blocking with a Star Sprout.
Yep.
If we're keeping a card to potentially swing, like, you're probably still taking some chip damage, right?
Yeah. 100%. We didn't see any kind of double block, so no unity, no seismic unity for the Starstruck. I really do love the unity on the Starstruck. I think it makes the card very, very good. There's a Majestic, obviously,
right.
But
Oh, and Jordan actually electing to pitch this Phoenix Flame back into the deck, so maybe he's only playing 2 of them and wants the option to grab out another one with the Flame Call Awakening. Oh, well, it's also because this is a Emberblade for 4 instead of a Flame for 3. Actually,
because
that's probably more relevant.
Because of the spreading flame, it is on Chain Link 4. He is going to be able to get the +1, quite nice. So only 2 chip going through. Well, other than the spreading flames, 3 and then 2. So he's taken 5 so far off the 7. Gonna possibly go down to 1. He could give the armor up here to block 4. I don't love either. Is between a rock and a hard place here? I don't love either option for the Bravo. And I think you can see from Michael's face, he doesn't like either option either. So it's a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, it'd be awkward to die with this armor on the board as well later, but I guess you save it for something, like some breakpoint.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, maybe that's the question. Like, maybe 4 on an Emberblade is basically an important breakpoint at this point, because if the opponent's playing a bunch of head jabs, like, what else are you going to do with it, right?
No, it's true. Michael, 2-card hand, looks like a Buckling Blow Thunderquake, or a Terra Sunder Thunderquake. So...
Right, so you're thinking about an Anathos for 6 versus arsenaling.
Yeah, first thing Arsenal Terra Sunder, I guess, would be like what you arsenal and you keep 2 blues and you try to get him on a Terra Sunder. That's probably like your 2 lines.
Yeah, and the opponent still has that Shuko up for 2 armor.
So much armor on Fi's side. It's just so... It's so dastardly. The Ninja gets armor.
And Snapdragon Scalers. You know what? Like, the Ninja could also play Iron Rot Boots for more armor.
That's true. I haven't seen a ton of... Well, you can run... Yeah, you just run Breeze Riders.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's just a strict improvement.
You could run Iron Rod. However, you probably want to run Breeze. Now, again... there's the new catch shoes. Yeah, that's true. They're not out yet, though, so we can't run them right now, but they will be out. They're quite good, actually. I'll talk about that later, but pretty happy that Crouching Tiger is getting some more love. I really loved building and playing out that deck. It was super funny. So looks like Anothos is just going to be taken. He did elect for the 6. He doesn't want to Arsenal Terra Sunder. Oh, this looks like it might be the nail.
Yeah, I was going to say this might be bad for
probably
Michael here.
Draw a card, snaps, and you just go off here. Probably has a blue. I think he just drew into a Spreading Flames. Yep, blocking 6. He gets the Unity.
Oh, gets the Unity.
Oh, he didn't. I think he missed the trigger on that. I guess it doesn't really matter at this point. I mean, he either lives or not. That's probably... Oh, no. Oh, maybe. Maybe he's grabbing a dice for that. Okay. Well, oh, yeah. There it is.
Nice. Hey, he could play a 3-cost Guardian attack for free now. That's relevant.
If he lives, he'll be in good shape. Okay, so it looks like, yeah, Lava Veins.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Oh, we have the... I love it. I love it. Yeah, we do have Lethal. We do have the winner is Fi. I love it when they go for the handshake fist bump and then they change. And I feel like it's like a Fab standard. I feel like I've seen that on so many streams.
I don't think I've seen a clean handshake in a long time, to be honest.
People still think COVID's is just like out and about. And they, are we going to, okay. So
oh, there we go.
Ethan
now I've seen it. Now I've seen it. That's a clean handshake.
We have Ethan coming out of the side helping me out here. So,
yeah.
Very textbook. I like very clean play. I think the reinforce the line just.
Yeah.
Super good card.
When your whole hero is countered by defense reactions and their opponent plays defense reactions, it's kind of unfortunate.
It's great because it's not even a D-react, so it gets around CNC.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, probably 3/6, 3 reinforce. You have 2 armor on Shuko. You have effective 3 on Furnace. You have 2 on Pouncing Links if you need it.
Yeah, that's true.
So if you're on the back foot, you can just like fridge them.
Yeah, and sometimes like being able to block 4 or 6 on armor means that you get to play more value than what a Pouncing Links might have offered you anyways.
Yes.
Because then you get a functional turn and start pressuring them.
This was we didn't see a single Art of War.
No Art of Wars.
So this was Fi, just no Art of War, just running.
I think they're not in the deck. I think they must not be in there. We saw a lot of the deck.
They must be stuck together at the bottom. I refuse to believe there's a Fi out there 3-0ing without an Art of War in the deck.
Think about it. Well, I think it's not in for Bravo.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Well,
if you're putting in 6 defensive cards, you got to cut something.
I do agree. I mean, they could put like 2 in the main board. It's interesting because like you still could use it defensively if you need to in a pinch.
Right, that's true. Yeah. Block from Arsenal, +1 on defense.
Yeah, but I think if Bravo's blocking a lot, Art of War is that way to get
to punch
over
through
the top. If Bravo starts to try to like block you out a little bit more, it does force a lot of damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you could be right. It could just not be in this matchup. Like obviously, Fi's 3-0. I'm not 3-0 on Fi. Maybe I don't know this matchup as on the Fi side super well. So congratulations to
Jordan.
To Jordan on 3-0 on the Fi. You know, Bravo 2-1. I think Michael is it Michael, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Michael 2-1-ing.
That's a good spot to be still.
Good spot to 2-1 because you're 2-1ing in round 3. You're going to go into draft. No, you just 6-0 draft. Right?
Yeah, if you 6-0 draft, I think you're actually just locked for top 8, right?
You're not locked because you need to X3 to lock. So you can 0-3 CC.
Oh, okay.
I would know because I bubbled last year and I was X4. So.
Oh no! Oh, and you lost the last round, didn't you?
I lost one of the CC rounds. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you definitely do need to X3, I believe, especially with 111 players. I think you need to X3.
Yeah.
Because it was around the same last year. So with that, I'm sure everyone's curious how to 2-1 or 3-0 all your drafts. So we're gonna have more on the.
Yeah, we will get there.
Yeah, we are gonna be doing something special. We're gonna be recording a little bit of special content. We might be following a certain player that people
might be looking over people's shoulders.
Might be looking over shoulders. We might have one of those mobile cams checking out the action here. So don't go away. We do have some spicy stuff coming up for draft.
Oh, are we cutting to break? I missed my cue.
No, that's okay. We could have said, Ethan, please cut us to break.
Yeah, okay. I was doing
break.
stuff.
Please break.
All right, we're coming back real quick because I want to test something that I couldn't quite get working in the. Honestly, this has been a whirlwind. I'm surprised we went live. This was kind of a crazy setup. The hotel shut off like half the room last night, so I couldn't finish setting up, and they kicked me out. I thought I was waiting for them to. Anyway, it's a long story. But anyway, we got it done in like less than an hour this morning, which is crazy. So there's one more thing I want to test, and we might as well do it live because it's kind of funny. So let me whip this up. Okay. So I added a Telestrator functionality. Go ahead, try to give this a whirl. I guess put it on like a piece of paper or something, Frank. All right. Try to draw on the screen, Frank. You got the mouse?
Yeah. Oh, I moved.
Move it over. Move it over.
All right, there we go. Here, turn face the camera.
Give me a beard.
Oh, it's yellow. Why is it yellow?
Oh. Oh, okay. I've got. Is this a beard? Or you're just giving me fangs?
Beard. It's beard. It could be fangs. Here, hold on. Wait. Oh.
Right, let me frame up.
How do I reset this thing?
Click the middle. It does not
work.
work.
Not working.
All right, I'll do it.
All right, here we go.
Again. Drag the mouse.
Here, what if we give you a hat? You know?
Okay.
Like a nice cowboy hat.
Oh, I dig it.
Oh, you know,
I look like a Canadian Mountie, right? You call this a cowboy hat? I thought this was a Mountie hat.
I don't know. It's a cowboy hat.
Okay.
Boom, there you go. We got a new sheriff in town.
Well, howdy, partner. Thanks for having me. Okay, so it looks like it is working. Maybe a little finicky because your mouse won't clear it, but mine will. So hopefully we can kind of get that working in some of the rounds going forward. The idea was to be able to highlight, like, look at this key card. You know, look, we're sports people now. We play sports games. Look at this.
Right.
Look at this play. You're right. This is the classic, like American football.
Yeah.
Look at this play. Anyway, okay, so we might get that going. Anyway, there I think are only a couple more games being played. So that's wrapping up. And then the draft round is going to be a bit special. We're not allowed to live stream the draft process. We are allowed to record it and play it later. So we can't live stream someone's draft. We also can't make noise during that hour. So we've been given a lot of hoops. So Frank, introduce people to what you did last night.
Oh, yeah, wait. Do we want to...
Or here, just take the floor. You got something.
All right, okay. Sorry, Rob. I'm center of frame right now. Yeah. Rob, you
get out of here, Rob.
Anyways, very official, important business. Before we get into the draft entertainment bit, I have something very special to share with everyone from valued community member, Kevin. And it's about a dear friend of all of ours. In memory of Bloodsheath Skeleton. Bloodsheath Skeleton died peacefully, double-sleeved in a binder, on the 3rd of July at the age of 3, and its passing came unexpectedly after a long battle with the suspended list. Skeleton is survived by their younger siblings, Carapace and Ironweave, cousin Carrion Husk, and a host of other busted Runeblade equipment. Skeleton was preceded in death by untested Flavor Wind, Duskblade, and will soon be followed by the overpowered token weapon, Rosetta Thorn. Bloodsheath Skeleton was born on the 28th of August, 2020, to parents James White and Jason Chung. Skeleton graduated from the Crucible of War with a degree in Slogism Ascendancy and a minor in Rattlebones. They married Arcane Rising sweetheart Viserai Runeblood right after graduation, becoming a flesh and blood power couple. Over the years, the couple welcomed millions of rune chants into their home. Skeleton players remember them as a kind and loving equipment who encouraged everyone to pursue their goals and passions, and mainly to attack for 60 damage in a turn. Skeleton was passionate about one-turn kills and often indulged in playing Sonata Arcanics and murdering their opponents on the spot. They were an active and devout member of the Church of the Demonastery and volunteered to block 2 damage before sacrificing themselves for the cause. A dedicated member of the community, Skeleton regularly took part in crushing Blitz events and is rightly credited with being responsible for Viserai being the first hero to achieve Living Legend in any format. The Runic Reclamation is set to be held at Sutcliffe Manor, with the new Dread Triptych being unveiled, and runes being read from the Tome of the Arknight. Weather is expected to be Mavrian skies with a funeral moon and a high Mordred tide. Catering will be supplied by Lady Barthamont with a cake decorated by the 9th Bakery of the Blood Oath. We cannot wait to meet and greet you on the other side, the promised land of living legend. And so during our draft rounds while the call draft is happening, we're going to have a fun little show reel going on. I'm not sure what the audio is going to sound like for that yet, but we're going to have a couple of players experiencing and enjoying Viserai Cube for the first time, and just doing a nice little grid pick of some Viserai cards and then jamming them against each other. So that'll be upcoming for while the draft is going on. And then once we get to deck construction, then we'll start doing some analysis and talking about the draft format and rolling into the limited games. So yeah, let's go back to our break, and we'll cue in a couple of minutes here.
All right, everyone, check this out. We got kind of a special inclusion. So the venue internet wasn't able to pull this off, but Frank's a hero. Frank is using his mobile data to try to pull off. Oh, it got super choppy all of a sudden. Uh-oh. It was stable. We tested this for like 5 minutes, and it was stable. Let me double check what it's looking like. You know what? It's actually looking fine. It's looking fine. Frank, I say ship it. All right, this is a massive experiment, but that's all we're here for. This is just for fun, you know? So let's take a look at Frank's mobile.
Oh, yeah. This is what we call gonzo journalism. We're going deep undercover. And also doing a sound check. Ethan.
Yeah, it's actually pretty clear.
Oh, nice. Sweet. Okay, so I could just go. Yeah.
They also say go a little bit slower.
Oh, okay. Great. Are we doing this for the draft or no?
We're not allowed to live stream the draft, right? We can record. Yeah, we can live. No, for recording, I've got my other.
Oh, you're gonna use the draft runner for recording. Okay, got it. But if we were to.
Walk people around the venue, say hello.
Right. Cool.
Talk to people.
Talk to people. Yeah, we should just ask people how they're doing.
Is this live?
Yeah, this is live. Literally.
Who do we want to talk to?
I don't know. How about these two gentlemen? Hello. How are you two doing? This is live. Say hi to the stream.
Hello.
How's your journey at Canadian Nationals going?
It's going okay. I've had some good games. Just lost to Dromai.
Okay.
Ghostly Touch. I'm playing Bravo.
Oh, yeah. And you're playing Bravo. Okay, what about yourself? What are you playing?
I'm playing Corinthia.
Corinthia?
Yeah.
Cool.
Going slow. We'll see how the PTI goes tomorrow.
That's fair.
Yeah. All good.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, good luck on the rest of the day, guys.
Thanks so much.
Oh, that's a great idea. Oh, and we got the TOs over here. Just snaking our way over. We're at the booths. This is Red Riot Games representative. All of the playmats. Not sponsored by the. Well, I guess the event is sponsored, but you know.
The owner is the TO.
Yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, there you go.
Bravo's nice. I like the Ira one too.
Oh wait, did they run out of Chibi Ira?
No, they have this Ira.
Oh, look at the Chibi Ira.
They have the Red Riot.
Yeah, there you go. That exclusive. Chibi Ira. I love that, man.
Probably like the Katsu one too.
Yeah.
All right, I didn't tell Frank that I cut away. What do you think? Is that worth doing? There's like just such bad connection in this venue. Like Frank's got full paid for by his company, full access internet, and it's like barely getting 2 megabytes upload on 5G. So is that worth doing? The internet at the hotel won't actually do it. So that's kind of the only resort. So let me know in the chat. Do you want more of that? It's like kind of on and off, right? Like, so I'm waiting in the chat. There's going to be a bit of a delay. I gotta stall for like 2 minutes. And Frank still thinks he's live, by the way, so he's out there. He's out there. It's worth, but has to move the camera slower. Okay, I'll go let him know.
Always need.
Audio is kind of rough as well. Well, because he has an iPhone. I have a fancy mic for it, but he has an iPhone. There's no audio jack. So I blame. Actually, there's no one to blame on that. That's just, it's just unfortunate. I didn't plan for, like, the third backup phone being an iPhone. So that was on me. That's Yeah. Oh well. I'll bring in an adapter next time. Audio improvement would be nice. Okay. You know what? If the audio improvement is gonna be the saving grace, I will. Okay. I've got another phone I can try. Give me a second. We'll go back to Frank for now.
Cool to just go through the venue, let people at home experience the chaos that is attending and organizing one of these events. All these groups have divided into their little cliques by region, their testing teams. Everyone's excited for the start of draft. Okay, we're gonna return over here to Ethan. I know, but I don't know what to do. Oh, this guy's cleaning the thing for us. I feel bad that I was just randomly, yeah. Anyways, this probably doesn't need to be in the stream. Here, we're just gonna set this down for a second.
National Championship players, the draft pods will be on the wall to my left and the Lexi banners. Draft pods displayed to my left.
Oh shoot. All right. I'm going to have to fix some settings on this one, it seems. 1 second. All right. Hopefully, that's a bit of an audio fix because I have the fancy mic. I did set this up with a different camera. Probably a little bit slower bitrate. But as you can see, we're dealing with a bit of a sticky situation anyway. There's not much going on. Everyone is in line to find out their pods for the upcoming draft. So, for most of you have experienced this kind of thing before. Look at this. Look at all these people. So many. Oh, so many. But this is good news. This means things are moving. As soon as the line goes through, we'll get the camera set up to record someone's draft POV and play that in between the second draft pod and the first. I think in the meantime, I'm just going to give up on this little project. It very much annoys me when the internet isn't perfect, and I couldn't control this one. So we're going to give up on this, but it was cool. It was a cool experiment. All right, goodbye. Here's the team.
Okay. All right, people. We have set up the recording. Oops. Sorry, one thing. We've set up the recording for Yuki Lee Bender's draft POV, but we can't really say anything right now. They're doing a call draft. So we have some recorded gameplay of Frank with his Viserai cube.
Yeah, I want to preface this by saying that these are two players that have never played Viserai before, figuring out the cube and learning the mechanics and whatnot. Unfortunately, I can't do commentary over top of that, so it's going to be run without the audio. But just enjoy it, enjoy Rune Blades.
Yeah, feel free if you need to treat this as a break. We'll be back in an hour with the games, but we can't do anything in the venue while the draft is going on. So enjoy in the meantime.
Playing home merchants with Dorincia. Did I fish for the attack reactions when I wanted them?
Yeah, you found the exact one you need.
Oh my god.
The card is just sweet.
It's just fun. It has so much nuance and
Alright, we'll now begin.
Back when they let us play Redline Briar and Blitz. That was my headpiece of choice.
Nice.
Very, very respectable.
I won my only skirmish. Actually, that's a lie. I've won 2 skirmishes. Wait, no. Yeah, I've won 2 skirmishes, and one of them was with that Redline Briar deck, and the other one was Viserai, obviously. He's broken in Blitz. And both of them were that.
Was it during that one Viserai era that I missed?
Yeah, you missed out. It was so fun.
I missed Bonkers Viserai and I missed Stargo, which I'm honestly okay having happened.
Probably better.
When I left before Briar got errata, then I was like, I cannot play this game right now. Too much going on.
By the way, if you 2 are okay with it, I can be more or less proactive with the rune chant triggers and stuff. It's up to you. I can be more involved if you want me to do just game state maintaining.
If I make a mistake, please let me know, either of you. Otherwise, I will mess up or not mess up as I'm able to catch it.
Yeah, sounds good.
Played a lot of FAP today. Happy to.
If you want to do that, be my guest. I'm almost as out of the game as I could possibly be at this point.
Yeah. Beauty.
I'm not exactly expecting to be playing with any level of prowess.
I think it'll be great.
I'm gonna grab some D6. Oh, you're sorry. Do you want some gum?
I'm good.
I'm okay.
I'm gonna stop occupy my mind. 4.
Flip that quick and over. Reduce.
Did you want to cut or anything?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good. This is a very for fun game, so.
Hit that with the cut.
I was Ravens. Sorry.
I will be even.
There you go.
12.
Your shoes.
So expert. Should I be first or should I be second?
Honestly, couldn't tell you. I've played this so many times.
In the well-documented cube format.
But man, if you make so much rune chance, you cry. Hard to tell, to be honest. I literally have no idea.
I've cried over this.
Yeah.
I'll go second.
That age is an issue. That you are absolutely correct because those girls showed up today for the second game. Right. They walked in, they're like, oh, I'm getting out of the car.
Huh.
Do this for clarity.
Yep.
You're making how many 2 rune chants?
High contrast. Come in for 3 damage. No floating, no 1 floating, no go again. Do I have pummel? I don't have pummel. You win. I will arsenal pass. So clean up. Arsenal.
That one is bad.
Thank you.
I could see the maturity level on the ice today. Just in that alone, just like.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
Turn 1 uses the deep blue. Hucks a card, gains 3 resources.
I'm only very intimidated.
Nice. Oh, nice. Uses all 3 resources.
In for 9.
That is not what I thought I would see today, to be honest.
A little bit of no rune Chane action here.
A little bit of aggressive.
Yeah. Good.
That's what I think. I think we're 500.
9? Really 9? Couldn't be another number. Had to be 9. I really don't know, I'll be honest. I drew like the worst possible hand for this. So upset.
We love to see it.
It is part of the game, to be fair.
Yeah.
I shouldn't.
Put that back with the rest.
Oh, yeah.
I shouldn't whinge about it.
Well, you had a Hope Merchant's Hood to shuffle your hand away.
I thought that exact thing. It's like what I would give to be able to take these 4 cards and get any 4 other cards. Okay, there's a very boring, sad thing I can do. I'm gonna do it. Wait, no, that's done. I'll block with Mordred. Go to reactions.
Nuts.
And I will play an Oasis.
Sure.
So I'll take 2 damage. Both triggers, so I'm just gonna
So you don't.
do that.
Because the bottom. I'm gonna Arsenal this card and it's your turn.
Sure thing. There's a probably a mistake, but nope, that is a mistake. I can't read that card.
I was actually thinking that's the way back.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I missed the whole non-attack thing. I'll just do this. So 2 rune chants coming in, and then 1 physical. If the 1 physical hits, it creates a rune chant.
The size. The one thing you can speed. So if we want to compete, that is what we have to become better. This game, like we're never kind of she's never going to be able to outmanage a girl that's 18. It's never going to happen. Like it's
especially the first game, I feel like for sure you can see, like you're saying, difference, and that's what most of the farmers
How often have you played this?
I played it like probably 10 times ish in total.
Okay.
Pitch
Do
for
1
the
floater.
take the war.
Okay, so I'll make 1 more.
Beautiful.
Back to you, Phil.
I think it.
I'm only doing this because I think it'll be fun.
Oh dear God.
Oh, heck yeah.
Do it.
Oh, he doesn't do it.
So that just.
You just put it on
Yeah,
top.
back on top.
so listen, she's at that age where my legs are.
Okay, that's still really good, actually.
Wait, that's dumb. You're fine.
So yeah, so that creates a road check.
So mere 5 damage.
Yeah, the rune chance stays.
Yeah. It doesn't trigger yet.
And then 5.
That's an arsenal?
Yeah.
That card?
Let's get the significantly better way
I will not block.
Nuts.
And then I will place Sigil of Suffering, dealing you 1 arcane damage.
Sure. I have no floating, so it's take 1.
Cool. Then this will block 4.
Yep.
And I'll take 1. That's 17.
And it's your turn.
Cool.
You just.
Quote unquote content play.
Yeah.
Because in the end, our goal was so does it help us to play all these different games?
Rune Floater incantation. Which comes in with 3. And at the beginning of my action phase, I remove 1 verse counter. I do create a rune shell. I go to destroy it. Oh, sorry, this is active now?
Yep.
So I have played a non-attack, a Rune Blade card. So now I will play...
you also need to play an attack. An attack and a non-attack.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah.
I appreciate you keeping me honest though.
No, it's okay. This is still, I was gonna say, this is still a reasonable trade.
1-on-1.
Oh, this is 4 now.
Oh, just play non-attack. Right.
That's intentional, totally intentional.
I did actually think of that like 5 minutes ago. I just thought of so many other things. I was like, okay.
I want to play this whole hand, so I'm going to take it off.
Nice.
Alright, so I'll make 1 more.
So I take 5 down at 32.
Beautiful.
Not horrifying in the slightest.
No, we're just going to have a little fun as well.
Exactly.
We're going to start
have a Viserai hand.
Start my turn with the Gorgtome.
Gorgtome. Viserai now. Locked and loaded.
That's good. That was a good draw.
Oh dear.
I like that draw.
It's spicy.
I'm going to go a little lead to charge.
Oh dear God. Let's cost 1 or less?
I'm going to start with an Arcana Crackle. So it's going to get me a Rune Chant.
But you're coming in for 3 and 1 and 1. And has go again effectively. Or you get an action point, I should say. Okay. So it begins. I will pitch for the 1 and the 1. So 1 floating. These go in. Or rather that goes in. And then I have 3 to block, right?
Yes.
Bottom blocks.
Okay, and then pitch this for Vexing Lawless.
Okay. I'll okay.
So it's 1.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, no, maybe you're not 3. Yeah, this is good.
This chant is back. And it's 3, 2, and 4.
Man, that 1 Oasis hand was really bad. I'll pay the 1 for the rune chant.
Yeah.
I'll take the 2 from the vexing, and then I'll block the 3. So I should be okay. Yeah. Thanks for that.
Nice. It's gonna be great on coverage. People are gonna be like, "Oh my God, there's so many triggers." Speaking of, don't forget your.
Yep. I was just thinking about if there's anything else I want to do.
Who are these clowns?
Oh yeah.
Why are we watching?
Do they even play Viserai?
Yeah.
Literally never.
Do they even vis, bro?
At no point in my life have I missed.
The value.
Okay.
I do like Nebula Blade, I will say.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting card.
It's a really good card. It's not Rosetta Thorn good, but nothing is.
They should have made a 1-cost Nebula Blade for Viserai. Like even a 1 for 3, you know? Give me that plus. Like,
what if they did the Boltyn treatment? What if they printed a new weapon that's 1 for 0, but everything else is the same?
Oh, that's playable for sure, right?
Right? Like,
that seems great. Wait, that's busted.
1 for 0 plus 3.
Yeah, but then it makes a return. It's a 0 for 1.
I'm gonna pitch to block 1, take 1 and 1.
Cool. So 1 goes back. He takes 2. So you're down to 11. Just keep doing what I'm doing.
Wait, you're pitching a block 1 or you're blocking?
I pitch to block.
Oh, okay, 1 for a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gotcha. I understand.
Captain's call to give my next attack go again.
Yeah, that's pretty freaking good.
Wait, 1?
Make 2 green chance. Always 1 for Viserai trigger as well.
So there's 1, and then there's 3.
Wait, what is Viserai, Michel? It's whatever you play a Runeblade if you play them.
If I play them.
No, we're good. We're good. I have not missed triggers because of my misreading. I've just misplayed because of my misreading. It's much better.
I have 2 floating ones.
Okay, so it's going for 1 and 4?
Yeah. Yeah.
I would love to do some stupid things. My stupidity is prohibitively expensive. Okay, I'll take the 1. And then for the 4, I'll block 2. And that's my final box.
So 2 floating, gonna play the Shrill.
Wow.
5 and 2.
What are you, gaming?
We are gaming.
And you make another rune,
Yeah.
Loaded with the sauce.
Okay, that's awful.
Right, and I feel like she's actually okay.
Good lord.
Pretty aggressive turn.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm trying to outthink my way out. Think my way out of this, and I don't know if there's one. Because I do. My hand is. I don't want to give you my.
This is why I do the attacking, so I don't have to like think about doing like cute plays. I'm just like.
Super valid. Like I get it.
More attacks. More attacks.
More face.
I think so.
Beauty.
We're both gaming now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's your turn.
Tick.
Captain Skull. +2.
Okay.
Wait, that's huge.
It's 2. It's gonna be big.
Vexing.
That's so much Man, you probably got to block some of this.
That was the hope.
This is 8.
And then 4.
4. Oh god, that's rough.
I'm gonna put 8 in front and take 4.
Man, that one Oasis.
Nice. Now we're in blue.
One can only hope.
I'm so sorry for all of you who were attentively watching this game. I clicked the button and unfortunately restarted it.
Yeah.
I think, where were we, Frank? A little further back? Alright, yeah, for the sake of everyone really glued to the screen during this, I apologize.
Put 8 in front and take 4.
Okay, cool. So. Works for me. Oh, then do I? Oh, no, it's not Rubik code, that's fine.
Arsenal, my turn. My card, it's your go.
Hell yeah. Now you gotta play your.
Right, it's my tempo now, so.
Yeah, exactly. You get
I'm
to play
taking
his
it
hand. Nice. Now we're in blue.
One can only hope. Wow, that's an awful hand. That's really sad. Damn. How silly could I get?
And the good news is
Ooh, very silly. That's the answer. Consuming Volition. Pitching Consuming Volition. 1 and 4. Now, if I have dealt or deal arcane damage this turn, this card gains. If it hits a hero, they discard a card.
Don't really gotta worry too much about the phone.
I kind of play Viserai right now. What are you doing to me?
Viserai is so fun, dude.
I know, but like, now you're making me want to play him.
Yeah.
Jabril did enough of that. full-on gaming.
And game.
You're good. Yeah? I'm not gonna pretend like I remember what you picked, but I just want to take a look. Oh shit, the swimming. Okay, I feel better about it. Yes. Yeah, either way, you discard a card basically. Well, either way, you lose the card.
My point is, she's done only for a year, so with you guys, she's got that much more.
Pitch.
Okay.
Block that out. I have 2 floating.
Yep.
And then no blocks on the condition.
Okay. Before damage is dealt, I'll snap.
Yeah, for sure.
And I would say I'm sorry, but I'm really not.
Dang. I was gonna have fun this time too.
No. Not on my watch, sir. No fun to be had here.
So I guess I'll block, pay, play. So that covers 6, so I stay at 3.
Oh, it's true.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Forces your arsenal, I'm happy.
Yeah, that is okay.
Like a penguin in a freezer. Alright.
The game is tight.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
He asked me, you legitimately take these people. Anybody else, that's fine. You protect these people.
Pitch.
Did it.
Form.
Yeah, I did that. Huh. So it's not lethal, but I lose a card, and I need all my cards. So you're.
I mean, technically it is lethal. It's 4 and 1.
That's true. It's off.
Yeah. It's lethal if you do nothing.
I got you. That is fair. That's actually very valid.
I love this gameplay. It's exciting. It's like no good decisions because you're just like dying.
So I'll take the one I can.
Not block force. So get up some rune flash. Ain't going at it back.
Yeah, I don't have enough rune chance right now.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Beginning my turn as pups.
There is probably a little bit of that.
Spicy. Double hit.
So Rio this year did the same thing.
5.
5.
Technically 2 4. But no one hits, except for death. That was pretty bad.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
You put the Viserai cube? It actually makes me want to play Viserai. What the fuck is Viserai cube?
Hell yeah, dude.
It's a creation.
It's an abomination. It's just a bunch of Viserai cards.
What's Viserai cube?
Like, it's just a draft set.
Oh,
of Viserai cards.
you're literally looking at all of it.
Yeah, this is like all the cards that are in it. We're coming near the end of the game.
I teleported the shapeshifter. I got a box.
We got 3
Oh,
on
you
1.
got a box for that? Yeah, I got a box of cold foil iris and a playmat. The playmat is exclusive candlehold. It's like a calling exclusive playmat.
What the heck?
Yeah.
Yo, I want that. I
Just send random playmats. So Frank, you know Nick Frank?
I think that's seen you around. Yeah, nice to meet you.
So we're all. Yeah, he's gonna fucking shred it. I tell you I'm on Dory.
I like it.
One of these days you might play a real deck.
Wow. 5-player.
Yeah, I'm playing Lexi.
That's a real deck. That is a real deck.
I'm gonna pitch.
5 is so bad that I decided I couldn't.
I'm gonna make so many Lexis cry tomorrow. It's gonna be awesome. I can't wait.
It's fine.
If you're doing well, we'll put you on cover.
Lexis around. Huh?
If you're doing well, we'll put you on cover.
It's fine. I'm only playing 3 rounds of CC in this tournament anyway.
I didn't know you were the one casting it. Originally, I thought it was
Arsenal is card.
Yeah, they're doing it.
We're doing it. So I told him, I said, look, if ever I like slump the fuck out and I'm not playing Dory and you guys need a quick break and you need someone who has casting experience, just let me know. I'll hop on just for like 5 minutes.
We should get you in some of these
2 and 4.
stuff too.
If ever I'm like not playing.
Yeah, that's for us.
I can't believe I've never found a way to use this card.
We're going to get some sleep. Yeah, if I don't shit the bed as hard, I'd love to be able to shoot some.
Sounds great.
Okay, do it. Cheers, Frank.
Let's spend my gun.
I mean, if you got balls, you could go to 1, right?
You could just pass, don't forget.
I don't have the hand to have balls.
Ah, fair. I don't know.
So I'm gonna pitch to block one of those, and I'm gonna sigil that.
That's rude.
I was gonna say that's so rude.
That's rude as fuck.
What the heck?
It's like we both go down 1 life, that's what I'm learning.
Damn, bro. Oh, we're in the danger zone now. I mean, we've been in the danger zone
for ages.
Push 2. Like cut down to 6.
That's also kind of rude at this stage of the game.
It's not very cash money here, I gotta say. Ooh, I lose. This is good.
I like the sounds of I lose.
So bad that I had to show up. Like, why am I here? I have no message.
That's what I'm saying right now. Why am I? I'll take 4 down to 2.
It's on you.
Right back to where I was. Actually, no, I lost 1 life in that exchange.
Right. Okay, but this play is sauce.
This is pretty good, I will admit. This is 2, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, as they say in the biz. This is go again anyway, right?
I think you just dropped.
I may just have to play it for like random.
Well,
I could play it now.
That'd be lovely.
I could play it now.
No, well, it wouldn't do anything.
No, the rune check.
Oh, that's true.
Like in this situation, actually, might be pretty relevant.
That's a good point.
I cut my teeth on Bravo and Ira. I make weird plays.
No, that's a good point. That's the
thing I like. It's like that's the one thing I like. With, not the one. One of the things I like with this game that makes it very fighting and adjacent is the fresh perspective a different player can bring to a deck you've been playing for years. And you're like, oh my god. I watched a new player play Bravo, and it was really a sight to behold. Block with 3 cards.
Boy!
You hurt me.
That's so rough.
You hurt me so much.
Okay, don't forget your rune chant here. You make a rune chant when that happens.
Oh, it's sick.
Yeah, otherwise I would not mind as much, but that makes me feel very sad.
It's actually.
I will pass.
Important, I think.
Man, you guys are just beating each other up.
As they say.
As it should be. The game as intended.
Pitch 2, float 1, take 1. I'm a mere AB1 peasant over here.
Remember when I said you only need Arcane Barrier 1 anyways? It's okay, there's only a few vexing malices in the queue. You know? Like, what are the chances?
I don't think I have any left, so.
You gotta kill him fair and square?
Yeah.
Fuck. No. Other nasty words.
Show me 2 blocks.
Don't talk to me like that.
Show me 2 blocks.
Nope.
Rats.
Just sad blocks. Man, that one rune chant really was so fucking sick.
Yeah.
That one rune chant was crazy.
That was a pretty good rune chant. Honestly. Speaking of, let me introduce them my one rune chant.
Juice it. Okay, let's move some of this stuff.
It is finally arrived.
The plays.
We're all joking, but it's pretty good, honestly.
Yeah, it seems actually really good. Wait, why did we? Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
No, you're good.
I have Razor duet. Still you thinking about? What if I misplay and play lounging press by accident? Illegally.
That was almost illegal.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that bad, honestly. Just need more on hits.
Block 3, pitch 1. Take 3 down to 1.
Take 1 down to 1, you mean?
Yeah.
Then you make a red champ, but then it gets destroyed because of
red.
It's so funny. It's still worth it, I think, in that play. Whoa, he had it! He had it!
Wait.
Oh, you could survive.
I mean, I won't. I know I won't.
He went through Oasis and Sigil already.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
like, oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, that was so sick.
Beauty. That was beauty.
The better Viserai player.
I can't believe I won that one.
That was a fun game to watch.
I was
super fun.
heartbroken when I drew my, on turn 2, I drew my 3 red hand. I was like, and that was the turn he came in with a 9 humble.
Yeah.
Nothing, it was
Aggressive
Oasis, no, it was Oasis, Sigil, blue Spellblade, and then they blue.
Okay, everyone. Mistimed it very slightly. There's still like, I don't know, like 7 picks, whatever they're saying right now. So we'll need to cut to another short little break. That way we can come back and actually talk. You can hear me right now. I can barely talk. The judges are glaring at me. So yeah, back just in a tiny bit. Tiny bit. I'm missing my own cues. Where's the button?
Hello, everybody, and we're back. Canadian Nationals here, so the players just finished drafting their first draft here, so they are in deck construction. So for the deck construction time, we're going to be giving a little bit of a premise on Monarch Draft, because this is it's interesting. The LSS decided to bring it back. I think it's like a good move on them. I think a lot of people didn't get to draft this set. I think it's a really, really fun set to draft, honestly. Like 4 heroes, a lot of good like ups and downs with Shadow, Light, a lot of good flavor.
Yeah, for sure. I actually think this is one of my favorite draft sets because a lot of these cool cards that are not quite powerful enough to see play in Constructed are, really all-stars in the draft format. And, I mean, without getting too much into, like, the specific heroes, even just, like, synergies that just don't quite meet that bar, or, they really shine in a lower power kind of level environment.
Yeah, no, totally. So we're just going to kind of go over a bit of everything, really, in Monarch Draft. We do have... as the players are building, it's really different players, how I feel, have different preferences to either Shadow or Light, and then within Shadow or Light, you'll see people who swear by Prism Force, or they swear by just no Shadow. It's too much variance or something like that. So we're going to talk a little bit about some good strategies. Some of them the players are very actively taking into account here in the first draft, and kind of what you want to look for when you're drafting a set for the first time, or maybe you're revisiting it. Maybe you drafted it when it was first set, and you're revisiting it back to Unlimited. So I guess what do you want to start with?
I think a good place to start is maybe just why draft any particular hero. We'll just go down the list and be like,
sure.
But what's the reason why we would draft Prism, say, which maybe is the most obvious choice in a lot of these packs?
Yeah, Prism is like your stock. It's kind of like Fi and Uprising. Like it's your stock and steady. You can 2-1, even 3-0 a draft with like a fairly mid, and by mid I mean like you didn't do like 4 Prisms in your 8-man pod. Like you didn't necessarily get a bunch of Heralds. You didn't necessarily go your way, but you could still do well. That is the kind of stock for Prism and what you can do. It's very, very high floor. Now, the ceiling isn't necessarily as high as some of the Shadow heroes, but a couple of the early picks you want to see are if you're getting a lot of the Red Heralds. So we're talking about like Red Herald Protection is a very good one. Red War Tune Heralds are good. There's a couple of the rare Heralds. Herald of Triumph is a very, very good... a very good Herald to find with the -1. So Herald of Triumph is very good to make sure they need a 7 power card to pop the Phantasm on any of attacks. So other pieces are the equipment. An early Halo of Illumination might make you want to draft a little bit more light heavy. Halo Illumination very good in Prism. Especially turn 0, you're able to... does it work? Does the arrow...
Oh, no. That's okay. I'll just pull up individual cards.
Okay.
We're you know what? We'll just keep the Herald of Protection there while we talk.
Sure. Herald Protection is the reason... Oh, it's over here. Herald Protection is the reason why you're going to want to draft Prism here. But some of the armor, I think Dreamweavers is a little... It's very, very good, but I think compared to some of the other pieces of equipment, like... You don't really see pack one, pick one, like Dreamweavers. I'm going to force Prism all that often. I think the Red Heralds are a little bit easier for that. And the kind of side cards that you might want to see going into Prism, Red Zealous Belting, honestly, any color Zealous Belting. A lot of the times you're going to end up being able to proc those with a Yellow Herald, where you pitch a Yellow Herald Protection 6 power. Any color Zealous Belting will have go again. And really that mix between your Heralds, so your Phantasms essentially, and your non-Phantasms is the key to winning. Otherwise, against a deck like Levia, you might just essentially pop all your Phantasms.
You can get fatigued, essentially, lose damage.
Yeah, your weapon doesn't actually do anything without anything on the board. That's something that I think the other one bomb I will mention, if you see pack one, pick one, Red Prismatic Shield.
Oh, Prismatic Shield, okay.
Honestly, I've won so many games off turn 0 Prismatic. Like they do something, block, pitch a blue, Red Prismatic, you start going second, and imagine you draw triple blue and you're just like, here's 12.
Right. Yeah, that's pretty threatening. And not only do they have to block that damage, they have to be able to threaten you to take that off the board for subsequent turns.
Because it's 3 life. You've essentially gone up to 23. And Prism, unlike the classic constructed counterparts that they have right now, starts at 20 life, just like every other. Well, not every other hero, but in Monarch's case,
the Monarch set,
every other hero. So I think those are the big ones. Maybe like a big Red Herald Protection, Red Prismatic Shields are kind of the bombs that I'm really looking. I really don't. I don't think I see very many people force Prism off things like the yellow auras, so things like Ode to Wrath, Merciful Retribution, and Parable of Humility. I think out of the 3, they all have different kind of use cases, where I would say Parable and Merciful see more play in draft specifically. Parable to be able to flash it in or play it at instant speed, and if they're trying to like pop your Phantasms, you can essentially give them -1 at instant speed, and they're going to take the Herald to the face. So you essentially pitch and play a Herald of Protection, and then you have maybe your aura in the arsenal, and then you have another card to pitch for it, and they try to pop your red Herald Protection with a 6 power, right? You pitch again, and then you're able to, or pitch 2 cards, and you're able to play your Parable, -1, the Herald hits, and then you pass, and you still have the Herald on the field that they have to eventually deal with. So a lot of the times it's like you're using it in a more tricky scenario, making your Spectral Shields be able to do arcane damage with Merciful Retribution is like the main kind of like you create one off Merciful, but they also will like start triggering arcane damage. And key part of the set is there's not a lot of arcane barrier.
Yeah, there's only what legendary piece.
There's Talisman of Dowsing.
Oh, Talisman of Dowsing. Which you have to put into play.
AE. That's Spell Void, and that's like the only like generic like deck Spell Void stuff you really have, because everything else is Spell Void 2 on Ebb and Fold and Halo, Spell Void 1 on the Dreamweavers. I think those are the main ones that people usually see. I'm trying to remember if there's any.
I don't know if there's any arcane barrier actually. It's all Spell Void, right?
I think it's all Spell Void, which kind of makes sense. There's really not that many big arcane sources in this.
Right.
Even Chane only kind of pinging you for one.
Yeah, it only gets
for
the
one.
pings.
Yeah, other than like maybe Vexing Malice pings for 2.
Right.
So that's kind of like a bit of a Prism rundown and kind of the cards I would see and how I would like kind of play in that aspect.
Okay, and so I think we both kind of have been talking about it with the assumption that Prism is kind of one of your first choices. So then to bounce off of that, so then what would we see in, just continuing with the light heroes, like what would we see that would make us say, okay, maybe I should actually be picking Boltyn cards up?
Yeah, no, it's totally fair. You want to look for your bombs. Your bombs are specifically Vive the Vanguard, really good one. We're gonna keep Herald Protection on there, but just picture Vive the Vanguard in your head, viewers, for a sec. Just it's Boltyn. He's got.
Here. I'll lean over while you keep talking.
Frank's good. Yeah. So Vive the Vanguard is like one of your best bombs, and in that you can essentially. Oh, there it is. Wow, you just kind of did it immediately here. So Vive the Vanguard. It is a 1 cost, so charging. Usually, you don't even have to charge that many cards towards it. Usually, just a V for like charge 1 and get +1 on the chain. Very good. You just have to make sure not to break the chain, because this only works on the chain. I see players play like
a non-attack action or
Warmongers. I was supposed to say Diplomacy. It's Recital and Monarch. Warmongers Recital to like +3 to enable like a Boltyn card to be able to like attack reaction after it. But you want to make sure to like play all of this before Vive the Vanguard charge, right? So,
right.
Vive the Vanguard, a big one. I think Gallant, and that would be like a pack 1 pick 1. Like
I'm gonna just try to pick up Boltyn cards.
I'm going to try. Like if I see Vive the Vanguard, pack 1, pick 2, red Take Flight, red Bolt of Courage, like even red Engulfing Light, I would probably hedge towards. I would probably try to count out the light cards and try to count out what's being taken.
Yeah.
And if I see like these powerful, especially Take Flight, I think red Take Flights are so premium because they're not only a unconditional go again, it is a breakpoint at 4, so you're going to be trickling damage, and you're able to charge a card. It's just like everything you want.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
That being said, you want more than just Take Flight. But if I saw them super early, especially that early, I would definitely look towards getting something like Gallantry Gold if I can pick it up, which is probably my second. If I see a pack one, if I see a pack 1, pick 1 Gallantry Gold, I'll probably look around the pack and see how many good draftable cards there are for Boltyn. So my worry would be that if I pick a Gallantry Gold and then there's like a bunch of good strong red charge cards in that pack, I would be a little bit worried about picking up the Gallantry Gold and then someone to my left, either right, like 1 or 2 C's to left, picks up the Take Flight, and then Boltyn just dries up on the wheel.
Right, exactly.
But if it's like the only good Boltyn card, I'm very like hyped to pick up that Gallantry Gold and see where it takes me, because Gallantry Gold on your axes is definitely a win con.
Yeah, I think like the fact that it makes a whole turn on its own, even if you just have blues or if you have, blues and like a kind of a so-so attack to just end the turn on, that's still a lot of damage that your opponent has a hard time blocking with the multiple axe swings and whatnot.
Like you're going fairly wide. I think another acceptable piece is Stubby Hammers, because you do have a lot of 3 power or less. Other than the Rec Take Flight, like your Bolt of Courage is a 0 for 3. Your Engulfing Light is a 0 for 3, I believe. The Express Lightning is a 0 for 4, but it also just makes your yellows into a 0 for 4. Like your yellow 0 for 3s are now 0 for 4s, right? So I think Stubbies is an acceptable option, especially if you can pick up red Belittles or just any color Belittles with Minnowism. So Belittle Minnowism package with Stubbies is good into everything. Honestly, every deck should be.
Every deck.
Especially
really
early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like keeps you quite open, and it's like semi-self-contained because a lot of the cards you're taking for that are enabling that
Other
on
combos.
its own, right?
Yeah. And like they're not gonna wheel. Like these are belittle minnowisms aren't gonna wheel. If they're wheeling, you should be happy because you pick them up early and you just succeeded in life, right?
Yeah.
And succeeding in life is pretty good.
I mean, I guess like if a card is bannable in Classic Constructed, it might be worth considering.
Might be
draft.
worth considering in draft. So those are kind of like I'm looking for the V. I'm looking for strong red charge cards. Specifically, take flight early would be very nice. Looking for Gallantry Gold. Obviously, you get Lumina, is pretty good.
Yeah.
I like a little bit later. I like Valiant Thrust. I like having like one or two. It's a rare, but very very nice card to end with because of you charge. It's just a very good ender. It's not hard to give it go again too on a wider turn because it does gain attack on the charge, right? So you play something, give it go again. Valiant Thrust will gain power. Give that go again. So later in the game, when you're trying to close a game, Valiant Thrust is one of your best friends. Yeah.
Okay, no, that's totally fair. Now let's stick with the theme. You mentioned Belittle.
Oh, yeah.
We'll think about Chane and another hero that really likes to play that kind of small attack archetype, or one of the possible archetypes you can draft towards. So then what are your big signpost cards for Chane?
Yeah, so Chane is pretty interesting in that I think this deck has by far maybe not by far, I think Levia is a pretty, Levia, sorry. I almost said Levia and didn't correct myself.
You're making me press the button. I haven't pressed it all day. You ready for this?
Personal favorite hero from Monarch, Levia.
You are being corrected by a literal dev of the game there, Eric.
Jason,
be careful.
I will say I did self-correct pretty quickly. That is my
Not bad.
caveat
It's
here.
why I didn't fire you on the spot.
I mean, I do like to keep my job. It is not, in this economy, you don't really want to be.
Yeah, she's looking over us right now, She's looming over our shoulders.
But this is Blitz, so it's the wrong poster.
Oh, that's right.
Keep that in
All
mind.
right, okay. We'll stick with Blitz.
So we were talking about Chane. As a shadow hero, you're going to be going with a low floor, high ceiling kind of strategy here. And I think some of the cards I'm looking for, other than Belittle Minnowism, Soul Reaping.
Right. Oh, yeah. That was
hell of a card.
Slam dunk.
Like, Soul Reaping early is just like you pick it up and see where it gets you, because Soul Reaping can win games pretty easily. Give it, Shackle, give it go again. Able to banish, able to like get resources. I think the other big piece is Ironweave. So Aether Ironweave, very, 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 I would hazard to say probably one of the best common pieces of equipment in Monarch for sure. Able to block one and just give you two on a stick. Like this card can be played in CC.
Yeah, that card might be the best equipment in this. Well, best
common equipment.
Yeah, exactly. Non-majestic.
Honestly, in draft, I'd rather have this over like a lot of the other legendary equipment. I'll tell you that. Like even Husk ends up killing you sometime. Like I've beaten players on Husk. I've seen other players be beaten with Husk. Like
Right.
it's definitely not a be all end all. It's good. It blocks the Herald. It's cool. But this card does 2 resources, and in the late game, you know what you need? You need 2 resources to do all your stuff. So Aether Ironweave early is something I'm looking for. Seeds of Agony.
Right.
I guess in all colors, it really depends what you're giving up for it, right? But I think Seeds of Agony's early is a good kind of. I hazard to say signals because I know everyone has like a mixed view on like whether it's fake
it's a signal or
I
reading
know.
them.
Yeah, I mean Yuki had a tweet a little while ago, kind of talked a little bit about signals and just like. But the thing with Seeds is just a good card, right? And it's not. Yeah, maybe someone's picking up Ghostly Visitor Bounding instead of the Seeds because they have one already. You wouldn't know. Like maybe they pack one, pick one. But I think Seeds in general for your own draft. It's just a very good card. You banish it. It's not amazing in hand, but it's playable in hand. And it just turns on like your Riftbind turns, your Bounding turns. Unhallowed Rites is a rare, can get this card back from the grave. And this card enables like very good pitch stack, like second cycle.
And so talking about the second cycle pitch stack thing, because I think that's a big way that Chane can win games against these more defensive decks.
Sure.
Do you differentiate when you're drafting whether you're playing something that's more of a combo-oriented setup or a value pile, or are you just looking to pick, quotes, the best cards for every single Chane deck that you play?
Sure. So I think in general, Chane wants to look for as close to as like a 50-50 blood debt count as you can. Too much blood debt means you're probably taking a lot of like mediocre yellow and blue blood debt cards. These are not cards you're going to be wanting to see banished unless you have very specific combos. Cards do get better with stubbies, and that is like the definite best arm piece you should be looking for in Chane. In discounting Belittle, like it turns things like yellow Rip Through Realities from a 3 to a 4. It turns a lot of your base level power cards up a notch, which you have a bunch that hit 3 or under. Like These cards
Arcana Crackles and stuff.
Crackle, Bounding Demagon. Like, these cards all start as a 0 for 3. These days don't start as a... Like, yeah, like Bounding, it gains +1 after you play that non-attack for battle. It doesn't start it there. So the amount of value you can get off Stubbies is just so good in that deck. It's better than any other deck that can use Stubbies, right? So I think that's, like, a big piece of the combo. And as far as, like, second cycle, you're going to want to play, like, a nice barrel of generics and try to get them out of your deck ASAP, either through blocking or playing them. And you do want, like, a nice curve, right? So a card I really love in Chane that you can usually get on your wheel, right?
Okay.
Like after.
Yeah.
Yinty Yanty.
Yinty Yanty. Right.
Yanty. I love Yinty Yanty. Let me tell you
Red
why.
one?
Any of them, right?
Oh, any of them. Okay.
I actually like the blue and the red. The yellow's not bad too, because you know what it says? It says when it's defending and you control an aura, +1. Guess what Soul Shackle is?
It's an aura. So it basically always blocks 3 for you.
How many blue block 3s that don't say Blood Dead do you have in the set?
Right. Not very many, actually.
Not very many, exactly.
Okay, yeah. Because most of the generics in the set block 2.
Most of the generics block 2. There are, like, rare cards that block 3. But I'm talking about, like, pure common cards.
Yeah.
Unless you have this card turn 0 when you don't have a shackle, right? And you're going second, which you don't have to block with it kind of thing. But the red Yinty Yanty also comes in for 4 when you're attacking with it.
0 for 4.
And
good rate.
Stubbies.
Oh,
0 for 5 now.
Okay.
Yinty Yanty's now a 0 for 5 on a big turn. That's a hell of a card right there. And usually these cards wheel. So just a good example of a generic that could do well. A lot of other blue non-blood debt cards you want to pick up. Kind of Crackle. Big way you win the game. Especially blue ones, they block for 3.
Yeah.
They do the Arcane Ping. The red one's nice too, again, for Stubbies. The yellow one's good, fine too. Vexings are rare, so I'm not really... Vexing Malice, that's a rare. I'm not really going to, like... If you pick one up, take it. It's very, very good. But, like, the Crackle, I would say, is, like, one of those other... If your deck can just be, like, Crackles, a couple buffs, some ENTs, a little Miniwism, and just a bunch of good Blood Dead cards, I think you 3-0 your draft if you play it properly.
Right. So what I'm hearing from you, to kind of circle back to that question, is that you like to build this basis of very consistent high performers in that value context. But then when you look at your more contested cards in the early picks, that's where you're looking for the combo pieces. That's where you're looking for...
Red Blood Dead cards.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Iron Weave. Ebb and Fold, very good.
Right. Basically draws you a card.
Draws you a card, very good at the end game to get that. Like, what you can do is you pitch stack, essentially, and you banish, and you remember where your blue is. So if you, like, missed by 1, it saves your ass.
Right. Oh, yeah.
It's really, really nice. So, like, you essentially, like, banish, and, like, oh, I miscounted by 1. Hey, pitch, draw my blue with Ebb and Fold.
Yeah,
like,
you accelerate your draw.
You accelerate by 1, and that's very important because, like, pitch stacking and playing this out is very, very important. It's very difficult, too. You got to really practice pitch stack and endgame Chane. Endgame Chane is difficult. Yeah.
Okay, I think we've said a lot about Chane. Let's go on to our last hero before we talk a bit about general strategy.
Sure.
About Levia. Levia Copium. I have it on the bingo sheet.
Levia Copium right here. Yep. So Levia Copium. I actually like Levia quite a bit, and I don't know if many people share my sentiment in draft because a lot of times people end up exploding.
Right.
When they play Levia draft, they either go off too early, they go off too late with like 16 cards in their graveyard, and they're just like, I should have gone off like 2 turns ago, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I think it has to do with how many non-blocking cards you're drafting versus your blocking cards, and people kind of overdrafting these non-blocking cards, thinking they're going to draw them early and always hit. You're not always going to draw them early, and you're not always going to attack with them. I think anything more than about 4 to 5 non-blocking card. I'm talking Smash with Big Tree. I'm talking Deadwood Rumbler. Like these cards are nice. Two card hands, right? You pitch a blue, you do your thing, right?
Yeah.
They go into graveyard, and then you're able to banish to turn off your Blood Debt. However, when you have to eventually block, which Levia does block a fair amount in her kind of mid-range strategy, because she has a lot of 3 blocks. Unless you are running a bunch of cards like Rally the Rear Guard, which is a card I really like in Levia.
Yeah, convert the non-blocks into blocks.
Convert to non-blocks, and it goes to grave, right? You don't have to pitch it. You're filling the graveyard with your non-blocks, so it's the same kind of idea, and you get +3. So I really, that's kind of one of the reasons I really like Rally the Rear Guard specifically in Levia, and I will pick up blues and yellows later in the pack. Of course, I'm not going to be super priority off like the good cards, but I think this deck gets very, very, very awkward without hooves. I think if you don't have hooves in this deck, and if you don't have Deadwood Screamer, Deadwood Screamer, no.
Dread Screamer.
Dread Screamer, sorry. I was thinking about Deadwood, and it just kind of... Dread Screamer, thank you, there we go. So, red Dread Screamer is obviously insanely premium.
Yeah.
If you see this pack one, pick one, and you don't see any other bomb cards or something like this, I think this is a bomb card. This is like Levia's bomb card in the set.
Right. This is a better than a take flight for Boltyn kind of thing.
Yeah. I would say this is more necessary in Levia to win than Take Flight is in Boltyn to win. Because at least Boltyn has the Axe inevitability. You get Gallantry Gold, hell, maybe you get Illumina, something, and you kind of go off to the races. Levia's Majestics are not good.
Right.
In draft. Or honestly, in general, they're kind of lackluster. Like,
oh no, my Mark of the Beast.
Honestly, Mark of the Beast is a funny one because you end up playing it and you're like, cool, I turn off Blood Debt, and then you end up like
taking 3 extra blood.
Going early, yeah, and you have it early, so you block with it, and then you realize, oh wait, it goes to banish. I started Blood Debt. Like it's not, unless you have a way to get it out, it's kind of awkward. But in Levia, I would say Dread Screamer and Hooves are your big early picks that you want to look for. I think Game Enders are a good one. Convulsions from the Bellows of Hell.
Right, gets dominated.
Very, yeah. It's a 3-block non-attack, which is great as a block against Boltyn. Right. It does game dominate in either +1, +2, +3. I think all colors are good. It is a rare. You really can't get picky with your rares, you know? So I'd say all colors are good. I think a lot of the rares in Levia just happen to game dominate. So Beast Hulk, Riding Beast Hulk, that one gives... I'm very happy with myself. I'm able to remember all these
cards.
All these Levia cards have very convoluted names.
They all sound sort of similar in theme.
Riding Beast Hulk, yeah, exactly. You know, 6 or more games to dominate. So all of these like dominate cards, and then you combine them with a Bellow. Right, Unworldly Bellow. So the Unworldly Bellow, you're able to buff at a pretty good rate. Unworldly Bellow is also one of those cards that's a non-attack that blocks for 3. So you're doing really good stuff into Boltyn. And like you're happy to have them. And so I think your strategy is to get some of those. If you can get the generic poppers, it's good because you're taking away from other decks, which is fine, but also like you can use it. Rally the Rearguard Red is super, super good. I would always early pick that in general. Very good card specifically with Levia. I like Zealous Belting. Very easy to get in the go again off Zealous Belting.
Yeah.
Warmonger's Recital, not bad because you can get some recursion. And then talk about recursion, the last part, I say Ghostly Visit has its place. Void Wraith Ghostly Visit, because sometimes you end up like not really having a wide enough turn. And so you're able to do things like Worldly Ghostly. If you get a Howl from Beyond, that's super nice. It's a rare.
Right, yeah, you might not get the red.
Yeah, like the red Howl from Beyond and getting that like inevitability and then able to like keep filling up Grave, right? So it's all of these things combined because you don't want to rely too much on your super big cards that always have the additional cost when you need the Grave. And I think combined, you're able to do, I think the big turns that you're looking to do are with Hooves, right? Red Dress Screamer, gain go again, and then Graveling Growl. Like Graveling Growl, red, like off the Hooves, gaining your action point, right?
Yeah.
That's where you want to be because that's 20 damage off the red. Yeah, that is 20 damage, right? And you do that, you take their hand, and then you come in with like a dominate after like Convulsions or Writhing or something like that. The other Shadow generic, it's a 6 power. It's not Looter Time Plunderer. It's a rare. Oh my god, what is it called? It's a 6 power 2-block red, and as additional cost, there it is.
Consuming Aftermath.
You see, Ethan knows this stuff. It's almost like he plays his hero. So
knows his draft.
He knows his Levia here, and again, it's very good. It's a shadow popper, so you can pick this kind of early and still be okay with Chane.
Yeah, that's true.
Because for Chane, this also helps end your game. Like 3 is a little costly for Chane, to be honest, but it helps actually finish the game. You get dominate, and you have inevitability. Like you can stack this and eventually get to it, and you can control your stack. So Levia is still a shadow hero. Your stack is still very important, and so I think those are the kind of takeaways I would put for Levia.
Okay, great. So now I've gotten you to just kind of lay out your general game plan for each of these heroes.
There's all our draft content from the last couple months.
Now, okay, but we're going to bring it back to making decisions during the draft. When you're drafting, and let's say you've picked up a few cards for one or another hero, when do you decide to switch off of what you've been drafting? Or maybe you've drafted something that leaves you pretty open? Like, where's like the appropriate time to say really hard commit to one hero or another, or to give up on like the wells dried up for Boltyn, for instance? You're like, should I just start drafting something completely different?
Sure. Yeah, pivoting, as you kind of explained it, it's kind of interesting. I think different sets require different mindsets when it comes to pivoting. I think pivoting in a 3-hero set like Uprising, where it's only 14 draftable cards, versus a 4-hero 15-card draftable set like Monarch, a little bit different in the mindset. I think if you're like a die-hard Prism Forcer, you're just gonna like force Prism, and that's fine. That's your game strat. I think as far as like drafting your seat is kind of what players call it. It's very kind of contextual on what you see missing in the pack. Right. So these, there's some variance based on different packs, but you can get a general sense of what is in each pack as far as Shadow, Light. Like if you get a pack, pick 3. There's no or pick 4, whatever. There's no illusionists, there's no light illusionists.
Yeah.
Pretty safe to assume, even if I know you really like the red Herald of Protection. I literally just told you it's good for Prism. I know
we drafted one of those pick one kind of.
Yeah, I'm happy you listened. It's great. It's really a beautiful thing. The problem is that you're gonna get nothing else. And sometimes it's not good enough, right? So I think personally, and I know this is kind of shared. This is kind of shared between a couple of especially a couple of my locals, 2 of them which are drafting in Pod 1. Ian Smith, the runner-up to 2022 Nats, and Yuki Draft, the semi-finalist for 2022 Nats. It really like mid-pack 1 is when you want to start looking at what do you have, what do you think you're missing to actually win a game to get like a cohesive deck. And for me, it's usually around pack 1 pick 5, pack 1 pick 6. That's generally when I'm like, okay, so maybe I'm kind of split between the axes. What I mean by the axes is on the axes, I'm going to draw a little bit of axes on my hands here.
Okay.
On the axes here, you have Prism and Levia, and you have Boltyn and Chane. And the reason I'm putting them together is they like a lot of the same generic cards. Zealous Belting is very good in Levia and Prism. Belittle and everything. Belittle Minnowism, very good in Boltyn Chane.
Right.
So a lot of these cards have different affinities based on what you're using for them. So maybe you're trying to stay a little bit more open to one of the axes or another. And I would say probably try to pick beforehand. And so what you're able to do on staying on axes, let's say you're picking like red Zealous Belting. You've kind of like, you haven't pigeonholed yourself by picking a class card, but you've given yourself like 2 good-ish options, right?
Yeah.
And you can kind of decide which one of those is a little bit more amicable to whatever your pod is drafting. I think the other piece is that strong class cards really do win the game. I think generics are necessary to not die. But they don't usually win the game. There are some very good ones. Surging Militia, Rally, Belittle Minnowism, Zealous. Of course, I mentioned quite a few of them. But I think like your class cards are what's really gonna close the game.
Put together game-winning turns instead of just being on par with what everyone else is doing.
Yeah, and by pick 5, pick 6, I think you can pretty easily give up 2 to 3 cards. So let's say you pick 2 or 3 powerful cards and you notice there's a lot of the other one open, like the other 3 that you can use is open. I think you need to just learn how to just give it up. Like you got, and that's really tough. And I think that's the main kind of thing I'm trying to TLDR. You just got to give up a couple of those strong picks. You just have to do it because I think Yuki put it really well. Like you draft towards your strong picks, whatever you open, right? And after that is just dependent on, hey, your pod agrees, or maybe they open something stronger and they're in a better seat, right? By better seat, I mean they're ahead of you. They're gonna cut the cards before you going left because you want to pick towards your pack 1 and pack 3. Going left,
yeah, exactly. Because you have more opportunities.
You get more cards.
Like
first. It doesn't matter if your pack 2 is that bad. It's coming from the other side of the table.
Yeah.
And you'll probably still get a couple cards out of it. But you want to be with the people that are on your right, passing to your left, right? And so I think get to 5, 6, keep a couple cards, strong ones, and then figure out what people are on based on what's missing. And that's it.
Right. And so if I've got my, say, we talked about Herald of Protection. I've got a yellow prismatic shield or something like that.
Spears Reality or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. But then I've got my, Zealous Belting and a Rally the rear guard, and it's like, oh, okay, well, like, if I'm seeing that all of the light cards are gone, we're saying that by the middle of pack 1 and definitely by the end of pack 1, I've got to give up on these Prism cards if I've not seen a single light card come my way, right?
You don't have to give up, but you have to like be prepared for the inevitability the Prism is definitely closed, right?
Right.
And you could still build an okay, like if you keep getting some middling Prism cards, and you could still be okay in pack 2 and get enough to get a deck. However, I wouldn't be like close to the opportunity of, hey, Levia is super open.
Right,
I have Rally, like maybe a red Rally. I have a Zealous. Like I have like some serviceable cards.
Yeah.
For Levia. Don't be closed off to Levia. There's nothing wrong with playing a little Levia now and again, right? Like you see like Dread Screamer pick 6, pack 1.
Yeah.
Red Dread Screamer, pack 6, pick 1. I'm picking the Dread Screamer instead of the generic 2-block because it fits to the Prism deck, you know?
Yeah, no, that's totally fair.
Yeah.
And okay, so just the players have gotten their pairings, they're starting to get seated, and we're gonna have the stream up pretty soon. Let's do one last question. Some of the biggest bombs in the Monarch set are the majestic weapons, and 2 in particular, the Dread Sight and Luminaris, right?
Yeah.
You agree with that?
Yeah.
I want to talk about the other 2. Are Raiden and Hexagore pack 1 pickable?
No.
Or let's say, do you even want to play them in your deck?
Nope. Nope. Raiden is playable, but what if you miss a charge?
Right. It literally does nothing.
It literally does nothing. It just comes in for 0. And the issue is, you can have a very good charge, but it's very likely that you just have a better thing you want to throw at them.
Right.
And then the inevitability of axes is just you get to pitch and have a weapon. You know, only 2 heroes have like a serviceable weapon. Like Chane's weapon's fine, but only Levia and Boltyn is the one that's gonna do like significant damage.
Yeah, they're the ones that can actually fatigue their opponent using the weapon, basically.
Yeah, because again, Chane will just banish himself out before they do it. But I think that Raiden is it's playable. I would pass it personally, especially if there's like a serviceable charge card. I'm taking the charge card. And the Hexagore, that was the other one, right? The Hexagore?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a no for me. I don't even remember what Hexagore does, to be honest with you.
Deals damage to you equal to 6 minus your current blood debt. So if you have more than 6 blood debt, you take 0. But if you have less than 6 blood debt, it just chunks you. And it's a 2 for 6, which is like a good rate for draft.
Yeah, but the issue is you need the meat axe to fill your grave.
Right, exactly. So you're giving up a synergy piece as well.
Yeah, because like a lot of the times, if you win or lose the roll when you're going first, it depends if you really like going first. It depends, right? But let's say you're going first regardless. A lot of times your turn is going to literally be meat axe, right? And you're going to start your stack. So maybe you have like some really good blood debt cards, and you're going to pitch like 2 red blood debt cards and put on your stack and meat axe, and then draw discard. It comes for 3 or 5. You're not doing it because of the damage, but you're doing it to like get one of the cards from your hand into your grave and start filling it. Because really, you don't want to be like shoving. First of all, you have no grave, so none of your additional costs not going to work. Second of all, a lot of your generics are just like you're not necessarily going to get a 6 power you're going to want. You smash with big trees, fine.
Yeah,
but they're just going to triple block and they're going to get the cycle.
Yeah, you would rather kind of just arsenal that.
Yeah.
Or hold it in your hand.
Oh, I think Arsenal's pretty good.
Arsenal it while you swing the meat axe.
Yeah, because you can unworldly, because power's brute cards, right? Unworldly into eventually you can unworldly into smashing good time. It's not smashing good time.
Smash with big tree. Yeah.
So yeah, in general, your turn's gonna be meat axe, right?
Right.
So I can't really give that meat axe up.
Right. No, that's totally fair. And actually, I'm just seeing that the players actually got seated for their we just had them register their opponent's deck.
Okay,
so right now is the actual building phase, which is not that long, I think.
No, it's not that long.
Yeah, so we will get them going. But we can talk about a few more topics in the draft. We were just talking about the majestic weapons and bombs. So, maybe we'll continue kind of down this line. So, what other bombs do you think are, not, or what other traps do you think there are, maybe? Let's phrase it that way.
Ooh, that's a good one. What are the traps? The auras in Prism.
Right, yeah. We talked about them having utility, but...
Yeah, especially the trap aspect is you don't see heralds, but you see the auras, and you think
and you're like,
auras are there, Prism's open.
Yeah.
I've seen it before. I always am just like, this is a trap. This Prism's not actually open. I see 0 heralds in these packs. I don't even see illusionist cards. No Enigma Chimera, no Spears Reality, like nothing.
Right.
I think another trap is... like it's difficult. It's kind of just like playing out your. It's specifically for Chane, I guess.
Okay.
And the trap is mainly like not playing towards second cycle, thinking you can kill your opponent first cycle. Sometimes you can. It's possible, but if your opponent has enough blocking cards, and you're just screwing yourself for second cycle, playing all your good juice. You're dead in the water. You're gonna have like blue and yellow blood debt cards, and the trap is I feel a lot of people they banish super good early,
and so they get ahead in the game.
Yep, and then they're up by like 10 life and get blocked down, fatigued, and die.
Right,
and it's just like you really do like you could play out some cards from blood debt, especially if shackle 2, 3, 4 when you know you don't need all these cards, you know what's left in your deck, but your shackle 4s. Usually when you win the game, if they're blocking. If they're not blocking, then to run at them. But a lot of players will end up starting because they can't race you.
Yeah, And they're going to be basically in a point where if they can't block you out, they'll lose. So
yeah, that's the easiest, because a lot of people are just like, why beat Chane when Chane can beat themselves?
Right.
Because a lot of the times Chane will beat themselves with Fatigue or Blood Dead, right? So I think that's another trap. Not playing Shadow Heroes. It sounds weird to say out loud, but a lot of people just like refuse to play the Shadow Heroes, either because they think maybe they're too difficult, they think that just like the ceiling isn't worth the floor, or the variance isn't worth it. The Shadow Heroes are half the set. And if you're just closing yourself off to half the heroes, and I don't say this as like a super common, but like I know for a fact like people at Nats are coming in with like Prism Force mentality. A lot of them,
that's. I mean, if it was me, with the amount of practice I've had, which is granted not as much as competitors, I probably would have come in and been like, well, I know I can do well if I draft any hero potentially, but I know that without preparation, I might not be able to actually navigate some of those parts. And so I might just say, oh, well, I've got these couple heralds in the first few packs. I guess that's where we're going.
I'm Prism, and that's it. And I'm just like, well, the thing is, I've opened this set a lot. I've played a lot of drafting, especially with my locals, who I kind of mentioned, all very, very good drafters. A lot of them getting to draft top A last year just purely on draft. And what I've noticed is just like a lot of the cards end up being, sometimes like the first ed packs are a little bit more variance than the unlimited packs I find. The Japanese versus the Belgian print. I don't know why. It kind of seems to be like the variance with actual allocation. I'm not really sure why. That's kind of what I've felt.
Different printer technology.
Yeah, I know, but I think that it's like you just want to play a little bit of everything when you're practicing, and at least know, because if that's your seat, you just have a much better chance of 3-0ing in an event like this, because like sometimes you'll get into the trap where you'll open a pack that just happens to be super heavy into Prism cards. And if there's 4 good Prism cards and it gets to you and there's two good Prism cards, it could have easily been a pack that started with 2 good Prism cards.
Yeah.
And it's tough if you don't know how to pivot out of that, because if you get nothing on the wheel, you just end up having a barely serviceable deck and have to use baubles. So I think that like shutting yourself off to Shadow Heroes is a bit of a trap, just because everyone's telling you to force Prism. I don't think that's good. Like some of the best drafters in the world. Like some of them like just like, oh, I'll play 5 games of the set, 10 games of the set, I'll force a hero and that's it. I don't have time to learn. But that's fine, whatever. Like you need to practice on CC for a mixed event, that's fine.
Yeah.
Right. But for an event like this, half of his draft. Like,
and well, a lot of the important rounds, right?
A lot of the early, like you have what 6 out of the 9 earlier rounds are draft. Like you can't 0-3ing your first draft is not having top 8.
That
you know?
puts you very, very, very low on the tiebreakers.
Yeah, and I think like when push comes to shove and you need to 3-0, I would put my money into a Shadow Hero before a light hero. Unless your pack 1 pick 1 is just like, here's Via the Vanguard. I'm like, okay, I will take Via the Vanguard.
Here's my, like Lumina or my Luminaris.
Here's Lumina Ascension. You know, it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna take the Lumina Ascension, right? I pack 1 pick 1 Spill Blood.
Right.
At Vegas in one of the stamp drafts there, I'm just like, yeah, I'll take the Spill Blood. Spill Blood's a bomb. Spill Blood's a very, very good card. But that's another one. But it's a Majestic, so I'm not like, it's not one of those bombs that you'll see that often. But when the Shadow Hero, you're just like, okay, I know people have an affinity to not want to draft these heroes. I will probably bias it a little bit if I want a 3-0. Because like I have a much better shot if I can get some good early picks. Like, pack 1, pick 1 Iron Weave over like some Red Herald when there's a bunch of other Prism cards and you know people on your left are going to be, you don't know for sure, but if you think they're going to take Prism cards and you're passing a bunch of them to your left, but then you have an Iron Weave and like kind of okay chain stuff, you know, it's tough. I might pick the Iron, depending on what the Herald is. If it's like a Red Herald of Rebirth, I probably pick up the Iron Weave. Where it's a Red Protection, I probably pick up the Protection.
Right, okay,
What happens depending on the rest of the pack.
Yeah.
But like, don't be afraid to pick up this insanely strong equipment, especially I've seen people pack 1, pick 3, just pass Iron Weave, and their pack 1, pick 2, pack 1, pick 1 and 2 were just like yellow heralds.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just like, you really need to pick up that pack 1, pick 3 Iron Weave. Like I know, you got to practice Chane at some point. It's just a super strong hero.
Okay, so I'm gonna interrupt you a bit here, because I think we're talking around this idea of the Shadow Heroes being harder to play, or like having this really high ceiling that you have to unlock through pitch stacking. So how does a player get started going in that direction? Let's say you're trying to just figure out the strategy. You want to play a few drafts. Do you just like fling good cards to the bottom of your deck as you're pitching and hope you get there, or what's the plan?
So there's a bit of strategy based on what your deck size is. So a lot of the time with Chane, it's actually just solitaire. So depending on your pile, generally what you want to do is Chane. You run usually between 32 to 34 cards, depending if you go first or second. Because if you're going second, you block with your hand. You obviously have less in deck, and your turn 1 is Chane. If you're going first, it's generally Shackle Pass. And depending on how much you can pitch towards, you might do something random, right? And from there, you could do the math where you draw and assume you use your whole hand. Banish 1, banish 2, banish 3 when you're shackling every turn. And you can essentially, there's a map. I think there's probably online, there's probably resources you can use. It's kind of like a solitaire resource, right? And then what you have to do is kind of like blackjack, adjust your count, right? And you can use cards like Ebb and Fold to adjust your count up by 1 or something like that. Or if you're just like, when you realize you're off by 1 the other way, you just keep a card in your hand, right? It takes a lot of practice to do it like consistently at a fast pace, right? But really just like goldfishing and trying to figure out at what point do you have to, it's like, okay, so the first 4 cards I pitch are going to be the last 4 cards I banish. That takes practice. And once you can get to that point where you're pitching and then you're counting and seeing how long it takes to get a certain stack, that's how I do it with Chane. Well, that's how I learned Chane. It worked quite well. Levia is a little bit interesting because you're usually running 30 cards unless you're really trying to fatigue or where second cycle probably doesn't matter as much. But for Levia, you're just on the 30. So really it's just like, okay, well, if you block 2, pitch, smash, block 2, like that's generally going to be your block 2, pitch with something until your big turn. So what you can do is, unless you have to go off early, which pitch stack doesn't matter as much, right? You can just like make sure you do a general sense of that stack onto, off to, onto, off to, and see when you get to your 4 card. Blue Screamer, Growl, second Growl off like Brocade. I forgot what the card. Blood Drop. Yeah, Blood Drop. Yeah, exactly. which is usually how you get like the last pitch towards your second.
Your 4 resource turns kind of thing.
2-1-1, right? So that's generally how you can do a Levia. I know it's easier said than done. I know people are probably just like, well, you know, it's you're saying all these things, but then you actually have to do them. It's just like, oh yeah, well maybe we'll see people do them in the next couple of games, right? But I think it goes a long way because ceiling is just super high. It's just higher than like the other heroes. The other heroes can do very well, but they need like good bomb cards to do so. Whereas I've seen like good but not great Chane decks 3-0. And I've seen like good Levia decks that have like a Screamer and Hooves still do a shit ton of damage and then dominate to win a game. That's possible, right? That's what I would say about the Shadow Heroes as far as the stack goes.
Okay, yeah. And so kind of maybe just for the viewers that are trying to make sense of it, and I know we're coming out of the national season, but you know, a lot of people have had a chance to draft this at this point, and hopefully have enjoyed the process, right? Like this is like a 2-year-old set, but the draft format is still really, really, really fun. And I think kind of the general takeaway should be, you know, when you're playing the Shadow Heroes, it's not necessarily about perfectly counting the stack the first time you attempt the strategy. It's about trying it out, feeling it out, and you know, if you have to in the games or in an armory where it's kind of lower stakes, you can count and take your time. And you're going to mess up, but you're just going to try to assemble, you know, a blue with some power cards, right? Just start from a blue and some power cards, and then work your way towards a specific combination of cards to, you know, like assembling, like you said, this Red Screamer into Graveling Growl. Which, by the way, actually, Graveling Growl, that's why I think the yellow one is really, really nice for that.
Yellow one's good too,
Because you can pitch a yellow to swing your Meat Axe at some point as your only card that you're keeping in a turn, and then it smoothly goes in with your reds that you're trying to pitch adjacent to that.
I actively like yellow and red Growl. I honestly, if I had to, it's unlikely you have both in the same pack. I guess it would depend on what I have in my rest of the deck at that point. But there are situations where I would pick yellow over red. The only benefit on the red one, just as a side point, is you could pop things like Triumph, Herald of Triumph, which minuses 1, or it gets through Parable, which minuses 1. That's like the 7 power kind of helps you there. But like so does like Lunartide Plunder red. Like that also is 7 too, or Slaughter Beast red. Again, it's also to 7. So it's not like you don't have those options. But yeah, no, I totally agree on the yellow.
Okay, so then. Maybe as we wrap up this little segment here, the players look like they're all starting to meander a bit. Any last thoughts that we haven't talked about? Anything that you think is really important for the viewers to know or think about even as we're spectating the games?
Yeah, totally. I mean, of course, the castles will point things out here and there, but we can't catch literally everything. We're gonna try to have their deck lists out if we can. To make sure to see what they have. But I think something nice to see is kind of like the dynamic that these players are kind of bringing to the table as like these are going to be generally on the higher pause. They did well in CC, but in draft, anything goes. To kind of see how their draft went and how they're able to convert their main strategies. I think that's what spectators should realize. So if they have the V, what are they doing to set up for that ultimate V turn? Yeah. What are they doing up to set up that pitch stack? Or what are they doing to, and taking those little bits and seeing how players at this level are able to kind of convert. I think that's the main thing as a spectator I would be more interested in. But if you have any questions, feel free to put them in chat. We will try our best to have our phones open. We've tried to. I know we've tried to It's difficult because we have the thing open here or talking to chat and such. But we will try to answer any questions you might have for that. I think we're gonna be rolling in. I think that's about it. Plus, did you have anything?
No, I think that's a really good way to round out the discussion. I think maybe the only other thought I had was, I know that people come and watch the stream for CC, but I think that what I really enjoy about draft is that when you get to see the picks and the gameplay, you can learn a lot more about it than just watching the gameplay, which is why we will be showing the draft footage. So I think that's going to be really, really nice. So
it's going to be
keep that in mind.
During draft 2. Yeah, we're going to be showing some draft coverage from the first draft, and we'll be talking about it. We're going to try to get the actual drafter in, so it'll be Yuki for the first one. We did record it. Hey, it depends on how fast. We're going to try our best to get her on here to talk a little bit about it because. Who doesn't like a good Yuki spiel, right? So we're gonna try to get her on here to talk about it, but stay tuned. It's been a really good cast. Shout out to Savage Feats, Ethan on the left, just making this probably the smoothest experience that I've ever seen or been a part of. So shout outs to him and the whole team.
Yeah.
And we're gonna do a short break here, and then we'll be back with round 4, which is the first round of draft at the 2023 Canadian Flushing Championships.
Alrighty.
Back on the air.
We're back on air. Thanks for coming in. I know we said in the chat a minute ago that it was going to be Tariq on Levia, but I think that they just had a bit of a mix-up at the feature match table. So we're going to be having Matt Dilks, so also a player out of Harry Tarantula, a very good player in Constructed and Limited, versus Oscar Gomez out of Montreal. So two very, very good Canadian players facing off in the round 4 draft at Nationals here. And I saw the preview of the card there. I think we've got a Prism versus Chane matchup going here. So we'll be able to see in action a lot of the things that Eric and I were talking about a minute ago, and see how well either player executes their game plan. And with the tiles at the bottom, there we go. So on the left with the Prism, it says high contest, which just means that how many players in a pod are typically trying to draft that strategy. And Chane, low contest. I mean, you know, low, medium, same kind of thing. So for Prism, strong when she's hitting with the heralds, able to protect the shields, and then weak to poppers and breakpoints.
Yeah, absolutely. Chane being strong when you are heavy on arcane damage and a miss the rest.
Weak to fatigue, I think, was one
weak
of the
to fatigue, that's right. That is probably the biggest weakness that Chane does have.
Yeah, wow. That's a majestic
very nice
Crossroads coming out here on turn 0. Matt Dilks picking it up to read it because it's not a very played card, but might prove to be pretty relevant for just some free, basically, damage early in this limited game.
Absolutely.
And Oscar actually has that key equipment piece that we talked about earlier, the Stubby Hammer, so probably happy coming out of his draft in the top pod. A little bit of a death pod, it looked like.
All right, activating Chane, getting a Soul Shackle. So we'll see if Oscar can avoid getting fatigued here. Prism isn't, like, you know, the best at fatiguing, I guess, but it can definitely happen.
Yeah, I think it depends on how greedy she chooses to be and how many of those auras she's playing, those non-blocking auras. But, you know, I don't think they're that high priority, so maybe Matt isn't playing that many of them.
Exactly, and you're not likely to see an Arclight Sentinel either, so you can pretty much be, you know, as aggressive as you want to be.
Okay, and now we're seeing a Phantasmify. That's going to give that buff to the next attack, but also give it Phantasm.
Yeah, a Rising Solar Tide.
Yeah, so I believe that's going to be coming in for 9 here?
If that is a red Phantasmify, it might be 10. Although I'm not sure what color it is.
That's okay. Players are figuring it out. And with Phantasm, I do suspect that there is no popper. Otherwise, Oscar would have slammed it down already. Yeah, okay, coming in for 10. Sorry.
Absolutely. So, yeah, popper would be an automatic block here. Chane not really that high on poppers, right? You expect, I guess, the Levias to have more poppers, but any drafting, any hero is going to want to pick up those 6 attack poppers, right? Because Prism's always going to be a threat.
And I think that Matt's going to be quite happy with his start out the gate here, just putting on a lot of pressure as the second player.
Absolutely. Yes, 10 is Phantasmify is such a good card in draft too, because like it's less likely to run into poppers, first of all, and it's just like basically a very good value, you know, 1 for 5, right?
Yeah, and I guess we shouldn't discount this Rising Solar Tide on hit effect. Like, it's not
true.
You know, it's not a world beater compared to, say, Herald of Protection, but it does give you. What? Oscar has slammed down the no block button, spams the spacebar on Talishar for a 10 life lead right now at Matt Dilks. Oh, and classic Chane hits that Void Wraith banish off the top. Hopefully he's planned for that. Otherwise, he'll be taking a little bit of blood bet at you know, drawing an extra card, though, basically.
Oh, man. So Chane, you know, not okay, so he has the Belittle and Minimalism package, I guess, which, you know, pretty good into a Riftbind.
There can be a reason to, you know, take that extra damage here. Oh, okay, so has the Riftbind in his hand.
Right, showing that. Gonna go and get a Minimalism and coming in for 3, I believe. So, interesting choice to take 10. I am a bit worried about that choice. Just because you don't have that many Soul Shackles right now, so you can't really pop off that easily with Chane. Typically, you'd want to wait till you have, like, you know, 3 or 4 Soul Shackles, then you can kind of just pop off. But it's a bit more difficult with just 1.
Yeah, and maybe Oscar was assessing that, you know, a lot of his powerful cards might be in his hand.
Yeah.
So if he blocks with the Belittle, blocks with that card he revealed, which looked like a Riftbind, like, he might not be able to assemble that big of a mount, that big of a comeback here, right?
Like, this is the time kind of thing.
Yeah, and it is a bit unfortunate to, you know, basically take 10 to the face on turn 0, but I guess you do what you can.
Do what you gotta do to survive in this world.
Yeah, and notably did not use Stubby Hammers, so probably doesn't have a ton of 3 or less attacks that he's planning on playing out here.
That's true. Riftbind will come in, I guess, for if he plays his Minuism, then he'll come in for I guess for 6.
Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna get the Minuism and then the go again.
Very nice. Onto 2 shackles now. As Chane, you got to keep building the shackles. I don't think you slow down.
Right. And then this Riftbind not being played from the banish, so it doesn't get
right. It won't get its typical buffs. Yeah.
It gets the +3 from the Minuism, so still coming in for 6 with go again, which is not nothing.
Not bad. The thing about Prism is that she can just come back with like a single Herald for like 7, right? So even if Prism does block with 2 cards, she could still come back pretty strong.
Yeah, Matt thinking about his blocks here. Oh, okay. It looks like
14. We're in a very aggressive match right now.
Yeah, that's right. You know what? It makes sense. Matt wants to just keep pushing the life total if Oscar's already at 10 only. And now playing out the yellow Void Wraith that was banished. Just thinking about, is there... I forget exactly the text on Dimensional Crossroads, but I feel like there could be a trigger here.
Here we have it here. Yeah. Okay, so there might have been a mistrigger on that. Yeah.
Yeah, anyways, there may or may not have been 1 damage that should have happened there. I think that it would have triggered on this Void Wraith, I believe. But, yeah, another no block. So now both players at 10 life. And,
actually, no, because the Riftbind was already played. So it's only if it's the first kind of that type that gets played.
Oh, I see. And it has to be.
From the banish zone.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah. So yeah, this wouldn't have triggered, unfortunately. Yeah. That's too bad, though.
Right, so the Dreamweaver is being activated here for a Spears of Surreality. So this guarantees that a popper won't immediately end the turn. And that looks like a red, so 5 go again when you have 10 life. Pretty good.
Pretty good. Yeah, I think for that previous turn, if he had attacked with the Void Wraith first, and then let the Minuism kind of trickle over to the Riftbind.
Right, then.
That might have been guaranteed
exactly.
damage from Arcane, yeah.
Right, oh yeah, that's a bit unfortunate to miss out on the 1 damage when potentially these life thresholds are going to get so low.
Yeah, and a complete, turn used to play out the Dimensional Crossroads, so hopefully it pays off soon.
And now there's a 4 damage Spectral Shield swinging in here.
Yeah.
A little bit bigger than the typical Kodachis that you see.
Good old Iris.
Costing 3 resources to activate Iris of Reality.
Absolutely. And we're seeing that 1 card from Soul really pay off here, coming in for 4 more damage. The Rising Solar Tide, kind of an unsung hero in this match.
Yeah, and Oscar gotta dig deep here to try to put something together. He still has those 2 Ironhide pieces, but it's not like you really want to block with Ironhide on this no-on hit kind of.
Yeah, you want to probably block a Herald that's going to go into Soul, something like that.
But then at the same time, it's like, well,
you're low health.
You're at 5 life here.
It's a tough situation. I think that turn 1 from Prism was just way too strong. Yeah.
And I guess we didn't talk quite as much about necessarily quote the game plan for Prism, but I think a big part of her game plan is just really proactively
go fast,
being able to hit your opponent in the face.
Yeah.
Wow, we're seeing red being pitched, I believe, for this Ironhide plate, so only blocking 2. That popper not being able to destroy the spears there was really relevant, so that Dreamweaver's coming in clutch.
Called that pretty hard. A very smart choice to play out the Dreamweavers.
Okay, and it looks like we hit 2 Blood Dead attacks, which normally you'd be really happy to see more attacks, but Oscar low on life and doesn't if he doesn't have other ways to generate action points, he might be in a bit of a pickle here.
Absolutely. Yeah, so in this case, he really wants to make use of that Dimensional Crossroads. Definitely want to play a Soul Shackle and then play out one of the cards from Banish Zone to guarantee the 1 Arcane.
Yeah, well, and it would go nicely with that Piercing Shadow Vice. I'm not sure if it's a red, but if you deal arcane damage, then it gets
true. Yes, you can sequence it that way. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that'd be probably the play.
Yeah, but then I mean, we'll have to see how he chooses to navigate this, because if you've taken this damage and you're just playing out the 2 attacks from the blood from your Banish Zone and you're kind of stranding the rest of the cards in your hand, it's not that optimal.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it could have been blocking better last turn. Didn't need to take that damage.
And I don't know, maybe he's got a Captain's Call or something along those lines. That would be really good to gain the extra action point in this scenario.
Yeah, that'd be a very good one. Not sure what's an arsenal either. Hopefully like a buff or something.
Yeah, really getting
that many actions or that many attacks this turn.
Yeah, if it was all attack actions, that would be kind of the end of it.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, hopefully we're gonna see a Stubbies pop soon, because this would probably be the time. Although, mostly if it's 4 attacks, it's not really gonna work on that.
Okay, so we've got a Seas of Agony. So that is a non-attack action. That opens up the arsenal as well, so you don't necessarily, quotes, waste the...
True.
A card if you keep a card in your hand.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah,
so
okay, now we're going for the Piercing Shadow Vice.
See if he remembers the crossroads here.
1, then 1.
Hopefully.
There we go, saying 1, then 1.
Yeah, so he remembered this.
Guys.
Or I guess he always knew, but just didn't get it last time.
Yeah, didn't have the opportunity.
Unfortunately. All right, so 1/1/2. So we're gonna see the Spectral Shield pop. Of course, there's no Arcane Barrier on the Prism side.
Yeah.
So taking that free damage.
Yeah, and then loses the Spectral Shield, and then this goes up to.
I think it's 3.
4.
Oh, 4 left. I'm sorry. Yeah.
So 2. Oh, it's a blue, I guess. So it's 2 goes up to 4.
That makes sense. All right.
Also unfortunate because you're spending 2 resources to just get this blue out of your Banish Zone.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that could have been way better targets, but it could have been a non-shadow or a non-blood deck card. So at least it's something.
I think Matt Dilks is firmly in control of this game right now. Just considering basically what's the safe play, what's the way that he guarantees that he wins the game.
Absolutely. And the thing is, if Chane is caught blocking and he gets a bunch of stuff in his Banish Zone through Shackles, it's basically game over.
And maybe this is a good thing for Oscar, is that he's seeing the Banish or the blood deck cards right now. So
and then later on,
he might actually be hoping to whiff a bit here so that he doesn't have blood debt that he'll take.
Absolutely. Yeah. So if I were Prism, 4 damage isn't the end of the world. You can go down to 4, but we do know this has Go again. So at least the Ghostly Visit coming out. So there is lethal kind of on the board.
Okay. Yeah. Look, with Matt choosing to take that damage, lethal is indeed on the board.
Lethal.
And there is an Ironhide plate, luckily. So, but it'll still cost a card from hand. It's not just a free block.
Yeah, exactly. So at this point, Oscar's going to be trying to strip as many cards as possible from Matt's hand.
Yeah, I think you have to. There's no way you can let Prism kind of come in with and
Herald, I think I see a Dimensional Gateway, which I guess the risky part about that is, okay, yeah. So Oscar's going to choose to take the 1 from the Ghostly Visit to send 7.
Yeah.
This potentially requires 2 cards to cover up.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think it will, because you have to either pitch for the Ironhide or block with an extra card from hand.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, unless there's an Impenetrable Belief or something like that, which I don't think I see in Matt's hand.
I didn't see one either. Yeah, I think I see Spears. It looks like a Zealous Belting. There we go. Okay, yeah. Wooden Hog.
Yeah. So a decent number of 2 blocks, both those generics only blocking 2, and then the 2 Illusionist cards blocking 3.
Herald of Protection, kind of nice. Unfortunately, it's the blue, but still coming in for 5, I believe.
So pretty good heads-up play from Oscar here in terms of just still threatening lethal to try to stay in this game. He's going to be really, really missing that 1 damage that he missed last turn off the Crossroads. He's going to lose the Crossroads when he takes Blood Debt at the end of the turn to this Ghostly Visit.
Definitely going to go bye-bye right now. But, the options were basically either play Ghostly for 4 or Arsenal your Adrenaline Rush. And Arsenal Adrenaline Rush, or play it out for 7. So you're missing out on 3 damage if you play the Ghostly, but you prevent the 1 Arcane, or the 1 Blood Debt, and you keep your Crossroads 1 turn longer.
Yeah, but then you might not actually get the chance to play Adrenaline Rush for 7 because it's only getting that +3 when you have a lower life total than your opponent.
Yeah, that's a good point, yeah.
Take 1 Blood Debt.
So we'll see if, they're both at 2 now, I believe. So really close game. Despite taking 10 round 1, it's actually really close. Yeah, so I guess Oscar knew what he was doing.
Oscar probably hoping to draw into a popper for this inevitable Phantasm attack, maybe? Oh, no, we're pitching the Phantasm to play as Sony Wootenhog. So this is generic, no popper.
Yeah, okay.
And needs to block 2 to get that below the threshold of 7, but I think that we're going to be seeing a couple of cards used to block here.
I think so, yeah. Knowing that Chane can actually get some stuff off the top and banish it and then play from the Banish Zone, you're okay blocking with a few cards as long as you can pay for the cards from the Banish Zone.
Yeah, what Oscar would love to do here is block 2-3 blocks here to take no damage.
Yeah.
And then potentially play something on his own turn, and then out of the banish zone. I see that there's 3/2 blocks here, though.
Yeah, low block and low pitch.
Yeah, not a lot of resources to work with.
I think that if there are at least 2 cards that come out of the banish or come out of the deck into the banish zone that have blood debt, he might be in trouble.
Right, and it's unfortunate because there's no Arcane Barrier on the other side of the board right now.
Ooh.
So this Arcanic Crackle actually would be really helpful to close out the game here.
Yeah.
But if he's forced to block with it, then that's not a great spot to be.
He's probably thinking that exact same thing. It's like, I have lethal pretty much. I just need to keep it in hand and be able to pay for it. But the lack of 2 blocks is really rough. There is, now he can pitch 1 to use the boots to block 2, right? So you at least have that out. But then again, it's still 2 block.
Yeah, it's
so
the same
it's
as just
single
block
card.
with the 2 block.
It would have been better to have a single like yellow or blue and play for both your Iron Hides together. So
That's right. Yeah, the issue the previous turn of having to use a red to pay for the Iron Hide. And then preserve the Pauper still, so that's still relevant.
Yeah.
But we might not get to that part of the deck, right?
And I think Prism was pretty smart to not play the Pauper there. Not to play the Herald to get popped, because that would have just ended the game. So Prism being cognizant that they really need to keep pressure on and not give Chane a window to come back. Well, it's been hard to do that because Chane has been coming back.
Yeah, I think that I guess it'll depend a little bit too if Oscar feels like he needs to keep this Crackle to try to do something with Stubby Hammers, but
yeah,
it's not the nicest thing to use your Stubby Hammers as a as a +1 buff, right?
Yeah, but you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. Unfortunately, in draft doesn't always line up very nice.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking about whether he should have played it on that turn. He played the Belittle and the Riftbind at 2 value is nothing to sneeze at.
2 instead of 1. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, although here it matters a lot more, I would say, because they're very low life total. So the 1 damage could actually be lethal.
Right. Okay. Now we're looking at blocking
with the Ironhide legs.
Ironhide legs.
Now, I assume he wants to keep the yellow for his own turn. I'm assuming he wants to pitch something. But the yellow, I think, had a block of 2, so you might as well keep that one.
Right. Oh, okay. Okay. So he's pitching the Belittle because he wants to keep the Belittle.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah.
Because it's a go again attack, even if you don't have the opportunity to find a Minnowism. Although we know there's a Minnowism in the deck.
Yeah.
But at least this way he can play the Crackle. Hopefully doesn't die to Blood Debt.
All right. We'll see what he gets. That is.
Oh, miss.
Triple miss. Triple miss.
That's good for him in this case. He can go to 1. Play out this Crackle.
It's true. Yeah.
I
didn't kill himself.
Oh yeah. Okay. He's gonna activate the Chane's Seer ability here. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he's playing it out. Okay, it's coming in for 4.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you know what? That was silly of me. That was a yellow Crackle, so he's going to be able to...
Yellow, yeah. That was the single yellow in his hand, so he really needed to keep that one.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, and then gets to follow up here with the...
nice Galaxy Black.
Yeah, 1 card 7.
Yeah, actually very, very good setup there. And living to play another day. Going to get 4 Shackle triggers.
Oh my god. Oh, this might be it.
Erudition, no way.
That's really rough.
Boost would have definitely come in handy there. Oh, that's...
the bomber! Oh!
Wow.
What is going on?
Okay. That...
Oh, we were all about to write the game off, and...
in my mind, that was it.
Yeah, wow. Now Oscar gets to play a 3-card hand, banishes 4 cards, try to close the game out.
Oh my,
the Seas of Agony, and
that has to be it.
Unless Matt has a way to find Arcane Barrier of some sort. You see him shaking his head over there.
Yeah, he knows that's it. Yeah, you're going to come in with now.
Now.
Just add insult to injury. Why not?
Oh, yeah, the double.
Wow.
So now his Echo Shield's not an out. So.
Yeah, and then Riftbind's going to be very nice too, but it won't matter. Yeah. Nothing in Soul. That's a fat Riftbind too. We're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 2.
Yeah,
that's
Matt's gonna pick up his. Wow, that was.
Damage.
Well, I
Congratulations to Oscar. That was insane.
Yeah. You know what?
I was going crazy. I was
I just want to say that.
Oh my god! I'm not the caster. I'm muting.
No, that's all right. That's all right. That's all right. I like that input because sometimes. The forces of shadow just will you to the win, right?
Dark side.
I think that's kind of what happened there with Oscar.
Yeah, the dark side won there.
Got off to a rocky start after playing a nice card on turn 0, but then, the game looked like it was going a really, really bad direction for him. And, I got to say I have my small regional bias, but I wasn't trying to root for him too hard. And then it looked like Matt had full control of the game, took damage to try to close it out, which,
Not
you know,
just
it's
damage,
like...
took 10 damage.
Yeah, it took quite a bit of damage to try to close it
Half
out.
his life total.
And, you know, with the combination of cards drawn there and unpreventable arcane damage, everyone loves Rune Blaze and Arcane, as you know.
That's the key right
wow,
there.
I think what we can all agree on is that, you know, the...
Chane's busted?
I was going to say the hero won that
the
game.
hero,
The
not the-
hero. The protagonist.
The player made the choice to take
Yeah.
into 10 damage there.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say, he's like, oh, he just used his last piece of Ironhide. This has got to be a pop or a bust. And before the words even came out of my mouth, he was just throwing
There
that
it
Lunar
is.
Tide Plunderer down.
Oh.
Without giving too much away about this draft at the top pod there, like, we saw 4 maybe poppers in Oscar's deck. That's a lot. That's a lot.
That is a strong Chane deck, I think.
Although, you know, maybe it was the same one because there was a shuffle from below. The one that he picked
There was
might
a
have been the
shuffle.
same
Oh,
one. Yeah,
that's a good point. Yeah, it might be the same one. Yeah, although I think I saw a red Lunar Tide at some point. I think he pitched
Yeah.
a red and got a yellow, so I think he had more than one. But that deck is tuned for the Prism matchup, I think. That is very, very good.
That's
3 seeds.
4-0 for Oscar and CC, or in the tournament.
Yeah.
3-0 CC, winning the first round of draft. That is the start of a good tournament.
That is looking very good. Yeah, absolutely. I think you need to be X2 guaranteed, X3. Some X3s I think make it in top 8.
Yeah. Yeah, we
So-
try not to be scoreboard watching too much, but it's always fun to look at the standings and how they
Absolutely.
shift throughout the day.
That's what the players are thinking about. They're always thinking about how much
That's right.
you know how much leeway they have until they make top 8.
And you know what, as far as like the, say, pro circuit goes in Canada, the players that are consistently competing on the international stage, I think like outside of Yuki and Tariq and, you know, Michael Jasker, some of these people that
More
have traveled to a
well-known.
lot of events, like I think that Oscar actually is one of that next group of players that goes to a lot of events, has
Next generation.
built up a lot of experience, and now is really starting to see that convert to tournament wins or top 8s. You know, I think he top 8'd a Battle Hardened fairly recently as well. So
Yeah, so very strong player actually.
Yeah.
Just hasn't gone out as much as some of the bigger names.
yeah,
that
or
we have.
or compared to Matt Dilks, for example, who also has
Exactly.
had a lot of success in the past. You know, and you're just starting to see this landscape of competitive fab develop in Canada.
Canada, absolutely. Yeah, a lot of strong players. I think Canada has like a lot of like world-renowned players, I would
Yeah.
say, and a lot of them are just kind of not well-known yet, but they have the strength to be well-known if they just kind of go out more. Yeah, but,
Yeah, they get out of their igloos and whatnot, right?
exactly. Yeah, wow, that was riveting. I mean, that was
Yeah.
actually probably one of the most intense games we've seen so
I think
far.
that like fans of Draft will be excited, fans of Chane will be
Yeah.
excited, fans of Prism will probably be mad. Fans
know
of Matt
what? They
Dilks
can't be mad at
will be disappointed, but like, yeah, you know, just seeing Oscar walk by here and flash us the peace sign, V for victory.
That was a win right there.
Anyways, all right, I think we're gonna go to a break and we'll come back with the next round of draft in a little bit. But yeah, that was I got my heart
The
pounding right
adrenaline's
there.
going, eh? All right, we'll see you guys in a bit.
I was going nuts that game. I was clapping, hooting, and hollering. I love me some limited gameplay, and I love me some Oscar. And Matt Dilks is pretty cool, too. But yeah, Oscar made top 4 at the debut of Savage Feats in Baltimore when we did that Battle Hardened. He made top 4 as part of the Team Outsiders event, I believe it was. So first I saw of him, he was absolutely crushing limited, and now he's back playing a fantastic game. Got a little lucky, obviously, but that's the ceiling of Shadow, man. Rep Shadow, well done. Tariq is in the same pod, and he's playing Levia, so I do want to grab him for our next match, and that should be pretty cool. So break will be relatively short, maybe like 8 minutes or so while we set that up, because things are wrapping here, so see you in a sec.
everyone. Back, round 5. I almost miscounted there. Round 5. 2023 Canadian National Championships for Flesh and Blood. We're going to be getting into the game shortly. We have Tariq, 4-0 on Levia. And we have his opponent. Can't remember the name off the top of my head. We'll see it.
We'll find it very soon.
See it very soon. Boltyn.
On Boltyn. So we got the other 2 heroes that we haven't seen from round 1, or I should say for round 4.
Round 4, yeah. Round 1 of the draft. We just happened to just be lucky enough to see everybody in action all at once here.
We knew we wanted Tariq, and he just happened to be on Levia. And he had a Boltyn opponent, so, you know, win-win-win all around.
It kind of proves my point that I was making earlier, where, like, you pick your seat, and sometimes you're rewarded. Like, you don't have to, like, force this around. Like, Tariq's one of those players who's, like, pretty actively aware that, you know, other heroes exist.
Yeah,
so,
I know. Yeah, and it's often a mistake to force popular heroes, too, because everyone's going to be gunning for them.
I don't know about often. I think it's just, like, sometimes it is a mistake. When it's, like, there's some
fair, that's fair. I mean, if it's open and you're getting the
then
top
force
picks,
it. Oh, but by all
go
means,
for
force
it.
it.
Yeah, it's even better that it's a top hero and you're getting those good cards, right?
Yeah, like
But-
forcing, like, if you need a 2-1 and you need a 2-1 and you have enough in your prism that, like, you don't need to be, you could be 1 of 3 prisms, 1 of 2 prisms, like,
Right.
it's possible that you get enough cards for it. It just really
That's all
depends on
you
what those
need.
cards are.
You just need 2-1 in your drafts to guarantee top 8, right? Because you win all your CCs.
Not guarantee per se. I think it really depends on your CC record. Like if you're 3-0 going in, which is what Tariq is right now, for example. Both of these players are XO. Then ideally you X3 your entire thing, right? Like if you 9-0 into day 2, I think you're locked.
Right. Okay.
Right? So if you 9-0, you're locked. And so
makes sense.
They can technically, you know, they can lose the game. Like you want your losses as late as possible, right? So these players are probably going to try to, at minimum, 2-1.
I mean, you never like aim for 2-1, assuming that you can 3-0, right? So
if you're going to lock, you might play safer and be like, yeah, 2-1's enough. I don't need to like play this like super high ceiling.
Okay,
deck.
you can go a bit safer, right?
Yeah, maybe you do force Prism because you just need to 2-1. Like,
that's true. You'll probably win a few games at least.
Hopefully. Right, we're going to get right into the game here. We have Ethan. There we go. Oh, there we go.
Oh, it's
all the Ethans. I know why we're playing this matchup here. So we have Levia versus Boltyn. You can see kind of little spark notes down there. So Levia, 6 attack, go again. Pressure to block. Very, like, if you're able to get multiple cards out of Levia, she just dies to blood, right? Like, she's not able to...
That's her biggest weakness.
Yeah, it looks like Boltyn going first. Going to start off with Express Lightning here. Looking really quick at the equipment. Gallantry Gold, really the only equipment you really need or really want in Boltyn.
It's true. You could go with some nice, Ironhide.
Ironhide's quite nice. Just pitch a blue for 3 Ironhide and just block 6. Very, very, very sexy.
Yeah, but Levia really has like the full suite. She has the boots she needs. I think she's pretty hard to play without the boots.
Oh, very, very hard.
Them. And the Ebb and Fold is just icing on the cake. So
Ebb and Fold, so you get to turn off Blood Debt whenever you want. Like if there's a 6 in your hand and you just can't get it into the banner.
That's a very good point. Late game when you're just getting pressured like crazy from Boltyn, you just really need to survive from Blood Debt. That's a very good card to use.
Yep. Blood Drop, okay, they're able to get that extra resource to play off your big turns. I kind of mentioned like Screamer and Growl.
Screamer's pretty expensive. It does cost 2.
Cost 2. So we do see the bread and butter smash with Big Tree. Important you want to play these ASAP because they don't block.
Exactly.
Right?
So the only way turn 1. Nice.
Yeah, especially going second. Super good card going second. Probably the most ideal way you can have this card is going second.
Yeah.
I think that it's if you have Rally again, that's a way to get it out. But I think ideally you either get it out with Meat X, right? But there's no guarantee you'll hit it, or you just attack. And that's like the guarantee. Or route, I guarantee that too. Right?
There's a few outs here, but it is very good for its pitch. It's a 2 for 7, so really effective card, I think, and gonna be hard to block out fully with only 1 piece of armor.
Yeah, totally correct. I think Ethan's probably aware that like Levia has options for Dominate. It's a little bit too early. With only 1 charge card, you're not going to really go off with Gallantry yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably going to look for at least 2 to 3 charge cards because you want to essentially a good turn would be like blue, take flight, axe into like something like a 0 for 4, like Illuminate or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
That would be like a pretty ideal turn. So we do have the Express Lightning charging. Looks like a yellow Express Lightning.
A lot of expresses. Yep.
Coming for 3.
For 3 damage. Yeah. So
yeah, these are the bread and butter, right? Like these are the cards that'll generally come on your like wheel. Like you're not necessarily gonna pick them super early, but they are very nice to get on the wheel because it's yellow, it charges, and that's it. It's like you didn't really have another card. It was brought with I kind of mentioned that Unworldly Bellow, so good into this Boltyn matchup because it's a non-attack action.
Oh yeah, exactly. I was about to mention that Levia has a kind of a problem where she has a lot of attack action cards in the deck, and she's gonna be caught off with Boltyn's ability pretty often. So having those non-attacks early right now, and not letting Boltyn get value out of his soul, is very big.
Yeah. Lunar Plunder really good because if it hits, you get to banish up to one card.
If only it was 7, not 6, but you know, it's still something. This is a must block.
If this was a 7, I think you force Gallantry here.
Yeah, I agree.
Almost 100%. But like Boltyn probably has enough 3 blocks. There might be a 2 block here.
He's using. Yeah, there must be a 2. Oh, he's taking 5, I think.
It's the 1 card.
One
yeah,
card.
so he's losing 1 card from Soul here. Okay, so not opting to block. He might have a pretty good hand, right? Probably drew a few of his power cards, and that deck doesn't really want to block out this turn. Might have like a V or something.
It might be via the Vanguard. I'm thinking like it could be V. It could be like maybe a Lumina. Like one go again. It could be Lumina. Yeah, it could be Take Flight. I mean, you do need a lot. You see the Illuminate there. You do need a lot of cards in hand to really make. There's the Take Flight from Boltyn.
So it is a blue, I believe.
Yeah, it's a blue. Pitch a blue for a blue.
Charging. Coming for 2.
To charge.
Or is it 3?
No, it looks like 2. I mean, you've charged, so if you block an attack action, we'll go to 3.
100%.
So we'll see what else. I think he has a Battlefield Blitz in hand as well.
Yeah, so it's like Illuminate and Battlefield Blitz, so he's going to charge the Illuminate. It looks like a blue Illuminate, so his hand is fairly blue heavy.
Interesting, yeah. I wonder if you block the Lunar Tide there and just kind of, you know, use the Gallantry. I think you need to block with 2 cards because he actually has both Take Flights that block for 3. And then maybe just play out the Illuminate or something.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you that I don't know if you really want, because you're taking 1 damage too from the Lunar Tide Plunder.
Yeah, exactly.
So you've taken 1 damage and lost a soul to hit with. It depends on what his arsenal is, I guess.
Well, I think he took 5 there too. I think he just blocked with the armor piece and that was it.
Yeah, so he took 5 from Lunar Tide and then he took 1 from the additional here. Battlefield Blitz is red, so we'll gain go again. So he's gonna axe after this. A lot of Unworldly Bellows on Tariq's side. Pretty good to have those.
Yeah, not giving the buffs, but although it had built-in go again, I guess, which is fine.
Oh, it looks like a red Valiant Thrust.
Okay,
this
is a pretty strong hand, actually.
Oh, this is a very good hand. So you have 2 into 5 into 7, which ain't too shabby here.
14
so a nice
damage.
14. Above rate, of course.
Yeah, I can see why he blocked here. Or why he chose not to block, sorry, last turn.
4 non-attack? Yep.
Yeah. So he's going to be taking 4 off that?
4 more damage.
4 off that. Luckily,
Worldly's a 3.
Luckily, he had 2 non-attack actions, so he was able to not proc Boltyn's additional +1 on either of those.
Yeah, that was very good.
Blue Take Flight.
Okay. So we're kind of looking pretty good here, I think, for Tariq.
Ravenous for 3. I'm looking at my hand. I'm thinking about
so we have the kind of the 1-card Meat-Axe swing.
Thinking about life.
Going for 3 bashing. I think another unworldly. Not bashing. Sorry, going to the grave. Another unworldly bellow.
It's the
red one. Yeah. So a lot of unworldly bellows in Tariq's deck.
I mean, that makes for a pretty good Levia deck, I would say.
It's a good card. Don't get me wrong. Does block 3, is a non-attack. It's graveyard fodder, which is interesting because if you actually end up hitting a lot of those with your own unworldly bellow, it's even better here. So we do see on either side Courageous Steel Hand, Blue Battlefield Blitz. Looks like a yellow Take Flight too. So.
Easy hand.
Yeah, when you have take, it's just 3. I mean, you're only down by 6. It's not that bad. Tariq does have the boots still up, and he has Ironhide. He has to pay for Ironhide, but he has Ebonfold. So what he's able to do is make it a little bit more efficient by Ebonfolding early if he needs to. Ethan's going to just pitch another Battlefield Blitz there. It looks like a blue charging Courageous Steel Hand. So it's going to be another 3 go again here. Boltyn charge.
Okay, yeah.
+1 on defending attack actions.
Not to have that surprise factor with the Steel Hand, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, this could just be like an axe. It could be... There's no arsenal, right? Because it could just be like axe into arsenal.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
If he does...
it could be axe into a buff into... go again, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if he blocks, he could just like hash it for free damage, and
exactly.
Tariq blocks with an attack action. It looks like he is.
Yeah, so here's some attack actions here. So it's coming up for 4 now.
Yeah.
Pretty promising for the axe strategy.
Yeah, it looks like Tariq does have more unworldly bellows in hand. Holy moly!
Just hold the line.
Cross the line.
Cross the line.
I mean, he is holding the door. He is holding the door. But he's crossing the line here, so it's just a 1 for 5. There's an additional play you may charge here, so you're just on rate 1 for 5.
Oh wow, that's a lot of unworldly.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, it's unworldly deck. I think he just picked up every unworldly he saw, which is pretty good into this particular matchup.
It's a 3 block. Yeah, this is where you really want to see them right into Boltyn.
Yeah, the one kind of awkward thing is he has so many in there that it makes it more and more possible you're just gonna end up hitting them.
Exactly, and the Ravenous too. It kind of interferes with the Ravenous buff. So you have to discard a 6.
Yeah.
But, it's a 3 attack. Oh, we're seeing a Deep-Rooted Evil. That's a card that I haven't seen in a hot minute. So The yellow doesn't block, unfortunately.
The yellow doesn't block.
Yeah.
The red
can't
and blue
even
don't
pop.
exist, so you know
It's true. Yeah.
None of them block. Actually.
It can't even pop anything, unfortunately.
It cannot pop anything. You are just gonna have to play that. I forgot the text on Deep Rooted Evil.
I think it can be played from Banish Zone.
Yes, I remember. It's like one of those recursion pieces that, like, if you banish the 6, you can play it from Banish or something.
Yeah, I think something like that. But it does cost 3 to play out, which is a
that's
very expensive 6 attack card.
Party. I mean, a lot of the like bread and butter cards are the 2 costs, other than like Deadwood costs 3, but like Screamers.
But Deadwood comes in for like 8, right? If you play
Deadwood comes in for 8. Yeah. So it's just really that Rise Above. So it is a D-React. To take 2 here.
I think it blocks for 4 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it is a 0 for 4, but the conditional is essentially instead of paying the cost.
So something on top of your deck.
Yeah, otherwise it costs 2, which is not
ideal.
Not where you want to be in life, honestly.
No, not where you parked your car.
One of my favorite cards, Surgeon
Hey.
Militia. Nice 2 for 5.
This one, when it was revealed, I remember people just love the art.
Or currently 5, sorry.
It's definitely currently 5. I'll tell you that much. But it's
Currently
+1 for each
5.
non-equipment defending it. So
Exactly. So, either you let the 5 damage go through, or you block with. Actually, if you block with 2 cards, it comes in for 7. Actually,
you could let 1 chip through. I think Tariq's kind of just like, if you have a nice like smash with Big Tree or something like that, or a Deadwood Rumbler, you can just block 2 cards and just like swing
come
back.
back for 7, or 8.
Yeah, I think at some point like Tariq does have to eventually go off to be able to kill Ethan.
Yeah, not too hard to do if you have the boots still active.
Yeah, he might be waiting for the Screamer turn.
If he has any Graveling Growls in deck, that'd be ideal. It's a very efficient 1 for 7 if you've banished a card from your banished. Sorry, if you put a card in Banish Zone, for 1 for 7.
For sure. I think there's 2 pulpings in Tariq's hand.
That'll close out a game.
That will do a lot of things.
You can actually get both of them off in 1 turn if you discard.
I don't know if they're both red, and they could just end up hitting each other, right?
Yeah, they can hit each other, exactly. If they're both red, that's basically game unless there's a D-React.
That's very strong to get both rare red pulp.
Yeah, I'm seeing, I think it's a yellow Graveling Growl in hand as well, and it's a Boneyard Marauder blue, so I think there's enough pitch to play both.
Sure.
You just have to be lucky enough to draw and discard exactly what you need.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair. So I wonder... Oh, so he's going to block with the Boneyard Marauder.
That makes sense, I think.
He's going to go to 6, and now he's going to take 2.
Takes 2 damage here.
Yeah, going down to 11. So, I mean, Tariq's still pretty comfortable life total, still has the ebb and fold.
That could have been one way.
To be able to, like, get out of jail free at one time. He hasn't started his Blood Dead train. He is really, Tariq's really, like, waiting until the absolute last one.
Is like
a yellow pulping.
Oh, it is yellow. Oh, so it's a blue and yellow pulping, I think. Okay.
Well, I guess that's fine. I guess that's fine.
Yeah.
I really...
It still could have dominate.
Yeah, I'm really not a big fan on anything but red, just because it doesn't block.
No block. Yeah, it's pretty rough. Like, you have to pitch it, basically, or play it out. Like, in this case, it is a 6.
He didn't hit.
That is a Maw. Oh, Maw is not a
It's a
6.
blue.
It's a 4.
It looks like a blue.
4 Maw. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, so no dominate on this.
Looks like, I want to see the pod, kind of like how many Levias were in the pod, because it kind of looks like Tariq's, like,
a little on the weaker side.
He's got a lot of the bellows, but I feel like someone else might have taken all the red attacks.
Could be.
We haven't seen a lot of like the big, powerful red attacks. We've just seen a lot of unworldly bellows.
Yeah.
Kind of like the yellow and the blue pulping. It kind of seems like second seat Levia, kind of like he might have like prioritized a little bit too heavy on the armor, possibly.
Ooh.
I don't know.
Some nice cards in Ethan's hand, I believe.
Yeah.
So not Minnowism.
You got Bold Courage. You have a Minnowism.
Minnowism.
You have Invigorating Light. Now that's a card you really want when, they're going off. Like when they're banishing 3 cards. Like literally any additional cost banish 3.
Yeah.
Invigorating Light's gonna.
Okay, pound for pound being used here. Nice popper.
So two blocks. So we're gonna take 1 on Ethan's side here.
Yeah.
We do have the Bolt of Courage, so it's probably gonna be Bolt of Courage, charging the Invigorating Light.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
There's really no reason to like keep it in your hand. Like, I'd say the pound for a pound is probably. Like, you're at lower life, so you will get the dominate through, but...
That is true. And you have enough cards in Soul, I think. I don't think you need more than this to close out a game.
Yeah, like, if you need to go off, you need to go off. You really do need to... Because Tariq's going to go off any minute here. Another unworldly... How many unworldly bells is this?
I think we're looking at like 6 or 7 right now.
It's got to be 6 or 7. I think he just has all of them at this point.
That's how you draft level high. I just go unworldly bell the whole time.
Someone must have told him, if you have unworldly bell, just pick it.
Yeah, that's right. Words to live by.
So we do see pitch for Gallantry Gold and then pitching a
Oh,
yellow
we're
gold
using the
courage.
Gallantry here. Okay, yeah. So buffing the hatchets, guaranteeing the go again on the hatchets, which is nice.
Which is like, it's a 2-card 7 because the Hatchet of Body and the Hatchet of Mind.
We'll buff each other, exactly.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
2-card 7 is actually pretty good, although it might not be enough to deter Tariq from just keeping his hand and just going off.
Sure, but Tariq does have a fair amount of misses at this point because with the pulping, the unworldly bellows.
Yeah.
It's possible, like, you do have the hooves as a get out of jail free card.
Yeah. I think he has a Hungering Slaughter Beast in hand. He has the Graveling Growl, which is very, very good. Those 2 cards together are exceptional.
Another unworldly, obviously. I mean, what's the Tariq hand without unworldly?
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. He hasn't played them yet. I guess.
No. Like, if Tariq doesn't draw an unworldly, I think something's going wrong.
Right. Yeah, unworldly, exceptional card, I guess, without much go again in the deck. We haven't seen Dread Screamer yet either.
No, I have a feeling he's waiting for like his 1 or 2 card outs, and he just hasn't seen them yet because his graveyard's getting stacked. The more he puts these non-6 powers in there, the more he's just gonna whiff.
That's a good point. Yeah. Okay. Ooh, blocking with Graveling. Okay.
Growl is
I like that card a lot, though.
Yeah, Growl is a hit, so he's putting another hit in his grave.
That's true. It's always a balance of keeping good cards versus filling your grave with good cards.
Yeah, I think the key is Tariq doesn't want to go too low because if he goes to 4, goes off, and like misses, or just gets blocked out by Boltyn, who still has like a fair number of 3 blocks.
Yeah.
It's going to get a little bit on the dire side because you're just going to be taking blood debt. You do have the get out of jail free card with the Ebb and Fold, though.
Yeah, there is 1 out, but Boltyn can block very effectively.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting. I think that at what point do you think Tariq needs to just go off here? Like, what do you think he's waiting for?
If I see a go again source, I go off.
Okay,
so I think anything with go again to be able to crack, because you can actually have a 3-card turn with your boots.
With
right?
your hooves, yes.
Yeah. So you can kind of Dread Screamer into a Graveling Growl, crack. Oh, sorry, Dread Screamer, banish, crack the hooves, get 2 action points.
Yeah.
And then bam, maybe Boneyard Marauder plus the Graveling Growl. That's coming in for like, if you're looking at reds and yellows, it's like 16, 17 damage.
Yeah.
Which is enough to close out the game in this case.
No, it totally makes sense. Tariq kind of questioning life decisions. Maybe he was questioning why he drafted Levia. I don't know. That looks like a man who maybe shouldn't have. Maybe was like debating between 2 heroes and kind of got stuck on Levia.
Man. Honestly, if I see like 2 red attacks in hand, I think I crack the hooves. I just go off 12, 13 damage, enough.
Like he's at 5 with no armor. There's really not.
Exactly. You'll strip the hand for sure.
Yeah. And you just the thing is, like, you
dominate to win.
If you have a dominate source and you can win off of it, you really need to like get him to that life ASAP. So because if you draw it and then you're forced to play it and it's not lethal, he takes it and it runs back at you. And if you give him your hand, you can't hit Blood Debt because Ebb and Fold still needs to pitch and have a card. So you still need to 2 card to get that Ebb and Fold.
Oh, we're seeing the Deep-Rooted Evil being banished here. Very, very nice. Because it can be played here. So you can crack hooves actually and pitch to play out the Deep-Rooted Evil.
Looks like he's not doing it because he would have done it now. Oh, no, now he's doing it.
Yeah,
okay,
this is the time to do it, yeah. Okay, so very nice.
it.
So we're looking at 1 action point left.
Yeah, I mean, he could just Deep-Rooted here.
You could pitch for that, yeah. Or you can save it and take some Blood Debt.
Yeah, at 7.
Well, actually, he won't take Blood Debt, I'm sorry, because he banished to 6, so he's actually safe.
He's safe for now. It's like 2 of those bellows, as I kind of mentioned. He did also put hooves in there, so he is adding some misses. But he's adding hits with the Slaughter Beast.
He just needs the 1, I think it's totally fine to do that.
What's this other card left in hand? Do you remember?
It was, I think he had a Graveling also in hand.
He blocked with a yellow Graveling.
Oh, he blocked with it. Okay, yeah. So I don't remember.
I think could have been a not unworldly Bella. It was unworldly Bella. No, he pitched an unworldly Bella.
I'm waiting for the convolutions from the Bells of Hell.
That's a rare though. Like it's possible
rare.
like the rares in this packs were pulpings because you see blue and yellow, right?
A lot of pulping. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see shortly. He's keeping it in hand. If it's a blue, I think you just pitch it for the Deep-Rooted Evil.
100%. I don't think there's like. I don't really think there's another
Not
play.
much else.
Unless he's got something crazy in the arsenal. I'm not really sure, but I'm
hoping to see a Graveling here, but it looks like he's going to pitch it. Oh, it was the Deadwood Rumbler. Blue Deadwood.
It was the blue Deadwoods. Yeah, so he's just going to pitch that. He's going to Deep-Rooted here.
What was his plan? I guess the Arsenal is a strong attack action card because he popped the hooves without really Oh, no, sorry. He knew what he banished before popping hooves.
Yeah.
So he might have known that. So the Arsenal could be something else. There's nothing attack action, I guess.
Yeah, so Ethan going down to 1 after full blocking because that's all the block he had.
Yeah, that was a very good turn.
That's a very good turn. Looks like.
Yeah. Oh, Dread Screamer. Okay. Even if you should do both Dread Screamers here. So
okay,
it looks like we're coming in for a 6 attack, unless they're blues. And you know what? The blues are totally fine here too because it comes in for 4.
Yeah, just take cards. You can see Ethan's deck there is getting a little on the thin side. There's the red Screamer.
It is red. Yeah.
So now you just need to hit.
This looks like it might be a cinched game at this point because two Dread Screamers into Meat Axe, for example, is just game.
Okay, Ethan, you can do it. Part of the
So
cards.
he has to hit here. There's he hit it again.
Oh, he hit in spades.
He got
there.
two,
He got
of
two
the
hits.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate because you don't have that many in the grave, but
I feel like he's probably just going to be like, if I can win, I can win kind of thing.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
Because now he's got the guaranteed 6-power follow-up with
Exactly.
the
the Deep-Rooted Evil.
Yep.
No go again on that, but you're gonna take the whole hand from Boltyn, and if he has if he has like another 2 block in hand, he just loses.
Yeah, that's fair. So he's got another Screamer and looks like Warmonger's Recital in hand.
No, it's Captain's Call.
It's Captain's Call.
I see a Captain's head there.
No, that looks like Warmonger's Recital.
Oh, it is
sir.
Recital. Wait.
Sir.
Oh.
That's definitely going to be a Warmonger's Recital. It's okay. You know what? I saw a Captain's. Oh, he's a 2-block there. So it was a Graveling Growl.
2-block, yeah. Graveling Growl coming in. Congrats to Tariq for winning the game. Going 5-0 now, defending the title as best as he can right now.
Proving that Levia can win games.
Oh, I've had a good draft with Levia in my day. I was going to say recently, but it hasn't been that recent. Yeah, my most recent draft was like a 3-0 Boltyn.
Yeah, I mean, I think the nice thing with Levia is he knew his out. It was Dread Screamer.
Yeah.
He blocked, he waited, he filled the grave, and then he hit it.
It's funny how he had so many Unworldly Bellows into this matchup, into Boltyn specifically, and he's just waiting until you do the Dread Screamers. It was like, okay, I can hold on for a little longer.
Do you think he had them in the side and added them, or do you think that's in his 30?
Good question. If I had them in my side, I'd probably add them.
Yeah.
Just to pad the attack action ratio, right?
Yeah, the non-attack blocking, just to make it high so you have so many. Like, they are misses, but, like, you are just going to block until you get to your combo.
Exactly, and, like, in this case, it really mattered for the Dread Screamer in this case, where you need to banish a 6. But for the other ones, it wasn't as bad. Like, your Deadwood Rumblers, like, if you miss, whatever.
So let's do so we got some time left. We got 12 minutes left in the round. It's time to do a pack 1, pick 1 here.
Yes, we got some... We got some cards generously donated by Ethan here.
Yes, donated for opening.
For opening.
We will give him back these cards. These are not our cards. These are Ethan's cards.
He's not watching anyway.
We'll keep we're not watching. Just going to put that library right under here.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll do I guess we'll just look at the pack together. We'll show what we pick on screen, I guess.
Sure. Do you want to do the first one? Or you want me to do the first one?
You can do the first one. Okay. We'll do them together.
We'll do them as a family.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see how far I am on the camera here. I don't know.
Like a red belting, right?
Yeah. So we have a red Zealous belting.
Yep. Okay.
So red Zealous belting.
Decent.
Blue Warmonger's Recital. Not great. Talisman of Dowsing. Talisman of Dowsing. Red Rising Solar Tide. There's a red Rising Solar Tide here.
Maybe I'll keep the better ones.
Yeah, keep them on the side here. Let's go the other way. So we want to do the Equipment and Majestics last here. Put the foil in the back. We got a yellow Hungering Slaughter Beast.
So good. 6 power.
Yellow Hungering Slaughter Beast.
3 block.
Blue Herald of Tenacity.
Okay.
Blue Arcanic Crackle. Pretty good.
That's one of the better ones.
Red Take Flight. So we're
That's
looking at
excellent
possibly getting into Boltyn here.
Take that one.
Red Deadwood Rumbler.
That one's okay. You prefer blue because it's 6 power.
Yeah, on a pack 1, pick 1, maybe not blue.
Yeah, it'll come later, I think. Yeah.
Yellow Spears of Surali.
Not
bad. It's a 1-for-4 go again. Like it's had better times here. Blue Piercing Shadow Vice.
Hey, where's the foil?
Oh, I'm getting to it. It's the last card in the pack here. We have an Ironhide Legs.
That's
your equipment. You have Convulsions Yellow of the Bells of Hell.
Yellow, yeah. I mean, it's Dominate.
It's Dominate. We have a Majestic.
Oh,
Sonata Arcanics.
Sonata. I don't really consider that a pack 1, pick 1. I don't know about you.
It's a funny card. It does Arcane.
It does Arcane.
You have to have a very specific
You can pretty
deck
much
to run this.
snowball this. Well, you're going for Chane, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like it's Chane, and their foil is my favorite card. Yinti in all its foil glory, which I'm not gonna lie, the limited foiling is kind of depressing.
It's pretty bad today.
It's pretty bad. So
all right, so these are kind of my favorites here.
So let's pick out the generics first here. So our generics were Talisman, Warmongers, Yinti Yanti.
We have a Zealous belting
and red Zealous belting.
So no poppers in this pile.
No poppers.
Besides the Levia specific stuff.
Yeah, so
maybe show them up here.
Yeah, so out of our generics here. Oh, I'm gonna do this here.
So we can pretty much toss the Talisman.
Yeah, so out of the generics, really, like, this red Zealous belting is the only one we're really looking towards here, so we'll keep out the red Zealous belting.
Yeah, we got some really nice Boltyn stuff.
We have some Boltyn stuff, and we have some other class cards
we got these.
And we got those.
And we got like these. Crackle and Convolutions.
Yeah, so out of the Convolutions, I like Convolutions too. So out of the class cards here, we see, I think yellow Slaughter Beast is fine on the wheel. I don't really think you need to be going for yellow Slaughter Beast. Yeah, same thing with Blue Tenacity. I think Blue Tenacity is not really where you want to be pack one, pick one. I think same thing with the Red Rumbler. I think a 3 for 8 is fine. It's a no block though. I think it's going to come back if nobody's like particularly.
It's a card you can play without having a graveyard too. You can just pitch to play it, and then even if you have to banish something, you banish from your opponent's grave.
Yes, I agree. We do have Yellow Spears. Yellow Spears is okay. Not really pack one, pick one that you really want to see super early. Very good like supplemental card to your
I agree.
strategy.
You're happy to see it later.
Blue Piercing Shadow Vice. Again, not really what you're looking for. And probably the 3 better class cards in the pack.
Yep.
We have the red Rising Solar Tide. It is a 1 for 5 block 3, which already is very good rate. And if it hits, put into Soul, which can be good in like you could hedge towards either Boltyn or Prism.
It keeps you open. It's a light card.
So it keeps you open. It's a light card. So I'm gonna put that with the Belting as a card we might want to pick. Chane wise, you know, there is the Blue Crackle.
That's a nice card, but it closes you off early.
It does, and you need to look at the rest of the pack.
What do we
you?
Oh, it's the camera. Nice.
Yeah,
okay.
it's one of the other Oh, we have
So we have something. We have a top-down view now. Okay.
We
so
have the
let's make some
top-down view. We'll make some room. Let's get the coffee out of the way here.
So I can show things here, I guess.
We'll get the bingo out of the way.
Okay. Yeah, this is fine.
This is fine?
I think this is fine. We can just bring them up here. Oh my gosh, where's the camera? There we go.
You don't want to bring it here?
Maybe let's do it in the center, so Eric can also plop things in front of it.
Plop things in front of it.
Our chips. Okay, let me move this over. Oh, sorry. All right, let's do it. Let's put it here.
Put it right there. Oh yeah, that's beautiful.
That's
look
a lot better.
Look
okay.
at that.
Okay. Oh, it's a lot clearer.
now we're just LS.
Okay.
We're LS
so we want
at this
this.
point.
I'm gonna put this in here too. I think this is a very valid, card to pick.
Yeah. So I guess I'll shove Sonata here for now just to show everyone. You might have stole that. Yes. I think it's convolutions.
Convulsions.
No, it's convolutions now.
Convolutions.
Yeah.
Convoluted name.
So I think the rest of the pack we'll put on the side here. I don't think like when you're looking at like what we'll wheel.
Yeah.
Nothing super crazy as our camera does. Oh, there we go. Fantastic.
That's better.
Much better. Thank you, sir. So we have like nothing crazy that you want to see on the wheel. So there is like something to be said about like picking something that just really nothing of. Yeah. And right now I'm seeing there's not a lot of Boltyn. Like this take flight's looking pretty spicy.
That's true. I'm more hot on this one. I think this is
like
probably my
favorite. Stay a little bit more open.
Yeah.
So there's really nothing like there's a Blue Herald and a Yellow Spear. So there's really nothing.
So like leading you into Prism.
Great for Prism on the left.
Yeah.
I think Sonata Mechanics is funny, but I don't really think you want to be building a deck around it at this point.
It's not like as good as like a Lumina Ascension, right? It's like you could whiff. It's a red. I can't pitch it really, so it's a little rough to have it in a deck that you're not really like building around it.
Yeah, I'm gonna open chat real quickly in case anyone has some opinions on this.
Good point. Anyway, I'm leaning more towards Rising or Ironhide between these two. I don't know if.
Why do you like Ironhide?
I think equipment. If you have a deck without equipment, you really suffer for it. And I think getting the equipment early makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Especially because you don't really have like an extremely powerful card here. So now might be the time just to get your equipment out.
Yeah, that's fair. So I think out of these, I don't think I'm picking the Yellow Convulsions. I don't think there's that much I want.
Yeah.
Like a second cycle, you can grab not second cycle on your wheel. You can grab Deadwood, which is fine. I don't think Zealous is going to be around second cycle. The Crackle
Arcana can probably say goodbye to as well.
Yeah, not a lot of great Blood Debt that's going to come by. We do see...
Oh, we're scooting to avoid the light.
Oh, that's a good point.
All right.
We're all scooting a boot.
Scooting and booting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's okay.
I mean, that looks fine to me.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks fine. So we're down to these 4, and I think you're picking the legs of the Solar Tide.
Yeah. I like Take Flight also. I'm not.
I'm not picking. I don't think I'm picking the legs personally.
Okay.
I think it's a little bit too early. I think these cards are strong enough that you don't need to pick the equipment.
Yeah, I like Rising Solar Tide because it's also a 3-block.
Mm-hmm.
If you're taking Zealous, you might not even have anything that really plays well with it.
Yep.
Also, it's 2 blocks, so it might be dead.
Yeah. No, that's totally fair. Zealous is not a 6-power attack. If I were, I would have taken it immediately.
Yeah, not a popper, unfortunately.
Not a popper. I'm actually like pretty high on the Take Flight given this pack. Like it's a red Take Flight. It's definitely a premium card. I do agree staying open's okay.
Yeah.
And a 3-block is nice. However, my second choice would probably be the Zealous Belting, and that was talking about the the four corners here, it leaves you open to Levia and Prism. Like these, but you can run the card in any deck, I guess, but it's really good in Levia and Prism. And so you can take the Take Flight. If the Solar Tide is still there on the wheel, you're super happy.
Okay.
The problem on the wheel, if you're Boltyn, there really isn't anything on the wheel. So like it's like blue Recital, blue Yanti. That's it, right? Like like your wheel's kind of bad on Boltyn, which is kind of why that's my only thing not liking it. But
yeah,
I don't know.
I agree with that.
There's nothing that screams to me. I mean, you could take the legs and be super open. So probably my pick would be Take Flight, see what happens.
Okay.
Zealous probably second. It would be very close between Zealous and Take Flight.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with that. You know, you're staying very open with this, and Take Flight's just like the best card in Boltyn, really, besides V, I think.
Yeah, and then if Prism is open, Zealous is super good. If Levia opens, super good. The pack is a little bit on the weaker side-ish.
I would say so.
Right?
Yeah.
We have like no Blood Debt Shadow cards for Chane, other than blue Piercing.
Yeah, which is a little weak.
Yeah, and that's about it. So yeah, I'm gonna say Take Flight, and you're gonna say Rising Solar Tide.
Yeah, that's what I would pick, I think.
Okay. And I think anyone who says Zealous Belting, pretty reasonable. I think Ironhide's Legs is also pretty reasonable.
Yeah. All right.
Do
we have time for one more?
Legs, Red Zealous. Okay, everyone seems to be kind of agreeing with us.
Okay.
Haven't been able to keep up. Anyone know how Yuki is doing? Yuki is XO right now. She's 5-0.
Very nice.
I believe. I think she's 5-0. I actually don't. I don't know how she did on the second game. I know she was 4-0.
She's X1 right now.
Oh, she's
lost
X1,
okay.
Unfortunately. Yeah.
We will have Yuki on the feature match next round. So she will be on the feature match next round, in which we will try to grab her on to talk to her
about her draft.
Because we did record it. Do we have time for another pack one pick one? We have time for another
one more.
Let's do one more.
All right. 3 minutes. Okay, we'll make this one quicker.
We'll make this one quicker.
All right, I've got the pack
here. We can open Ethan some spice here.
All right, here we go. Seek Enlightenment, yellow. Void Wraith, yellow. Stony Wooden Hog, red. That's very nice. Surging Militia, blue. Ironhide Helm.
Oh my god, these packs.
Valiant Thrust.
With the bolting blade. Oh my god.
Oh, we got, okay, Eclipse is fine, it's a blue. It's a hollow though. We've got the red spears. That's pretty nice.
This pack's looking more spicy.
Yellow Shadow Piercing Vice. We've got Second Swing blue. Graveling Growl yellow, which is fine. Herald of Protection yellow, which is fine. Courageous Steel Hand yellow. Okay, I'm running out of space. Bounding blue.
Yeah.
And then we have the bauble. Which is
so you can't pick the bauble, unfortunately. So
all right, let's kind of filter through some of these. So let's talk about the Majestic first, actually. Boltyn Blade. How good is this card?
Very, very, very good.
It's very good, yeah.
Very good. You want to know why?
Okay, let me put this here.
On one charge, it's a 2 for 7. On 2 charges, it's a 0 for 7.
It's a very good card in Limited, for sure. Let's put that up there. Okay, we have the equipment. Ironhead Helm.
You wanna get rid of the cards we probably aren't picking first and get this out of the way.
Sure, okay. So
So
that means Surging,
like,
probably.
Surging, Second
Eclipse,
Swing.
We don't really want that.
Eclipse Existence, Blue Bounding. You can get that later.
That
Yellow
one's kinda
Piercing.
nice.
You can get that one later.
This here. Seek Enlightenment, probably not.
Red Spheres, you can definitely make an argument for that. Yellow Void
Oh,
Wraith.
the Wooden Hog, of course.
The Wooden Hog, of course. Yellow Seek is a little. It's okay, kind of later. I think the Yellow Seek would be good later in the time of the round.
You wouldn't take a yellow Courageous pack.
There's only a minute or two left.
Yep.
So we should be almost done. We're just doing this here.
I think this might be our top 5 currently. I think for me, hands down, it's gonna be the Pauper.
Yeah, it's tough to really argue with a red Wooden Hog. I'm not gonna lie. It's probably one of the best pack one pick ones in Monarch. I think the Helm is not as good as these 4
cards.
cards.
Let's kick that one out. Yeah, it's between Bolting Blade and Wooden Hog, I think, for me. Because if you're going for a Bolting card, I think Bolting Blade beats out the Valiant Thrust, in my opinion.
So the issue with this pack is there's no actual charge cards in it, right? So
that's a good point.
Both of these are enders. They're enders, but there's no charge in it.
That's a very good point.
And the thing is, it's like if you pick Bolting Blade or Valiant Thrust, you really have to see charge cards. If you see no charge cards, you're kind of
doomed. Yeah.
Because at least if you had a yellow or a blue charge card in the pack, you could probably make an argument. Maybe you see it on the wheel, right? But you're seeing literally nothing.
You gotta count it at pack 2, pack 3. That's it.
Which is sad because both of these are very, very good enders. But your enders are kind of like always go below Gallantry Gold. They always go below View of the Vanguard. They always go below red charge cards, in my opinion.
All right. Well.
I'm going with Stony. The Red Spears is good, but like there's nothing. If you want to force Prism, you take red spears.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Because it's very. No, sorry. If you're gonna force Prism, you're still taking Stony.
Well, you want to pop other
Prisms
prisms too.
Yeah,
this is just the best card, I think.
If this was a yellow, you take the spears.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't even consider it yellow Woodhog, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. The other Prism card is like there's a yellow protection in here. There is something. Yellow protection's not bad.
Yeah, I'd say it's a pretty good card.
Really
spectral shield, right?
Yeah, really nothing else. Oh yeah, there is another Boltyn. There's a Courageous Steel Hand, so another card that doesn't charge.
It won't charge, so you're not gonna. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think we pretty solidly picked the Stony Woundhog. So that's the second M we picked.
All right.
We don't actually.
We don't take the M. Yeah. The M's aren't that great. I'll be honest. Unless you get Luminaire or something.
Yeah, no, that's totally true. So I think
right.
we're both.
We're in agreement with Woundhog.
We're all in agreement with Woundhog. What's
Chat agrees. All right, we're gonna go to break.
We're gonna go to break. We will be back shortly with round 6. Hello, everybody, and we got Rob on the side here. We should probably guess fine. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the 2023 Canadian National Champions here. We're championships round 6. It's
round 6.
The last draft round and the 9th round of the day. So after this, we will. Well, not the last draft. It's the last round of the first draft.
Yeah, there we go.
Another draft.
We have another draft after this.
The day is long and full of terrors. So we do have the Boltyn mirror.
That's right.
Two X1 players. So we have the 2021 Canadian National Champ, Yuki Bender, on Boltyn versus Ethan. We just had Ethan on.
Yeah, as Boltyn. Yeah, played against the 2022 Canadian champ.
Ethan's getting all the champs because he got Tariq, the 2021 US champ, 2022 Canadian champ. Now he's getting Yuki, the 2021 Canadian champ.
That's
so right. Ethan going through the gauntlet here, and we're gonna see what he can do. So we do have Yuki's deck list.
Yeah,
and it's looking pretty good because she has a bomb if I've ever seen one. That she has a little bit of a spill blood, and she's gonna.
Oh, that's right.
Try to spill blood all over Ethan's
play
deck here. Yeah, over the playmat here.
It's all red already.
Yeah, she's a little light on red charge cards, but she does have like take flights. She has the spill blood. She has a second swing, which could be very good off the spill blood if she's able to get that across. Some yellow engulfings, cross the lines. Nice rainbow courageous steel hand.
Right. Oh, and I assume that she does have some equipment that we care about here, right?
She does have Blood Drop, Halo, and Ironhide. So no gallantry, but I think there's probably one, and Ethan has it. Like it's very possible that there's just the one. So is gonna be double Ironhide. She's not. Oh, she is missing a piece of equipment because there's a Halo and an Ironhide helm.
Right.
So it doesn't look like she's gonna have an arm piece because it's Blood Drop, legs, and then either Halo or helm. What do you think? I mean, we can't see it at the moment. What do you think she should choose in the mirror?
I think I would choose the Ironhide, but that's because I think that Ironhide, when you have multiple pieces,
it's block 4.
Yeah, exactly. It's just more efficient than, like I guess charging or putting a card in your soul is very, very good, but I don't know. I don't know if it's too life good potentially, right?
Yeah, I tend to agree. I also think that equipment is not an attack action, so Boltyn won't get the buff. Like
that's right. Yeah.
Charge.
It doesn't count as charging. It's just
exactly
only for give and go again later.
Yeah. So if you want to pitch a yellow and block a red Boltyn Courage without a attack action, that is one way to do it. Now she has multiple ways of doing it because Steel Hand won't proc it, Dust Path won't proc it. Second Swing, I think it's like an underrated card because it is also a 3-block non-attack.
Right. Yeah. A couple of blues there we're seeing from her.
Yeah. We do see another bomb via the Vanguard.
Oh yeah, we talked about that earlier. Wow, her draft did shape up pretty well, kind of along the lines of what we're talking about, right? Like,
yeah, we're gonna see like the drafting cycle because I'm curious on when she got it.
When she got those.
Yeah, like I'm curious if she did literally what I said. It's like pack 1, pick 1 V and just force Boltyn or something like that. Just get rewarded by like spill blood or something.
Right.
So I'll be curious to see. Light cards. She has Celestial Cataclysm.
Oh, okay. I didn't even notice that.
It's just a popper.
Yeah, it is just a popper.
No,
it's when that came up.
It's a very good. It's a very, very good card. She's got the, there's not that many great M's in the set that you really want to draft. I think she has 3 of I said two of the best M's here.
Yeah, for Boltyn.
V. Honestly, V could be an M.
It could
power
be,
level wise.
Yeah, I was gonna say power level wise, it really, really could be.
Yeah, I love the Red Seek Enlightenment. Super, super good card, especially in Boltyn. It just turns something into a charge card.
Great. And you saw Ethan's deck the last round. We all saw that deck last round.
Yes.
It seemed like it had some good pieces, but
it does have some good pieces. It does have the Gallantry Gold.
Yeah, it has Gallantry Gold.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the only equipment piece he was playing?
That is the one equipment he has. Yes.
It looks so lonely on the board there.
Yeah. So Yuki did choose the Ironhide, probably taking our advice through the grapevine. Obviously, we do see Ethan posturing like he's going first. I think if I were Yuki and I had the choice, I'd probably want to go second. I think.
Charging.
It depends on the deck. I think the more aggressive you are and the better your deck is constructed, I think going second is nice. Because having to take damage to like do a 5-card setup hand, you really have to go off, and if you block, you're just low on life, and eventually if you brick, you're just like kind of sad on the trade, you know what I mean? So it is going to be a block 4/6 with that second swing Express Lightning, so probably going around Steel Hand, Courageous Steel Hand, so trying to play around the Steel Hand because that could
push some damage through on
that can bump up by 1, 2, or 3, and you can go again and draw a card and see what you get, and then you're out 2 cards and you have to keep blocking. But she just decides to play around it, which is totally fair. And then Yuki, also she could just be overblocking to get more cards out of her hand.
Right, just to choose some, get a sequence of cards that is a bit more synergistic.
Exactly, because if Ethan did nothing, she wouldn't be able to cycle. So we do see an Engulfing Light yellow starting off, charging a blue Rally the Regard, I believe. So coming in for 2, and then if it hits, it goes to Soul, which is kind of nice. I like Engulfing Light for the ability to like purely generate Soul more efficiently.
Yeah.
Right, and because nobody really wants to block this card.
Yeah, that's right.
But, you know, it's 2. Ethan's considering life decisions here, so it's going to end up blocking it, not proccing.
There's a Steel Hand there, as you mentioned.
Yeah, not going to bother. I guess even if you made 3, it wouldn't go over. Like, you could give it go again. You do see Yuki drawing that beautiful Spill Blood.
Yeah, so and a couple of those take flights, too.
Yeah, we're going to see if she wants to just take a bunch of damage and go off, because she does have that Blood Drop Brocade. So she does essentially get an axe for free.
That's right.
Which is very nice.
Oh, and you know, this is damage, but it is just damage also.
If you would take damage and go bananas, this is probably when you do it.
Yeah, exactly. There's not anything
there it is.
threatening.
Yep. She's reading my mind. I'm telling you. It's like all of the Vancouver locals just share one hive mind. And
that's a big advantage in draft, actually, to be telekinetic.
I'm just telepathically hey, go for it. And you know what? Spill Blood, she's seeing red. Get to start with that yellow take flight, get to charge the other yellow take flight, and she's going to have 2 floating, which is quite nice, because then she's going to be able to, I think Spill Blood costs 1, if I recall.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, and so she has the blood drop, so she will be able to, if she hits, and if she does any damage here, or she takes it, I think hitting is probably more likely that they're going to be the damage source.
On her own turn.
Yeah. I mean, if they're Chane and they invert you, I guess that's like a thing. But in this particular case, going to be just take flight, probably going to Spill Blood and try to get back some of the aggression, aka tempo.
Well, I think, oh god. I think that there's a good chance Ethan maybe takes this first attack and just...
on the take flight.
Yep.
Yeah, just sees what else is coming on the turn, but it's a rough spot for him because, you know, he's dealt his 5 damage.
He doesn't know it yet. He doesn't know it yet. He probably sensed something's up when she took the 5.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty quickly, too. I don't think she really took too much thought into it, usually. She wasn't really agonizing like we're seeing a lot of the Monarch drafters here do today.
That's right. Yeah. Oh, and now the Spill Blood comes out.
Blood. And she's hatcheting. So that's +2 dominate. That's just end of turn. Just all axe. I mentioned she had a Dust Path and another pitch. That would be nuts.
I gotcha.
I say that because she actually does have a Dust Path. It is blue.
Oh, the blue.
Yeah. So if she did actually have it, it'd be funny. But she would need a lot of pitch to get that off.
Yeah, you need to pitch 2 cards. Then the blood drop doesn't quite get you all the way there. I see as well in Ethan's hand. That's a Belittle and another 2 block, I think, behind it. So not the cleanest blocks on this, because remember that if he blocks with an attack action card, the attack on that axe goes up by 1.
Yeah, it goes up by 1. That charge is going to do mucho damaggio here. So I'm curious what the ceiling is going to be, where Ethan's going to take a stand, because it's dominated. You do still have the Gallantry, but...
Oh, that's right. It's dominant. You can't even block with 2 cards.
Yeah, you can block with 1 card, but Yuki has the charge, so she's going to be able to do axe and axe. There's the blood drop. Yeah, so more or less the line I just said.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is nice. So I do know something.
Validated.
It's nice to validate that I know something because Yuki's doing it.
You know, I think maybe what we're also seeing here is axe direction. Ethan's got the axes facing outward, and Yuki's got the axes facing inward.
Honestly, we also just be playing inward now, because it seems to be doing better.
Yeah. Oh, and she has a follow-up.
Have? Illuminate maybe 0 for 4. I didn't really see what she arsenal. That would be good. 0 for 4 Illuminate would be great here.
Yeah, you had another one from the blood.
Oh, does she actually?
Gotcha. Because you paid.
Oh, are they talking about the pitch here? No, that's correct.
Oh, yeah. Ethan forgot that she paid 1 into the Spill Blood.
Red I was kidding. I didn't know she had it. I was just like, what is the best case scenario? I know I have the sheet right in front of me, but I'm like, the best card she can have in this moment is literally.
Yeah. And you know what? This refills the soul here.
The soul.
So
he needs to give her 2. They're both 2 blocks. So he would get the. He has to give the armor.
Gold. Wow.
Yeah. He has to give the armor.
Absolutely not a problem.
Yeah, because it's going to be +1 from Boltyn, and then you're going to block the 5. That's rough for Ethan. I mean, you're going to get value off the gold eventually, but having 2 blocks just really off like a not. I mean, it's a threatening on hit, but it's not the most threatening on hit here.
I mean, it is also just damage. It's kind of rough to just be taking it to
It
the
is
face.
damage. Yuki's hand looks a little sad.
Oh, and there was a V that we had to pitch, unfortunately.
Okay, so I have a feeling both of these players are on Boltyn because of one specific card, and that card might be V of the Vanguard that both players seem to have. And so it's just going to be pitched here. I don't think Ethan has much of a choice. He is going to charge a card to take flight 3, go again.
I don't think he charged there. I think that was just
it was just like raw, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, what are you going to... interesting. I might have just pitched the take flight to Axe and Arsenal to V, no?
The take flight was from Arsenal, though. So.
Oh, I lied. Okay, you're
I agree that it would have been better.
I was like, if you have those two, you definitely just Axe and Arsenal to V. But yeah, if it's from Arsenal, that's my bad. I was looking at food.
And at minimum, at least he's preserving that V for later in the game if he ever gets back to there, or plays a little to shuffle it around.
True. So we do see this tremor of I'm not gonna
Erathiel?
Erathiel or something like that. Okay, I don't know. Tremor. I'm just gonna call it tremor. So we have Seek Enlightenment, so it will go to Soul on hit. There's obviously no cards that are being put right now, and she can't. There's nothing in Soul for Boltyn, so she won't be able to, because attack reactions the tremor is not going to go there until the hit, which is after reaction. So it's not going to be able to use that specifically to Boltyn.
Right. So if she had a card in Soul,
if she had it would be +2.
Yeah,
which would be super nice.
Constructed staple, by the way, Tremor of Erathiel. Very, very good card in many Flesh and Blood decks throughout the Monarch era.
Very, very good Chane card as kind of like the first rung there. But the red one also very good in anything that banishes. So Boltyn.
Right.
Honestly, it's okay in Levia. I'm not super convinced. I think it's fine in Prism. It's playable because you just banish to create a spectral off of a blue, and you have one pitch floating, and then you tremor.
Yeah, and it actually says has been and gains, so that can happen at any point in the chain link before damage is dealt, and you get that.
Which is the key. So there's just like a different kind of way. So if she had the soul, she would be able to pretty easily do that because Seek essentially allows you to do it on anything.
And now we're giving 3 cards here. It looks that'll probably be a clean block, right? Fully
blocking 9 here. There was no charge. There's no additional damage outside of that. Just wants to block the on hit. You see, that would have been nice to have the Gallantry Gold. 2 card plus the Gallantry.
And now he's gonna.
I think he's just gonna 2 card 7 here. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, cashes in a blue.
Yep.
To Gallantry Gold.
Yep.
And
clean 2 card 7. You're gonna come in for 3, and then you're gonna come in for 4. It's really just like, it's not even a 2 card 7. Well, I'll count Gallantry Gold as a card for this. It's a 1 card hand, but it's a 2 card play essentially, right? So
yeah, and you've got to commit the resources that you accumulated earlier in the game in the form of Soul to actually swing it. So I think 2 cards is probably an accurate estimate of how much value you're putting into that, right?
Yeah, I totally agree. So I'm just kind of waiting for Yuki's V as kind of like another turning point in the game. So Spill Blood was kind of the first. I'm gonna grab some aggression here.
Yeah.
And the second one is going to be, V to finish the game. In my opinion, there might be some other, she has Celestial. She has nothing in Soul, but she has Celestial for the end game if it really goes that far. She does have the, she's played the Tremor already. She does have Adrenaline Rush if she gets lower. So Red Adrenaline Rush would come in for 7 if she was lower health, and because it comes in for 7 on the lower health, so you'd be able to give it go against Boltyn. An interesting piece there. More charge. We're just looking at the list here. A couple more charge cards. She has ways of getting there. I think the V is the way she's going to get there. So we do see a 3 block on the Axe. Dust Path is a non-attack, so won't get the buff. She will just take the 4, I believe, from the second Axe, and that's it. So she's going to go down to 8. So she had the Adrenaline Rush, which it looks like nope. That's the Bolt of Courage. She's going to be charging Warmonger's Recital, so it's going to be 3. It's going to be. Draw a card on hit. It looks like he's going to reactions here. I don't think it really... Oh, yeah, no, she's got the Courageous. So Ethan's pretty much saying, show me, right? If he only has attack actions to block, he's really just going to wait until Yuki proves that she can give it go again. Because if you end up wasting cards to block and she gets the on hit anyways, he does have the Rise Above. It's only going to block 4, unfortunately. So he's going to...
and it costs 2 cards there, so...
Yeah, he's going to 2 block 4, which is, a 2 card 4, which is unfortunate. It doesn't trigger the Boltyn, which is nice, but Yuki's still going to get the card. Did she give it go again? Oh, yeah, she did. Surely. Yeah, she must have given it a go again. I must have missed the soul. Cross the line, so additional cost. She doesn't have any cards in hand, but it would have as additional cost to 1 soul. Still pretty good, like a 2-card 11, 3-card 11.
Yeah, just coming in with damage.
On rate damage.
Pretty relevant at this point of the game.
Yep.
And I guess, you know, from Ethan's side of the board, like, even if he's blocking with a couple of 2 blocks here, it's still leaking 2 damage over top, right?
Yeah. Is he? You think he's waiting to V? You think he's thinking he can make it to the V that he pitched a couple turns ago, like 2 turns ago?
I think he needs a belittle to be able to get back there. Like, I think this game is, you know, accelerating towards an endgame where both players are going to be tight on the number of cards that they can keep.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that you know, he's probably counting the turns until that
time happens.
Yeah, exactly.
We're just waiting on blocks here. I don't really know what Ethan's hand is.
Oh yeah, okay. He's declared no blocks on this. Okay, so yeah, accelerating very, very quickly at this point, going down to 3 life.
Going down to 3, which is pretty dangerous because red steel hand would be lethal. I mean, we just saw one from Yuki, but I mean, Ethan doesn't really know what else she has. She does have a yellow, so that could come through on certain turns to bring it to 1. She also still has 2 pieces of armor.
Yeah, well, and yeah, I mean, I was gonna say this is part of the drafting process that's really interesting. Is your opponent doesn't know what's worth playing around, not worth playing around, and what's, you know, like a plausible sequence. You know that there's these bigger combo lines that these decks will be aiming towards, but you don't know every intricacy, and you know, I think that's like a risk assessment that you have to make, right?
Sure. No, I definitely agree. So the thing is, if you're the only 2 Boltyns, the only things you're really missing are like, depending on their position in the draft, is like what they took in front of you. Like, you're gonna see this stuff on the wheel, and like, if there's 2 good Boltyn cards, let's say there's a red steel hand and a yellow steel hand, you can be pretty sure that Yuki took the yellow steel hand. So you have like an inkling, depending on what your seat was. I don't know the seating of these players because this is round 3 in the draft, so we don't really know where they were at the beginning. But Illuminate 0-4, probably the best 1-card hand you can have. I mean, Ethan's just gonna arsenal whatever he has left. Pretty safe to probably not some kind of charge card. It could have been a charge card, but you could just get a pitch to block 4 very cleanly.
See, that's the nice use of the Ironhide there, turning 1 card into a 4 block and just still getting to keep 2 cards.
Yeah.
Or sorry, 3 cards, I guess.
3 cards, I totally agree. Just look at the chat here. Will we get round 6 standings? I have no idea. Possibly. Not sure.
Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. Maybe, maybe not. Really depends on our timing. But we do see crossing the line starting from Yuki. It is a 5. The additional cost is the plow through there. So going to come in for 5. Possibly go again, depending on the blocks. She does have a charge card. She's going to be able to axe after this.
Yeah, and I don't think Ethan has enough non-attack actions to be able to block this without enabling that hero power from Boltyn.
Yeah, I see a brandish. I also see a lot of bubble tea. So it's all pretty great over here
at the
casting booth.
Coming up, Millhouse.
It's coming up, Millhouse. Millhouse meant no, wrong game. So we have a double block here, blocking for 6. So crossing the line, going to go to 6. So Yuki can give it go again if she wants. Does she have a card in hand? I can't really tell.
I don't think she does. This would be an X-Wing.
Yeah, so, okay. I'm like, do you want to... Essentially, you pay a card to go for 2 here.
Yeah. And maybe she feels that, you know, this just potentially forces one more card out of the hand. Really puts the vice grip on Ethan's life total.
Yeah, I mean, that's the key. 2 cards is really... Like, your 1-card hands are bold. Like, if you don't have Illuminate, you're kind of doomed, no?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess Ethan has this card in the arsenal. Maybe he's gonna. Oh, yeah, but maybe he's gonna go down to 1 and just try to.
Yeah,
be threatening enough.
He's gonna 8 on 3 cards is tough. It's a brandish and a courageous steel hand.
Yeah, so these courageous steel hands got to be pitched.
Brandish is coming in for 3 go again. The axe will get buffed in that particular case.
I see a second swing, and that's an Eric Claire. Predilection of, you know, what's a good non-attack action to have, right?
Yeah, I mean, he didn't charge here, so I guess that doesn't really matter at that particular point. The second swing is how you get to that axe inevitability. There's also said that Adrenaline Rush will never see the light of day as being a buffable,
exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, he's at 1, so you can't get lower than 1 other than dying. So yeah, maybe not what she wants to be doing here. What do we got in chat here? Nothing warms my soul quite like the Boltyn mirror, Scott.
Yeah,
you know what?
I love Boltyn.
You know what? The light of the soul be with you here. This is what we're trying to provide. We've put on some shadow before because we saw Levia, we saw Chane, right? So
And I think
We've seen
that,
Prism too.
people really, really wanted to see Boltyn in a competitive metagame after Dusk to Dawn. And so, LSS really answered all of our wishes by making this draft format.
You saw that print. You saw the printed card here. The new legendary spoiler.
That's true. That's true.
So I think LSS they're gonna strive towards Boltyn supremacy. And it's only a matter of time before everyone's just on Boltyn.
Well, you know what the designers did specifically say? It's not that we don't know 2 cards to deal 3 damage is bad. So they've got a bigger plan, right?
They've got a master plan.
Yeah, they got a plan for synergy to, improve that rate and make the card relevant somehow, some way. And you know what? Like, maybe it'll just take a time to figure that out. And in the meantime, we'll be blocking with this second swing.
That's totally true. It's not just a matchup, it's a way of life. You know what? That might be true. I don't know what MILB is. Do you know what?
Man, I love Boltyn.
Man, I love Boltyn. I learned something new today.
Yeah, there you go.
Hello from Auckland. Hello, Mr. Sulmanite from Auckland, New Zealand. We are having a great day. I don't know about Frank over here.
I am having an excellent day. Oh, and this is
we're having a blast here. Cross the line.
Yep.
Hold the line, as Rob would like to say. Hold the door. We're going to just call this card Hold the Door from now on.
And so Yuki charging a card here, which, does open up that potential line again of, depending on Ethan's blocks.
Axe inevitability.
Yeah, exactly.
Axe can be a question. I'll give you the axer.
That being said,
all right, I'm tired, sorry.
If he's got the non-attacks, which in this case he didn't, but, on the subsequent axe swing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's going to activate Boltyn's hero power, give that go again.
Yeah, I mean, like, she's going to deck him at this
I was going to say, if he could chip back with these 1 or 2 card hands and put her in a similar spot.
She's getting pretty low on cards, too. That's actually quite interesting. I think she's only got, like, 5 cards in the deck.
But I think I saw your Via of the Vanguard in hand.
Oh, yes.
So depending on the blocks, anything could happen.
Come on, Yuki.
Trying to throw that hatchet of body away.
Yeah, you can't do that. I mean, it's like if you had a flick axe or like like an axe throw. But yeah, this is just going to be an axe. Don't think there's anything that just buffs this without a charge. So
yeah, no danger from any reactions. Yuki's just going to face tank. Hatchet to the face.
Yeah, she was just like she knows her win con. It's Via the Vanguard. So let's use Via the Vanguard. Right? She has nothing in soul, but V is obviously going to put cards in there. Probably going to be a double charge, I imagine. Like a double charge swing.
Yeah, double charge swing would be almost certainly game ending because...
Oh, she must have another card she wants to play instead. That's fair. So she's going to be coming in for 4. Probably going to give it a go again with the Boltyn.
Yeah, because those break points are just hard to cover at this point. Like the 4, requiring 2 cards. Potentially, if you've got 2 blocks, you're feeling really bad in that spot.
Looks like she has a judge call.
Oh, okay. We'll see what this is about.
Is it like a mistiming on the charge? Does she wanna? So she paid for it. She charged. Maybe if there's like she wants to actually charge that card too, because it's just an adrenaline rush. I don't see why she wouldn't want to just charge that. Is she missing pitch to do? No, because you just axe. No.
Yeah, I think she's asking if she's able to.
She's able to do that. Like if she
exactly.
passed the point where she can do that.
Yeah, declared for attack.
Okay, so yeah, she declared it. And then additional cost, right? Yeah. So the additional cost is part of the very beginning, and then you put it on the layer step, and then you actually like go to the thing. So I think she missed the window, no?
I think she missed the window, and it's just whether under the new rules for timing and rollbacks, whether that's allowed.
Yeah.
Or if it's up to the opponent.
Yeah, he might not care. I don't know, but I don't know. The minute I saw this hand, I just saw it's like V double charge X. Like that's kind of the first thing in my mind. So I think she realizes that too, because this is going to be for 5.
Yeah.
Because that's a double charge.
That's not a light.
That's not a light card. Oh, that might be what she was deciding before. So it is adrenaline rush. Yeah.
Yeah.
So she's going to be +1, but
There's still a combination of cards in which Ethan survives.
Yeah.
I don't know if he has that combination of cards, but there is a combination of cards in which that happens.
Yeah, get a bash and adrenaline rush. She just doesn't want the adrenaline rush in her hand or arsenal, right? I mean, she doesn't need that kind of thing. Get a block for 3, and he's gonna die.
Oh
okay.
yeah,
there we go.
Oh, okay, there was not a sequence actually, because then the other axe comes in for 4 base.
Yeah, so. yeah. It comes in for 4 base.
I'm glad we sorted that out.
Yeah.
Actually, wait. It could, if he had an impenetrable belief as his last card, he could block the 4 axe.
Impenetrable belief is 3 banish. No.
Yeah, but she's banished a card to activate Boltyn's hero power.
So how does she block extra with a penetrative?
Doesn't he block 4? Anyways, no need for hypotheticals. That was a great Boltyn mirror in which, coming out the gate very aggressively with that Spillblood, I think gave
Spillblood
Yuki a really, really big advantage.
A lot of tempo.
Yeah, a lot of tempo going on there. I think that one of the much maligned words in the Fab vocabulary is tempo.
Much maligned words, yeah.
Exactly.
That's the term I would put to it too. I think this makes Yuki X1 going into draft number 2. We will try to bring her on. One of the judges is blocking the timer, but we're gonna try to bring her on to talk a little bit about the
about the draft.
We're not gonna air it now. We're gonna air it later, but we will have that for the second draft.
That's right. While the second draft is
happening,
we'll have her footage happening.
Yes, we'll have her footage and her talking about it.
Yeah. Okay.
Just looking through this. Yeah, so that's what we're going to have here. So we do have Draft 2 coming up pretty shortly.
And actually, if anyone has questions they'd like to ask in any of these player interviews that we do, if you have questions that you'd like to ask, please put them in the chat and we'll try to get to them if the flow of the conversation and the timer with the rounds and whatnot goes on. Oh my lord.
Oh, we got a new spoiler? What is this?
We got a new spoiler. Wait, I'm just going to say James White personally DM'd this to me, and definitely Ethan.
Oh, 100%. This is a personal DM.
Definitely personal DM. He said, please don't share this with everyone.
But we have to.
This is not a leak, right?
Is it a leak?
No, it's not. Oh, it's from Red Zone Rogue. Okay, shout out to Red Zone Rogue. Should I read the whole card, Ethan? Okay, perfect. Okay, Shriek Razors. While this is in your graveyard, at the start of your turn, you may destroy 2 silvers you control. If you do, equip this. So, okay, Assassin card. Arm piece, so hand piece. And attack reaction, 2 resources. Destroy this, so classic Assassin. Target attack action card defending an Assassin attack gets -1 block. And the classic Battle Worn, as we see on a lot of these Assassin equipment pieces.
Yeah, very very similar to like your mask and your boots, kind of just like going together with the silver generation.
This seems like a repeatable
offense.
Yeah, no, I was going to say it's like a repeatable breaking scales to me,
Yeah.
Instead of a breaking scales, it's a recursion scales.
Yeah, totally true. Okay,
yeah. Anyways, we're going to come back to the spoilers in a minute.
We've got
Yuki here.
We got Yuki here, so we're going to take a bit of a break, and we're going to come back a little bit later.
Interview.
Yeah. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It was a very short breaker. Welcome back to the 2023 Canadian National Champion. We just finished Draft 1. We just showed a lot of people's favorite player, one of my favorite players. So we have one of my locals, the 2021 Canadian National Champ, trying to go for 2 for 3 here, trying to win 2023 and get that one up 66%. So we're here.
Hopefully.
We're here to talk about your draft. We have your list out here, and we did record your full draft. So we just want to, get into the mind of one of the best drafters. Top 50 ELO, no?
Top 50 ELO, but there's a lot of good players in this game.
There are. I'm not saying the best. One of the best.
Okay.
You're doing quite well in draft, so we're gonna bring that up. Did you have any kind of, before we get the recording up here, did you have any kind of preconceived either strategy or just like no one's gonna, I don't know if someone's gonna watch this before draft too and just like cut you from the strategy here, but just like some general thoughts before.
Yeah, so in Monarch, I think all the decks are pretty good. I usually like to stay open in draft in general, and I think it works really well in Monarch with the 15-card packs. Levia in particular is probably my least favorite. I feel like there's a lot of variance both in the draft as well as in the gameplay, and a lot needs to go your way, and sometimes even when you have the good deck, you can just die to Blood Debt. So I usually try not to draft Levia, but if it's really open, I will. And I usually try to just pick powerful cards, stay open, and see what lane is best. And in this draft, that happened to be Boltyn.
Yeah, totally. I don't know. Do you know how many Boltyns there were in the pod? We know there was you and there was Ethan.
2.
So that's what we thought, because we saw both of you on V. So I'm guessing like one of the main reasons might have been that one card that kind of bombs through the game here. So
yeah.
A couple more things just before we get into the recording. Did you have any kind of towards Boltyn, did you have any kind of like general tips for someone wanting to play Boltyn, kind of just in a get-go?
I like Boltyn a decent amount. I think you do kind of need key cards for him. Often the way I get into him is with Take Flights. I think that's kind of the most important card, or V, or like a Spill Blood. Like he has some really good Majestics. It was a little bit of a weird draft to get into Boltyn. I sort of, it felt like other things weren't really open, and I was seeing a density of Boltyn cards, but not necessarily amazing ones. And I think at some point I got a pretty late yellow Take Flight, which is still pretty good. I think I had like a red Courageous somewhere in there pretty early as well, and then so that kind of made me feel okay about my pick. But it was not like the most typical Boltyn draft. I didn't see the power cards that usually steer me into the deck. I kind of just went there because I was seeing that was open, and like Prism was clearly cut, Chane felt cut. It was either Levia or Boltyn, and Boltyn felt like the way to go between the two of them.
True. Do you want to walk me through maybe a couple of your early picks that may have like steered you in one particular direction?
Oh, I'm trying to go back. It's like a little bit of a blur. I think that in general, I was just trying to like pick powerful cards. Like I had like a red Tremors early. I had speculated on a yellow Seeds, I think in pick 3 or 4. And then Chane just didn't end up being open.
Yeah.
I also picked like a red Pulping because I was like, red Pulping is a premium card. If I do want to go Levia, this is like one of the ways to get in. If I'd seen more good Levia cards, I might have been on Levia. So I was just kind of trying to pick powerful cards. I think the red Courageous Steel Hand was like kind of a tip towards Boltyn, and then the yellow Take Flight really solidified it. But
no, that totally makes sense. When did you get your V and when did you get your Spill Blood?
Those both came in pack 2. So I got them pack 2, pick 2, and pack 2, pick 3. So they were going through Dilks, and yeah, as soon as I got past the V, I was like, okay, this is what we take. And then same thing with a Spill Blood. Actually, it's funny. I think my opponent got the Gallantry out of the pack that had the. I think it had the Spill Blood, but like, there's no way you pass the Spill Blood for. Yeah.
I mean, Spill Blood ends the like. Gallantry can like do a nice blue for a 7, which he kind of put, but like Spill Blood will end the game.
Yeah, exactly. And also the other thing too is. You can only play one Gallantry. So I was feeling Boltyn's pretty open. I was like, well, maybe he gets that Gallantry and I get another one. I heard that, I think Tariq ended up drafting the other Gallantry pretty early on, so that's probably why I didn't see one. But it's worth, I don't know, it's a consideration for sure that you can't play multiple Gallantries, and I'd feel really bad about that pick later if I saw a Gallantry. So I was kind of trying to give myself the best out for a good deck.
No, it totally makes sense. I noticed you have the Halo And we kind of like, I think we were kind of guessing, and I'm just like, you're probably running Ironhide to just have like a 4 block that doesn't. Is that kind of why you ran that in the mirror?
Yeah, I think the Ironhide's pretty important in the mirror, either as a 4 block as I used it, or also really commonly you just need a way to cover up their attacks that doesn't turn on the Boltyn hero ability, and the Ironhide's really good for that. Even just stopping an axe for 2 when you're low and not giving it the +1 so they can give go again can be really crucial. So I figured that was the way to go, but I did play Halo into Chane and Prism.
You put Halo into Chane and Prism. Okay, and then you run the double Ironhide into. Okay, that totally makes sense. A couple of the other things I saw here that, so, I mean, you had the 2 yellow take flights.
Yeah.
Is the only thing you really think you were missing was just like some more like red take flights and like some charge cards? Other than that, were you pretty happy with the deck overall?
Yeah, pretty happy with the deck overall. Light on red charge cards overall, and most of the red charge cards are 1 cost. Like I have 2 cross the lines, which is not really what you want.
Yeah.
I think in this deck, especially because I have a couple Courageous and I'm kind of playing to like a big Spill Blood turn or a big V turn.
Yep.
Ideally, I'd have more 0 costs. Like I think like red, what is it, Engulfing Light would have been great, but I only got the yellows. So the charge quality is kind of not there, and the take flight density is not really there. So that's kind of the weaknesses of this deck. I also have a number of 2 blocks, but I have some strong generics. I really like Adrenaline Rush. Maybe 3 is a lot, but I do like the card. Tremor's great. And then I had the power cards and Spill Blood and V, which we touched on. So I think that those cards were really doing a lot of the heavy lifting. And in both this match and my first match against Prism, Spill Blood and V were very instrumental in creating really big turns that kind of put me in the driver's seat. And then they had to block my yellow across the line for 4. Like I have some not amazing turns, and that's kind of what got me in trouble in the round that I lost against Chane. Was that I think I think I had a Bolt Courageous Steel hand, and I drew into a blue, and then I couldn't arsenal it, and then Chane had like a double belittle turn and hit me for 15. I was like, well, I'm at 19. Maybe I can fatigue him. I could not fatigue him. He just kept hitting me for 15 over and over again. So the deck was pretty good, but it does have some kind of clunky draws, and that did cost me the 1 round that I did lose.
Yeah, when Chane starts rolling, there's really not a lot you could do on like a decent show. It's really Chane player like knows what they're doing, and they've played the deck, right?
Yeah, and it was like Shackle 3 that he hit me for 15. It was like my plan was to race him. My deck doesn't block especially well, but I mean,
V spill. It's a pretty, like if you draw them early enough, you have enough charge. Anything else you want to say about like Monarch draft and this? Like, how did you, just like couple fleeting questions? How did you prep for this? How did you prep for this Nationals Monarch series?
Yeah, just lots of draft with locals mostly. Sometimes at armories, and sometimes also just like a bunch of us were going to Nationals, and we would arrange some drafts and do some drafts.
Cash Friday night drafts. Sunday night drafts.
Totally. And Vancouver has a pretty good draft scene, so I felt really good about my draft prep overall. I think the level of draft is very high, and as much as like this pod was really stacked with a lot of big names, it didn't feel like the level of gameplay didn't feel so far above and beyond what I'd see from my locals. It was a lot of similar stuff, which is to say, like, they played really well, but the locals, they hold out.
I think the local draft scene is like pretty insane, that everyone just like grinds and comes out a lot, and they want to play draft and they want to grind the set. It matters a lot. I feel like it's not that common. Like a lot of people just like play constructed, play blitz, stuff like that. It's much easier. You just bring your deck. But I think the willingness to play a lot of draft doesn't come easily, but it rewards you so heavily sometimes, especially in a set like this. If anybody has any questions for Yuki, we'll have her on for another 30 seconds, 1 minute. You need to give her a bit of a break. She has one more draft to go through here. So if anyone has any questions, feel free to put them in. I do have the chat open. Anything strategy-wise you're looking to change in draft 2, or just kind of same thing you've been doing for forever here?
Same thing. I really believe in sort of staying open, trying to draft whatever my seat dictates, and I do that in pretty much every format. And Monarch, I think, is great for it because you have the overlap in talent cards, you have strong generics, and you have 15-card packs, so you can...
15-card packs.
Yeah, like in that draft, I think what you'll see is that I pick a variety of cards that can't even go in the same deck, and I'm not really locked in until pick like 6, 7, somewhere in there. You can really kind of take your time, which is nice.
No, it totally makes sense. It's kind of what I kind of mentioned. One of the questions Frank asked is like when you need to like pivot or when do you need to decide. I'm like, oh, around 6, 7 is like when you really want to be like, I can give 2 to 3. I'll give away 2 or 3 picks because like I know this is open and this is the one. So Yuki just like proving I said you would prove it too. I literally said she's going to prove it for us, and of course she delivers, right?
Hopefully I don't let you down.
Hopefully you do. Well, you're not letting me down yet, but Kiki just wants to say, proud of you all. So Kiki's proud of you. That's the comment.
Kiki.
Kiki was very excited when I mentioned Ube earlier. So now she's proud of both. Sorry, they're proud of both of us. My bad.
Oh,
so,
thanks, Kiki.
And you see that. What are you repping there? You got a little thing? You got a thing? Oh, ENTCG.
ENTCG. Friend and testing partner.
Friend and testing partner out of the Netherlands. I hear.
Yeah, and they have the storefront too.
They have the storefront. Yeah. So we have a little bit of a break. I don't see any more questions for Yuki, so I think we're gonna let you go right about now. Do you have anything you wanna shout out to all your fans? I know there's a lot of them.
Thanks for everybody who likes watching our content, and I appreciate everybody who comes up and talks to me during events. It's really nice. Even just people saying, "Oh, hey, I listened to your podcast," is nice because like. The locals, we talk about the podcast all the time, but sometimes you forget that like other people, like I know that there's views, but like it doesn't even feel real to you see the people. So yeah, I just really appreciate people being so friendly at events, and I love people coming up and saying hi. And yeah, I don't know, the community's just been a pleasure, super supportive and very, very friendly.
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. Taylor does say you're a beast. Hair looks great. So. Congrats on the hair and the rest of it. We're gonna let you go. I guess you go to the washroom and take a bit of a break here before your next draft. So appreciate you coming on, letting us record your draft. We will have that for anyone watching. We'll have that end the break when they are drafting, so we'll be able to see exactly what Yuki's talking about and put some cards to what she's saying here. But for now, appreciate your time for coming on here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's a pleasure. Hopefully this next draft will go well. We'll see.
We will see. Okay. We're going to take a break.
All right, before the break, shout out. You all love Frank anyway, but I love Frank a little bit more because he ordered, unprompted by the way, ordered bubble tea and some, I believe it's like a pork belly bun, a bao, just unprompted. The dude just DoorDashed it like in the middle of casting. What a homie. Love me some Frank. We're going to cut to a break. I've got some new graphics loaded, so you'll see that. And then as soon as they start the next draft, we're going to play Yuki's draft. And that will fill time until the last draft pod of the day. So we'll see you in a second. cutting in real quick. Hello, everyone. Because we had a big update just now from the judge staff. So Gem critically crashed or lost data or something. So the entirety of round 6 needs to be manually entered, which is so funny. So the judges need about 30 minutes to remedy this. We were all on our food break, hoping that we could, run the recorded draft through the draft. So I'm going to grab Frank, perhaps, because we do have a segment we can probably buy an extra 30 minutes out of, because I don't want to just run it on that break screen. That break screen is not really built for more than like 10 minutes. So let me grab Frank real quick, and we'll try to be entertaining for an unexpected like 30 minutes. Okay. Time for blah blah. What happened? Time for pizza. Remember to set a slice aside for Flake. Oh, I can't wait. Flake has some really yummy food at his house. We had really good frozen pizza last night. I was surprised. It was so good. We put in a second one. So yeah, hopefully the day wraps up and I can get to dinner with friends, because my day didn't end until like 2 a.m. last night, and then my day today started at 7 a.m. So I'd love to go explore Canada a bit. Okay, let me grab Frank. Be right back, like 2 seconds. Yo. All right, folks. I've been upgraded. Look how much better I look on this camera than that.
I know, right? We can actually see all your pores and stuff.
There we go. There we go. The smolder. So we're a little off to the side because you know me. I love my segments.
Right.
And we have a lovely guest caster, host, cosplayer extraordinaire, but also a foodie. A foodie, correct? You do run a YouTube channel?
I do run a YouTube channel, and I think it's interesting because I think like 5 years ago, if you called me a foodie, I'd be like, well, that's kind of like, it's kind of derogatory. But
really?
But we went through the phase where if you were a foodie, it meant you were also very snobby and kind of a jerk to people about the food that they like.
Sure. Like out of the, what was that chef movie that came out recently? Where all those snobby people go to order the menu.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, sure. So if you're a foodie, you were like the boyfriend.
There's a connotation.
The
Sure. There's a connotation.
Fair.
But now it's escaped that because now, we went post food Instagram, I think. Like, there was a phase where everyone posted food on Instagram, and then it was just like, sure, this is like just normal and fine, and then it reduced the snobbery of it. Anyways, I'm separately a snob, but that doesn't stop the term from being derogatory.
Well, you're also entertaining. I went back and watched a lot of your YouTube
I've got
reviews
a fan. I love it.
To source some of the segment material. So
yeah.
Let's reveal that with a stretch here. All right.
That's right.
So I went through and tried to see what topics we could perhaps pick your brain on in terms of the food stuff here. And, of course, we had to start with Canada.
Right,
because
exactly.
I'm not Canadian.
Mm-hmm.
You are Canadian.
Right.
We are surrounded by Canadians. We're in fact in Canada.
That's right.
So I figured poutine.
Quintessential Canadian
Quintessential,
food.
right? But I found out that you can put things that aren't just like cheese on it.
That is true. That is true.
So tell me, what is the most unusual poutine topping that you do stand by though? Don't
No,
just
that
say
I
random.
stand
Yeah,
by.
that you
Oh,
stand
don't-
by though.
Ooh, okay, that's interesting because
You can say both sides of it. What do you not stand by? What do you see your friends
yeah.
do? And you're like, dude, no, I'm not Canadian anymore.
so there's like a few chains or even just like like your typical maybe it's not like a chain type of thing, but just like a very, very common things that people add to poutine. So it's always like pulled pork or bacon, and those are like broadly accepted, right? And maybe just to backtrack for our viewers from an international audience, poutine, as you can see in this photo, just ignore the beans there for a second, is French fries, so fries, gravy, usually like a dark gravy, and cheese curds. And so it's like really, really rich. You get a lot of salt in the fries, a lot of salt in the gravy, and then the cheese curds are like squeaky and like they sort of cut the salt, but then they're also salty on their own. So it's like, it's just like a big kind of bomb of flavor. And so, yeah, and then I think there's like a variety of ways that people like to prepare it, right? Like you can have a more fries-oriented poutine where it's like you taste the potatoes and the fries quite a bit. It's like quite crunchy. Or you can have one that's very like gravy and cheese forward and it's just like doused and, it's a good time.
I don't know. I'm in for the crunch. I've only tried poutine in Taiwan and
Oh, really?
in the
Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, there was this really, really good poutine bar in Taipei.
Oh, poutine bar. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I guess it was Canadian, but they had poutine. And yeah, my friends, we'd go there after school.
Sweet.
And that's where I first had it, and I just thought it was fries and cheese. Like
Yeah. You gotta be cheese curds to officially
cheese
be
curds.
poutine.
Okay,
yeah,
okay,
exactly. That being said, I have nothing against gravy and cheese, like regular cheese on fries. It's just not quite poutine then. And you can still have that as like a really good dish or whatever.
Sure.
Okay, so then
So
going
let's get
back
to the toppings,
yeah,
though,
yeah.
the
So then we
toppings,
got
toppings.
bacon, so really common, sausage, things to that effect. You got like cured meats and stuff. And then regionally, smoked meat, really popular on the East Coast for a variety of reasons, including just like a lot of Jewish delis that are really good at what they do. And so in Montreal, you often get like smoked meat poutines, which I think are amazing. So it's really, really good with smoked meat. And then often people put like a pickle on top of that. You just eat the pickle separately.
Oh, I'm in. Oh, okay, you don't.
Yeah. It's not like
you don't
part
chop
of
that
it,
one
but
up.
it's
It's
just
not like
oh,
relish
yeah.
style. Okay.
No, I mean I'm sure that is also a thing. And then as I was saying earlier, there's a few chains that also do like a really wide variety of toppings, right? Like you could just like choose from like 100 things or whatever to put on there. And I think actually now that we're talking out loud, I think the most offensive thing to me is mac and cheese on top of poutine, because it's just like you just added this really carb and dairy heavy food and like cheesy thing onto like already a really rich carb heavy dairy rich thing. So it's like that's offensive to me. And so you can go to like a smoked poutine that's like one of these chains and order like a poutine and then just also have mac and cheese on top of it. And it's like, why are you doing this to yourself and the rest of us, I guess?
That reminds me of like the people who they get their stomach like stapled or something, and then they just blend everything from McDonald's into a smoothie.
Oh,
and
yeah.
drink it. Like, sure, if you just want everything on it, there are ways to put everything in a singular bite, but I don't know if it's good. Someone in chat is mentioning that there's a Popeyes poutine.
There
which
is?
is crazy. I mean, I'm from Louisiana.
Oh,
Of
you're
course
from Louisiana? Yeah.
I love me some Popeyes.
Yeah.
But apparently there's regionally Popeyes poutine.
You know what? I think there's probably I think I've had and that's another thing. Is like regular fast food places in Canada, especially in the East Coast, they will have poutine as a menu item, and most of them are like not that good. Popeyes actually, I think I've had it once, and it's fine or like pretty good because they already know how to do gravy, and they just add like popcorn chicken or like fried chicken on top of it, and those are just like that's just a good combination. So I stand by fried chicken as well on top of poutine. It's like it's just like two good things on top of each other. They're not like a dish necessarily. But man, fried chicken might be like my favorite food in the world.
Of course, G-pie, dude, freaking course.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so for the chat, let's just put it in two buckets. What is your hardest no?
Hardest no?
Is it the mac and cheese? It is the mac and cheese.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's other things they'll have on their menu. I'm trying to think of like what else is offensive.
Like what is the baked beans? Like, have you tried that?
I have not tried that. I would not try the baked beans. I like baked beans and I like refried beans and stuff. I just don't think it would be that good.
Beans and bacon, that's a flavor combo. Beans
but the beans are like, they get that slightly mushy texture, which is fine in some contexts. But then on top of the fries, when you're chewing on the fries and you get your like potato mush kind of going, it just blends into like it's like a carb overload maybe.
I see. Yeah, that's a sleep food right there. You eat that, you pass out.
There's one that falls in both categories for me, which again, East Coast cuisine, quotes cuisine, is like doner and shawarma is huge out here, right?
Oh yeah,
various places in the East Coast, and great drunk food, just like poutine.
Yes.
And a lot of places that do shawarma, particularly in Montreal, like they also do poutine with shawarma or doner on top of it. And when you're like slightly intoxicated, let's say when you're moderately intoxicated, when you're anything above moderately intoxicated, it's like the most satisfying food you've ever eaten.
Very salty.
It's super salty. It's like super rich. It just like hits all of the notes. And so when you're in that mode, you're like, oh my God, this is like the best freaking food ever.
I'm a sucker for like real street food doner kebabs,
exactly.
which like you don't really get those in the States. I did see a couple stands like pretty similar to what you might see in Europe though, of just like it's more casually like walk in, grab
it's
a doner
like a
kebab, like a deli style
kind of thing.
Oh man, that stuff's so yummy. We got more slides though.
Oh, we have more slides. Okay.
Yeah, wait, so
Oh,
yeah,
and
you
that
said your
belongs
hardest
on
no.
the bad category as well, because if you try to eat that when you're sober, you will hate yourself.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. But I still would recommend.
So I don't eat it tonight, or we won't get a stream tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Oh, so we have more slides.
Oh,
here.
of course, dude. We got a lot.
Cool.
All right. Next topic of conversation.
Canadian Thanksgiving, yeah.
Canadian Thanksgiving is October 7th or 9th?
Yeah, October something. It's earlier
something.
than the American one.
There is a turkey in the pictures I was searching.
Yeah.
But what makes Canadian Thanksgiving like food-wise unique? Or is it just like American Thanksgiving? It's the pies, it's the turkey, it's like the cranberry sauce.
Yeah,
it's the same.
It's almost exactly the same.
Why is it a different date?
Do you have pecan pie at American?
Of course.
Yeah, I don't know.
Pecan pie, but yeah.
I think it. Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce words.
I mean, in Louisiana, it's pecan. If you can say any word slower, you do it. It's pecan, not pecan.
Gotta learn my Louisiana accent. Here's the thing: is like I don't think I've been to an American Thanksgiving before, so I don't actually know whether there's a difference.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
I think that it's mostly the same. It's turkey, there's mashed potatoes, there's potato salad. You know what? Actually, no. I know there's one difference, is that we don't have any of that marshmallow salad stuff that Americans have.
What? Wait, are you kidding me? Sweet potatoes with like a sweet potato, I don't know, just like mush with marshmallows on top. That's a salad, according to the U.S.
I know.
That's not a dessert.
I've heard of that. And
that's not a dessert.
I had it at a buffet once in the States, and I was like, wait, this isn't the salad section.
Yeah.
I unwittingly got it thinking it was potato salad. And it was actually...
It was pretty good.
It's tasty. It's just not like... It's not... I don't know. It doesn't... It confuses me a lot.
They started cooking with sweet potatoes. They're like, oh, if we're going sweet, we're going all in.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going sweet. We're adding
ambrosia. Is it ambrosia? Is that what it's called?
The dish itself?
Yeah, I think that might be what it's called. I don't know. I
don't know what it's
going off of
called.
Memory here, which is maybe not consistent.
So then why is Canadian Thanksgiving on October 7th or 9th?
So my theory is that it's because we're further north, so some of this harvest stuff happens earlier on. But I don't actually know. I'm sure there's like a historical reason.
Well, I would buy that, though. I absolutely would buy that.
You know, like colonialism or something like that. But that being said, like I think that there's less of this... I don't know. There's like different history. There's like less negative, direct colonialism involved with Canadian Thanksgiving, which doesn't necessarily mean that there's less colonialism in Canada. You know? It's just like a swept under the rug kind of thing.
Gotcha.
But I mean, not to put a damper on like Thanksgiving as a concept of giving thanks and a holiday, right? It's more just like, can you have that celebration and also accept that, you know, there's like a historical context for that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the U.S. is like, I haven't been in like grade school for a while, but
right, yeah.
I think Columbus Day is like finally swapping.
Oh, really? Okay.
To some kind of like an indigenous appreciation. I'm pretty sure that's happening. I feel like, I hope that's not wrong because it should happen. Anyway.
Yeah, man stand for president.
Yeah, let's go. Okay, next one.
Okay, beauty.
All right.
Favorite fruit.
Fruit.
Okay, yeah.
So I'm hoping you know what this is.
Yes, I do know what this
You do know
is.
what this is.
It's a mangosteen.
Mangosteen, perfect.
Okay.
Because whenever I try to describe my favorite fruit to your average American, I guess.
Right, yeah.
And I try to describe mangosteen, their brains
They
cannot.
think mango.
they picture a mango to start, but then you're like, nah, dude, it's like a garlic, but it's also a fruit. And like when you open it, it's kind of yellow on your fingers,
right,
but it
yeah.
doesn't look yellow. Like you look, there's no yellow in that picture.
Yeah,
but,
it's like white
but it makes your
looking flesh.
fingers yellow, you know? It's like, and it's like kind
Why
of.
do you use the word garlic? I think that throws people off.
Well, because look at it, it looks like garlic.
It's got like clove type things. I
Oh yeah,
guess.
sure. It's cloved. Yeah, but what other fruit would you say? Like an orange they didn't peel very well. It's got all its rind on it. Like I don't know. It's so white.
I would say I don't know. I would say citrus. It might be or like
Okay.
like a grapefruit. Maybe people would have a
Okay,
better time with that analogy because when they think garlic, they probably think like not sweet.
Well, no, but I'm talking visuals because they do think mango to start, and you're like, no, it doesn't look like a mango.
Right.
It looks kind of like a plum
Yeah.
with a garlic
Yes.
on the inside. And
Right,
people just lose it. Like, I don't care. I like bananas or whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, mangostene's my favorite fruit.
Okay.
And whenever I describe it, no one knows what it is. So
Okay,
first of all,
can I tell you something
Yeah.
though? Like a confession here is
Oh,
I
sure.
actually hadn't eaten mangosteen until like last year. Like I knew what it was, but I just had never eaten it before.
Where'd you get it?
We bought it at like just a local like just like a quotes fancy grocery store which imports fruit like fresh fruit from different places. So it's not like always the same stuff, or they don't import like factory farmed quotes stuff. It's just like whatever's in season somewhere, but it's still imported and therefore slightly lower quality than fresh. But I tried it and it was really good.
Interesting. So you haven't had it like, I guess, fresh in Vietnam, Taiwan, somewhere?
Yeah, no, I haven't.
Oh my God! When I was staying in Vietnam with a friend, we would eat mangosteen. I mean, it was all kinds of fruit, but we would eat like a bundle of mangosteen every morning.
Right.
It was like because you just get a fresh handful, like 4 or 5 of them, whatever. My God, they're so delicious. So, I've tried a couple like on the streets of New York City. You can find them.
Yeah,
at
you can
stalls.
get them at vendors and stuff.
Not quite the same. They're a little smaller. The inside sometimes actually is yellow, and you're like, well, actually, if it's yellow, you're not supposed to eat it.
Right. It's not fresh anymore.
Anyway, this one's not about me. This is just to kickstart. What is your favorite fruit? And if it's weird, this is better because I'd love to try to envision it.
It's not weird.
It's not weird.
It's,
okay.
Personal opinion, objectively, just the best fruit. Period is mango. Is mango.
Yeah.
I think like it's just there's too many things going for it, and maybe it's unfair to say there's like a really wide like number of like sub types of mango, which is like a benefit because you have mangoes that are better for say just eating as a dessert. There's mangoes that are better for baking or whatever on its own, and then there's mangoes that are better for like a salad or whatever.
True.
And it's just like so sweet, so easy to prepare and peel and eat.
Mangoes that are better for smoothies.
Yeah, mangoes that are better for smoothies. And I think like going back to the factory farming thing, like we've really got industrial agriculture down in a way that like I can buy pretty good mangoes year round everywhere, and that's like shocking to me because I remember when I was a kid it would be like don't buy mangoes out of mango season because they'll be bad, and now it's just like I go into a grocery store and they'll usually have pretty good mangoes. It's like sure,
that's like our generation's avocado.
Yeah,
like when avocados used to just be like an airplane food.
Yeah,
and then they took off because California could grow them. That's like what's happening with mangoes. Growing up, my mom, if they were out of season, they were like $2, and I was like, hell no, we're not.
Yeah,
we're not. They need to be $1, and they were $1 like 1 month out of the year. But yeah, you're right. The mangoes are freaking everywhere. Do you go for normally the two grocery store types? Kind of the smaller, more like orange, yellow one,
right.
just kind of palm of your hand size. Smaller than that. And then there's like the normal green and red. I don't know the like naming difference or
I also don't. Yeah, I don't know. There's like I'm just thinking about avocado names now. Is it
Haas?
Yeah, I was gonna say Haas mango.
Which one do you go for though? What would you pick?
I would pick the larger ones because they're just easier to prep. But the smaller ones are like usually sweeter, but they're more work, right?
Oh,
you got to cut up multiple mangoes to have your fill of mango versus you get one mango, it's larger, and then you just eat the whole thing, and you're like, that's like about the right amount of mango,
Well, plus you have to factor in the enjoyment of like gnawing on the pit.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And the smaller mango, sometimes the pit's so small that like it just fits in your mouth. That's not the same sensation. Of like gnawing on a. My favorite thing growing up. I'm stealing your spot.
No, please.
My mom, also fanatic for mangoes, and she would not let the pits go to waste, and so she taught my sister and I to just like freaking love those things as if they're the best part of the mango, right? And she would give it to us as a reward. She's like,
you get to eat.
Not only do you get to eat the mango, you can eat it in the shower. That was the reward. Just get as messy as you want. We're chopping up the mango, having some snacks now, but I'm gonna save the pit for when you shower tonight. And then you literally just gnaw into it, drips. Like it's such an enjoyable experience. I don't do it as an adult.
Yeah, because
but I'm kind of thinking of it right now.
Can be cleaner as an adult when you're gnawing or cognizant, say.
Actually, I think I'm just like so lazy in showers now that like I would probably just come out sticky, and like that's not supposed to happen.
Keep that.
Oh wait! Oh yeah! Wait! What was that comment?
Yeah. No. That's a good idea actually. It's like an easy way to keep your kids clean because it is messy. Like I judge people a bit when they tell me that like they have to cut the mango perfectly into squares and then they eat it like that. And it's
I love that one. You pop it.
Yeah. Well, not even like I know what you're talking about when you fold the skin inside out and it squares, but I'm talking about like they want it cut off of the pit, cut off of the skin, or they'll peel the mango and then cut it up and whatever. And they're like, oh, I need to eat my mango like it's cubes, like it came out of a bag or something like that. And I'm like, no. The best way to eat the mango is like as sloppy as possible. That's just like the freshest version of a mango. And anything less than that, I mean, I don't know, anything less than that is just like multiple steps, right?
I would hardly agree. What about prepared mango? What's your favorite mango dish? You mentioned salad, smoothie.
Ooh, that's part of why it's my favorite thing. It's like there's so many different ways to have it. Like love salads, love smoothies, love it on like any sort of dessert, like any mango cheesecake, mango
shaved
mousse.
Ice. Dude.
Yeah, shaved ice. I don't know. I can't give you a straight answer on this one. It's probably whatever is like most accessible. Is just like it sounds good to me.
Sure, whatever's closest.
Yeah, exactly. Like that smoothie you're trying to drink.
Was this one yours? I don't know.
No. We ordered a bunch of drinks for the judges and camera crew.
One.
So
thank you. It was a good choice.
Yeah. And one of them, Ethan won the lottery. He got the mango smoothie.
Okay, let's go. We've got a couple more. All right, explain me the difference.
Okay. All right.
Because I can't. My entire life, I thought two of these were the same thing. I didn't know the other one was different. So can you explain to the viewers the difference in taste? Obviously, visually, we can see the difference. But in taste of a rambutan, a lychee, and a longyan.
See, I've only ever had the rambutan like a few times. And every time I've had them, except for maybe once, they were like just pretty mediocre. No fault of the fruit, just like not very fresh or nice. So I don't actually even have a good gauge on like what they're supposed to taste like. The lychees, I think, are supposed to be just like very, very sweet. And the longyans are like usually like a little bit more mild, but like a more like distinct flavor maybe. I don't know. This is tough and in the picture they look like they're roughly the same size, but the longyans are like smaller, right? So that's also another thing, a factor. It's like it's more work. You got to pit like 10 of these to get, the same as like 3 lychees.
You think longyan is work? That's like so fun. It's like a grape, that you can crack it.
Yeah, but compared to the lychee, right? Like you're doing the same amount of work, but you're just getting more flesh per unit of opening.
Oh, I think lychee's way harder to open.
They're softer. They're softer.
Yeah. Like I try to dig in and then it just smushes.
Right. I mean, when I was a kid and I would like visit my relatives and stuff like that, it's just like you just get spoiled when you're a visitor, and so you show up and someone's pitted all of them. Yeah, they've already taken the shells off of them. Sometimes they're pitted, and it's like, oh yeah, like let me know if you want more whatever fruit. We'll go to the market and pick it up for you. And it's like, yes, I'm 12 years old, so I can just, not contribute to this household at all.
Oh, those were the days. I think. Yeah. If you had to pick a favorite, then of the 3,
definitely the lychee. I think there's a reason why it's been the most popular.
Interesting.
It's just like very sweet, very like flavor forward, and I don't know, but
Fun fact, by the way, when I was looking this up, if you order a lychee martini, there's a good chance they're actually made with longyan.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, didn't know that.
Specifically, like the little spear that they'll give you is almost never a lychee.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's the longyan, which I don't know why. I feel like they preserve similarly.
Yeah, they must.
But maybe
just size.
Yeah, size. That probably makes sense.
What looks nicer in a martini glass?
Yeah. Okay. So in my attempt then in trying to explain the flavor difference, I think it's almost like a scale of tartness. Maybe is like a way to describe it.
Okay.
Where the rambutan is like juicier, but also like at the same time leaves your tongue dry at the end. It's a strange experience. But if you've eaten it, I think you probably know what I mean. And then that kind of like moves down the scale. They are of similar flavors, but like you only get that weird experience of like, whoa, this is like really juicy, and then I'm dry, like a little sour to it. And then lychee's like right in the middle. Then Long Yen is just
yeah, it's usually less.
Kind of less. Yeah, it's just like a mushy flavor ball.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't really explain it. It's a tough one.
It is a tough one, and I've had Long Yens that are like also kind of tart as well.
That's
like
fair.
not
Yeah,
as
yeah,
tart as you can have some lychees, but it's definitely in the range kind of thing.
Well, either way, if you haven't tried these people, heavily recommend. They're unique. And Rambutan, like, I don't even know where you get that one. I've only myself had it maybe like 3 or 4 times, but I know my mom spent some time in the Philippines and she grew fond of that one.
So I think that's the thing is like a lot of those like haven't been that accessible to people in North America.
Exactly. But if you're on the streets of New York City, you can find anything, and that's where I most recently found all 3 of these.
Yeah.
And taught Sandra the flavor profiles of all. All right, we got 2 more slides here.
Oh my God!
This one's based on your YouTube video.
Yeah,
you were quite excited to talk about this topic, and you need to tell the people live now.
Okay.
What is the orange julep?
Julep. I think
Julep.
it's julep, yeah. So
Orange
in
julep.
like the 80s or something like that, this dude decided that, maybe it was the 70s, this dude decided that he was going to open a drive-in, so just like burgers, fries, hot dogs, whatever. And, you know, he said, well, I better attract more business, you know, from people driving along the highway. And so to do that, he built a giant freaking orange. So you can see the scale kind of there.
Yeah, look, those are people.
Yeah, it's like, oh God, I would even, it's like maybe like 60 feet tall. Is that 60 feet tall? I don't know. It might be like 60, 70 feet tall or something like that.
I thought you used meters here, so I'm not sure.
I don't know. It's big. It's a big boy.
Big.
And they also serve a drink there called orange julep, which, honest opinion, is not very good.
Oh, no.
It's like a bad tasting orange Julius, if you've ever had that.
Is that an alcoholic drink?
No, it's not. It's like a smoothie type thing. You know, it tastes like a liquid creamsicle.
Oh.
The orange Julius version. It's like very creamy. It's got egg and dairy or something like that in there. And then the orange julep version of that is just like a creamsicle that's very, very sweet and not very and very watery at the same time. So you don't get a lot of orange flavor. You just get a lot of like sweetness. So I can see how that would be appealing to some people. But I had a sip of it and I was sad.
Aw, unfortunate.
Yeah.
But it's worth the stop, right?
Well,
for anything else, or not really?
Their drive-in food is great. They're food, hot dogs, etc., etc. Would recommend icon of Montreal life. And so, you know, maybe next year Canadian Nationals is going to be in Montreal, and we'll all go to the Orange Julep together after the tournament.
That'd be fun. There's someone. Someone says that it's also in Toronto. Is that actually true? No, there's only one, right? I'm not saying this is actually in Toronto. I just sourced these from.
Maybe they're talking about Orange Julius. There's plenty of Orange
Julius,
Juliuses in Toronto. Yes, that is true. I
Okay.
don't know about the julep.
Well,
part.
dang, if
Maybe-
it's
maybe
nearby,
they
I'll
are.
have to look it up. I would like to go. I'm a tourist.
They don't have a giant orange though. There's also a giant apple on the highway in between Toronto and Montreal, and
Ooh.
that's for like some person's apple farm or apple orchard, not farm, apple orchard, and they do like pies and whatever, and you can go and pick apples and stuff in, you know, the summer fall kind of thing. I don't know what it is about Canadians, man.
A lot of fruit. Fruit love out here.
We just want to build a
Kind of
giant
basic fruit. Not gonna lie, just oranges and apples.
Exactly.
Build a
I mean, we
giant
don't-
rambutan. Like, come on, giant mangosteen. Let's
They
go.
don't even grow oranges in Montreal. That's just random.
Okay. Last one, because they did finally call pairing. So this is the last little run of the segment we've got today. Proceed with
Oh my
caution.
God, yes.
2 of the stinkiest foods you could ever come across.
Yeah.
Stinky tofu and durian.
Yeah.
The taste is obviously wildly different. One is a sweet fruit, actually, and one is just fried tofu, but they both literally reek of dead bodies.
Whoa,
I am so...
Maybe like stinky bodies, not dead bodies.
No. When you go to a night market and are surrounded by this, it is death.
It's strong. It's strong
death.
for sure.
It's not just stinky. But pick one. If you had to introduce someone
Right.
to one of these flavors, which one do you think is more introduction friendly?
Oh, definitely the tofu.
The tofu?
Yeah. I
Really?
love both of them, but I think the tofu is easier to introduce people to.
That's great. I thought you were going to say durian. Because if you tell someone it's a fruit, they're like, okay, even though it smells that bad, it can't hurt me. But if you are trying to show someone tofu, like, that's processed. Like, what's
That is
inside
processed.
of it?
Yeah. It's like fermented to give it that smell, and it smells really, really strong, but the flavor is not, it doesn't carry through the flavor. Whereas the durian smells really strong and has a decently strong flavor that carries through. The other thing is the tofu deep fried. People love deep fried stuff. You put hot sauce on it, or like a sweet sauce on it. Not sweet, but like like a teriyaki kind of style sweet, savory sauce on it. And when it's on there, you don't really get like an overwhelming amount of that fermented flavor. And usually in night markets, you're like walking around and you just like have a little bit of something crispy and deep fried. You have it with the sauce. You have like some pickles or kimchi and cabbage to go along with it. And so it's like a really like easy experience versus when you have durian, unless it's in a dessert, which comes with other issues and like, it's still really strongly flavored. It's like, I don't even know how I would try to get someone that, I don't know if there's like an easy on-ramp to durian,
Okay, that's
it's
fair.
like
When you
gotta
put it
dive
that
in.
way. Yeah, there is an experience to stinky tofu where there isn't a durian. So if you're trying to, get people a little soft on the edges there, you can catch them with the like at a night market. They're going to try a bunch of things anyway, so they'll probably try it. But you're right. Go out of your way for a durian. Just
highly recommend the stinky tofu. I mean, we're in Canada, so unfortunately not.
Yeah,
a ton
you
of
can't
places
really
can
find it here anyway. But I've
Asian
got
night
this.
markets in the summer. They're more and more popular now.
When I took my sister to Taiwan, I, as a joke, tried to get her to try stinky tofu because I literally can't stomach it.
Right.
And she kind of called me a wimp. Like, this isn't that bad. Like, this smells serviceable. Like, we're fine. I have on video, I believe it's on her Instagram, where she takes a massive bite, and it was prepared like kind of in a bowl. There's some of the pickled things that you're talking about. And she takes a bite, and is chewing it fine, opens her mouth to like spit some comment at me, and like the quick inhalation of breath, as she's got it in her mouth, she literally vomits. It, like, I have this on video.
She posted it on the Instagram. That's impressive.
Well, it's her like, what do they call it?
Oh,
Instagram,
yeah, close friend.
Fake Instagram, the troll accounts that younger people have.
Right. Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not.
Okay, her Finsta.
I'm a boomer, I think. Oh no.
Yeah, I'm a boomer now too, dude. Oh god. Anyway, we're gonna set up things for the draft now, so we have to be quiet again. This is super fun. We've got the draft process that Yuki went through recorded, so we're gonna cue that up while we sit through this like 30-ish minutes of silence. But I was happy to not let you sit through a whole hour of silence with Frank here by my side.
Exactly. This is fun. We should do another bit tomorrow, except then we bring a bunch of tofu into the venue that everyone's trying to play games in.
No, thank you. I will leave. I'm not that far from home. I'll just start. I'll drive.
Yeah, we'll
try to pull that on me.
We'll lose the stream because I'm, subjecting you to psychological torture.
Okay. Well, we're gonna cut to a quick break, real quick, while they do announcements and stuff, and then we'll queue up the video for you. Don't go anywhere. Alright, let me turn this way down. Alright, as we mentioned, we've got a recording of Yuki drafting from... that's still super loud. We have a recording of Yuki drafting from the first pod. So this is not something we can currently commentate over because we need to be quiet in the hall for this draft process. But just to reiterate, this is not the live draft. This is a recorded draft from that first pod. We're recording Tariq Patel right now during the ongoing draft so that we can play that tomorrow. Wait, did you set up the recording? Did you set up the Tariq recording and all that? Oh, hold up. I'm communicating with the team. Okay. All right, yeah, so we are going to be recording Tariq Patel during the live draft that will play tomorrow. So we're going to go, the casters and all this, production staff is going to just have to be quiet for a bit. So kick on your own music for this bit. I've got no extra long playlist or anything. And enjoy the draft process from Yuki's POV. We'll see you in like 30-ish minutes, maybe. All right.
If there are any discrepancies in the number of cards, please raise your hand and call a judge now. Please count the face down. Do not look at the picks yet. If you are done counting and there are no issues, please put the cards face down in the single file and wait for instructions. 15 cards, you have 50 seconds. Seconds. Draft. Shuffle and lay out the pack to your left. There should be 14 cards. Pick up the pack with 14 cards. You have 50 seconds. Seconds. Draft. Shuffle and lay out the pack to your left. There should be 13 cards. Pick up the pack with 13 cards. You have 50 seconds. out the pack to your left. There should be 12 cards. Pick up the pack with 12 cards. You have 50 seconds. Seconds. Draft. Shuffle and lay out the pack to your left. There should be 11 cards. As a reminder, please do not pick up the pack until...
All right, you guys want the all too exciting updates coming at you live from the Hilton in Mississauga. There's been another delay on kicking off the draft. So players are still awaiting their pod assignments. So yeah, it looks like the day is going to go a bit longer than we thought here, considering it's been more than an hour since the last round was played. But players are ready. If you look around the room, I mean, you all can't see it. You're looking at old footage. If you look around the room, people are locked in. There's a lot of draft strategy talk going on because the room has thinned out as well. You know, the people who are in the running, they're committed. You know, this is do or die for a lot of people in the room to not be the 0-3, not be the 1-2. And there's a lot of clusters of really, really strong players in Canada that I recognize from coming to a lot of States events, all chittering and chattering away about how to be the 3-0. It's actually pretty exciting, considering this is like the last hurrah of Monarch as well. This is the last opportunity that most people are going to have to draft Monarch in a competitive setting, unless it crops up, I don't know, for some other event in the future, which I guess we don't know. Maybe Monarch's at 3. Anyway, it's really cool. It's a different environment. We're about at like half capacity, considering the room was like full in the beginning of the day. So yeah, that's the update. Still underway. Judges are having to manually put out draft seedings right now. Looks to be a bit different than how it was done the first time. The first time there was one sheet that said where everyone should sit, and now everyone gets their own sheet. That's a lot of paper. Wow, everyone has their, this is crazy, guys. Everyone has their own sheet of paper. So we're looking at, you know, probably, I don't know, 60 sheets of paper being handed out. This is kind of funny. Okay. Anyway, I'll go off air again. But that was just the updates. We're still waiting for the draft round to kick off, so hopefully we have enough footage to kind of fill that time. Otherwise, it's going to get a little awkward. But Frank did volunteer to just do the Viserai draft cube on camera. Even if we have to be silent about it, he can, you know, I guess speak through gestures. Anyway, that's the update. See you in a bit.
Seconds. Draft. Shuffle and lay out the pack to your left. There should be 7 cards. I will now be giving 5-second warnings. Pick up the pack with 7 cards. You have 20 seconds. Draft. Shuffle and lay out the pack to your left. There should be 6 cards. Pick up the pack with 6 cards. You have 20 seconds. Draft. Shuffle and lay out the pack to your left. There should be 5 cards. I will no longer give 5-second warnings. Pick up the pack with 5 cards. You have 10 seconds. Draft. Shuffle and lay out the pack to your left. There should be 4 cards. Pick up the pack of 4 cards. You have 10 seconds. Draft. Shuffle and lay out the pack to your left. There should be 3 cards. Pick up the pack of 3 cards. You have 5 seconds. Draft. Shuffle and lay out the pack to your left. There should be 2 cards. Pick up the pack of 2 cards. You have 5 seconds. Draft. Pass the final card. Please leave your picks in a single face down pile while you ensure that all tables are ready to proceed. You may now review your picks so far. You have 60 seconds. Please return your picks to a single face-down pile. Do not open the next pack. Open your next pack. Please remove the tokens and count the cards face down to ensure that there are exactly 15 cards. If you do not have 15 cards, please call a judge now. Or if there are any marked cards, please also call the judge. Pick up the pack of 15 cards. You have 50 seconds. You will now be passing to the right. Draft. Shuffling around the pack to your right. There should be 14 cards. Pick up the pack of 14 cards. You have 50 seconds. 10 seconds. Draft. Shuffle around the pack to your right. There should be 13 cards. Pick up the pack of 13 cards. You have 50 seconds. Shuffle around the pack to your right. There should be 12 cards. Pick up the pack of 12 cards. You have 50 seconds. Draft. Shuffle around the pack to your right. There should be 11 cards. Pick up the pack of 11 cards. You have 40 seconds. Seconds. Draft. Shuffle around the pack to your right. There should be 10 cards. Pick up the pack of 10 cards. You have 40 seconds. Seconds. Draft. Shuffle around the pack to your right. There should be 9 cards. Pick up the pack of 9 cards. You have 30 seconds. Seconds. Draft. Shuffle around the pack to your right. There should be 8 cards. Pick up the pack of 8 cards. You have 30 seconds. Seconds. Draft. Shuffle and lay out the pack to your right. There should be 7 cards. I will now be giving 5-second warnings. Pick up the pack of 7 cards. You have 20 seconds. Draft. Shuffle and lay out the pack to your right. There should be 6 cards. Pick up the pack of 6 cards. You have 20 seconds. Draft. Shuffle and lay out the pack to your right. There should be 5 cards. I will no longer give 5-second warnings. Pick up the pack of 5 cards. You have 10 seconds. Draft. Shuffle and lay out the pack to your right. There should be 4 cards. Pick up the pack of 4 cards. You have 10 seconds. Draft. Shuffle and lay out the pack to your right. There should be 3 cards. Pick up the pack of 3 cards. You have 5 seconds. Draft. Shuffle and lay out the pack to your right. There should be 3 cards. Pick up the pack of 2 cards. You have 5 seconds. Draft. Pass the final card. Please enter your picks in a single face down pile while we ensure that all tables are ready to proceed. You will now review your picks so far. You have 60 seconds. Time. Please return your picks to a single face down pile. Do not open the next pack door. Open your next pack. Remove any tokens and stuff in the side. Pack those many cards face down and verify that there are 15 cards. If you don't have to sell any of those cards or have any hard cards, please call for a judgment tomorrow. pain-free punishments. Alright, apologies for the delay. Please pick up the pack of 15 cards. You have 50 seconds. We will once again be passing to the left. Shuffle the layout to pack to your left. There should be 14 cards. Pick up the pack of 14 cards. You have 50 seconds. Wow. Shuffle and lay out the pack to your left. There should be 13 cards. Pick up the pack of 13 cards. You have 50 seconds. cards. Pick up the pack of 12 cards. You have 50 seconds. Draft. Shuffle away at the pack to your left. There should be 11 cards. Pick up the pack of 11 cards. You have 30 seconds. Draft. Shuffle away at the pack to your left. There should be 10 cards. Pick up the pack of 10 cards. You have 40 seconds. Draft. Shuffle away at the pack to your left. There should be 9 cards. Pick up the pack of 9 cards. You have 30 seconds. Draft. Shuffle away at the pack to your left. There should be 8 cards. Pick up the pack of 8 cards. You have 30 seconds. Draft. Shuffle away at the pack to your left. There should be 7 cards. I will now give you 5-second warning. Pick up the pack of 7 cards. You have 20 seconds. Draft. Shuffle away at the pack to your left. There should be 6 cards. Pick up the pack of 6 cards. You have 20 seconds. Draft. Shuffle away at the pack to your left. There should be 5 cards. I will no longer give 5-second warning. Pick up the pack of 5 cards. You have 10 seconds. Wow. Shuffle and up the pack to your left. There should be 4 cards. Pick up the pack of 4 cards. You have 10 seconds. Wow. Shuffle and up the pack to your left. There should be 3 cards. Pick up the pack of 3 cards. You have 5 seconds. Wow. Shuffle and up the pack to your left. There should be 2 cards. Pick up the pack of 2 cards. You have 5 seconds. Wow. Pass the final card. Please leave your pins in a single face down pile and ensure that all tables are ready to proceed.
Let's just say, it's not bang.
I got something pretty, but I had to hate draft.
They should give it a prize. Just take it from the pack.
Write it down.
All right, everyone. Looks like we are out of the recording of Yuki, but we do have one other thing I can show real quick.
10 seconds.
We've got standings of the tournament so far. Looks like are a couple people missing? Huh, yeah, that's tough. There seems to be a column missing. I would figure it goes from 29 to 37. I'm not sure where that column is. But this is the photo I was sent. So we've got the only undefeated player, Tariq. He is the person that we are filming for this draft process that is live, which is once again the reason that we kind of have to be quiet right now. This name's jumping out at me. We got Fred God. It's quite the last name. But if you look at the rundown here, you can see all the 5-1 players, a lot of recognizable names. Oscar we had on stream. We had Michael. There's Jordan, we had him as well. Yuki, Sean, Andrew, Nori, Daniel, Randy, Nicholas, Noah Clark, my boy. This is Darkodius, if you recognize the the Darkodius handle from all the Dromai comments all over the internet. That's him. Then Isaac Root rounding out the X1 players in terms of going into round 6, or as of round 6 and all the X1s. So that's actually crazy. You look at the top 2 pods that we're ideally looking at, 1st through 8th, 9th through 16th, so many big names, wow, stacked up here in the tops of Canada. Anyway, we still have probably another entire pack or so to draft of the current live draft process. So we really can't do anything. Oops, sorry. There was audio in the background. We really can't do anything until that is over. So I would hope this break doesn't last more than like 10 minutes, which is as long as the audio loops anyway. So bear with us. We have to deal with wrapping this up, and then we can go live once they're done with the draft and can actually have conversations again and things like that.
10
so
seconds.
10 minutes maybe. right. Quick update again. We still have a lot left to do. They just opened Pack 3. So to fill an extra entire pack of drafting, plus the deck construction, deck registration, we're going to do that live Viserai cube that Frank is a big fan of. So I'm going to shoot the camera back over there. They can hopefully talk because they're in like a separate part of the area. And they're going to walk you through this Viserai cube that Frank like really is in love with. I'm never going to touch that thing, just FYI, but he loves it. So let me switch over there and let him know that they're good.
That gets flushed, basically.
Got it.
And so you pick a row or a column.
A row or a column?
Yeah, so you take this, this, or this, or this, this, or this, and then afterwards I'll pick, and I'll take, say you pick the bottom.
All the equipment or token? Oh, I pick an entire row?
Yeah, you take that. Yeah, I know.
I thought it's like one card. I'm like,
Yeah,
do I
no.
give you Sudcliffs and pick Deep Blue?
Yeah. And so I gotta take that, I think. Which is fine.
You guys are live.
Sure.
Perfect.
Okay. Should we read? Should we?
Explain it if you wish.
Yeah, you should explain it.
Oh yeah, okay. I'll just explain as we go along. So basically, we're picking from the Viserai cube. Well, we could put that first grid back up.
Sure.
We remember what it was like.
Yeah, it was just like this.
Yeah, you had an attack there, not the crown. That's a token.
There we go.
So the token equipment in this set is Crown of Dichotomy, just to guarantee that you have a piece of Arcane Barrier.
Makes sense.
And basically, the way that we're doing this particular draft, which you can do a lot of different ways, but just for easiest way to get off of the ground, is each player will take turns picking from a 3x3 grid, so out of 9 cards. You can pick a row or a column, and the player that picks first, obviously, can always gets 3 cards. And so in this case, Eric's chosen to pick those 3 right there. And now I have the option to choose from a row or a column. If I choose from a column in this case, I'm only going to get 2 cards, but maybe these are 2 higher quality cards, and that's why I might want to do that.
Yep.
But earlier in the draft, I'm just going to take 3 good cards over a specific card or synergy that I'm going to.
You got to fill your deck.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then now I will burn all of these, because we won't be using those.
Got it.
And then we'll deal out another grid. And then now I'll pick first.
Yeah, because I picked last time.
Yeah, exactly. Got it. Oh, we got a couple more pieces of equipment. It's felt like in the past few drafts of this I've done that it's like medium dense on equipment.
Yeah.
Which is good. It's like not a bad spot to be. Okay, I don't have any equipment so far. There's an Iron Rot helm. You've got to do
Ironhide plate here.
Ironhide plate seems pretty good. But so is the Sonata and the Captain's Call and the.
That's tough. I don't actually know which one to pick first. I think mine was easier to pick first from.
Yeah. I'm gonna go here. Whether that's correct or not, we'll find out. Iron Rod seems pretty reasonable.
So I can grab like.
10 seconds.
Yeah. I can either grab like I don't really need the Ironhide, so it's not as advantageous for me to pick Sonata, even though Sonata's good. And I also have to like build specifically towards Sonata.
Yeah.
I don't know how to like I don't know all the cards in the cube.
So archetypes wise, we've got 3 main archetypes in this cube.
Yeah.
Aggro, defensive, I guess, and disruption, as you like kind of like the cut down size, humble, stuff like that. And so it's kind of like a rock paper scissors situation where the aggro deck usually beats the defensive deck, the disruptive deck beats the aggro deck, and then the defensive deck beats the disruptive deck. Sort of.
Ish.
Make sure you explain more for what's going on, also to the viewer, not just to each other. Have some dialogue this direction.
Oh no. Are people confused?
Yes, very.
All right. We're doing. Okay, we roll back again.
Roll back again.
We're doing a.
Put the 3 back.
Yeah. Okay. Put the 3 back. Yeah. I think there was like this.
I think we're in the middle, no?
Yeah. These ones.
Yeah, these were in the middle.
Yeah. So we're doing like a cube draft. So a cube is just a pre-defined set of cards that we're creating 2 decks out of. So this whole pile here is the cube. And basically, to draft the cube, we lay out 9 cards from the cube at a time, and then we'll take turns picking a row or a column from each grid, basically, for the cards that we want in our deck. And so, in the previous square, Eric picked first, and so then he picked 3 cards, and then I picked 3 cards, and then now the rest of those cards get burned, basically, and then we set out another 3x3 grid, and this time I'll pick first from the grid, and this time I'll take 3 cards at a time. So I'll choose this Warmongers, this Captain's Call, and the Iron Rod Helm.
Yeah.
And Now Eric has the opportunity to pick a row or a column.
So I can either pick like one of these rows,
Yeah,
or I can pick the column.
Yeah, exactly.
So between the two, I already have Deep Blue, which is quite good.
Yeah, so you don't really.
I don't really need the Ironhide, so picking the Arcanics is not. You kind of have to really build towards it. I don't know how many non-attacks there are in this deck, but I don't really particularly want to
force yourself.
Force Sonata. So
and there's
early.
like defense reactions, instants, etc.
Yeah, so I'm thinking about just taking these 3 here.
That seems pretty reasonable.
So that's what I'm going to do, because they serve different purposes. I don't have to run them all.
Yeah, no, you won't have to run them all.
So I'll just pick these 3. Pretty interesting cards.
Ooh.
I like the Yellow Shrill. It's pretty decent.
Yeah, it's actually a good card on.
Yeah.
Okay, and so speaking of our instants and the reacts.
Okay, so I know which
one. You're
one.
gonna get fucking roasted.
I know what I'm gonna pick. So I'm gonna pick this middle row here because there is a premium card, and another Shrill.
I'm gonna get so roasted.
So I'm gonna try to beat Frank at his own draft here. So the reason I picked this is broken, and this is broken. So I'm gonna pick these.
I was hoping to. That's why I took the Iron Rod Helm. I was hoping to get that Vexing Coolhand.
Oh, I know. Well, you got 2 more pieces here because you don't have legs or chest. So.
Yeah, but I don't need to prioritize them that much at this point.
This yellow reduce and schedule is not bad. Yeah. Man, winning the die roll is great.
Well, I think, but consider that your aid could have been.
It could have been that one too.
I'm just gonna go here. The 2 defensive cards and a blue. So
true. And we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this process 12 times.
Yeah, 12 times.
We're gonna do this process 12 times.
So we've done 3.
Yeah. So you should have 36 cards with 30 playable cards, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you have to draft your equipment pieces for the most part. So.
Yes.
Okay, so now I pick first.
Interesting.
There's a bunch of really good cards.
I think this one's also. Wow, you're just getting the harder ones, honestly. I think mine are just like.
There's more of a snap pick kind of thing.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
This is really hard. You get roasted by this Runic Wreck later.
I mean, Runic Wreck's good, but.
Shuffle and lay out the pack to your left. There should be
Don't like the Runic Wreck.
I will now be giving
Have the Runic Wreck if you'd like it.
No, I think it's Captain's Amplify.
Yeah, that's
because
also fair.
I also have the Vexing, so getting the Amplify out's pretty easy for me, I feel.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
So I'm going to pick up the Amplify.
Well, also just full disclosure, there's no Mavrian Skies in this whole queue.
That's
There's
fine.
just Captain's Calls and lead the charges for Go Again cards.
That's why we both have a Captain's Call.
Yeah.
So now I'm going first. That Rattlebones looks very nice. That Lead the Charge also looks nice.
There you go.
That Reek looks good. So as far as equipment goes, I have...
You
I'm just
basically have the
missing a
best
head.
possible equipment in the cube so far.
Look, I try. I'm just a first timer. Go easy.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't play a lot
I have
of
an
this.
equipment that I can't play right now.
I mean, so looking at my attacks here, I've got Cut Down to Size, I've got Flex, Consuming Amplify, double Yellow Shrill. So creating Rune Chance is like decently important because of Shrill.
Yeah. We're playing non-attacks.
We are playing non-attacks. Oath Arc Knight looks pretty good. I really don't want the Blood Drop because of Deep Blue just doesn't really make sense. Lead the Charge Rattle Spellblade is okay. I want to go like diagonal. Oh, no, just kidding.
Yeah, no diagonals.
Reek's good. Is there swarming in this queue?
There's usually one of each Majestic.
Picking up the Rattle seems pretty decent. I'm kind of running low on blues, but they're still pretty early.
Shuffle and lay out the pack to your left. There should be 3 cards. Pick up the pack of 3 cards.
The only blue is Brother-in-Arms, huh? I think this Brother-in-Arms is like really quite poor at the moment.
There should be 2 cards. Pick up the pack of 2 cards. You have 5 seconds.
I think Lead the Charge is more cost 1 or less.
Yeah. Please leave your picks in a single face-down pile while we ensure that all tables are ready to proceed.
There's a good number of 2 and 1 cost attacks, so it's kind of like where you sit on that spectrum. And then it works on generics, which is kind of nice. I mean, I guess both of them do. There's no mobs, guys.
I'm going to pick this middle one here.
The draft is now
I really want to take this Goliath Gauntlet, but I also really want to take this Blood Draw for cut.
Yeah, I know you were like going to be split on equipment.
Yeah.
I mainly just wanted to Lead the Charge so that I can go further into like things like Spellblades. I think Rattle is okay if I see
already?
the...
I forget if we saw the Ironhide Gauntlet.
No, I didn't see the Ironhide Gauntlet. I could check.
I'm just going to go here. I think it's safer.
We did not see Ironhide. We saw plate, we saw legs. We saw Iron Rod plate, Ironhide plate also.
Okay, very good, very good. All right, so that was, I think, how many times have we picked now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
So we picked 5 times.
So we got 7 left.
Yeah, 7 left. I'll just try to keep the counter kind of up to date.
Yep. Amplified, Captain, Sigil, Consuming, all of these are pretty good, honestly.
Yeah, these are all very good players,
Yeah.
like kind of role players in a deck.
Yeah.
My pick first, or yours?
Yours, because I picked.
That's right.
I picked this last time. Yeah, I picked this. Consuming, huh? Yeah, it's pretty good. It's kind of what I wanted.
I mean, you can still get this Trill Captain's Call if you're looking for the blue, and like these are both good cards. These are both. You basically get 2 good cards. I mean, this is also good.
I think this is better because I want the blue Shrill. The meet and greet's pretty decent.
Yeah.
Like the Sigil's not usually getting one across. The Captain's Call is really what I want. So I'm looking actually at just taking this.
Right. Yeah. See, and this is where you might take
two
instead of
over.
3. Yeah.
Yeah, because the Captain's Call is just so good in the deck. It's just 2 or less, which means it's just like cut down to size gains go again.
Yeah.
Shrill gains go. Like this really is. I'm on 2 yellow Shrills.
Yeah.
So if I could somehow create a rune chant.
I mean, when you play the Trill, it makes a rune chant.
Yeah. Sorry. If I create like a lot of rune chants, I can go like something, vexing amplify with 1 floating, something like that. Because I'd have a blue pitch on the 2, and I can use the last 1 pitch to like 2 less on my amplify. So I'm thinking about like the larger combos.
Right.
And I'm not really I don't really need to prioritize any equipment at this point, so I can kind of focus on just cards. I think the Captain's Call is really just speaking to me here, so I'm gonna. I don't really need an amplify. I don't really need the Sigil. I don't really need the meet and greet. So we're on.
Now we're on 6.
Now we're on 6, so we're halfway.
Yeah.
And I get first crack.
Yep.
Speaking of crack. Okay.
Pretty good cards there.
I'm not really liking the bottom one. The top one looks pretty good to get some blues.
Yeah, top and middle row are both quite good, I think.
I think Lead the Charge Blue is really, really good, specifically for me. I think Read the Runes is fine. I think the middle one's also good. It's actually kind of difficult. Now, if I go top down, I can go Lead the Charge Spellblade Strike, which is good, because I am running Lead the Charge Yellows and a Captain Call Yellow, so I think this bottom one's actually pretty good too. So I've got some options. I really need to be taking at least 1 blue per row at this point.
Right, just within count.
Just to get the curve, yeah, because we're halfway down, but I only have 2 blues.
Oh yeah. So you probably do want to get that out a little bit.
Yeah. So I need at least 1. It's really either taking the top row or taking the Spellblade Strike. And I think I need to Lead the Charge. So I think I'm gonna take the top row here.
I will take this horizontal row.
Yep, makes sense.
2 decent attacks and a blue.
Yep. 4 blues. So now we're at
now we're at 5.
We're at 5. 5 picks. Your choice first.
Ooh.
That snap's pretty good.
Kind of neat. Ooh.
Forge Become Warmonger's pretty good.
Okay, sorry, we got this. By the way, Sift, neg 1.
Neg 1?
Yeah, just discard a card.
Just discard a card. That's interesting. Do you have any boots? No, right?
Nope, I currently don't have boots. I'm going to take this middle one still, though.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I mean, both of these are good, I think. I mean, this is also good.
I'm not taking snaps with Sutcliffs, though, I don't think.
Right, that makes sense. You don't want to waste a slot on it, basically.
Yeah. I kind of need the Sift, so it's whether I want Oasis Flock.
Or the Vexing.
Or the Vexing. The Vexing's quite good, because you generally only have AB1.
Yeah, I have to pick up 2 pieces at this point if I'm going to play that hat I have.
Let's pick up these 2. So I've done that twice. We'll see if it bites me in the ass here.
It doesn't really go to fatigue in terms of running out of cards. It's more like by damage, right?
True.
Why is this all upside down?
So this row immediately looks pretty good. Let's see what else there is. That row doesn't look as appealing. That row also looks. That row actually looks very appealing. Spellblade Assault, Amplify, Spellblade Strike.
Yeah. They all look quite good.
They all look pretty good, actually. The middle one doesn't look that great.
Yeah. There's column here, which is good. This column is good. This row is good.
Yeah.
Basically,
So,
the E-bot is kind of the weakish.
yeah, I'm thinking about either this or this.
Right.
Sorry. This or this is what I'm thinking about because they're both red reeds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Spellblade Steel's pretty good. It is a 2 cost.
All right, and so we should be on 4 now.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're 4, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
What is my blue count? 3, 4, 5. I'm still running a bit light on blues.
Right. Oh, you're thinking about the top row?
Still running too light on blues.
We'll go like
Take
this.
the bottom? Yeah, that makes sense.
Alright.
So if we can get a decent helmet, it'd be kind of cool, but I'm not.
Nope.
Said a decent helmet. There's a pommel. That's actually pretty funny. Null Rune Boots, Runeblade Incantation. Oh, that's a pretty good row too. Okay.
Right. Is my pick first?
Your pick first.
I kind of need these boots, don't I? I want to play my hat.
Yeah, so we're on 3 now.
Yeah.
Yes. You only have one more pick, right? Because you've already turboed snaps.
Yeah. I really don't want to give you this Hope Merchant, but I can't really afford to take it to deny you it.
That's the problem. That's like literally drafting. Do you play for yourself or you play to cut? But the problem is if you cut, you're playing me round 1.
Yeah. The only round.
The only round.
I guess I'll just go like this. I think I need the boots too badly, which is really, really unfortunate.
So I get Hope Merchant. It's not bad.
I guess I could have taken this route, but it's fine.
You could have.
It's like the same, basically.
Do I want Pummel? It's really humble Pummel. I mean, I'll just take the top row. Because they're literally the same. So it's like come to fight in a consuming
versus a hat.
Versus a hat. But I have crown, so it's not like I have a hat. I really do like the humble. Humble is just like, I mean, they're both there, but just like humble and Viserai, it's just like you can get so much damage off. Yeah. So I'm gonna take this.
It might be the second pommel in there. I don't think there's any pommels left in the pool.
Yeah.
Oh, I lied. There's the other pommel.
There's that pommel that you can take.
Okay, now you're first pick, right?
We're on 2, so I'm first pick.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a really very interesting.
Not to me.
That's true. You might be interested in this blue, this lead the charge.
Yeah, the Lead to Charge yellow is less interesting to me. I'm already at 2 of them. Or 1 of them in Captain's Call. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, kind of good on blues, to be honest with you. To be frank with you. Get it?
To be frank.
I don't really ever love Flock here. Do I? Like, I have a bunch of cost 2s, 2 and 3s. I don't think I ever love Flock. Reduce is interesting.
Medium.
I think it's really do I want Pommel?
Yeah, I think so. That's like, well, pommel, I mean, depends on if you rate this card at all, basically. Like, if you think you can't support it, then it's not good.
No, I don't have enough blues, I don't think, to support it. I think I would need like 10 plus to be able to like reliably play that.
Good.
Reduce seems decent. How many yellows I got? How many 2 costs I got? 2, 4.
Are they in deck building or are they in registration? I think they're in registration, actually. I think we got lots of time.
Yeah, we got lots of time.
Plus, we can hold up the tournament.
Yeah.
This is more important.
This is definitely more important. You got me thinking about Runeblood Barrier, but now we're at 1, huh?
Yeah, now we're at 1.
Why you gotta do this to me?
I mean, just don't take it. You like the reduce and lead to charge row is quite good, and the incantation, right?
Yeah, and the incantation.
Or you could just take the vertical one is also good with the reduce and the pummel. And you just have this random deathly to it, which is fine.
Which is a block 3, which is fine.
Yeah.
Let me count my attacks.
I like how much thought you're putting into this. It's like you're really analyzing it, which is, you know, I mean, first time seeing the cube, right? You kind of like gotta.
Well, I
create
yeah.
some sort of way of assessing these cards. Versus me, like I put it together, but like all the cards blend together because it's like it's been through so many iterations. I'm just like, yeah, like I don't know. There may or may not be an archetype in here that works.
Attacks. This might be incorrect, but holy moly! Why do I want Pummel so bad? It's the Guardian player in me.
It's just fun. You keep me guessing every time you play a 2-cost attack.
It's true, huh?
Especially if you have like the Swayed Hides up, but then again you have to play non-attack still. So.
I do have to play non-attack.
But then you could do like Swades plus the into Nebula Blade is the bluff, right?
Yep.
I'm going with the top row with the
barrier?
Yeah, the barrier.
Alright, last one.
Yeah. And then I think, unless you strongly object, like, should we even bother cutting cards? We should just play the piles? Or do you think that
We can play the piles, I really don't. Do you have arms? You don't.
I don't have arms. It's just the top row for you, right? I give you 2 blues, which is fine. But this just seems good. Nice.
Yeah, for you specifically.
Clutch. So clutch.
So I'm at 28, so I can take either. Like I can take a 2 or I can take a 3.
Right.
Because I'm at 28.
Okay, how many cards do I have? I think I've taken all 3, so.
Yeah, you've taken all 3s. Gorganian's very good. I feel like Gorganian's like kind of nuts. If Gorganian was here, I would have just taken this road.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be so good. I mean, even just 1 blue, like the consuming blue is totally fine. You just have a random unmovable that you don't have to play.
It's true, huh?
Or you could take the 2 good blues plus a random drawn. Or the 2 slightly better blues, I would say.
I mean, these are, yeah. That's the thing. I don't.
Yeah, I guess we can cut to 30 if you want. I'm probably not gonna because I'm lazy. Not because it's optimal.
Yeah, I'm not a super optimal Runeblade builder, I'll tell you that. How roasted am I going to be for picking up this row here? Over like the better cards, straight up.
I guess it also depends how many blues you have. Like you're only going 1 fewer blue, so it's like.
Yeah. I have 8 blues, which is fine for 30 cards.
Yeah.
Because a lot of my stuff reduces cost, right? So.
And you have the Vexing, so.
I have the Vexing. What did my non-attack count?
Oh my god, both these red reducers were in the bottom, and the Revel was buried.
The Revel would have been
and
super cool.
Oh, and this.
And yeah, that would have been kind of nice.
Yeah. That's the fun part about doing this, is you never see all the same cards either.
I think Gorganian just like doesn't matter enough.
1 damage, basically. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Just take the slightly better cards overall. Nice. Okay. And then, to be honest, I don't know if going first or second is better in this cube.
I think it depends on your deck. Like if you're running all the Read the Runes, you go first. And in the incantation, you go first, right?
You want to do odds and evens again for choice?
Sure.
Wait.
We didn't pick.
Yeah.
We just rolled.
Your choice.
Odds.
Do you always pick odds?
Nope.
Okay. That's evens.
That's why I don't always pick odds.
I'll go first, I guess.
Sure. What are they in? They're in registration.
We both
now?
have 4 pieces of equipment, and you have definitely better equipment than me, but only by the margin of the Vexing Quill-Hand, I think.
Yeah.
Like if you didn't.
Gameplay pretty quick because it's maybe like 20-ish minutes.
Yeah. Oh, it will be faster than that. Viserai gamers.
Are you going first or second?
Yeah, I'm going first. I need to basically kill you with the 9th blade, or I'll lose. It's my
With a
read
what?
on the deck, or I'll lose.
Oh, with a what?
The ninth blade.
Oh, the ninth blade. Yeah. I kind of forgot that you have it, to be honest.
I
But
mean,
then I
we take the
remember you
pummels,
picked
which it's like a good like tension. Like we're both kind of able to play in that direction, but I can't just like completely ignore it or whatever.
Sure.
And I need to draw that Mordred Tide and read the runes off the top here.
You
and then
do.
I'll win the game.
You do. Uh-oh. The shuffling is poor.
Interesting, interesting. Very interesting. Math says that it's just better to do this.
So do it. Okay. Okay. I see you know how to shuffle your deck properly.
Yeah, discard. Discard.
Yep. Get an on attack. Wow, that is the nuts. Right? I'm pretty sure it's the nuts. Or the stone cold nuts, is that?
And then makes
4? A 5?
plus 2.
Oh,
makes
6, yeah. This makes 4 and this round makes 2.
Exactly.
Okay.
Nice. Go.
Okay. Judge? He's cheating?
Do I even want to Arsenal this card? It's kind of bad.
Then don't.
I could have discarded it actually.
Then what? Would you Arsenal Brother in Arms?
No, but that's a fine card to keep in hand, right? Like it's a decent defensive card.
I guess that's fair.
I'm just gonna keep it in hand.
You're good.
I don't know. Maybe that's an in.
Maybe. I guess we're just doing this.
Okay.
So let's create it off Viserai.
Yep. Oh yeah, so that's in the back.
Yeah, on the back.
Monarch,
so
Varus,
this is
Rune Cannon.
5. 5 with an action point.
Yeah.
1 floating.
Very interesting.
You like all my blues? Sure. All blue hands, let's go.
Yeah.
1 and 4.
Take the 1 always from the rune chant.
Yeah.
And I think I want to go like this. This is kind of sketchy. Block 6.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I mean, you're just going to do a million rune chant damage to me, so.
Yeah. I'm going to just pass here, Arsenal this card.
Sure.
The card that I had was the Spellblade Assault.
Oh, okay.
So it's like, it's a blue. It's good to have a blue, but in this case, I'd definitely rather block it away and keep a better card.
I understand.
Players, we're about to give you back your card pool. Make sure to write your name on the right side. And the first 3 letters of your last name in the top left corner of your
Interesting.
As soon as you get your card pool, look at the
1 floating. I'm just going to erase that face, don't mind me.
Yep.
Yeah, I would have liked more non-attacks, but them's be
5?
the beats. I pass.
Yeah, take 1. My face is
You've
erased.
been erased.
This might have been greedy.
Is it?
Anyways, I'm going to play this rune blank.
I mean, that's fine. You're just going to, like...
There we go.
It's just inevitability, right?
Yeah.
Oh, this is doomed. Oh, but I can play Sift.
Oh, yeah, sick.
I can play Sift. These two? I love Sift. I don't love Sift.
God, I wonder what the commentary is saying about this or the chat. They're just like, Frank's cheating. Definitely cheating.
I mean, you did open pretty good.
8 room chance, yeah. Fair, balanced.
You're just chilling.
It's pretty good.
Suede hides this? Seems troll, no? 1 off Viserai, 2 off Spellblade Assault.
Yep, so it makes 3.
4. 4 DiMaggio. I have 1 floating.
You have 1 floating, 2 cards left in hand.
2 cards left in hand.
Take 1.
Sure. 1 is good. Sorry, 1 is not good. Sorry, I'm thinking about reactions.
Yeah. You can do the react stuff.
Yeah. Now I'm cheating. No,
that's
not
right.
really. Do I Suede here? I mean, I have to do something. Why does Suede House cost 1?
Make it awkward.
It's triggering me.
It's like a decent amount of damage if you swayed, but I guess you're like it costs both cards in your hand basically to ever do anything for the most part.
Yeah.
Unless you have exactly amplified.
I do not have exactly amplify. I mean, I could like sway deep blue.
But then you use both equipment pieces, right? It's kind of like.
Yeah, it's a little bit doomed either way. We have 3 in hand?
Yeah.
Probably against my own opinion here. At least I'll create 1 off Viserai? No. I really just don't want this in my hand, so...
Yeah.
So create off 1 off Viserai?
Yep. I haven't taken Arcane yet this turn, right?
You have not. I haven't done any Arcane, I just generated.
Yeah. I want to come back to this first. Prevent. Take 4.
Sure.
Tick. Tick.
Sure. That's not good.
4.
Sure.
So this goes to 6. So damage destroys ring chance.
I see. Okay.
This is pretty funny.
Yeah, that's totally what I thought it was.
I could fatigue. I don't know if I could kill you if I just like wait for the 9th blade and never find it.
I guess?
I mean, I guess on that previous turn I did have the block, basically.
I guess we're just going to...
Oh, rattle.
I think it's Spellblade Assault.
Right.
Like, consuming doesn't... Well, consuming's actually not bad. No, it's gonna be Spellblade Assault.
Okay.
Pitch another one.
Yep.
So this is another... So 1 at you, and then 3 on the back?
Mm-hmm. 1 at me, 3 in the back.
1 in hand. 1 in the chamber, as they say.
I just don't want to play this hand.
You just have a million routes. You just go OTK me? Like, let's
I'm just
go.
gonna kill you
Let's just get.
Like, I just don't need to leak any damage here, right? I'll just block it out, kind of thing.
Well, yeah, you don't leak because you just get the rune chance for free.
Well, I guess I'll take.
Update: the official timer from now is 15 minutes.
Yeah, we're not gonna take 15 minutes, but okay. Gotcha. 15 minutes.
I guess I could use my Iron Run here. That's actually probably a good spot to use that. Okay. We're gonna pitch this Rune Flash to the Rune Chant. And then we will block with this and this.
Oh, Arsenal. Is this where I die?
Nah.
Okay.
I don't have enough cards.
Oh, okay.
I'm just gonna
So beginning of action phase or what?
Yeah, beginning of action phase. This breaks.
Oh, you're at 1, no? Oh, you've generated 1 already?
Yeah,
Okay,
that was the second one.
Oh, this is on 1.
But I don't know.
Smash trying to OTK me.
And I'm gonna pass.
All right. That's...
Yeah, I had 2 resources floating, but I'm like, I can't actually kill you with my hand construction, so, oh my god, what is going on here?
go again.
Okay.
So generates 1 off the back.
Yep.
Coming in for 3 and 6. We go again?
And 6.
9.
6.
Man, I'm just running at you. I got one. 4 in hand. I have 1 card in hand.
Oh,
1 in arsenal.
Is this so annoying?
You're welcome. I mean, I guess I can like vexing whenever I want to shrill, but just literal shrill. I mean, this is why I took Captain's Call, I guess, right?
Yeah.
I'm running at you, but nothing's happening. 14
I like need to kill you, but I don't have the cards to do
Ninth
so.
Blade? Yeah, I'm just trying to run at you. You're going to leak eventually, I think.
I do have the leak eventually. I'll take...
Some rune champs.
3. And then I will go...
It is literally +3. Let's use this properly. Oh wait, this is armor.
Take 3 here.
Yeah. 1 in hand? 3 in, sorry, 3 in hand. Hit you with Nebula question mark?
It's pretty annoying to have.
I might just like want to make you use it and just generate 1 off Viserai, 2 off.
2 more, so 3, yeah.
4 total?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Okay. It's actually kind of awkward for me.
I didn't really want to get rid of the 1 chant, so I'm like, I just play with the Reed Ruins.
Right, so I need to survive this turn cycle. Because I can't kill you on this hand.
That's good.
Man, I could have blocked 2 more there. Well, that's good, though. That's the good gameplay on your side.
I mean, we're all just trying our best here.
+2?
Sure.
Make 3 rune champs.
Sure. This man is going back to OTK this.
Go ahead.
This is actually wild. I didn't think you would do it.
Am I going to get shafted because I didn't play out that other card? Maybe. Very maybe.
I don't know. This hand's poop, though. I mean, I guess I'll play my own incantation.
Okay.
Let's do... Do this? It's doomed, man. Deep blue would be pretty interesting. This to the bottom. Have is humble. She doesn't do a hell of a lot. You're at 6? I think I just need to force something.
Yeah.
No rune chance, obviously.
Right, but then, oh yeah, you don't make any. Oh, but this
4 and 5.
This doesn't do anything here.
Cost 1 or greater.
Oh, 1 or greater.
Yeah. You're thinking of Captain's Call.
Yeah, I am thinking of Captain's Call.
So I don't have anything, but I have an arsenal. I mean, I have Vexa. It could be literally anything. What am I debating here?
I think I just pitched the rune chance. Gain 1.
Gain 1, so you have 1 in hand?
Deuce.
You have nothing in hand?
Yeah.
Sounds good to me. Oakley dokley, over to you.
Yeah, and a tick.
Yep.
Where's my 9th lane, bro?
We're really doing a good job.
The top card?
Good job showing off this cube.
Yeah, I know, right? It's so fun. Oh, one of these is broken.
Yes, one of them is broken. So speaking of broken, so this generates, which is pretty nice.
Yep.
Oh man, why is this so hard? Okay, so I think what I'm gonna do is this is gonna go here. And I'm gonna do this. All right, we're gonna deep blue.
Okay.
So we're gonna put this card to the bottom. So I'm at 3.
Okay, there's another good charge.
Cut down to size with a rune chant question mark? I don't know, man. I'm just trying. I'm trying my best to not OTK die. I have 1 in hands. I have 1 in arsenal.
Now this is an interesting question. Is how important is this rune chant?
I don't know. The interesting question is how important is that knife blade?
Yeah.
I mean, you have to block, right? Sure.
And then I will go. Gain 1?
Gain 1, yeah, that makes sense. So you're
And
taking
take 3? Oh, that's
4.
not 4.
Down to 4? You have 1 floating?
Yeah.
I have a crazy idea. You want to see it?
Okay, yeah. Are you going to activate Crown of Dichotomy?
No, I'm gonna.
Okay.
1 floating? You're just gonna 9th blade me, which is a little unfortunate.
Yeah. I am going to 9th blade you.
2 cards though, so I'm just gonna try to force damage through. What's your other card, I wonder? Let's find out together. Create 2 chants?
Yep.
The chant was important.
Yep.
Create 1 off Viserai? Because I played a non-attack. It's 2 and 4. Casalis. You only have 1 floating. I don't know. Maybe this is a dumb idea, but I have to force something. I know you have it.
Oh shit, I inted.
Perfect.
I inted so hard.
I love
no,
that.
I inted.
I love that. You inted yantied?
Yeah, oh no. Oh, I'm actually dead. Well, I'm not dead, but... oh no, I have to discard the 9th blade here if I don't do something different.
Is this causing you confusion? I hope it is, because it caused me confusion.
No, this is good.
Oh, okay.
I overextended here. I was thinking about this...
this block?
Yeah, this block. I shouldn't have blocked that. I should have used the... See, that's why I pitched this, is to play around the consuming.
Yeah.
But I didn't think about...
Real hand?
This card.
Oh. If you pitched a blue, I think this plan is dead in the water.
All right, I'm a tune in here, resident caster extraordinaire over the players. I think Frank doesn't see the line, but in theory, he can pitch the sigil into the AB. So he pays AB2 on those 2 rune chants, right? Because he hasn't taken any rune chants this turn. And then he cracks Blood Drop Brigade since he's taken a damage. And he's able to pay for the Iron Hide. And then he lives at 2 and doesn't have to discard. I don't think he sees the line, though, and he's going to throw this game.
Yeah, I mean, you just need a card. It's not...
Yeah. I'll take the 2 here.
Sure.
Take 1, gain 3, so...
Oh, you had no blocking card. I understand.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, also, the person in chat is correct as well. It's an even simpler way to do it. Just crack Blood Drop for the rune chant right then and there.
Take 1.
Yeah. That I made it an extra step too complicated, but chat is correct.
Okay. So starting my turn, I guess? Yeah. Oh, the beginning of my action phase, sorry. I'm at 2.
Oh, that was an in. I've been waiting for that. I can't believe I did that. I mean, it's fine. We planned for this, sort of.
We did plan for this. More or less.
It just means I have to do this a bit more manually. unfortunate. I could still fatigue here. Oh, that was a really big in. Because what I should have done is just taken that cut down to size and played the sigil on the first one. Because I was like, oh, I can always discard the sigil. And I was like, wait, I can't do that if literally it threatens lethal. So, a bit of a mistake.
This is interesting. I guess I'll pitch Captain's Call to +1 here. It's not super optimal. And then just cost 2 lower, create 1 off the back from Viserai.
Yep. So 2, and then 7.
2 and 7. Yeah, I don't know. I have a card in hand, so, you know, it could be pummel.
Could be pummel. You could have been sitting on this pummel.
I could have been sitting on this pummel forever. Wouldn't that be a hilarious way to close it?
And just think about this.
Yeah. Now I put the seed of doubt in your mind. I love cube because you know I have it too.
Prevent the 2, pay for this 5, so...
Taking 2?
Take 2, yeah, unless you have the pummel. Alright, now we see if I actually did an int.
Okay. I'm waiting. Got it.
So Frank, you didn't see the line. We'll talk about it.
Yeah. Here you go.
See the line.
So this is 9 plus 20. 29.
29. So I have to block with everything.
Yeah, I guess so.
So this is 9.
Okay.
Then I have a blue.
So you can prevent 3?
Yes.
So
So
that
I
would
take...
be 17?
So I'm at 3 also, yeah.
That's so funny.
We're all at 3 here.
We're all at 3,
It's gonna be strike, not deathly do it.
So funny. Yeah, that was a bit of an in here.
So mine is literally just like create a rune chat. Oh, this is still here, but I create a rune chat. So I'm at 2. You didn't see the line apparently. I can't wait to see it.
I know, I can't. I wonder what it is. Okay. Wait, does this math work out? This is 5. This is 6. Oh, that doesn't work.
No. Yes. I have inevitability. Wonder how many people are screaming like, Frank, you had the win.
Yeah, I know. I'm just into him. This is 4. Damn, there's no way to do this elegantly, so...
Tell me about it.
Oh, there is a way to do it. There's a way to do it. Okay, good thing.
Do it elegantly then. Do it in like 30 seconds.
Right, sorry. You don't know about this guy.
I don't know about
it. Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Sure?
So 6.
6 go again?
Yeah, makes a ring 10. And I have 1 resource floating.
You have 1 resource floating?
Yeah. Uh-oh, that's bad.
I'm at 3?
Yeah. And then
That's what was sitting there all this time.
Yeah.
It's not pummel, because if you remember, I didn't take pummel.
Oh, I didn't remember that.
Okay, we're gonna try to flex on you. When I attack, I'm gonna pay with a blue.
Yeah. So it's 7 and 3.
6. This is 6.
Oh, it's
3
6.
and 6. Give me 3 cards.
3. Yeah. Probably 3 cards. Alright, yeah,
I tried.
I think you might have got me. I can live this turn and use the blood drop to pay for a blocking card, but I think you just fatigued me.
You know what you missed? The turn where consuming was coming in, you had 1 floating anyway, right? You've taken damage. You could blood drop, get a second resource, pay for the 2.
No, you're right. Oh, I fucking threw. Yeah.
And then you just sit.
Yeah, exactly.
You live.
Yeah.
And you can just attack with
I forgot about that.
You would have sigiled.
I was even thinking about it.
It's true. Blood Drop is on defense. That barrier was so good, though.
It was. I was telling you. I was like, I don't know. This barrier is pretty good.
Well, I mean, first time on the cube. Like, I don't think I knew it was coming, so it's just like maybe there's something better.
I'm kicking myself because there's two ways I could have sequenced that too that were not.
All right, so we do have pairings. That was a long break. We got pairings. We're going to get people situated. So, like 1 minute, we'll be back with finally nationals again.
All right, thanks for staying with us while you watched me embarrass myself with my own cube, Eric destroying me. So, yeah, I'm here with Rob. We're going to continue with the coverage of Draft and going live to two really, really good players in the Canadian scene. We've got Daniel Dreisiger from Montreal, who's been at these events. You know, I think he did really well the first Canadian Nats, top-aided last year. And then Noah Clark from Toronto, who's been playing a lot of Illusionists over the past year and a half, really playing Prism and Dromai at a high level. And both of them here now doing well in the CC and first draft pods. They both 3-0'd their draft pod. And yeah, Noah's just warning the opponent about, I guess, what's going to happen to him in this game.
It's a threat. Yeah.
I had to give Noah the cue on the pummel. Did you see that? Did that come through? Okay, that's
Yeah, and so looks like Daniel drafted Levia here. So as we were seeing in the earlier part of the tournament, fewer players drafting the Shadow Heroes, and Noah drafting Boltyn.
So we've got the kind of boots at home here. He couldn't get the Shadow Greaves, so...
oh, yeah, so we got the time
skippers, because, you know, why not?
Yeah.
A little less efficient. But when you gotta do what you gotta do.
You gotta do what you gotta do, you know, and like converting a blue to an extra attack, that can be pretty good, right? That's like not bad.
Have the pitch for it, but it can still work.
Yeah.
And it's unconditional 2 action points. So you know what? Maybe you don't have to banish anything. Just play like, I don't know, 2 pulpings if you can afford.
On the other side, it looks like Noah's got the full suite of armor that he wants, like every slot basically. So I don't know, like maybe the armor was pretty contested in this spot.
And a nice Halo of Illumination too in Boltyn.
Yeah, that's right.
That's very nice to see. Engulfing Light, starting us off with a charge. I believe the yellow comes for 2. And on hit goes into charge, goes into soul.
Yeah, that's right. Not a bad way to start off this first turn. Just charge a card, demand a couple of cards blocking from Daniel, and you know, just work towards setting up for a bigger turn later.
Yeah, it does everything Boltyn wants basically, and Levia would be very happy to block this out, of course. Filling the grave. We're seeing another unworldly bellow.
Yeah, Daniel says you don't have a attack reaction here. I don't.
Yeah. I don't think you can't really play around that kind of stuff.
Yeah, plus maybe you just like the look of the cards in his hand, or have some non-blocks as a brute, right?
Yeah, that can definitely happen. I think I see a Dread Screamer, so that's a good card to keep. A lot of premium stuff in the hand, I think.
Yeah. It's awkward because you can't play out the Dread Screamer for a couple of turns.
Yeah.
Oh, but this
Deadwood Red, I believe, coming in for 8. So that's a very good turn 1 card to have because it doesn't guarantee a banish from your grave. You typically don't even want to banish this early, so you would just kind of play it out. If you happen to discard a 6, you just banish from your opponent's grave and you're okay.
Yeah, and they're going to do the die roll. Daniel's played a lot of brute, so, you know.
Oh. Sadly lost the Dread Screamer. It might be a blue. No, I'm wrong. That
might be the red there, yeah.
The red, yeah. Sad to see that go, but it is coming for 8.
Yeah, and just choosing to banish the opponent's card because he doesn't need to start the Blood Debt train, right?
Oh, yeah, you don't really want to anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to keep your cards nice and stacked in the grave until you're just, you know, good and ready to go off.
Also, just going to take a moment here while Noah thinks about these blocks to admire the beautiful Fabrary sleeves.
That is very nice. I didn't realize that was Fabrary. Yeah.
Yeah.
The hand here. Oh, a nice Beacon of Victory. Not many cards in Soul, unfortunately, so it might just be a case of just kind of attacking, charging, and then arsenaling the Beacon.
Yeah, so taking 5, blocking with a Plow Through.
Ooh, quite a bit of damage there. Levia is probably really happy about that.
Yeah, just starting to get some chip damage through. I mean, I guess on the other hand, you know, Noah's not going to be unhappy that he's gone second, but he gets back to his turn without having to block with a whole bunch of cards, right? Like, he's given up a little bit of life, given up a few cards. And it looks like that was a yellow Minuism.
Yeah, so he's going to... Okay, yeah, so buff by 2, I believe. Battlefield Blitz coming in, I think, is a 5 for total. Oh, I'm sorry, is that 7?
Yeah, oh, wait, okay, I lost 6.
It's 4 plus 2. 6. Okay, yeah.
I've not charged.
Now, Levia has the issue where she has a lot of attack action cards, typically. So we're going to see probably some Boltyn triggers for +1.
I'm just wondering here, is this a legal play of Minimism into Battlefield Blitz?
There's some buffs, I believe, which costs 3 or less? 3 or less base, right?
Base power, yeah. I'm not.
So Battlefield Blitz being a 4, I guess not.
Yeah, that's okay. I wonder if someone has noticed this and
it's
going to be resolved, or otherwise. I mean,
Yeah.
It's an honest mistake. It happens after, you know, a decent number of rounds in the tournament.
Yeah, I think Judge is walking over now.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, this is coming. Yep.
Yeah, so
Okay, so we're going to resolve that.
Yep.
Yeah, good catch, Frank.
For 4. Thanks, Judge.
Yeah, no, unfortunately not going to be able to take advantage of the hero power because it's not greater than the base.
Yeah, and of course he didn't charge this turn either.
Yeah, exactly. So he's not going to be able to get.
It's not going to matter here. Yeah, it is unfortunate. He took some damage that turn, so, you know, I think it's getting late. A lot of people, I mean, they've played, of course, 6 rounds already.
Yeah, and done this draft.
This draft is like the 4th round of draft now. Yeah. That's okay. It happens, but unfortunately a wasted minimalism.
Sure, take one.
Unless he's got another card to play. Oh, no go again.
Yeah, he doesn't have ability to go again at that point.
Yeah.
You know, I think in these longer tournaments, my point of view is that you know you're going to make mistakes like this throughout the day. It's not the end of the world when it happens, right?
Yeah,
like you look at that minimalism as being 2 or 3 health that you could have blocked. It's not that can be the difference in really tight games, but it's also not an insurmountable disadvantage, right?
Yeah, just kind of brush it off, get back into the game. It's not over yet for sure by any means.
Yeah, exactly. And now we've got a Zealous belting for 4.
Yep.
No blocks.
Go again, and Noah coming on the no blocks train.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's
interesting. Boltyn legs kind of blocking and setting up usually, so I wonder what we're going to see out of his hand.
Yeah, and I think there's always like this
flight red.
This tension of you know, when you have good cards or a good sequence in your hand, and you want to play most of that out, but if you block with one card, it kind of makes the whole thing fall apart, right?
Like half the damage, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I think that Noah's got to consider what the follow-up might be from Levia, whether it's just going to be the meat axe, which is pretty innocuous, or if it's going to be something more threatening.
Oh, I think I saw convolutions. Okay, yeah. So it looks like from Arsenal.
Right.
Rally the rear guard for 6. Yeah, another good card from Monarch. One of the early picks that you'd want typically. You know, a popper comes for 6.
Oh, and the armor block coming out here at this stage.
He wants to get it online, I guess.
Yeah, to be able to use the Gallantry Gold whenever he wants without losing 1 health of value here.
Value, exactly. Taking
5 again.
Yeah, go to 6. Okay. Yeah, dicey stuff right now.
Yeah, and I think that, what he's got remaining in his hand, it must be able to push a decent amount of damage.
100%.
Yeah, I think so. I missed what the red was, but there was a take flight and then 2 blues. Not sure what the arsenal is. Impenetrable Belief might have
been the blue.
Yeah, one of the blues. That's what I think. Let's see what he gets. Only 1 card in Soul. That's pretty key, actually. So you can't give Go Again too many times.
Yeah. Seek Enlightenment, though. That's a very good card to have in this spot with the take flight.
Okay. Yeah. This hopefully pays off.
If it hits, goes to Soul.
Coming in for 6. Take flight. A very good card in Boltyn. I think it's one of the most premium charge cards in the deck.
That's right.
Yeah. Usually when you see those red take flights, you kind of pick them up during draft.
Yeah, and with 1 card in Arsenal, he can potentially play out the card, or he can just swing the axe and conserve the cards and soul for a future larger turn.
And one thing too is that he does have quite a bit of armor and 2 Ironhide pieces, right? So that's 4 extra health.
Yeah, that's right.
Although Levia has the same thing on her side.
And that helps Levia as well convert some of those non-blocking cards into just any sort of damage prevention, right?
Got those swing with big tree.
Yeah, exactly.
Tree. Yeah, those are the main ones. Pulpings too, although they're on the rarer side.
And so one thing about how Daniel likes to play the game often is that he's quite methodical in how he approaches a lot of these games and game states. So I wouldn't be surprised if seeing just like the life lead that he has and the resources that he's been accruing in the graveyard to fuel future banish cards, he's just thinking about when is the appropriate time for him to start turning on the jets and maybe being quite patient with that.
I agree with that because I think a mistake right now would be to say like I have a huge health lead, I'm going to take damage and kind of come back with like mediocre turns, whereas Boltyn can just kind of block it all out and then get that life lead down until they're pretty much even.
Yeah. Oh, and we're seeing a beacon.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, I almost forgot that was in the arsenal there. So just giving it a nice 2 buff. Does he have a target?
Oh, he's choosing 1.
Okay.
Choosing 1, so it's going to go to 7.
And I'm going to find
that makes sense.
X equals 1.
So he's going to go grab something from the deck.
Yeah, and then this take flight will go to the soul, so it just conveniently refuels that.
Yeah. Oh, very nice.
And it's Valiant Thrust.
Nice. Yeah, that's a perfect card to have in this situation. I believe it costs 2, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it 1?
I think it's 1. I think
it might just be 1, eh? Like 1 base 4 goes to 7?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, if you've charged, and he did charge off of that take flight,
Yeah.
so remembers to put the take flight in the soul.
Yeah, very strong turn.
Nice. Okay, yeah. So obviously, Daniel, we were talking about methodical play, but wanted to just keep his options open for that second block, think about how much offense he could put on. And now he's in this situation where, well, 7 damage has been pushed through. Only 1 more than you were planning originally.
Yeah.
But now there's a 7 follow-up. You're not really expecting that off of the 1 card in Arsenal. You're maybe expecting just the hatchet.
Yeah, exactly. And this is going to equalize the health totals if he doesn't block here.
Yeah, that's right. And, Daniel looks like he's manipulating the armor pieces, maybe thinking about the resources that he can pay into that. So converting 1 card into 4 block here.
Okay, yeah, we do see the Iron Hides coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Through the 3 damage. And so, Noah just trying to find his spots and really claw his way back into the game from having that life deficit, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And more importantly, too, maintaining his soul count. He did get it back, right? So he has the opportunity to get something big.
Here's a Lunar Tide Plunderer.
That's a red, I believe. So that's super strong. It might even warrant using Ironhide at this point.
If it hits a hero, it banishes
card from soul, right?
Yeah, a card from their soul. So
I'm thinking like 3 block plus 2 Ironhide here would be my guess.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad.
Gallantry is gone.
Yeah, bad time to use that. Oh, okay, and no, it's just gonna block with 3 cards.
That's a nourishing, I believe, that he blocked with.
Yeah, the nice generic poppers.
Yeah, very good popper, exactly. Plus amazing turn 1.
Yeah,
and Boltyn, I mean.
So now Noah's going back to our tried and true strategy of just building up for a bigger turn. He maybe would have been able to make that play that you mentioned, block with a card and use 2 Iron Rod, or Iron Hide. But maybe then his turn is only 2 cards and he can't actually push damage through block.
Exactly. Yeah. The armor makes a lot of sense here just to keep it, especially if your turn was pretty mediocre to begin with.
Yeah. Plus, I think that Noah gets the sense that if he doesn't continue to block the next little while, he's going to get into a situation where he won't be able to keep more than 1 or 2 cards. And Boltyn's math doesn't work out that well when there's not enough cards and resources to devote to some of these bigger...
Yeah, he's definitely a setup hero that needs the time and space. Time Skippers actually being popped now, so we do have 2 action points.
Yeah, here's our hooves at home kind of situation.
Okay, so this might be a smash the big tree twice kind of situation.
Okay, yeah. And like for Noah, this is still quite hard to deal with. Like 7 vanilla damage, nothing to sneeze at.
Absolutely, and I will say that if Levia does not get a sufficient lead here, it might be hard to come back without the action point generation.
Right, yeah, that's right. We saw that Dread Screamer was pitched earlier on in the game.
Double tree trunk to the face.
And Noah thinking about whether this is going to warrant that play that you mentioned earlier. Maybe he's left with a couple of 2 blocks in hand, then he's just got to commit 1 to...
The good thing is this is just like vanilla damage, right? It's not like a Lunar Tide Plunderer where you lose your soul, so at least, this is, he got the Time Skippers out of Levia's set. He's at 3, which is not like, terrible. It's not like 1 or 2. There's still a chance for Boltyn to come back. And Levia now needs to rely on the Dread Screamers and the other cards that give her go again, because there aren't that many.
Yeah, we saw one pitch to the bottom earlier, and thankfully for Daniel, there's no blood debt ticking. It'd be a much different story if there was even 1 card earlier in the game that had been banished. But he's been really, really careful about blocking away any cards that banish cards from his graveyard.
Exactly. Yeah, no chance of dying to blood debt right now.
Yeah. Now he's counting the number of positive hits in his graveyard for...
It looks pretty good.
6 or higher.
At least half of these here are 6 or higher, so that's pretty good. You have a good chance of banishing 1 out of 3.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter as much because I think there's only 1 card in there that has blood debt but isn't 6 or greater.
That's true. It's the Dread Screamer, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Deadwood. I think that's also a blood debt
and the Ghostly Visit. Oh, okay, there's more than 1. But there's
but you can play Ghostly out of Banish. That's a very big throw.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So I think, Daniel, besides the Dread Screamers, you might have the ability to win through Dominate, right? So you can play Pulpings. You can also play Convulsions from the Bells of Hell. I think 1 was pitched early, so if he gets that back in second cycle, he can still claw the game out with that. And besides that, there isn't really too much. Unruly Bellow can buff by 5, I think. So that'd be a really good way to end it, too.
Well, and now we're looking at these equipment pieces that Noah still has, and those might help against the Dominate play potentially.
That's a good point. Yeah, so very good that he kept them. And more importantly, too, Gallantry Gold is online, so you could get a crazy blowout turn with the Gallantry Gold, too.
Yeah, unfortunately, like I was saying, like there's not going to be a situation where Noah gets to keep 4 cards for free.
Yeah.
But if he, you know, has a very favorable sequence of blocks lineup, maybe he can actually keep 3 cards plus the Arsenal card at some point if he doesn't leak any damage from here on out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. There's still definitely a window for him to come back with a decently sized turn. But Levia does have the room at 9 health, so you can kind of take a bit of damage and then come back with something big.
Yeah, I think that for Noah to be able to win from his position, a lot of things have to line up, and he's got to probably, you know, I won't say outright kill the Levia in one push, but...
I like that Soul Harvest.
Oh,
that
yeah, there's
could
a
be
Soul Harvest
really
there.
good. I think there was at least 1 blue in there. There might be second blue with the Deadwood.
But there is also that Convulsions from the Bellows of Hell that you mentioned.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And that stapled onto any other attack. Like, if Daniel has the resources to pay for this, that potentially is just Convulsions into the Deadwood Rumbler is a pretty
could be for
beefy
7
dominated.
but we are seeing the Soul Harvest. This is
Okay.
really, really strong. So potentially for 12 damage, I think. Is that how it works?
Yeah.
Banish 6 cards. I think 6 Blood Debt? Or just 6 attacks?
It's, banish 6 cards.
Yeah.
And for each card with Blood Debt banished that way, the attack will gain plus 1.
Okay, so I think he only had 3 Blood Debt cards. I thought Deadwood was a Blood Debt. Maybe it's not. I think
Yep,
though.
it is.
Yeah. So he's going to choose that probably. But he has to be cognizant of the number of 6 attacks he has in the deck. So in the graveyard, I mean. So here he is banishing some cards that aren't hits, right? Like all the equipments, just to get them out of the way.
Well, also, look at this other text on Soul Harvest. If Soul Harvest hits a hero, banish all cards from their soul, and they lose life equal to the number of cards banished this way.
Yeah, that's really, really good. I think Boltyn cannot afford to have any of this hit.
Yeah, if this grazes Boltyn, he will take 2 additional damage from the 2 cards in soul, losing not only his setup and the ability to win the game, but it just kills him, actually.
Exactly. So this is going to be a 9 damage, I think, Soul Harvest, because he only banished 3. Okay, there's 3. So 3 Blood Debt cards being banished should buff it to 9. Boltyn will have to give 3 cards, I think, to survive this.
Right, yeah, so he's only choosing to banish 3. Wants to be able to play the longer game if he needs to, in the event that Noah can block some of this out. That being said, it does also make it, more plausible for Noah to come up with a block, right? Like, this could potentially be 3 or 4 card block in a way that, then that's a
And he had all 3 blocks. Yeah, that was a lucky time to have that. Soul Harvest is very, very scary. I was actually kind of, I felt kind of bad for the Boltyn to face that, but he blocked it beautifully.
Yeah, and now Noah just trying to stay in the game. Plays this Duskpath Pilgrimage, swinging a Hatchet.
We're on the Hatchet plan now.
Yeah.
No more attack actions. Levia is on the Blood Debt train now, so if Noah can pose enough of a threat to make Daniel block out sufficiently, he might not be able to stop the Blood Debt.
Yeah, that's right.
But the hand looks decent. There is a Pulping, which is probably going to stay. Oh, actually, it will stay because you can't block with it.
2 non-blocks, but there is a Rally the Rear Guard.
Exactly. That's exactly why the card is played. You can then use your non-blocks to increase your block value.
Not sure what color that Howl from Beyond is, but if
I think it was red.
Yeah, so
3
there's
reds and yellow. Yeah.
not quite enough resource cards potentially to feed any of these plays for Daniel, which actually is dangerous because he needs to play a card that banishes to turn off that Blood Debt, right? Otherwise, he's taking this 3 Blood Debt.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So even just keeping the 1 Pulping won't be enough.
Yeah, and if he doesn't block with that Rally the Rear Guard, then he's facing down 6 damage, putting him at 3 life, right?
3 life, yeah, exactly.
Oh, sorry, it's 7 damage because the second
extra hatchet
would swing.
Plus
Yeah, exactly.
1, that's right. Yeah, so I think in this case, Rally the Rear Guard is probably the only choice you have.
Right, so or maybe he's gonna block with. Oh, okay. We're seeing some choices.
Yeah.
And we don't know what that card in the arsenal is. That could potentially unlock a lot of lines for Daniel.
That actually could be the way he squeaks out not paying for Blood Debt, because the way I see it in his hand, the only way that he can prevent Blood Debt is by playing Deadwood blind and hoping to draw and discard a 6.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
That's the only way. So the arsenal card hopefully is the way out from that scenario. But Rally the Rear Guard, as you said, a very good tool for blocking out some damage using your non-blocking cards.
Yeah, and again, if you block with Rally the Rear Guard as well, one thing to keep in mind is then that's an attack action. That'll pump the Hatchet up by 1. So blocking with just it on its own is only blocking 1 damage effectively. Daniel choosing to take all of that damage.
Although I don't think he charged this turn, so that might not make the effect online.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah,
there was a Dust Path Pilgrimage, not a charge. Yeah.
Exactly. So he was okay there, but still, I think he wants to keep his cards, especially because Boltyn's at such low health that you really want to keep the pressure on. And like we saw, Boltyn, Boltyn got a pretty good combo together with like very few resources.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, even one blue here on this Gallantry Gold could potentially be really, really impactful, right? Like if Noah can block with 3 cards against this medium-sized turn that Daniel's putting together, then the swing back will strip 2 cards from Daniel's side of the board, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. So
or could strip 2 cards, I guess.
It might just be enough to prevent him from paying for blood debt or turning off the blood debt effect.
Yeah, exactly. Like every inch kind of matters here, and I mean, just to re-illustrate that point from earlier on, like
also he's got to gamble the effect of the.
Oh,
so he has the rally. The rally is the only way, I think. Oh, he might have drawn something too, but we'll see if he discards a 6. If he does, okay, very nice. Okay, so we got the pulping. Oh, I think that was 100% rally plus pulping.
Oh, was the rally red? No, the rally was yellow.
I'm sorry, he did pitch the rally away. So that last card in hand, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I don't know.
I forget. But he is banishing for blood debt now, so he is safe. And coming in for 6.
Right. Oh, and he's banishing the Soul Harvest here. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine, I think. Yeah. Anything with blood debt would have mattered. I don't think he had any blood debt cards that were not 6 attack.
Right. Gotcha.
Because normally you would, like you're right, like banish a 6 attack card.
Oh, I think it's a Frontline Scout that was drawn, so he actually got the 50-50.
Yeah, he would have still survived at 1, I believe, but still not where you want to be against Boltyn.
Also, this is a yellow Deadwood Rumbler, so it's coming in for 7.
Oh, it was yellow. Okay, yeah. Not bad.
I mean, still pretty threatening to Noah. He's probably got to give 2 cards to this. I guess he could, well, actually, no, there's no way he can only give 1 card to that. I can't do math. But yeah, he's got to give 2 cards to this for sure and try to be threatening enough to do something about this 4 life that Daniel has on the other side.
Yeah, and he does have his Ironhide still, so he's basically at 7 health, I would say.
Okay, and he's going to block that out completely. That's going to be 7.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe Noah's kept the blue and is going to go for the Gallantry Gold play at this point. That would use his last card Insult. Nope, he's going to Arsenal. Okay, values being able to play out that card at a later time.
Okay. So Daniel has to have some kind of power play right now. Let's see what he's got.
Yeah, he's got... drawing back to a Dread Screamer, but it is a blue. And a yellow.
Okay. This is a very strong turn because you can pitch the blue, Dread Screamer yellow for 5, go again, potentially, and then play the Graveling Growl for 6 more. So 11 damage here in the hand.
Yeah, and there's actually a pound for pound as well. It's just like a nice beater to add on to the end if the Graveling Growl needs to be used for resources. I think that was a yellow, right?
It's true. Yeah, it was pound for pound. Yeah, exactly. And I believe that gains Dominate if you have less health than your opponent.
Oh, and Frontline Scout getting to reveal the hand here. Go again. It's a blue.
Okay. Well, why not? Why not play that out?
Noah with a Frontline Scout of his own. Well, consider yourself out-scouted.
Oh, okay. So we have a couple 2 blocks here. The Dread Screamer play will come in for 11. So this, well, he has the Ironhide, so it doesn't actually matter. He's okay. All right, does he pick? Oh, he just gets to look, right?
Yeah, he just gets to look. He doesn't get to pick anything.
It's not like the new Illusionist card.
Yeah, only Illusionists would get cards that good, right?
Take cards out of your opponent's hand.
Not Levia or
pretty broken.
I guess generic.
Oh, that'd be crazy. It's a generic card.
Generic Thoughtseize. Anyways, I don't think Noah's gonna be happy about this next card here.
No, this is pretty game breaking here. So Dread Screamer blue. He's playing the yellow. I'm sorry, he's playing yellow. Of course, he's playing yellow. Yeah, coming in for yellow.
5 is bigger than 4.
Let's hope he can turn off blood debt because he could potentially whiff this.
Oh, that's true. He could whiff this and literally just die.
It would be over. No, that'd be completely miserable if this whiffs. But there's a good chance.
Actually, he could potentially whiff and then still kill Noah.
There's the hit. Yeah. Oh, double hit. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, and very nice actually banishing that Howl from Beyond. That's right. Yeah. So that's actually actually with 1 floating, he has in hand the Graveling Growl. He could pitch for the Howl from Beyond actually.
Right. Potentially pump some attack.
I think he has enough pitch for that as well.
Oh, but then he'd have to pay for an attack subsequently, which I don't know if he has another attack that costs 1.
You would need a yellow pitch in hand alongside. So if it's a red, he can't. But if he has a yellow pitch, he can definitely do it. Oh, it's pound for pound. Yeah. Never mind. He's not doing it. But he has it in the arsenal. Well, sorry, in his banish zone
for a future turn.
Yeah.
And it's not going to deal damage to him here.
Exactly. Yeah. One of Levia's big benefits. You can keep things and avoid paying indefinitely.
Yeah, things are sliding a bit off the rails here for Noah. I mean, he's been holding on pretty well, but Daniel just really tight play, playing to his outs, and setting up the sequence where he's just got this ongoing pressure. Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. And before we saw this Levia play, I actually was more on the Boltyn favorite side at this point because of all of the armor he has, and it seemed like Levia was kind of winding down a bit with the big cards we played earlier, with the lack of equipment now. It was like it takes kind of some luck to put together something big for Levia. But he did find it, which is huge. So
yeah, it's a timely Dread Screamer, but that's why we draft those cards, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think he'd be on Levia without those Dread Screamers.
Yeah. And, he doesn't have to worry about the Blood Debt for this turn. I think you might be deciding between whether this Pound for Pound or the Graveling Growl are the...
I mean, the thing is, Graveling Growl is pretty dead without the Dread Screamers, so I think you have to play it out. You can play Pound for Pound any day, right?
Right, that's true.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he's thinking about if he arsenals this Pound for Pound and then doesn't find any relevant banish cards, he might just be in a bad
Playing out
spot.
the Howl here.
Okay,
Howl costs 2.
Yeah, that's right. So you can pitch an additional card, and he's going to play the Ghostly Visit instead.
Oh, smart. Okay. That's probably the maximum damage you can get.
Yeah,
it's a yellow Ghostly, unfortunate, so coming in for 6.
So it's the same damage as a yellow Graveling Growl, but difference being is clears those 2 cards out of the banish zone for if, God forbid, the next turn he doesn't actually banish any cards.
It also fills the grave too. Not that he really needs it. I think the grave is healthy enough to be able to close out the game, but it does give you that more banish feel.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, although it dilutes the 6s, because neither of them can turn off Blood Debt.
Yeah, now Noah's just had to draw and pass. Or sorry, pass and draw, I guess.
We have Convulsions. Okay, that's huge. Convulsions is smashed with a big tree. Oh, a Dread Screamer. Ouch.
Oh yeah, the Dread Screamer might be the end of the road. That must have been the one that was pitched on the first turn of the game.
Oh, we are seeing a second cycle now. You're right. Yeah. So the way I see it is you can pitch that Convulsions again to Dread Screamer plus Graveling. But you probably want to get rid of Smash with Big Tree because it doesn't block.
Right.
It might even be like Dread Screamer into the Smash with Big Tree.
Yeah, exactly. Anything that pushes 1 damage here is lethal, so just being able to, strip 2 cards or 3. If he strips 3 cards on the first attack, it's game over, right? And Noah's only got 2 cards left in the deck.
Yeah, I think for 7, you definitely have to block with 1 card, then pitch for your 2 Iron Highs. That's probably the way you get around it. And then hopefully the second attack is a 7 also.
And it's kind of like I was saying about Daniel's play. He's so meticulous. He's just really thinking it out, planning for the possibilities of what Noah might be able to block with, and thinking about those Ironhide pieces, and setting up more or less a deterministic win at this point with the tools available.
Right, yeah. I mean, the whole play where you play Ghostly with the Howl from Beyond, that was something I hadn't even thought of. And
yeah.
I mean, it's debatable whether it was the right play because he doesn't have those tools anymore for this next turn. But it was a very efficient way of refilling your grave and from turning down your Blood Debt a little bit, just in case you can't pay for it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think he knew he was coming close to that cycle, but wasn't sure whether the cards on top of it were going to fit well with what he had picked, and whether you could afford to play like a 3-resource sequence of Howl into Ghostly or something like that.
All right, so we're seeing the first card come out. He is playing Convulsion, so he's going for that...
going for the Dominate play.
Big Dominate. This could actually be a way to turn on your Graveling Growl too, right? So you play this, you pitch probably the yellow Dread Screamer, and you play Graveling Growl. I think it was a yellow or blue, which would be like 6 or 7 Dominate, right?
Yeah, and this is what color of Convulsion?
It's a blue, so it'll be plus
okay.
1. Yeah.
Plus 1's still not nothing when you've got Dominate, right?
Yeah,
and these Levia attacks, pretty beefy.
Yeah, exactly. And the Graveling Growl for 6, if it was a yellow, will come in for 7.
Yeah, and Noah just selecting 3 random cards to banish here.
All right, let's hope it hits.
there we go.
Don't remember. Okay, yeah.
Gets the
I think
6.
I think you have to banish a 6 for it to turn on the Dominate.
Right. Yeah, which is quite relevant in this spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Noah not without outs, right? He's got some options. I don't know if that Impenetrable Belief that was pitched earlier is in his hand, because that could block for 4 potentially, right?
That's a good point. And Ironhide's going to be your best friend here.
Yeah.
Blocking up that nice Dominate.
Yeah, so yellow plus Impenetrable Belief covers 8 on a dominated attack.
Right, yeah. But I think the max we're going to see here is probably going to be Graveling. I can't tell. It is red, so actually that is exactly 8, like you said.
Okay, so then...
he needs that yellow Impenetrable Belief to get around this.
All right, so he's moving the equipment. He hasn't given up quite yet.
Yeah, yeah. It looks like he might have it. So we'll see if he can block this out. The decks are looking incredibly thin. I think Boltyn's deck might only have like 2 or 3
he doesn't
cards
have
left.
the impenetrable belief. He's got to draw it off the top. I think.
Okay. Yeah, he's got a halo into it. Oof.
Halo into it, and he's pitching a red here. So what is it? He doesn't have a blue, and so he's got to pitch.
I think he's got it.
2 floating.
I think
Yeah, it is a blue. He said 2 floating.
Okay, and there it is.
There it is. Covers 8 on the
that is
dominated attack.
Wow, that sigh of relief from Noah's side.
Yeah.
Okay, that was insane. So Boltyn has like.
Wait,
wow, they're all.
And now he's 3 cards. That was a 2-card block on the dominated attack. He has a chance to claw back into this game.
Yeah,
we were all writing him off a little bit, maybe more than he deserved.
Yeah, I know, that was insane.
But yeah, now we've got a surging militia coming in. It needs to be blocked by what is it? Two cards.
Yeah, exactly. I think it gets +1 for every non-equipment, so it is gonna. Yeah, you got to block with 2 cards here. I mean, you can give 1 non-attack.
Right. Oh yeah. I suppose you're right.
Sorry.
You're right.
Yeah.
You could only block it with 1 if you wanted
and just
to.
take 2, I guess. There's no go again though.
No go again. If it gets +1, then Noah can use Boltyn's hero power, give go again, and attack with these hatchets if you'd like.
I did see Writhing Beast Hulk in Daniel's hand.
Which
That's
is a
another way to
non-blocking.
get dominated.
Oh,
it's another dominated. Yeah. So a lot of ways to claw back or to finish off the game, I should say.
Well, this is a really, really exciting game. You know, I think that early stages, it looked like Noah was far behind, and you know, he's been able to climb back into it really effectively in spite of Daniel, you know, doing his best to maintain the pressure, right?
Exactly. Daniel cannot let the foot off the gas pedal at this point.
Okay, and blocking with a non-attack action, meaning that.
Okay, so
he's not. Yeah. So it does get the +1.
There won't be +1.
It's +1 not from Boltyn, but from
the
surging militia's
that makes
ability.
Sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, very good for a 0 for 4 now.
Yeah, now we've got an Express Lightning.
Yeah, so
0 for 4.
All Daniel needs is for the Writhing Beast Hulk to hit and he wins. So luckily, I think he can block with 1 card and keep 2 cards for that play.
Does he have the resources required though? Is the blocking card a blue or is?
I think the blocking card is another Writhing Beast. I think he has 2 of them. But the last card in his hand, I think, is a blue, so he can afford it.
Right. Okay, so you always can afford it. Yeah. So in that case, then. If he hits that 6, gets dominate, then it's the end of the road for Noah. And you know what? I think Noah might be realizing that it's like, hey, this is a kind of good card that could kill me if you played it. So I wonder why you're blocking.
Exactly right. You see that, you're like, oh, okay, that was your out. But lucky for him, he's got another out. And I think that was still pound for pound in ours.
Yeah, from a couple of turns ago.
Yeah, that's been living there rent-free for a while.
Wow, this is great. You know what? This is what LSS wants from brute players. The pivotal turn of the game comes down to RNG, right?
Here it is.
And Noah holding
live
his
by
hand,
the RNG,
reads
die by the
context.
RNG.
I love that.
Oh man, you don't want to see it. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see what happens here. I think he's gonna look through the graveyard now just to check what his odds are.
Unlike a certain Star Wars character, Noah Clark does in fact want to know the odds.
That's right. Yeah, you can show me the odds. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that looks like a yellow for 5. I mean, whether it's 4 or 5, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think there's any outs at this point in Noah's deck. I mean, our hand, of 3 cards.
All right, hold your breath. Here we go. If any 6s get pulled here, it is likely lethal.
It's, you know what, I don't know. I don't know. This is
And he gets
exciting.
to pick, too. He gets the honor of picking the cards.
He gets to condemn himself to death.
That's right.
Oh, my God.
He'll die on his own terms.
You were picking these up. These are
All right,
yeah. He's saying Daniel gets to.
Oh, there's the first one. I want to see the other ones, too. Let's see what the other ones are. Oh, wow. It was a single 6 in there. Oh, man. He's like, dominate. Yeah, so let's see. I mean, I don't think there's any way out of this. Block 3, take 2. Oh, good game. I am so impressed by that 8 block. Holy cow.
The game was over regardless.
I mean, seeing that, like, I'm sure Daniel had, like, kind of this feeling of, like, it's over now. But seeing the was a Hail of Illumination, draw into the Impenetrable Belief, block 8. That was insane.
That was an awesome draft game. This is why we play limited formats, because so much can happen. Like in a game of Classic Constructed where, your deck is really finely tuned and you have these more consistent decks, like there were many places in that game where Daniel could have just run away with it, and Noah would have been out of the picture altogether.
Right, it's back and forth. That
didn't happen. Yeah, it was like, we were on the edge of our seats there. It was really fun to watch.
Oh my god,
Noah's going to be kicking himself a bit about that mistake he made earlier in the game, and even if one of those cards had blocked for 2 or 3, he would have had the life total to survive that pivotal dominate.
That's so important. Yeah. Oh, I guess we can chalk it up to that mistake, but it's so hard to tell whether or not.
Yeah, of course. Both players would make different decisions throughout the game.
Hopefully, he doesn't kick himself too hard for that, because that's a mistake that anyone can make. You're it's tiring to play this many rounds in a row.
Well, and the other thing is, like, these are both players that 3-0'd their previous pods, right? And they were both 2-1 going into that. These are good players, really duking it out, and that's one of the both blessings and curses.
The rewarding part of it.
Well, I was going to say, of the draft format, like, you put all of the best players in one pod, it's like guaranteed that somebody is going 0-3, right?
Exactly.
It's like someone's going to lose.
Someone come on top.
Yeah, and it's like, oh my god, like, these are like the best players in the room, and well, one of them's got to lose, and if you're in that next bracket down, like, oh, okay, well, you aren't in the top pod, but still someone in that next 8 has to lose, so, this is just high tension.
And we're really seeing the effect of having a bunch of really good players play together, because that match was insane.
That's a good highlight for sure. We got to add that to the show reel for for Savage Feats, especially because it's a brute card, right?
It's true. It's true.
Yeah, exactly.
It fits right in. Yeah, but
Oh my God.
kudos to both players. I think Boltyn played really well in staying alive.
Yeah,
that's
that's
a challenge on its own. Just got to stay alive. And Levia played really well managing the blood debt, staying on top in terms of pressure too, because that's very hard to do into Boltyn, who can come back with, as we saw, like a 15 damage turn. I think.
Yeah, that's
like
right.
That. So it's
not very many
hard.
cards. That was like a 3-card hand, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think that the key really was that beacon of victory, right, to get out the Valiant Thrust for 7. So that was super good.
That's the other thing, is he played that Beacon of Victory and thought about banishing 2 cards from his soul to deal 1 extra damage, but chose not to, because he wanted to be able to use the soul to go again on his other attacks and whatnot.
Yeah,
and guess what? He had 1 card left in his soul at the end of the game as well, which obviously, like, you don't know how it's going to line up, but
that's
it's like
a very good point.
These are like micro decisions that end up impacting the outcome of the game, right? You don't want to leave value on the table. You don't want to end the game with armor pieces, equipment pieces, cards in your soul.
You don't, because
when
those are
you
like
lose.
unused. Exactly. Any armor piece that like your Snapdragon Scales, if you haven't used them, you could have probably clawed back for something. The 1 damage, of course, mattered because he was at 1 health. Levia was at 1 health.
Yeah, exactly.
And no armor pieces. So like literally exact lethal on that.
All right, so we've just been passed the list here to choose the next matchup.
Perfect.
So we're going to go off and do that, and we'll be back in just a minute, because that was the end of round timer.
Sounds good.
Hello, everybody, and we are back. 2023 Canadian Nationals. This is round 8 of 9. This is the second draft game here between Michel.
That is Michel.
Versus Matt. It is a Prism mirror because why not?
Why not? Yeah, same pod. Hopefully only 2 prisms there, but we don't really know.
We do not really know. So we do see, let's say, a bit of a different equipment suite. That is an equipment suite on Matt's side. That is the full Ironhide plus Halo combo.
That's a nice 6 block.
That's what you do when you get that Herald and you don't have the pop, or you pitch a blue and you just block the Herald.
He's so immune to Herald of Erudition right now.
Okay, yeah, he's definitely immune to Herald of Erudition, but just like being able to pitch a blue and just like block any 6-power Herald is just extremely powerful.
Huge, exactly. Yeah. Oh, got the Chimera.
So Matt is going first.
Oh, he's using the Halo. Okay, well that makes sense. You want to use it as early as possible. Get the Spectral Shield so you can IRS for 4. It's way too good.
Yeah, it's also very good going second because generally like going second on this play, you just do it going second.
Because you refuel the hand.
Exactly.
So.
You refuel the hand, you get a Spectral Shield going second, and you can start your hand by pitching a blue and swinging for 4-go again. In this case, Matt is going to swing regardless for 4-go again. It looks like he has...
Yep. Well, he's going first, I guess. So in this case, he can't abuse that redraw.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's letting Michel filter a little bit here. Oh, he does have Surging Militia, so he's going to get damage across.
6
probably regardless. Yeah.
Oh, one of his poppers. It's too bad he has to attack with it. Oh, is it 5?
No, it's
not a popper. I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah,
he's going to squeak some damage usually just because when you block with 2 cards, it will gain the +1 for each non.
Oh, that's how you... Right.
So he's probably going to squeak 1 by.
All right, not a popper. That will go to 7. Yeah, okay.
Oh, no, he's got... Okay, so one of those was a 2-block. So it looks like it was a 3-block and a 2-block.
Took 1 from the Iris, 2
1
from
for the Iris.
Surging.
Yeah, so 3 damage. No arsenal, but 3 damage is still pretty good going first.
Not bad at all. Now he has to find a way to keep that Spectral Shield alive here.
That's going to be tricky.
Ooh, with a Phantasmify.
Oh, we said that in tandem, too.
Really good into Prism because you rarely have poppers into Prism.
And if he had poppers, they are now -1 on
our
side because that's Herald of Triumph.
There are no generic or light poppers that are 7, I believe.
So...
There is no way.
Celestial Cataclysm.
I'm sorry, there is Cataclysm. Thank you.
No, I proved that wrong.
Majestic, so...
yeah, Invigorating Light is a 6-power. That's like the light popper versus... there is like Lunar Tide is the shadow one.
That's one out, but shadow, unfortunately. Yeah, all right. Well, unless he has Cataclysm, I think this is going to be 12 damage to the face.
Yeah, this is a little bit difficult. Do you just give him you just ship the hand? I mean, I see an Invigorating Light.
I might ship the hand here. That is 2 block.
Oh, right? Okay, he doesn't want me to see. Oh no, he does want us. No, he doesn't want us to see it. Okay, he's flirting with us here.
I think I saw like a Herald of Ravages in there.
Okay. Oh, there it is.
2 Herald of Ravages, maybe.
Looks like a Belief. Ravages, something along those lines.
Ravages plus Belief. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
We are saying, he's giving armor this early. Okay, well, you don't really want that to go to Soul, I guess, so it makes sense.
You do not. Yeah, so he's going to block 6 + 6, so he's blocking 12.
There it is, yeah. I mean, he's probably happy to get all the armor out.
He is, and Matt still has a Spectral Shield, so assuming the last card in his hand was blue pitch, he can just swing back for 4 and probably get a little bit of chip damage.
Yeah, I think that's exactly his plan. Like you said, the Belief was a blue.
Yep, it was a blue.
Now he's immune to Erudition. Oh, not immune.
Now
sorry, he is vulnerable to Erudition.
Now you're really liking the Erudition.
I'm just waiting to see an Erudition.
It's because you saw it last draft.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, and I know it's out there.
Yeah,
there are some more out there. Luckily, there's no Luminaris to make it really broken.
No, now you're just asking for everything. You can't ask for. You got to temper your expectations a little bit. This is draft.
And we have not seen a single Luminaris ever. I think.
That's fine. I think that's correct. I don't think we need to see one.
All is well with the world.
All is fine. So we just see Michel kind of. Is that another red Phantasmify?
Is it blue or red? I can't tell.
That looks like a red to me.
Okay, man. Phantasmify is amazing in the mirror.
Oh, he's got the popper.
It was a popper. Okay.
So Herald Fantasy did have Dominate, but you know what? You only need one of? A popper.
Didn't matter. Yeah, exactly. I think this really will come down to who has the most poppers, honestly.
That is devastating. We gotta, I think we didn't really react properly to that play. Him having a popper.
So fast.
We really should have been a little bit more excited about that.
We should have shown the damage on the attack, I think, to make it more tangible.
Yeah, because I think that it's the second red Phantasmify. I can't imagine he's got any more red because it is rare in the bank there. So I can't.
5 more.
I really can't imagine him having that many more super impactful.
Yeah, absolutely. Ravages, very nice.
Yeah, so you have 4-go again, and then you're just pitching for Ravages. Michel at 12. He's definitely on the back foot here. He's gonna have to make water into wine here if he wants to back into this game.
Get back in here. Yeah, I mean, he has the 2 armor pieces, and Matt doesn't.
Well, Blood Drop doesn't block.
Yeah,
so
I know. Yeah. So he has 2, so he's like 14 health, but he has like an extra way to generate a resource, I guess.
Sure.
But
So
yeah.
the main way, like, Michel needs something to hit to get into Soul. So he needs either a Herald to hit, he needs to play like something like an Invigorating Light that just goes to Soul when you have no Soul. He needs some way to get to Soul so he can like play with Ironhide efficiently. So what you want to do with a blue is essentially push to blue. You block with Ironhide, you have your 2 floating, and then you create your Spectral Shield either during, if you need the extra prevention, you can do it during the actual turn, or
I guess after.
At the end, if you have like another blue, let's say your opponent's not doing anything particularly exciting.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then you just want to, forego again, just right in their face. So
and Matt's been very good at keeping that Spectral Shield alive, actually.
He's been very good at having a popper at that time.
True.
And that's
I guess
how you
not
win
really
here.
skill intensive there, but he did block fully on the 12, which I think was pretty important.
Michel is going to 4, taking the Ravages to the face.
My god. Or letting it went to Soul too, which is really important.
Yeah, like it's soul control here.
Is that another Phantasmify? He has another Phantasmify, by the way.
Is that it can't be a red. Surely not.
Surely. Do my eyes deceive me?
I mean, Variance is a cruel mistress, but I guess it's a good one in terms of Michel. Well, I mean, he's at 4 at the moment.
But then again, pop. Oh, it's blue. Yeah, okay. Oh, it's an Arclight Sentinel? He got everything.
So he pitched 6 for Arclight and then pitching another 3 to come in for 4 go again.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, Matt's kind of like, okay. Well, we know why he didn't block. He has 2 cards that don't block.
That's a very good point.
Phantasmify only blocks for 2. So he can only block 5 on the Herald for 6, and he has no kind of extra
He wasn't
armor
really going to
throw in.
pitch for the,
No, he'd have to pitch like Glisten to block another 2, and then you'd be like stuck with like Arclight in the arsenal, or Glisten in the arsenal. Which,
yeah. Both of them kind of terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, not where you want to be when you're the 1/4.
Yeah.
So,
now we are seeing, full block, of course, keeping the beautiful Spectral Shield alive.
Yep.
And it makes sense because you don't really want to do too much in your turn. You just want to attack the Herald.
Yep. No, he's gonna grab that Arclight, get Arsenal card. Kind of
not Herald, Arclight. Sorry.
Yeah, he's gonna get that Arclight. I mean, Michel's bought himself a little bit of room, but he took it to the face to do so. He took 7 damage from that Ravages.
7 damage plus 1, I think, from the Spectral
I think it was.
Shield.
I think it was was it a red? I don't know if it's red or yellow there, but
it is a red, so I think it was going for 7.
So 7 plus the extra 1 Arcane, I imagine.
Exactly.
Yeah, because he was a 12.
That makes sense. So it took 8 from it.
Yeah. So we do see a red protection now. If Matt has a popper here, I think it's game over. Like it's very, very hard to come back from that because you had to take 8 to be able to like deliver this essentially.
Exactly. This is the payout.
It's a little bit sad that Michel doesn't have something to lead in with, like maybe a Spears or a Zealous Belting.
Right.
To really like
Phantasmify.
force it out.
For 12.
Or a Phantasmify.
Why not?
This will be able to like create a Spectral and go to Soul on hit, which will make again the efficiency on the Ironhide a little bit better.
True.
But the thing is, with a Spectral Shoot up for Matt, it's pretty hard for the Herald to actually hit because you just block.
Right. You're covering that 1 extra floating damage. Yeah. So Matt might be happy just blocking for 6. Losing the his shield and then just coming back with like a good Herald or something like that.
Yeah, he might just block 9 here and
pitch
keep
for
the
the
Spectral Shield.
Yeah. Very efficient play. I think this is where you want to be.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, all you really need to do is you keep swinging the Spectral. Michel's a 4. Like this is lethal every single time.
Michel kept 2 cards actually, interestingly enough. Maybe he was assuming the Herald would have hit, so he could have paid for the Spectral Shield.
I don't know if he had a choice because Matt's turn was literally just hitting the Arclight. So I don't think there's much Michel could have done on that turn.
Yeah, that's a very good point. He didn't leak any damage for that, so it's fine.
Yeah, so Matt just showing him who has the real weapon here.
Yeah.
Swinging for 4 go again.
Shield bashing him.
Yeah, you really are using that Iris as a true 3 for 4 go again, which is.
I mean, that's the way it's intended to be used.
Yeah, I mean it is above rate as far as weapons go because a Nothos 3 for 4 doesn't come with go again.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Yep. And he has another card in Soul too. So it means that he can get another one.
True. So we do see another Glisten from Michel. Quite a few non-blocking cards, which is kind of interesting. But I think, pitching that for the Ironhide seems fine going down to 2. That is... Okay, so this must be the 4th Phantasmify? Because he
pitched the
4th
one. The one he pitched was blue, but this is the red one, I think.
This is his 3rd red Phantasmify? Variance is wild.
Wow, if you would have asked me which Prism deck I thought was better, I would have said the one with 3 Phantasmifys.
It's all fun and games until you just get popped.
Yeah, that hurts way
Oh,
too much.
that's not what you want to Phantasmify.
Belief, I guess, coming in for, that's probably like a 10 damage, right?
It's a 2 for 5, and then you add the Phantasma 5, which is the 1 for 5, I believe. So we're coming in for 10 with Phantasm.
Exactly, yeah. It is poppable. He made the impenetrable belief poppable.
It is poppable. I mean, Matt can either block for 9 plus a Spectral. He can ship the hand. I don't know if all his... It looks like most of his cards look like 3 blocks there. Herald of Rebirth, he's showing at the front.
Yeah.
Looks like I see another Herald or 2 at the back.
Yeah, or you just kind of take 10 and come back. Because there's no soul shenanigans with this. You know, it's like, you're not giving him a Spectral Shield with it. It's like basically 10 vanilla damage, which is a lot, but Matt or Michel being at 2 means that Matt can take liberties here with what he wants to keep.
I'll take 9.
Yeah, so he's going to take the 9 here. Because, I mean, Matt can just make another one. He's got one in soul, right?
Yeah.
So...
Yep, absolutely.
Michel at 2 is just so rough when you're trying to, like, prevent all this chip damage. So, yeah, he's going to start off with the Spectral. He's going to probably just wail at him for 4 and probably shove a Herald in his face.
Yeah, that's what I would do, probably. Yeah, although he did keep 3 cards in hand. Oh, I think he has a Phantasmify of his own.
He has a Spears of
it's Spears.
and Herald of Protection. I don't know what his arsenal card is.
He's got 1 floating, so he's probably going to pitch the Spears into the arsenal card.
Yeah.
Assuming it's a blue.
Yeah. I think Spears. He could also pitch the Herald for whatever's in arsenal.
Ooh, that might be lethal if he blocks 2 cards. Oh, they're both 2 blocks, eh?
Surging Militia. Okay.
Okay.
So he's going to keep the Spears for next turn. I mean, Spears is... like
It's
a very good opener. Yeah, there's no problem with starting with Spears.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
One of the few ways to go again besides the Iris.
See, this is why I love Surging Militia. Oh, it's like 99% of the time I just like get 1 across.
Yeah, it's a very good card. Yeah, I mean it's gonna get if you don't block, of course it's 5. If you block 2 cards, it's 7.
It's like a win-win, right?
Yeah.
And here Michel's at 1. There's a Spectral Shield on board. You just swing every turn if you can.
Yeah, this is gonna command 2 cards every turn now.
Yeah, Matt has Spears.
That's probably.
Oh, he's got Glisten. He's just gonna glisten it.
That's dirty.
That
very well played.
Oh yeah, and I just.
That was a game. I think Matt just kind of.
Matt did not relent.
He rolled with it. He rolled with the popper. I think that was the critical turn, right?
Yeah, it was the popper. Yeah,
there was a lot of damage taken. He got the popper there.
Yep.
And that was all the aggression just back on the other side, right?
Absolutely. Well deserved win. I mean, he fought against the Prism, had 3 Phantasmifies, 3 reds, 1 blue, with the Arclight Sentinel. Didn't really do that all that much, I guess. You really want to play it as like a surprise, but at the same time, he did buy himself a whole turn with it, so it wasn't that awful. But he took like 8 damage to do it.
Yeah.
A little rough, but it is how it is, and kind of as I thought, the poppers are really what determines the matchup, despite all the Phantasmifies.
Yeah, we just see, like, I don't think we saw a red Invigorating Light. I think we saw the blue one.
Yeah, it was blue.
But the red Invigorating Light, very good as, another light popper on the offense or the defense. So very, very, it is only a 2 block, but when you pop, it doesn't matter, as long as it blocks, period.
Yeah, exactly.
So pretty interesting way of showing how just 1 card just ends your aggressiveness streak. No?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it is the way it works. That's how the Prism mirrors work in general.
Yeah, no, I totally agree here. I'm Frank now, apparently.
Oh, hi, Frank. You're Frank all along?
I was Frank all along. I just unzipped the hoodie, and I'm just actually Frank underneath here. We're gonna roll with some pack 1 pick 1s.
Let's do it. That was a pretty quick game, I think.
That was a very quick game.
We have on the clock
20 minutes
left. We've got a box of packs here, so we're gonna keep packing in packing and picking
Goblin,
one.
Not God's Arena gave us some Tails packs to open. I'm not sure why.
I don't know if that's for us to open.
What is this for?
Let's wait and ask them.
Let's
I want to open packs that wasn't meant for us. We do have.
These are first set Tails too. That's spicy.
Where did you get those? So
okay, we're gonna wait back here.
Let's get the overview camera.
Ethan, can we get the
Mr. Van Sant? We would like the overview camera.
The manliest of descents.
I'm gonna open it anyway. Get this rolling.
Whoa. Okay, fine. Just open it anyways. Yeah.
Don't you just love opening packs?
I mean, we just saw you open about 4 boxes.
You helped me. You opened half.
I did open half of it. Yeah, I was there. I was there when Rob just ripped his life away here.
Okay. So I'm gonna wait. Ethan's gonna get this going for us. I'm gonna show cards 1 by 1 here. So we got blue Impenetrable Belief.
Oh yeah, I definitely see that. Look at that.
Oh my god.
Oh, there we go.
There it is focused.
Yeah, let me get chat up just in case anything's happening in the chat.
Yeah, red Ghostly. Oh, there it is. Okay. The tripod's back here. Tripod.
Red.
Okay. Can you get this closer to you? There you go. Yep. Oh, can we go infinite? No, never mind. I'm dumb.
Okay. Is this actually from the pack?
This
It
is the
is,
pack.
right?
Yeah, yeah. So we got Ghostly Red. I'll just wait till the camera comes up.
No problem.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Dang. It looks so good, too.
Looks better than before.
It does look better than before.
Before we were fighting
Oh,
with Claire.
you're improving
Always
during
improving.
the event.
There we go. I'm going to lay these out here. And then we can...
We might as well just be LSS at this point with this quality.
We are secretly LSS employees.
It's not even close to being true. Please do not listen to
We
Rob.
are not secretly employees.
Trying to get us canceled.
Oh, nice crackle. Okay, there's like no room.
I mean, you could put it up there. Yeah, you could just put it up there.
Oh. Oh, we can zoom out a bit.
Oh my god, the technology is overwhelming.
There are my legs. Oh, nice. We got a whole column here. Okay.
We haven't dealt with this amount of
Oh,
confidence
it's
in a
16
while.
cards, so it's perfect. Oh, a token, whatever. Yeah. Okay, 15.
Some moisture on this one. That's a little bit interesting. Okay.
I got excited.
Oh, that's gross. Okay, cool.
Oh, I'm sweating.
That's a little bit on the gross side. So our foil is Hungering Slaughter Beast. Nobody can tell because it's unlimited. So
Yeah, it's unlimited. Yeah.
your rare is Dimensional Gateway.
Dang, this pack kind of. I mean, this.
Your other rare is
Phantasmify
this
nice.
card. Remember this
The one
card
we just saw like 10 times? Yeah, that's the one.
You have Ghostly Visit, you have Yellow Belittle, you have Blood Drop
Yellow Dread
Yellow Screamer.
Not really a pack one, pick one, I'd say.
Anything you want to just like call off here? Because I'm kind of looking at this blue Boneyard.
Probably the Blue Herald. Hungering Slaughter Beast Blue is pretty useless. Take that out. Probably Yellow Dimensional as well. Most things that are like hero specific that aren't that great.
I think the Belief is like a very good card on like the second.
Blue Eclipse here. We'll take that out.
Second round in here.
Take Flight is okay, but it's not the one you want to pick with, since it's the blue.
Yeah, it's interesting because you can like wheel the blue Take Flight, so like it makes Engulfing Light a little bit better.
Exactly. I'm not too hot on the Dread
I think Yellow Screamer pack one, pick one.
Yeah.
The Rebirth is a red, Fano.
That is.
That is a red Rebirth.
Yeah, that one's quite nice. There was a Yellow Belittle, which I'm pretty okay with.
I don't know if it's pack one. Pack one, pick one. What was the rest of the Chane cards?
Right, good point.
So there were no other Chane cards.
No other Chane cards.
Literally, well, there's Ghostly Visit red, but it's not. It's Shadow, but it's not necessarily Chane.
Technically, yeah, I think it's more Chane than Levia, but it is both. I mean, you can pick Ghostly. This is Prism only, but it's very good in Prism.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is you could pick Rebirth and try to get Phantasmify on the wheel. I don't think many people prioritize that card that highly. Now, again, trying to read people's mind.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to do.
Yeah, I think the Yellow Belittle is just a little bit too early for this card.
Weak? Okay.
A little bit too weak.
I think with Blood Drop Brocade, it's not the greatest equipment, but it is something.
Engulfing Light is just like not the red charge card I want to like start on with Boltyn. It's like a pack one, pick one.
Take Flight's one you'd probably take. But Engulfing is not that great because you can block it fully with one card. So
and it's like you get Engulfing and you get like blue Take Flight on the wheel, which isn't like fantastic.
Right. You're not looking very strong for like locking yourself into Boltyn.
I think Phantasmify is not a pack one, pick one, in my opinion. I don't think it's
Go with
strong
the
enough.
Heralds?
Like we literally just saw why like this card can backfire. Like you take damage.
A single stone you wouldn't hog and you're dead.
Now I think if you have Dreamweavers, it becomes a little more interesting because it's just a 1 for 5. So you're you're on rate at that point, and it's good on rate because it allows you to go taller.
Kind of like the Spears of Surreality a little bit. 1 for 5, go again. Not bad at all.
Okay, so we got a couple left here. I think Crackle is good later. I don't think it's like as good as like a Seeds or something like that, especially in the pack one, pick one category. So I think we could probably take out Crackle.
I mean, that is another Chane card here, I guess, that we didn't consider.
It's Chane only.
Yeah.
We didn't see any Shadow.
No Shadow Runeblades.
No Shadow Runeblade cards
no
here.
Seeds. Nothing like that.
So,
oh man, it looks like we're really dwindling. Nope.
Do we? Okay. Great format. The best format. Blood Drop Rebirth, definitely Rebirth. Blood Drop creates Prism to your left, cutting off Prism completely. Rebirth picks leaves you most open. Yeah, if you do send the Rebirth, it is going to be a bit rough.
Yeah, I was pretty much between Rebirth and Blood Drop, I think. So I agree with maybe just taking Rebirth.
Yeah, the Ghostly is very good, but in this pack, I think there are stronger cards. It is a very strong card, though.
Yeah, all right.
So Blood Drop or Rebirth. I guess in that case, I'm probably picking the Rebirth now. What's your wheel here? Your wheel is actually Blue Ravages.
Yeah, and I think there was another card too.
I think these are very good wheels. Like I think I'm pretty happy to see either of these cards on the wheel. Like Blue Ravage is just a nice block 3. Belief really good against Levia, and more importantly Chane.
And you might get Phantasmify.
And you might get Phantasmify.
There's a chance it comes back.
And I don't think unless there's like diehard Prism Forcers on your left, they're just picking whatever Prism cards come
then you're
by.
kind of doomed a little bit, but
yeah,
it's still fine.
If that happens, it happens. I don't think you can really like plan too much.
All right.
Here, so I guess our pack one pick one's gonna be Rebirth.
Also backed by Fino, so I think we're okay with that. Let's go number 2.
Yeah, no. If you pass Rebirth, then no, I definitely agree. If you want any inclination of starting with Prism, you can't really pass the Rebirth.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very good.
Token. All right.
Let's on the side.
Yep, absolutely. Let's lay down the next 15 cards. So we got Yellow Rally, Red Frontline Scout, Blue Void Wraith, a red Inti.
Oh,
excited
baby.
about that? We've got Time Skippers. We got Blue Convulsions. Convoluted Oceans.
Red Ravages.
Red Foil
Ravages.
Foil
In case anybody really likes
Red
foil.
Deadwood I like a lot. Yellow Spears. I'm sorry, Spheres.
Yellow
Engulfing.
Spheres.
Okay, here we go. So
Pack looks
Blue
very
Dream
similar.
Screamer, Jet Screamer.
You have the Blue Ravages, the Red
We've got these
Crackle, the
guys
Yellow
again, all
Dream
three of them
Screamer. I feel
again.
like we literally just saw half of these cards.
Okay, so I think we already dismissed these guys pretty much from last pack because we already have a Herald of Ravages that kind of.
I mean, the blue will probably come on the wheel. Again, not a ton of. There's only one Boltyn card. That's Engulfing
Light. Again. Red Engulfing.
I mean, we could take out like Yellow Rally. We could take out Blue Void Wraith.
Yeah,
like, let's start cleaning this up a little bit.
Yeah, Time Skippers is great. Convulsions Blue is great.
I don't think you first pick Convulsions.
Yeah, you wouldn't take it.
I don't think you first pick Skippers either.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Because that's pretty much a Levia pick. I don't know if. Well, no, you can
we get
Prism
Piercing, we get Spears. Like these are all just like very situational cards depending on where you are in the draft. So we can take those out.
All right.
As much as I love Frontline Scout, I don't think I'm pack one picking that. We can take Blue Ravages, good for the wheel.
Goodbye Frontline
Screamer, goodbye Frontline Scout.
All right, what do we got?
Again, Crackle is like one of those strong cards, but just not strong enough to pack one pick one in this pack.
Yep.
Unfortunately, Inti is just not.
Kick to the curb. Goodbye.
I love it because it usually comes back. I don't love it because I want to pack one pick.
It's a loyal card.
Yeah.
Comes back for a lot of people. No one takes it.
So I think it's up to these three, honestly. I don't, like, I'm not saying they're all equal. I think we've narrowed it down to these three.
Yeah. This being 7 attack, I think, is very important because you're going to probably guarantee the Soul plus the 1 Arcane.
Honestly, I think the Ravagers is just better than...
Yeah, I agree. This is late game. Captain's Call will be pretty good. Or late draft, I mean.
I think your issue is if you run Captain's Call, like, you're not really in... Like, what if you get past... What if Prism's actually open and you just pass that and you have Captain's Call?
Exactly. I think the danger with passing this up is that someone else is going to take it.
Yeah. Also, the yellow call is a little bit less premium than the blue, in my opinion, specifically in Chane, because you're really looking for the 0. Like, you don't need the 1.
No,
the 1 is fine, but, like, you don't really need it. I think the blue is usually a lot more flexible.
All right, I guess we're Prism mains.
I guess we're all just Prism forces. And again,
Prism.
Engulfing Light, it's no take flight. There is an argument to be made the fact there's no other Boltyn cards.
All right, wait. I want to do the next one.
Okay.
You want to open a pack?
Yeah.
Okay, Ethan's going to bless the pack with his luck.
No, I'm going to do it. I'm going to pack one, pick one.
Oh, sounds good. Let's get in between us here. Or on the left.
Yeah, I'll scoot. We'll share.
Okay, yeah,
we'll halvesies it.
Oh my God, I'm going to fall through the chairs.
Ninth ranked limited player in the States right here.
Oh.
Top 20 world.
Share your wisdom, please.
You ready for the wisdom? It's literally what you two have already done. Take the red Prism card.
Nice.
I mean, there wasn't really anything competing.
Easy. Yeah, they're showing up there.
Well, that's the problem with pack one, pick one in this format is you don't know if Prism's actually open or not, you should just take the red Prism card.
Yep.
So pack one, pick one's like kind of warped.
Ooh,
I will normally pick hooves first, though. Anytime I see it, and like there it is. It isn't foil.
But then you're passing puppetry.
I don't care about puppetry. Just roll scabs.
Oh
wait, wrong format. Okay, so this actually kind of a more intricate one to decipher here because there's no red
herald. Well, okay,
we have something to talk about.
Chat, what do we do? There's no red herald, chat.
Doesn't matter anymore.
We need guidance.
Red Adrenaline Rush, blue Illuminate, red Seek Enlightenment, yellow Speed Shadow, a Stubbies, blue Invigorating Light, Shadow Puppetry, foil hooves, baby, value drafting. Hey, this would have been stamped full foil at Nats.
It would have been gold foil.
Oh, right.
Blue Riftbind, yellow Bolt of Courage, yellow Unworldly Bellow, yellow Enigma Chimera, blue Rip, red Cross, and blue hungering. So finally, we can pick apart something that's not just obviously Prism, because the only Prism card that you're taking here is something that just kind of ends up in your deck. Like something that all of the quality of what's left on Prism here is kind of the stuff that just wheels and you take, because like Enigma blocks 3. It's not one you're normally looking for. This is a blue card that you can run in Prism. That's fine. So none of these probably do make it as pack one, pick one.
I agree.
Because if
These
you're
are
forcing,
wheel cards.
Yeah, if you're forcing Prism, there's already a bunch of stuff that you just don't mind ending up in your deck. So you want to take the power card over it instead, since there's no obvious Herald.
Ask for a new pack. There's bad Prism cards. Is that an option? Can we do that?
No.
Okay.
We're going forward. So you trim those. None of that's worth picking first. Spew Shadows also.
I like how you left the Spew Shadows just chilling there for
well,
a while.
we were going for the
We're going
the
the
light.
Prism wheel cards first.
In terms of the light cards, you've got cards that are actually pretty good in Boltyn across the board here. You do need a critical amount of charge cards, but you'd never go out of your way for the yellow bolt first. The front pumps on Boltyn can be quite nice to just like force you to go wide.
Yeah.
So Red Seek is something that's valuable, but it's not something you're going to go out of your way to pick in Boltyn, because it doesn't check every box. You know, it's not blocking 3. It's the front pump you want, but it's something that you're going to develop your deck around when you know like kind of what it's missing. Is it missing the pumps? Is it missing the charges? Then you kind of decide there. So I wouldn't go there.
I think Cross the Line's similar.
Cross the Line's similar.
Charge, right?
Exactly.
You really want to open up to charge cards early.
Right.
Build around that.
This is like one of those critical mass charge cards you need in red, which is nice, but it's one of the 1-cost slots.
Oh,
It's once again not like best in slot at what it's doing.
For a lot of good stuff.
But it's close. In terms of pack one, pick one, though, I think you do have to ignore it, because there are more powerful cards up here. Similarly, if we like kind of look at the Chane stuff, the blue Blood Debts are never worth picking early. Because if you end up with too many of these, right, because you do need a large amount of blues in Chane, relatively, like, like around 10. So you don't really want them to all be blue Blood Debt cards, though, because if those are what you end up banishing, then you can get a little stuck and you're not really playing the rate you want.
Absolutely.
So you wouldn't end up with these early either.
Get them out of here.
So now you've got the Levia cards to look at, which
of course.
I never pick.
We got you here for Levia cards. Let's go.
The blue Blood Debt cards that are not exactly Graveling Growl or Dread Screamer, I almost like never
Immediately toss them to the wayside.
Because one of the things you're doing with Levia early is, and even late game, is you need like very adaptable hands of like what to block with, what, like what's your blocking play, what are you pitching back into your deck, yada yada, for Medax. And these blue Blood Debt cards basically like never check the box you want in second cycle. Like this guy is a 2-card hand for 5. That's going to cost you 3 cards from your grave and not refill it with a 6.
Yeah.
So it's like not really what I'm ever trying to go for, unless I know I've got like a lot of unworldlies to maybe make my hands unlock a better curve or something. But I think these ones suck. Like blue Hungering Slaughter Beast, blue Boneyard Marauder.
Yeah.
I would literally
Writhing Beast Hulk maybe. That one has like
that one can be dominate, but it's only 4. It's only 4, right? And if people are smart about their armor against Levia, they'll just hold it until a situation like that.
That makes sense.
So really, it's like Blue Dread Screamer. Is an attack that's worth going for, and then what I say?
Graveling Growl.
Oh yeah, Graveling Growl as well, because you want any dread you see to be in a great play. Anytime you see a dread, you want it to be good. So you need to unlock the curve that makes it good, which is most of the time like just drop a dread. Or drop a Graveling, rather. You don't really want to dread into Medax, because you're sacrificing what could have been a really good rate play.
Or 4 pitch, rather, right? So it's
which might just be 9 damage. So you'd rather trade that one card you're playing into even a blue Graveling Growl, because that'd be 11 damage if it's the red.
So that being said,
I don't like this one. Yellow Unworldly is not first pick material, but this is a very good quality Levia card. It's very much in there with like what you need to do to round out a Levia deck. These
non-attack
yellows
also into Boltyn.
Non-attack into Boltyn.
Account for.
The yellows that are really good are like one of the cores that I try to develop pretty early on in a Levia deck, because the entire first cycle you're paying into Smash with Big Tree, you're paying into Medax. So any like good yellow at all is actually insane, because you got to consider what it's doing to kind of juice your second cycle when you're playing into Blood Debt, which is kind of perfectly what Unworldly can do. But it's not first pick
pack
material.
One, pick one? Okay.
Not pack one, pick one.
Get out of here.
Now you've got kind of the more interesting core. I think for me, always, I just pick the hooves, because I want to play Levia,
of course,
and I need a hooves in the deck
you need it.
to make that deck as good as it can be. Like, to unlock the ceiling of Levia deck.
Time skippers as an option, but it wasn't as good by far. It costs way too much.
I'm biased on this, though.
Let's look objectively.
Yeah.
Let's look at like
That's pretty objective.
the OP.
well, actually, yeah. In a way, You do have 2 cards that are in that similar thought process, though. Like, if you're trying to play the best chain deck,
exactly,
you'll need this in your list. If you're trying to play the best, well, yeah, just Boltyn really, because, or sorry, just Chane, because Boltyn really wants Gallantry over this. So if you're trying to play the best chain deck in the room, then like you probably want to pick the stubbies here. But Chane's kind of hard to, like, kind of end up with a great chain deck. Like
you might end up creating one passing the puppetry. It is possible that someone opened like really good pack one, pick one chain stuff. They see the puppetry, they think Chane's open.
I think it's godly now.
I mean, it doesn't really matter because you're in the seat in front of them. But like,
that's fair. I almost don't mind like creating the chain though when you're passing this kind of stuff because normally Chane is one of the less contested heroes anyway. So there's going to be a chain somewhere, and I don't mind like knowing that all of my pack 2. Like, you know, someone's stealing the chain, like, who cares? So the only time that starts to get in trouble is if they're pulling, like, the good shadow cards above me. But that's where Levia and Chane actually don't share that much of the card pool. Like, the chains can go for the Lunar Tides, but they're only going to do it if they're trying to fill, like, a popper quota. Because a lot of the time their deck is just, like, so... Oh, man, like, they need their blues, they need their blood deck cards. Sometimes they actually have to pass up on some of the shadow pieces that Levia doesn't mind picking up. So I don't think I mind sending the chain stuff over Levia even. So then it leaves Adrenaline Rush as like, I don't want to play Shadow, and I just kind of like want a good card.
Yeah, just stay open with a good card.
It is the Adrenaline. Like, this is fine in Boltyn, fine in Prism. Actually, literally fine in everything.
I think it's actively good in Boltyn because you can give it go.
Yeah, definitely.
That's true. Boltyn
definitely
can do
good.
that.
I mean, you're passing, like, if some of this Boltyn stuff wheels and you see some good Boltyn stuff coming your way, you could be in a pretty good spot for Boltyn, like Seek Enlightenment, Cross the Line, Yellow Bullet.
That's true. This pack wheels very well for Boltyn.
This wheels very well for Boltyn. So I'm actually inclined to look at the Adrenaline Rush. Not because I don't like playing Shadow. I do like playing Shadow heroes, but I'm a little bit scared of passing Puppetry or Stubbies and picking the other because I really want both. Because I'm just very greedy and I want the best chain deck. If I'm playing Chane, I don't want to play a middling chain deck. It just doesn't really work for me.
Yeah, you get fatigued too easily.
If one of these 2 weren't in the pack and I only saw the other, that would lean me more towards picking one of those 2. I generally like to get like the belittles and stuff before I see the stubbies and like try to do that kind of thing, or more of like the good blood deck. Again, picking the early hooves is also quite reasonable.
I mean, that's probably one of the best armor pieces currently in the draft.
Yeah, I think I picked the Adrenaline Rush only because I'm getting a good wheel. Otherwise, it's pretty close to me between the Adrenaline Rush and the hooves. If I saw like a good wheel for Levia, like I could get the Unworldly, but if there's like one other Levia, this could be gone. And then there's just blue Slaughter Beast, so I'm just stuck with like nothing. That's kind of my thought process.
I actually really like Spew Shadow and Levia. So for me, in terms of like what the wheel is, this one's obviously better than the Spew. But I don't mind ending up with either one of these. And if it's worst case, at least this is a blue block 3. I don't want too many of them in the deck, but I do need about 8 blues in a Levia deck, so I can take it. But I really don't see anyone taking Spew in the first pass.
No.
And yet I really want this card. I think I play Levia like super aggressive in draft, unlike almost like how we've seen it played on stream so far. Everyone seems to be very hesitant to lean into Blood Debt. Baby, if I know the quality of my deck, I'm playing into Blood Debt. If I know my deck
you have a good deck, you're playing to kill him.
I don't need to trust anything but like the deck I built. And if I think that deck is gonna play the way I want it to play, the way I drafted it, then I'll just play into Blood Debt. Like, who cares?
All right. I'm in agreement. I think I want hooves.
Yeah, and so one of the key things I'm trying to do with that aggressive play is pull out Dreads because I'm banishing a lot. And I think on average, it's like not really more likely to play into 2 light heroes, but generally I feel like that's what happens in my Levia is like my round 1 is either the other Levia or the Chane because of how you're going to pair against the farthest seat. And then my next 2 rounds are like Prism. It's like generally how the Levia rounds go. So, yeah, I'm super locked here, I think.
Let's see if anyone agrees in chat.
And
do we have time for one more?
Puppetry is also not in the middle.
No, okay.
We bought enough time.
That was fun.
2 chains,
Got to open some
way
packs.
more hooves, Create a Levia onto your left. Yeah, I think being worried about what you're creating to your left is kind of psychs you out at some point. You can't just be worrying about what or what not people might do to your left. Like people, because you don't know what they're opening pack 1, pick 1. Right, so if they're opening the juice and they're opening a bomb and they just lock it, right? So I think to a point, yeah, you're creating various decks by passing other cards, but you really do have to look at what you're gonna get on the wheel and like what you want to be playing. So I think the hoof strategy I think is good. I think if someone wanted to really force Chane, I think passing the puppetry and saying that you're going to be open to Levia when you've passed Hooves is a little bit stretching it for me. I don't think that's true. I think someone seeing Hooves pass to them seems a little bit loose to say you could still go into Levia, but if you really want to go into Chane, I mean, puppetry is puppetry. Very good card.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very premium card.
But what if you just banish it because you're Chane?
What if you banish it?
And that's why no one plays Chane.
Yeah, that's the hard part. You can't really rely on one
Then
card.
you just got to get good. I don't know. I don't know how else to just hit properly.
Yeah, you're right.
It's just a skill
Banish
issue.
properly.
Yeah. But I like the Adrenaline Rush just because, like, there was some... I'm pretty happy with any of those three. I mean, less so... Like, if I get the red Seek Enlightenment and see, like, the red cross the line, I'm pretty happy that I don't think... And I get, like, some decent Boltyn cards.
Right.
I'm okay to Boltyn because that Adrenaline Rush can really turn the game.
It is
as a
premium in
2-for-7.
Boltyn. I think it is best in Boltyn, and you can make a really good Boltyn deck just relying on that card solely, actually.
All right, also...
A few charge cards in there.
Sorry, real quick. I don't think you guys were here for this, but we do have some standings from round 6. People in chat are asking. I'm going to throw them on screen.
We can throw up the standings.
Put them on there. Okay.
We are missing a couple were cropped on the print list. It's actually not the photo. The print list itself is missing some lines.
Well, we see top 12 at least.
Yeah.
Or top 16. So
Yeah, so this is before draft 2.
Prior
to draft 2.
Yeah. So Tariq number 1 currently, and then there's Yuki is there on 5th. Michael Jasker is there, and Sean Dollywall.
Dilk
Yeah,
16th,
some names
yeah.
definitely recommend. Oh, Isaac's there, 13th.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I think it's still, still definitely. We still had three games.
Yep.
After this, of course, we are just finished round 8.
7.
Oh, round 7.
No, that was
round 8. That was round 8.
One
There's
more.
One more round in the day.
One more. Yeah.
Okay, I guess 9:15 here.
Wow.
And one more
It's
round in the
already
day here. Already 9:15. Yeah.
Wow, I think this venue was like until 9 or something.
Yep. No, that totally makes sense. I think we're going to. Is that time of the round yet? Yeah, we've already called time in the round.
We might cut to a break then, I guess.
Yeah, we'll cut to a short
come
break.
Back for round 9.
This time's already been called. They're probably just waiting. Yeah, final round. And then we'll show the standings after 9 rounds of day 1.
Perfect.
And then we'll call it.
All right, see you soon.
everyone, and welcome back to 2023 Canadian National Championship. So a little short break here. This is the last round.
Last round of day one. It's been a ride. Glad to have you in the box today. How you feeling, Eric? It's been a couple hours.
A little tired. Not gonna lie. Yeah, Cube took a lot out of me.
Yeah, I know. You had a hard time selecting those Rune Blade cards.
Just counting all the rune chants you had was just
That's
like
right.
math that I wasn't expecting to do today.
Yeah, that's what Math Viserai is all about.
Math Viserai is all about it. We're gonna have Tariq.
Yeah, we're gonna have Tariq.
We're gonna have Tariq versus Oscar.
The reigning champion against another young upstart trying to grab that crown off his head.
The young Albertan? I think Oscar is Albertan.
No, he's from Montreal.
He's from Montreal.
Yeah. Quebecois.
It's the same, no? No, I guess it's not.
Yeah, there we go. And Oscar on Boltyn. This time he was on Chane in the first draft.
Yeah.
And Tariq still on Levia. So I don't want to say preference, but it looks like some of these players that have practiced a lot of drafts and gotten comfortable, they appear to be kind of leaning in the direction where other players aren't picking, basically. Like seeing a lot of guys at the top tables draft Shadow because other players are forcing the light heroes.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I mean, Tariq did draft Levia first draft, yeah?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so we'll see what he's got as far as equipment. Hooves is a good start. Ebonfull is also a very good. It looks like a cold. Is that a cold foil Halo Illumination? It looks real shiny on the Oscar side there. And then we see Gallantry Gold. So both these heroes having
the crucial
piece of equipment. Yeah, Gallantry Gold and Hooves. It looks like Oscar is going first. So going to like Halo, get the card in Soul.
Yep, and I think that's pitching a red across the line here. So if he wants, he can still pitch another card to hatch it and just craft the hand.
It is a blue.
Sorry, yeah, it's a blue.
0 for 1, but we'll see how we do. So we have the Halo. He's looking to definitely charge one more time. I don't know how ham he really wants to go turn 1. I mean, the chances of Tariq have a bunch of no blocks, I guess it is possible.
Right.
Try to ship some damage through.
But then also giving Tariq the opportunity to fill that graveyard up for free.
Yeah, he's not doing it. Oscar knows better here, so he's just gonna arsenal the card and pass. Yeah. Which is fair. You don't really want, because some Levia hands are just real clunky early.
Yeah.
We do see Void Wraith just a 2 for 5 here.
Mm-hmm.
Pitching Smash with Big Tree Blue. Smash with Big Tree Blue. So that is just gonna be a 2 for 5. A little bit of that recursion package we got going. So I'm curious to see if Tariq has any other pieces there. Maybe a Howl.
Yeah.
Or it could just be like Ghostly and Void Wraith, something like that still works.
Yeah, even just getting a bunch of that out if he's got enough of Dread Screamers to go again into those attacks.
Yep. Dread Screamer, Unworldly Bellow.
Yeah, and you know what? The Hooves, right? The Hooves are just always there.
Yeah, the Hooves are just always there, just doing a having that extra piece, so you can Screamer, go again, play something Hooves, and then play the Void Wraith if you don't have like that extra attack, but you have the pitch for it.
Yeah, or if you end on an attack that banishes, taking 1 Blood Debt from a Void Wraith early on, but then getting to play it out right away. It doesn't start up your Blood Debt countdown the same way that other cards would. And
Totally
Oscar is
true.
shaking his head, not happy with, I think, maybe drawing a couple of take flights all at the same time, maybe?
Maybe I wouldn't be happy blocking 2 take flights either, but it looks like it was at least a blue.
Right,
We do see Express Lightning. I think the key is you do need to keep 3 cards to take flight, because you need a pitch, take flight, charge, axe. That's usually what you're going to do here, but...
And he didn't want to just take 5.
No, it looks like at least one of the take flights was a blue here. We're looking at Tariq's hand. Spew Shadow, blocking 2, Pulpin blocking nothing. Looks
Brandish.
Like Brandish? Looks like
Brandish
double
Belittle.
Brandish Belittle. Interesting. So you think he started in a different deck and maybe kind of pivoted into Levia? I'm not. I mean, Brandish is good just all the time, I think. Brandish is good, Belittle is good, but not really what you're going to be looking to pick necessarily going into Levia.
Yeah, I can actually chime in here because he was talking to me about this draft. He said that he's really eager to go back and watch the draft POV.
Oh, yeah?
Because he apparently was Boltyn for a long time.
Right.
And
that makes a lot more sense.
Pivoted into Levia and then somehow ended up in a 3 Levia pod. So he thinks something went crazy wrong, but he's not sure where it was from his POV.
I guess
the end result was just so bad.
I guess he's probably happy that we got this all on tape.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll be able to watch it back here. So he's got a bit of a hybrid deck going on. But Brandish, you know what? If it hits, your Meat Axe does get +1. It's not the end of the world.
Totally reasonable.
Yeah, it's not Iris or something like that. It's a little bit harder to extract value out of that, but he's going to get the 3 block out of Oscar.
And Oscar, would be one of the big beneficiaries for another player leaving Boltyn to go draft the Levia cards. But at the same time, maybe, some of those consistency pieces went into some of Tariq's would rather not be playing pile. And, Oscar is going to be a bit jealous of the belittle and whatnot, or maybe a Minnoism if we saw one later on.
No, that's totally fair. So Tariq just going ahead, Boneyard Marauder. 1 for 6. He's going to banish that Void Ray, so he's going to start his counter. But that he can play that out of banish, so it's not like not always going to be there. He's going to take 1 from it, though. He didn't banish a 6, so he's going to take that 1 Blood Debt and go to 18 at the end of his turn. Oscar just kind of deciding what he wants to block here. I think it looks like he's thumbing over, keeping an Engulfing Light in another... No, sorry, Express Lightning in another card.
That's not a Spill Blood, is it, in the back there?
Oh, that is Spill Blood, yeah. Why is everyone getting Spill Blood today? I feel like I've seen Spill Blood just spilled across the floor with all these draft decks here. I've seen it like 4 or 5 times today in different decks.
Yeah, and Oscar is hoping that it spills him into some success because, coming near the end of day 1, any of these losses can be pretty rough on your chances for making top 8 tomorrow.
Yeah, one of these players is going to go X3. So that just kind of means you can't lose any more games. It is going to be another Take Flight. That looks like a red Take Flight, and that's going to hurt a little bit. But you do have Spill Blood, so if you have a blue, you can obviously Spill Blood. You have 2 soul, you could just attack. So it's probably a blue Express Lightning, and he's just going to try to Spill Blood and get a little bit of aggression. Tariq taking the 1. Yeah, so that is a blue Express. He's going to hit that. We saw Yuki do almost the exact same thing before, so we're just rewinding here. So that's going to be 4 Dominate. He is going to be able to give it go again off Boltyn. If he so chooses, I imagine he will. Can't really see why he wouldn't want to.
4 and 5 total.
So it's going to be 4 if he blocks with an attack action. He didn't charge, so that's irrelevant. But there's going to be 4 Dominate. Unworldly Bellow Yellow, I mean, we just talked about it, Ethan. Touting how good it is. This matchup even better. Assuming Aftermath. Yeah, so 6 could be Dominate, a blue Void Wraith, and a yellow Endless Maw. So not looking like... Oh, is that Smash with Big... No, is this Smash with Big Tree? It looks like Endless Maw.
Yeah,
did I get a Levia card correct?
Oh.
I got one.
Where's the soundboard for that, Ethan?
There's got to be something for that. I don't...
Wow, Ethan, great moves. Keep it up. Proud of you.
Okay.
That's great.
That, except pretend it said Eric.
Yeah, I mean,
there you go.
At least it starts with the E. We got close enough there. It is getting a little late, so we're just going to use what we have on the soundboard.
Yeah, and it's a late day for Tariq as well. On his 9th round of Flesh and Blood.
He looks like he's running on some fumes here.
Flesh and Blood is hard.
Yeah, that's right.
Flesh and Blood is hard.
We should pipe this into the players' headsets for the future features so that they have to listen to any soundboard clips.
Yeah, that would be a way to make the game a little more colorful, if it's not already colorful enough. So what do you think? You think he's shoving a card in front of this?
I think he has to put 1 card here and 1 card in front of the other axe because I know you can play like a 2 or 3 card hand here, but it's not like it's a really favorable spot for him to do so, right?
Yeah, because I think you can always just keep a blue and send the Void Wraith. Like that's reasonable. Or a yellow and keep the Void Wraith.
Clear the Blood Debt out of there.
Clear the Blood Debt. If you're feeling spicy, well, not spicy, but you can throw the Consuming at him. Keep a blue. You'd have to keep a blue for that specifically, though. So you keep a blue. I don't think you're not additional costing there. You're just 3 for 6ing.
Yeah.
And at that point, it might just be worth blocking for 2 because then you get an engrave. It is a hit engrave.
Yeah, and plus, you're saving your life total for a more impactful turn in the future, right?
Yeah, and he only has Boneyard. Tariq only has Boneyard Marauder in there, right? Because he banished the other 3 cards to the Boneyard Marauder. So
no Unworldly Bellow unless something really weird happens.
Yeah, so I think he's just going to give him the Unworldly Bellow. Only 1 card, unfortunately, because of the Dominate. So looks like you're going to have to go again. He's going to be taking 1, going down to 17. And this one's coming in for 5 because, of course, mind and body. Mind and body, +1/+1, right? So Hatchet Mind getting the +1 because of the body.
And Oscar's an outward-facing Boltyn player.
He is an out. Is that? I think we said inward is better. No. Oh, in the mirror. In the mirror, we said inward was better.
Right. Maybe it's the other way around against Levia.
Oh, maybe you go outwards versus everybody else and go inwards in
against
the mirror.
Other Boltyns.
Yeah, we're just making hacks for this game.
That's right.
Right. So, is he gonna? I'm sure he's gonna give him 1 card. I mean, it's dominated. You just probably. I think the thing is, it's like, well, you give him 3. It's actually kind of pseudo blocking for 2 because of the.
Right.
No, that's a lie. He didn't charge. Why do I keep tricking everybody?
Well, and what's he gonna do with the extra card if he doesn't block, right? Like, it's got to be a block here.
Yeah, he's not going wide on this hand. I think he would have probably kept Unworldly if he wanted to play it.
I mean, that being said, the hooves are gonna be live after this, but
yes, By live, we mean that it's blocked, so now you can freely use it without feeling bad about using it without a block.
Yeah, that's right.
Using it without having blocked with it. Holy moly!
Important Flesh and Blood skill is not feeling bad about your play, because it'll reduce your, confidence in your abilities for future rounds or future plays.
I feel like it's that and reading.
Reading is
those are reading is hard.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like the two key skills that you really do need to succeed here.
Yeah. All right, and we're gonna say 1 damage here. That's good reading on both players' parts.
Yes. So he's gonna leak another one. So he kept the other Void Wraith. He's gonna, what is that? Oh, it's the pulping we saw earlier. Yeah, we just see that pulping in his hand. So that is what he ended up putting. He does have the consuming, so one of those is gonna be a hit.
Yeah.
The consuming aftermath, that is.
And I guess that he'll be able to play this Void Wraith out of the.
Yeah. So he did hit the consuming aftermath.
Yeah. So this is 6. Go again, dominate, and unless it's blocked by 2 cards, in which case the flipping loses the go again.
Yeah, draw and discard. He did that. So if it's 6, it gains dominate, of course. But as you said, it will, yeah, exactly. Thank you. And it's 2 non-equipment. So unless Oscar has what's that card? What's the D react called again? Is there the 2 for 4?
Rise Above.
Rise Above. So unless he has Rise Above specifically in the arsenal, I don't really.
5.
Yeah, he doesn't. So he's just coming in for 5 off this Void Wraith here. So this is quite good because again, you're still filling your grave here. You've got some more hits.
Yeah, bluffing the pummel here.
Definitely bluffing the pummel. I mean, you don't become the champ by not bluffing the pummel.
That's right.
I mean, as an Oldham player, I think that was Tariq's mainstay 2022. No, you just always bluff the pummel.
Always bluff the pummel. Always just remind your opponent that my tunic is on 3 count.
Yeah, my tunic's on 3. I have 1 floating, so I really have 2 floating, and I have pummel.
And so Oscar, looking at this, it didn't really have the option to block that pulping, so took the 6. But now there's 5 coming at him, and do you think it's too early in the game for him to just take this, go down to 6, and try to assemble a counterattack, or do you think that it's like depending on what he has in his hand, maybe he's just got to go on the gas?
It's tough to say. I mean, he hasn't blocked with Gallantry yet, and I think the key is when you see him block with it, he might be loading up for a V turn,
right,
along those lines. But outside of that, I mean, I don't know if it's listed in front of me, but he seems to just be wanting to be a little bit more fair, charge a soul, something axe,
a
little bit more. Tariq hasn't shown that he has anything super explosive yet, just kind of raw damage other than this pulping. So that's kind of the first way he's auto chip damage versus the spill blood on the Boltyn side. Looks like Bolt of Courage, Invigorating Light, and another card in Oscar's hand. Can't quite see it.
Just gonna count my deck while
Nothing particularly crazy. Oh, it looks like Adrenaline Rush. So we were talking about Adrenaline Rush in Boltyn being quite good. Specifically here, you can pitch a blue. If that's a red, he'd be lower life, so it's a 2 for 7.
That's pretty good.
You could give it go again off the Boltyn, and you could swing with Axe for another 2. So it's a nice 2-card 9.
Yeah, 2-card 9 is very good, actually, especially in draft.
I feel like whenever you can get more than, 4 value? 3 times 4. Well, math is hard. 3 value off each of your cards.
That's pretty good draft.
You're in a good spot, yeah. So we're going to be blocking with this Bolt of Courage and this Gallantry Gold for 4.
Taking 1.
Taking 1 going to 10. So I think he might be looking to that play I just said, but he would be giving up his last piece of soul. Oh, no, he has 1 more card in hand.
Yeah, so maybe he's going to do some sequence involving using Gallantry Gold and then the Hatchet.
It's okay. I haven't looked at it.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
I put him face down.
Yeah, okay, so we're going to just have...
Oh, there's 5 cards on Tariq's side. That's awkward. Okay. So I don't know if he shuffled or not, but...
I haven't moved them.
Yeah, so he hasn't moved them, so we do know which card it is.
Random.
So it should be the bottom card on that stack, but we'll see...
Yeah, how the judge chooses to resolve this.
Looked at any of them.
We do have experienced judges here, so I think that will come to a pretty reasonable ending here.
Yeah, we do have our head judge Fred on the case here.
Yeah, and you know what? This is a really nice reason for why players like Tariq, they'll often lay out their cards that they draw at the end of the turn before looking at any of them, because
everyone's tired. It's late. People are gonna this is gonna happen to everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not.
So now at least the fix is we put a card back instead of you get Thoughtseized, right? At least theoretically.
Yeah, being Thoughtseized isn't great.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, I think he's just demonstrating to him what the motion that he did. Yeah, and then they're going to just do it yeah, because it's effectively random.
Yes. It's going to be put on
Those were all unknown quantities in the deck at the time that they were drawn. Yeah. And so, you know, hopefully it doesn't derail Oscar's train of thought here too much as he's activating this Gallantry Gold and coming in with the axe.
Yeah, he's just trying to get a little bit of damage through with the axes. He did take a little bit, but coming through, he is going to be able to Adrenaline Rush here if he want. Well, I mean, he would probably, because he needs to give this go again, right? So he's not going to have any soul.
So maybe he's got another Take Flight.
You can roll, you can choose.
In the arsenal, maybe.
Yeah, he's got to have something in the arsenal here, huh?
I think it's got to be the arsenal play because otherwise there's no additional attack that comes after the second hatchet, right?
Yeah, he might be like giving this go again. Maybe there's just like a Take Flight in the arsenal or something. We did see him block with a bunch of them.
Yeah, maybe he's just flush on Take Flights. Like, it's just like, that was his draft.
Take Flight dot deck.
Yeah, exactly. He's just waiting around to see the V of the Vanguards come, and it's just 8 or 9 Take Flights.
Yeah, no, that I think so. So he's going to give the hatchet go again. Tariq obviously not blocking here, is already getting the buff. Not too much you can do here. There's
yeah, actually,
Take Flight
there's
in
a
hand.
Take Flight in hand,
Yeah, there's a Take Flight everywhere. It's Take Flight. It's like Tariq's on Bellow dot deck.
Yeah.
But it's Take Flight dot deck. But that was Tariq's first draft. That wasn't this one here. Probably wishing he had those Unworldly Bellows into Boltyn, though. So, I mean, Oscar had the plan. He's kind of thinking about it.
Right, now remembering he's got 1 resource, not 2 here.
That is important. That would be very good if he still had 2.
Yeah.
I mean...
shaking his head, maybe remembering that he doesn't have 2 cards in Soul. Maybe that was the problem. Because then he would be able to go Hatchet and then pitch another card into attacking with the Adrenaline Rush. That might have been what he had in mind.
Yeah.
But now he's thinking that he could have blocked. Well, I guess it would have been 1 damage, right? If you're always activating the Gallantry Gold. So it's not strictly a negative. It just depends on how you can kind of, navigate his way around this awkward sequence he's put himself into.
Yeah, I'm also not totally sure what the plan was here, but it looks like it's just going to be the Adrenaline Rush coming in. It was a yellow Take Flight, if that matters. Not totally sure. So the Gallantry really only
gained 1 damage there.
+1.
Which honestly, you get 2 value off of a piece of equipment. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, no, it's fair. I think he definitely looks like he miscounted something, because I think the play there is you block with the, like, you could just block with the card if you want, and then you pitch the blue, and then you Adrenaline Rush against go again because it's at 7, and then you axe with the last floating.
Yeah.
If you're gonna use the soul anyway, so you might as well just be a little more efficient. But he definitely thought he must have had 1 more in soul, because he's got 1 floating.
Yeah, that would be perfect for
right. He definitely thought
he would be able to do
you can see his face. That's the face of a man who thought he had more soul.
Yeah.
And yeah, it happens. It's happened to everybody. I mean,
yeah, man. And that's about the 9-round tournament or 9-round.
9-round day 1 is a long day 1.
Yeah, it's like you got to dig deep in these final rounds. It's not about making no mistakes. It's about making fewer
than your opponent.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So we do see a Dress Screamer being blocked. There's a blue Screamer, so another non-hit in Tariq's grave. Tariq going to 9. He's going to be a red Dress Screamer, which is objectively better than the blue Dress Screamer.
That's right. And
does
also
some misses in there, though.
Yeah, a couple non-6 Blood Debt cards in the graveyard, right?
Yeah, he's got hooves. He'll be fine.
Yeah, he always can get the second attack on this turn, I think.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious. It might just be Axe.
Yeah, just pitching that card to...
Because he like, the other thing is maybe he wants to hit Void Wraith, and he has a blue.
Right.
And he can just recycle it back, and that would be okay. But he might just like take the Blood Debt. He might not do it because he's not taking Blood Debt on that, because if he hit another 6 power anyways.
Yeah, and it looks like he hit that Consuming Aftermath, so there is going to be no Blood Debt taken this turn.
Yeah, he did banish the blue Screamer, so he's only on counter 1. And it'd be coming in for 6 go again, probably pitch the Axe, get another card engrave, and just kind of building his stockpile here. Still having the hooves for that explosive turn. And I think Oscar, without the Gallantry, is going to be a little bit more hard-pressed to be able to stop this and actually pivot.
Yeah, that's right.
Turn. So, like, what are you looking for? I'm hoping he has a V of a Vanguard or something to like pivot off of, but I'm not actually sure.
Yeah, and we're not sure what he arsenaled a couple turns ago too. Like maybe that's just clunked up his sequencing here a bit.
Yeah. It's possible. I just kind of assumed it was another charge card based on like his patterns.
Well, it could have been another take flight.
It could have honestly been another take flight, which unfortunately would have required one more card to still be able to like adrenaline rush after.
Oh, and does get the discard here, so this is going to be a mean axe for 5.
So it's nice when you get to. Oh no, it's a blue Lunar Tide. It looks like, I guess. Yeah, it was a blue Lunar Tide. So
alrighty,
not going to be 5, going to be 3. Unless we're all just blind, but it must be. I'm assuming Tariq would put a blue on purpose. He wouldn't call it blue on purpose if it is a blue. So this is only going to come in for 3. Tariq doing a good job of kind of still chipping through with his meaty attacks here. Blood Dad only on 1. He's not really still on 9. Not really forced to do anything.
Oh, Oscar's full taking here. He's decided.
Oh,
that
he's pivoting.
Yeah, time to rock and roll.
Yeah.
Card hand.
Oh, it's time to. He just doesn't want to die of slow death at this point. Keep blocking 6 and 6.
Yeah,
and eventually
exactly.
you're just gonna lose. So there's that red Seek Alignment foil, as one does. What is that card? It's cross the line. So it was a charge card, wasn't take flight, but it was a 1-cost charge card.
Right.
He's gonna charge the Dusk Path Pilgrimage, and so Seek Alignment, the additional cost to put the Dusk Path in, and Seek it will put the cross the line in soul if it hits. So he's gonna be able to get 2 soul off of this if it does hit. More importantly, it would put Tariq at 2 if he decides not to block. Seems a little extreme for Tariq not to block.
I think, giving that extra soul here is quite relevant because, as we've seen, Oscar's chosen to be pretty aggressive about using those up.
He'll never not have 2 soul ever again. He's just going to always look towards the 2 soul and start the play. He's got 1 card in hand, 1 floating, it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and he did charge, so Boltyn is on. You block with your attack action +1. He could, definitely just chip with the axe and arsenal, but he's at 1. I have a feeling he might have something like a Valiant Thrust.
Yeah.
Which would be very good. A red Valiant Thrust would be very good right now, because then you 1 for 7 in here, right?
Yeah, 7 into 7 is really, really hard to deal with. It just guarantees.
It is 7 to 7.
Yeah, it guarantees some of that damage comes through.
Yeah, and I think that it has to be some. It kind of has to be Valiant Thrust to actually make that kind of a difference on 1 pitch floating. Like, I think if you axe an arsenal and you're at 1,
it's a pretty bad state for you.
Yeah, I mean, Levia's not doing any arcane damage to you, but
yeah, and we're looking at just what Tariq's got in hand to block with.
That's like a Warmonger's Recital, so that's a 2 block. I think I saw an Unworldly Belt. No, there's a Void Wraith, a Screamer, and an Endless Maw. So 3 blocks.
Yeah, you could put 3 blocks in front of a couple of 3 blocks in front of that to minimize the damage taken.
Yeah, because Tariq's only 1 Blood Debt, so he's going to take 1, and that's it. It's unfortunate that he can't like keep a card in Void Wraith back, like he doesn't have that. And that's the power of that recursion cycle, right? Like if he was able to hit like a Void Wraith,
on that previous turn.
Yeah, he's able to come back with that 1 card 5.
And also he would have been threatening lethal on a, if that mean axe attack for 5, or even just playing the Void Wraith. You got to think that takes away Oscar's ability to make this play at all, right? He chose not to block 1-1 here.
Yeah, because 2-card Boltyn hands are kind of bad. I'm not gonna lie, they're not great. It's like express laning charge,
right?
Which is not when you're at 1, you need a little bit more juice in the tank than that.
Yeah, and maybe that's what Oscar was thinking when he full took that first attack on the previous turn. Is like, this is a hand that can potentially play out.
This is a hand that can. I like it.
Yeah, this hand can.
This hand can do something. Unfortunately, not enough. So it looks like Tariq's preparing to block with Void Wraith, so it's gonna be +1, going to 8. So it looks like it's 5 at the moment.
That's fine, yeah.
And he's going to be Boltoning, going down to 4, it looks like. Yep, going down to 4, nothing crazy. That is going to go to soul.
Remembers his trigger, very important. And Valiant Thrust. Oh,
I'm telling you, what am I saying here? Like, it's just got to be Valiant Thrust. We don't have anything on the soundboard where it's got to be Valiant Thrust, right? I don't think so. But it's just such a niche card to have on there.
What about just the dominate one? Because that's pretty dominating play.
But then we're gonna pretend it doesn't.
Dominate.
Okay. Well, you know what? It's
Blade Break.
Well, hey, that's a pretty good one.
Dawn Blade +1.
I mean,
about all I got.
That's gonna have to be good enough. It sounds like we just played Iron Song of Termination, something like that on the blade here. But this is kind of what we said would bring him back into the game. I mean, Tariq needs to block with 2 cards.
Yeah.
Like blocking with 1 card, he's dead. And the thing is, we know he has Warmonger, so that's a 2 block in there. And he's gonna read it. Yes, that does get. That's
every one of those gets +1 because of the charge.
+1, yep. Oh, that is very good.
So if he blocks all 3 of these cards here, he takes 0, but then Oscar gets to play another 4-card hand into...
And Tariq goes down to 3. Yeah. Yeah, he's going to take 1 Blood Debt from that Dread Screamer. That
that's right.
blue that's chilling in there that he banished. So he's going to block 6, it looks like.
Doing the math in his head here, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's not... This is actually... It was looking dire until I just apparently said Valiant Thrust and it just appeared.
This might be a lose-lose situation for Tariq. He blocks 6 here. That goes up to 8. He takes a couple of damage.
It's real bad because like Oscar still has soul, so it's not like 1 take flight and you're in trouble. You can't just keep blocking everything once it charges.
I mean, and it is possible that you know, with the meat axe swings in for 5, strips 2 cards.
Yeah,
or strips 3 cards, right?
Yeah, there's like that's the face that I would do too.
See, I don't want to sound like I'm relishing in these players' misery, but now we've seen it on both sides, both Oscar and Tariq really just in the trenches, right?
Yeah, totally. We see like Rob just crack it. No, don't crack both of those packs. I'm cracking one of those packs. There we go.
It's you know, like 1941 Normandy kind of thing out here.
It's 1941 Norm. That's very specific.
I don't know enough about history to know whether that's.
You mean 44?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it was a nice beach.
What happened on 41 in Normandy?
Oh, okay. It doesn't go to dash. So he doesn't.
No.
But it is 3, so it's a much easier block on Oscar's side. Sorry, I just had to freak out a little bit there.
Yeah, it looks like that was because that was the Blue Warmongers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that was the Blue Warmongers.
Oh, sorry. Wait.
Yeah, blue. He pitched the recital to Meax here. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's hit that ghostly visit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is honestly, if he didn't, does he just like if he hits the ghostly, he just loses? No, because that's Blood Debt 2, because he doesn't have go again. So it's actually good that he didn't hit anything that
Oh no, because that goes to the graveyard. Yeah. That's the same mistake I made.
Yeah, I'm just.
We're also in the trenches. We're.
Why am I following your lead here? That's incorrect. We just see another Valiant Thrust being used as an additional cost for this Bowl of Courage. So Oscar is flush with attacks. It looks like he must have something better going on.
Yeah. I think we do see that card that's in his hand. Not gonna say any names, but you know.
Oh, there is a card. It's so innocuous. It's just Bolt of Courage for 1.
Yeah.
Spew Shadow, and there's the Red Courageous.
Red Courageous
going up to 4.
Tariq is shaking his head a little bit. Does he dig with this Evanfold? Is there options?
I know. I didn't say anything, but it's like I wanted to. That's fine. I should have just thought about it longer.
Like you put it down, I thought you were.
I know. I should have.
Oh yeah. I think the Tariq's saying that he wasn't sure that the priority had been passed there, but yeah, you know, I think he realizes he didn't really have any other options there, so he's going to give Oscar the win on that.
Yeah, I mean, there are some options that I guess he could have had. I guess
block multiple cards basically.
Oh
yeah, on a 1 attack.
Yeah, no, that's totally true. It did seem definitely fishy, but the 1 was lethal too.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like you can't block anything.
Yeah, I mean, because the Spew was the non-attack that didn't buff it, but it doesn't really matter with the 2 block there. So we do have Oscar winning that game.
Okay, yeah.
Being at X and 2.
All right, you want the bad news or the bad news?
I want the bad news.
All right, the bad news is the stream is about to cross the 12-hour mark, so we got to cut it, or YouTube's gonna have an issue with the VOD.
Sounds good.
We're at 11 hours and 59 minutes, so
all right,
we just have to call it.
Yeah, we have 1 minute to say goodbye to everyone.
1 minute to say goodbye. The other bad news is Tariq went 0-3.
Yeah,
he was undefeated going into that.
Yeah, so
we just witnessed him go 0-3 with Levia.
That's a 3-0 with Levia, and then you 0-3.
Yeah.
Isn't that the most Levia thing you've ever heard?
That is so Levia. 3-0 into 0-3.
Yep.
Poor man.
She gives some and she takes some.
Anyways, last year's national champion, I might add, also was.
He was going into day 2 X3. I think he also struggled a little bit with an early draft last year, and he pulled back and he ended up winning. So definitely not. Definitely not out of here yet.
All right, we got to say goodbye now. So
we got to say goodbye. We will be back
tomorrow.
We'll be back
bright and early.
Pull in Rob. We gotta do this
Rob.
sign off.
Rob, we got to do the sign off.
We gotta sign off for the day. We'll be back tomorrow.
We'll be back tomorrow at like 10 a.m.
at 10. I'll post the updated standings, but we gotta cut the stream.
Yeah, we'll post.
Go. All right, peace.
All right.